At the age of only 18, you have cultivated to the peak of the earth, just one step away from becoming an immortal. However, due to offending the heavenly principles with excessive killings, 2,000 years have passed and you have not yet ascended to immortality. Helpless, you had to choose seclusion. It was at this moment that the system awakened, but the first task it issued was for you to marry the daughter of a deceased friend. What you never expected was that hidden within the body of the deceased friend's daughter was your former girlfriend, who had once been your companion for 2.5 days. At this moment, during the grand ceremony of the Nine Heavens Holy Land Saintess enfeoffment, Saintess Lu Ruyan stood in the center of the main hall. Just as she was about to put on the crown, you suddenly appeared here with a changed appearance and declared, "Wait, this Saintess, I will take her place." This statement caused a commotion in the entire hall, with some stewards and elders looking incredulous. The Nine Heavens Holy Lord sat on the high seat, looking puzzled. The demeanor and tone of the person in front of him seemed a bit too familiar. The Nine Heavens Holy Lord asked in confusion, "May I ask for your esteemed name?" Su Ci, without concealing his name. After all, there were countless people in the Tianqian continent named Su Ci. It was normal to have the same name occasionally, but the 2 or 3 old men on the high seat almost fell off their chairs. Great Emperor, he has left the customs, and still wants to be the Holy Son. What is he trying to do? The Supreme Lord of the Nine Heavens hesitated slightly. He knew that the ancestor was very serious in the past and would not hide his identity without reason. He did not expose it, and said with a smile, "Su Ci, are you sure you want to be the Holy Son of the Nine Heavens? You should respond. Well, put on the embroidered robe of the Huafu, and recrown the ceremony, appointing Su Ci as the new Holy Son of our Nine Heavens Holy Land." As soon as these words were spoken, the whole audience was shocked. Lu Ruyan sat down on the ground with a puff. "Grandpa, why, didn't we agree that I would become the Saintess?" Hearing this, one of the elders gave her a fierce look, but Lu Ruyan ignored it and turned to you. "Do you want to steal my Saintess throne? Fight me first." With that, she took out a white silk, took a step forward, and rushed towards you. Lu Ruyan had already reached the 3rd level of the divine transformation realm, confident that few of her peers could match her, so teaching an unknown boy would be a piece of cake. But just as she was about to collide with your body, you casually waved your hand and sent her flying. And soon, in the admiring eyes of many disciples, you were crowned as the new saint. A holy sword, 10 immortal scriptures, a ring, cultivation materials. The Ninth Heaven Saint Lord smiled brightly. "Do you have any other requests?" Seeing this, you smiled slightly and said, "Help me deliver a letter to the Xiantian sect, saying that the Ninth Heaven Saint Su Ci will marry the Xiantian sect Saintess Luo Zio in 3 days. Tell them to hurry up and send the person over, or it will be considered a declaration of war." Hearing this, many elders were shocked and pale. "No, absolutely not, Saint Lord. The Xiantian sect has a good relationship with the Mingchu Holy Land, but our Ninth Heaven Holy Land is getting weaker and weaker. The previous saint's body is not even cold yet, and this new saint is causing trouble. This is a sign that our Ninth Heaven is doomed." The Ninth Heaven Saint Lord hesitated slightly, his gaze turning to you with concern, and he transmitted, "Ancestor, since you went into seclusion, the Ninth Heaven has been without an emperor. We have been hiding in the mountains, behaving like cowards. Even the saint ran out to express his love to this Luo Ziao, only to be beaten like a wild dog and barely escaped back to the Holy Land, ultimately dying in the main hall." Hearing this, you coldly transmitted, "No problem. I want to see what these people from the eastern wilderness are made of." At this moment, Lu Ruyan climbed up from the ground and said, "Give up. We, the Nine Heavens Holy Land, will never offend the Xiantian sect and the Mingchu Holy Land for you." She wanted to say more, but then the stern voice of the Nine Heavens Holy Lord came. "I will send someone to draft the document. Even if it leads to the extinction of the eastern domain, I will not hesitate." Hearing this, Lu Ruyan widened her eyes, looked at you, then at the Holy Lord. Feeling like the sky was about to fall, you glanced at her and asked, "Are you Lu Ruyan? Then you will lead the team to deliver this document. If you disobey, as the Holy Son, I have the right to expel you." At the same time, the news of the invitation of Manjushri in the Joshio Holy Land quickly spread. Luo Zio, who received the news, looked puzzled and asked, "Master, what is this Joshio Holy Land?" The mysterious girl smiled and said, "Persistent pursuit? It does sound like his style, but you don't need to pay attention to it. It's just some noisy rumors. The secret realm of the eastern wilderness is about to open. The most important thing for us now is to seize the opportunity there, transcend this place, settle in Zhengzhou, and reach the top in one step." Upon hearing this, Luo Ziao clenched her small fist. Her mother's clan was in Zhengzhou, but the treasures about to be unearthed in the eastern wilderness were too tempting. It was said that even immortals coveted them. She was just staying temporarily, otherwise, these holy sons of the eastern wilderness wouldn't even have the qualification to see her. At this moment, a maid outside the courtyard knelt down respectfully. Miss Luo, the holy son of Lingdong from the Mingchu Holy Land requests an audience. What's with all the people? Not to be seen, Luo Xiao directly rebuffed. The maid added, Saint Sun Lindong said that the Nine Heavens Sacred Land is too annoying. He can beg his third uncle to accompany you on a trip to the Nine Heavens Sacred Ground. Back out of this wedding. And in the meantime, give the Nine Heavens Sacred Ground a good hammering. Luo Zia laughed softly with disdain on her face and, oh, so capable? Then let that third uncle of his go on his own. And if he can withdraw from the marriage, I'll think highly of him. Yes. The maid retired. Outside the holy land of the Nine Heavens, a peak, Suji sat cross-legged and looked into the distance. There, the honor guard he had sent to propose marriage was returning in disarray. Wrapped up in it was the battle formation of the Mingchu Holy Land. At the front of the battle formation, an old man with white hair flaunted his power, looking as if he was the oldest in the sky and the oldest in me. Suji stroked his chin and simply shook his body, directly turning into Luo Feng's appearance. He thought about it for a while, and decided that for something as big as a wedding, following his parents' wishes was definitely the easiest way to go. Anyway, Luo Feng owed him 100,000 immortal gold and ran away from the extraterritorial battlefield to hide from his debt, and he is not in the eastern wasteland for the time being. Pose as him yourself. Minimal fuss. Soon, the honor guard passed the gate of the 9 heavenly mountains and traveled on a forest path. The old man walking at the front, dressed in cloth, held his head high and was godly. This 9 heavens sacred land. It's been a long time since I've been here. This time, not only do I have to criticize your sacred lord, but I also have to return some reparations, or else I'll have made a trip for nothing. His name was Wei Qinghe. At the realm of sage perfection, he was considered an unearthly powerhouse of the Mingchu Holy Land. Lu Qingyue followed him with a frustrated look on her face. Wei Qinghe was simply too strong, and I'm afraid that no one in the 9 heavens sacred land would have a chance of winning if they fought alone. He's visiting in person, and this time Grandpa and the others, they're definitely going to have to cut their losses. After the burning of an incense stick, Wei Qinghe suddenly stopped in his tracks with a pause. What's the matter, Wei Sheng? Lu Qingyue was full of doubts and followed Wei Qinghe's gaze. Not far away, on a crag, sat a man. The man stroked the zither in his hand, a strand of white hair on his forehead. His complexion was crystalline and handsome. Seeing this, Wei Qinghe's legs trembled and his lips turned white as he trembled. Emperor Qin, Luo Feng, why is he here? The Emperor of Qin, Luo Feng, Luo Xiao's real father, the founding ancestor of the Xiantian sect? The crowd was alarmed. Isn't it rumored that he ran away to the extraterrestrial battlefield and didn't dare to come back because of something? How could he be sitting outside the mountain gate of the 9 heavenly sanctuaries? He's Uncle Luo? Lu Qingyue's complexion was shocked and her mind was full of mush. In the shadows, many of the saints who had followed Wei Qinghe's arrival in a vain attempt to watch the show were also dismayed. A lot of things went sour when an emperor appeared in the world. In the forest, Wei Qinghe pondered for a while, then suddenly his complexion shook, bowed respectfully, and said, Emperor, are you here to withdraw from the marriage as well? But the emperor in front of him continued to stroke his zither without a word. The strings and songs are endless. Wei Qinghe bent over in a cold sweat. None dared to move after that. Clang. Suddenly, there was an alarming sound, as if the sound of thunder had risen from the ground. After the crowd had been punished to stand for half an hour, Suji picked the strings of the zither in his hands, a solemn atmosphere that caused the crowd to blanch. Wei Qinghe even went weak in the knees and directly fell to his knees. Suru said softly, Lu Qingyu, the affinity, can there be any results? Lu Qingyu cried in fear. Emperor Luo, this matter has nothing to do with me. It's the heaven-sent holy son. His name is Suru. He is very hateful. Pop. Suru raised his hand and Lu Qingyu was jerked several feet away, her originally beautiful face swollen like a pig's head. I ask, you answer, and if you hide anything, you will be pulverized. Understand? Ming. Got it. Affiliation? Before I even made it to the Xiantian sect, I was stopped by Sage Wei Qinghe of the Mingchu Sacred Land and hit the road back. Lu Qingyue was honest. What do you mean? Suru looked at Wei Qinghe. Wei Qinghe couldn't feel Suji's mind and could only reply stiffly. Emperor, the 9 heavens sacred land is robbing your daughter. Aren't we helping you by coming to help withdraw the marriage? My family affairs. What does it have to do with you, Mingchu? Suru sneered. Listen up, all of you. This marriage, I arranged it. Go back and tell Xiao to pack up and marry into the 9 heavens sacred land in 3 days' time. Otherwise I'll sever the father-daughter relationship with her. As for you Wei Qinghe, dare to stop my Xiantian sect's good deeds. Die. Chapter 3, One Finger Slaughters Saints. The wedding continues. Dead. As soon as these words were uttered, a murderous aura was like substance, pouring down from the dome of the sky. It was as if this place had turned into an abyss of horror. Wei Qinghe's face turned white as he spewed out a mouthful of essence blood, casting a forbidden technique and escaping in the air. An emperor wants to kill him. I will transform my body into the wind and disappear with it. Walking, Wei Qinghe's figure blended into nature and his breath dissolved. But the next moment, Suji flexed his fingers. Dang! It was as if space had been pressed down by a heavy hammer, directly denting a piece of it. Wei Qinghe's figure was ejected, floating like a ragbag, covered in blood. His divine soul shattered. With one strike, the peak saint who reigned supreme in the eastern domain directly fell. Heaven and earth changed color. The great Tao cried out in sorrow, and blood rained down. Then, in that 9 heavens, an endless distance away, a palm of light struck over. The bright primordial Holy Land was enraged. An emperor realm was stepping in to do justice to Wei Qinghe. Boom! Suji followed up with a palm. The 9 heavens exploded, and the sky seemed to break through a big hole as the wind howled. The saints of the major powers who were observing in the shadows changed color. Imperial War. An imperial battle not seen in the eastern region for decades. Buzz. After the palm to clap, Luo Feng rose up in the air, his voice shaking like thunder. I don't care who you shot at, or what kind of power you are, or if there's anyone out there who looks at me with displeasure. All karma, I, Shen Heavenly Sect Luo Feng alone, will take it. If you're capable, show yourself and fight. The whole place is dead silent. The Emperor realm in the distance did not utter a single word. It seemed to be considering whether or not it was worth it to go through life and death with an Emperor realm for the sake of a saint. It was a long time before the avenue roared in the distance. Luo Feng, this enmity, we of the Mingchu Holy Land will take note of it. We'll see if the mountains and waters meet. We'll see. After saying that, the Emperor's might that covered heaven and earth receded. Snort. Suji laughed disdainfully. His own strength was much stronger than Luo Feng, only that he was originally affected by his heart's demon and was not good at killing too many people. Now that the system was protecting his body, he didn't have much to worry about. When an emperor appeared, he slaughtered them all together. Afterwards, Suji looked at Lu Qingyu, whose face was swollen like a pig. At this time, Lu Qingyu was already scared out of her wits and trembling. Do as I say. Suru also didn't bother to scare her. The clan juniors weren't mortal enemies after all, not to mention the need for her to run errands. Yes, Lu Qingyu violently kowtowed twice, turned around and ran toward Shin Tian sect in a sorry state with mud and rain. Suru turned his head to look around. Still looking? Want to come and have a few moves with Luo? Boom! It disperses in a flurry. Luo Zio, who had gotten the news, sat on her butt in the flowers, her face full of oddities. Master, my father is back? Why didn't he come to look for me and instead went to the 9 heavens sacred land? Luo Zio didn't understand in a million ways. Something is fishy. Too fishy. The mysterious female voice was also filled with confusion. What then? You're getting married the day after tomorrow. Really? Luo Zio panicked. For the first time in 17 years, she panicked. Luo Feng showed up, and the matter went from being taken by force from the 9 heavenly sanctuaries to being taken by a parent's order and a matchmaker's word. Even her mother tribe couldn't tell. There is no other way, the mysterious female voice said. Your father wouldn't be aiming at nothing. He should be planning something. Put your mind at ease for now. Woo woo, Luo Zio cried. It's fine. There's no harm in marrying over. With Master here, although you can't beat the Emperor realm, but pinning down that saint's son is a piece of cake. The mysterious female voice was full of confidence. Master will not let you suffer. Marry. Right. Luo Zio's eyes lit up and her tears suddenly stopped. Suddenly she figured it out too. What kind of saint's son is this? If he's any more powerful, can he be as powerful as her? As powerful as her master? Even if he married over, he would just be practicing in a different place. No fear. Also, she had a lot of backers behind her, and things couldn't help but be a little more circumstantial. In the Mingchu Holy Land, Saint Sun Lindong was so angry that he spat out blood when he heard that his third uncle had died violently. This damn Luo Feng. What a delusion of the Emperor realm. Lindong's face was filled with a scowl. And this 9 heavens sacred land. Where did a Saint Sun come out from? He's really tired of living. Come on man. Holy Sun, an old man appeared. Hand me a letter of war. The day after tomorrow, I will discuss the Tao with the new Saint Sun of the 9 heavens sacred land. After a pause, he added, a battle to the death. The old man was creeped out. Saint Sun, this is a marriage contract that was hand-picked by the Qin Emperor. It's not too good, right? Lindong snorted. What's wrong with that? If I can kill one of his sacred sons, I can kill two. I want everyone to know that only I can be worthy of Luo Zia. The old man bowed. Holy Sun is wise. Lin Dong made an appointment to fight Su Ji on the day of Su Ji's wedding. The news was so explosive that the entire region shook. And even in the central state and northern region, there were forces that received the news and came to observe. Nine Heavens Holy Land, the residence of the Holy Sun. Saint Lord Gao Ran of the Nine Heavens brought a few guards and descended to this place. Holy Sun Su Ru. Meet the Holy Lord. Su Ji got up and slightly arched his hand. Aha! With a wave of his hand, Gao Ran majestically dismissed the left and right attendants. After entering the house, he suddenly changed his face and turned fawning, helping Su Ji walk to the chair. Master Ancestor, sit down. Xiao Ran will give you a massage. What a scandal! Su Ru lightly rebuked. My current identity is the Holy Sun, and I have to put on a full show. Don't you understand? Yes, yes, yes. Master Ancestor's lesson. Gao Ran nodded his head and Flies rubbed his hands together. What do you think about the life and death battle the day after tomorrow? Picked up. Su Ji was bland. Step on an ant to wash away the joy. Yes, yes. That Lin Dong is naturally nothing. But I heard that he has been in the central state that the Lin Lang Academy. Early income in the courtyard. There is a Sage Realm Peak Tutor. Lin Lang Academy? Su Ji froze. This was the behemoth of the Tianxian continent and his former Dao lineage. There were countless emperor realms in the clan, and there were internal channels to communicate with the immortal realm. Only it stood in the central state, and in the past, it did not interfere with the East Wasteland, and died of old age. I didn't realize that a mentor would come to take on an apprentice this time. This Lin Dong is a genius? Su Ru asked a question. Number 1 in the eastern region. I guess. Gao Ran nodded, then shook his head and, that Phoenix Heavenly Maiden of the Luo clan should be number 1, and he counts as number 2, except that he's older and explicitly number 1 in terms of battle power. Su Ru said, no matter, can he still control the central state to our eastern region? Everything will continue as usual. Yes. Gao Ran bowed and went out of Su Ji's residence. Half an hour later, a holy might enveloped the Su residence. The door opened and in walked a woman in white. The woman was holding a short sword, valiant and not bad looking, wearing the robes of the academy, and entering the door, she chirped, you are Su Ru? Chapter 4, I've been turned and wish you a happy wedding. Su Ru turned around and smiled. Speak of the devil. This Lin Lang Academy's tutor had taken the initiative to come and see himself. I'm Su Ru, he smiled. My name is Bai Yi. The woman gave her name. Your life and death battle with Lin Dong and your marriage contract with my disciple Luo Xiao can be cancelled? No way. Su Jia balked. Bai Yi frowned. The two of them? I'm going to bring them back to the central state in a few months. The quota has already been reported. That's your business. What does it have to do with me? Su Ru shook his head and lost his smile. You dare to disobey Lin Lang? Bai Yi's eyes narrowed, killing intent just flowing out. However, she suddenly felt that heaven and earth were darkened, and the emperor's might descended, crushing her as if she were as small as a mayfly. Your protector is an emperor? Bai Yi was appalled in her heart, not realizing that there was an emperor that was constantly concerned about Su Ji. You know, a holy land is a holy land, a holy sun is a holy sun, and great emperors only come out once in 1,000 years, so who would care about a junior? This Su Ju has a big deal. What emperor? I don't know. Su Ru blinked, innocently. Bai Yi took a deep breath. If you want to fight and marry, that's fine. After all of this is done, if you are still alive, then you will replace Lin Dong and head to the academy. You want to accept me as a disciple? Su Ru felt a little ridiculous. It's fine if you don't become a disciple. I'll be your introducer. And when you're rich in the future, the credit will be on my head. Bai Yi said. Su Ru asked, what's in it for me? Bai Yi said, with the Lin Lang Academy as your backing, it won't trouble you anymore. Instead it will fully support you. Deal. Su Ji nodded. There were still many emperor realms in the Lin Lang Academy, and he had an old relationship with the academy's dean, so it wasn't good to tear his face off. As for whether or not to go to Lin Lang Academy in the future and in what capacity, it was none of Bai Yi's business. Yes, Bai Yi answered and went out of the Su Ji mansion, then took out a conch horn, and Luo Xiao's voice came from within. Mentor, how did it go? Did he agree to back out? Bai Yi, no, I've been turned. Happy wedding, Luo Xiao. 2 days later, the holy land of the Nine Heavens was red all over in huge. Spiritual chi is like clouds, spiritual wine is used as water, dragon meat is used as snacks, and spiritual stones are used as benches. Even the marriage of the Holy Lord was not as big as this. Some of the power saints arrived, and their eyes were shocked. Is this the marriage of a holy son? Or the marriage of a holy lord? If this Saint Sun Su is beheaded, the Nine Heavens sacred land won't be able to stand up. Don't say it. You really don't say it. I heard that Saint Sun Su was only at the power of the God transformation realm, whereas Saint Sun Lin Dong, he is already at the Avatar realm. A difference of one great realm. The Nine Heavens sacred land would be so confident. Phew. Soon, the heads of the major powers were seated. The three holy lands of the eastern region, Nine Heavens, Mingchu, and Tian Yuan, all had peak saints present. In other first-class sects, the patriarchs even arrived in person and frantically congratulated them. Whoosh! Suji walked with a dragon stride, wearing a big red robe, and walked into the field first. A gaze instantly landed on his body. Many saints were surprised. I'll go. My saint weapon can't even recognize it. It's fallen into silence. The imperial artifact has been screened. It is indeed a 17-year-old junior. This is a heavenly pride. The Nine Heavens sacred ground is actually hiding such a genius. The depth of its foundation is really deep. Suji cupped his fist and saluted. Luo Zia was wearing her wedding clothes and walked slowly from one side. She was filled with a sense of unreality. 3 days. She was still preparing for the ancient immortal ruins. Inexplicably married. And marrying someone that he or she doesn't even know and has never heard of. Anyone would feel ridiculous. She walked out into the field, her divine sense penetrating her body and seeing Suji's face. She was slightly lost in thought. One had to admit that in terms of face value alone, this saint's son surnamed Su was very good and worthy of himself. There was even no one in the eastern region who could match it. As for Lin Dong, he was far from it. Strange. What a familiar feeling. At this time, the mysterious female voice sounded in Luo Ziyao's heart. In the distance, Suji's heart trembled as he averted his gaze that was surveying Luo Ziyao. Not very natural. Master, it seems like he knows me? Luo Ziyao secretly said in her heart. No, he should know me. The mysterious female voice was full of doubts. When she looked at Suji's life breath, she was only 17 years old. How could one feel familiar with a 17-year-old? Could it be that he was also the reincarnation of some immortal world power? Come closer and look, the mysterious female voice said. Yes, Luo Ziyao had just taken a step forward when suddenly, a voice resounded through the presence. Su-Ru, discourse, are you forgetting? The crowd was startled and turned their heads to look, only to see Lin Dong holding a long sword and wearing blue clothes. He arrogantly walked into the hall with a murderous aura. Ziyao, you've been wronged. Let me take you away. No one can hurt you with me around. At this moment, Lin Dong was feeling so self-conscious that he was bursting at the seams. He felt as if he were the young hero who stepped on the seven-colored haze and saved the woman. However, in Luo Ziyao's eyes, it wasn't the same thing. Somehow, when she looked at Lin Dong, she always felt that the word death was written on his brain. Master, I'm finished. Luo Ziyao was creeped out. I actually subconsciously wanted Suji to win just now. Did I fall in love at first sight? The mysterious female voice said. Normal. Compared to Suji, this Lin Dong is even worse. Even if it was 2 mountain pigs, we would still choose the better one. Luo Ziyao. She always felt that it wasn't a good analogy for her master to make. But, as long as it's not love at first sight, she was the one who was going to set foot on the immortal realm. How could she have a hankering for mortal feelings? At that moment, from the main seat, Gorin said, You two, let's face off in the main hall. On the side, Wei Zai, an old man from the Mingchu Holy Land, also smiled faintly. The fight won't be long, so let's settle it on the spot. He's not wearing a congratulatory shirt. In his opinion, Lin Dong was at the Avatar realm, so beheading a Hierophant realm junior was just a matter of raising his hand. This wedding is nothing more than a red funeral. Su-Ru, are you ready to claim your death? Lin Dong laughed sarcastically as the long sword in his hand buzzed. You're talking a bit too much, aren't you? Suji crossed his arms. Lin Dong grunted. I won't bully the small with the big either. You are at the Transformation God realm. Then I will suppress my cultivation to Transformation God and fight you. Su-Ru nodded non-committally. This Lin Dong still has some martial virtues. Then I'll suppress my Great Emperor cultivation to Transformation Spirit to fight you. Boom! The battle in the arena instantly erupted as Lin Dong's long sword slashed as if a round of curved moon bloomed in the air and went straight for Suji's head. Mingchu Holy Land Jedi. 7 styles of the Sun and Moon Sacred Sword. Out of the blue is a killing move. Chapter 5, I become a great emperor, and I'm still trying to reason with you? A trace of moonlight power. This Lin Dong has good natural talent. We have underestimated him. The mysterious female voice sounded in Luo Ziyao's mind. The power of the moonflower? He actually sensed the great Tao? Luo Ziyao was shocked. The people watching the battle were all shocked. The sun rises and the moon blossoms. This is the power of heaven and earth. Sense one of them and the saint realm can be expected. This is a heavenly pride that is bound to be in the saint realm if it doesn't fall. No wonder this Lin Dong was able to be enrolled by the Lin Lang Academy in an exceptional manner. No wonder he has the courage to suppress his cultivation to fight. Who can stop him if he senses the power of heaven and earth at such a young age? Invincible at the same level. It's a downward spiral. On the high seat, Wei Zai of the Mingchu Holy Land laughed. Hi Holy Lord. It seems like the outcome of this battle is obvious. Right. Goran smiled without saying a word. In the next moment, a sudden change occurred in the field. The sword light that was as bright as the moonlight suddenly entered Suji's body, and disappeared like a mud cow entering a river. Su-ru remained where he was and opened his mouth to rebuke. Get out! The sound was like shocking thunder and the sound waves were like waves as Lin Dong flew backwards, spilling blood all over the sky. The highs and lows are immediately apparent. Although Suji did not utilize the Jiushao Holy Land's jutsu, a casual move also contained the truth of the Great Tao, and was by no means something that Lin Dong could receive. If he hadn't suppressed his cultivation at the Transformation God realm, the entire hall would have exploded. Seeing this, Luo Xiao secretly said in her heart, Master, can you see the bottom? No. The mysterious female voice was surprised that Lin Dong actually did not force him to use his full strength. This Su Ji is really something. Then what should I do? I want to marry him. I want to be able to defeat him. Luo Xiao's heart suddenly got anxious. No, it's just a junior. There's Master. The mysterious female voice comforted. Well, Luo Xiao let out a slight sigh of relief. Also right. Too much backhandedness on his own. Suji was not able to use force on himself even if he was a saint. On the other side, Lin Dong stood up with a face full of horror. He spat out 3 liters of blood after being chastised by Su-ru. This was unparalleled in his limited life. It's so chicken shame. You suppressed your cultivation too. Lin Dong made the first move. Although he couldn't see it, the only way to make his release of his cultivation seem logical was to shout like that. With a loud boom, Lin Dong rioted. His cultivation was fully unblocked. The long sword in his hand was radiant with moonlight, and his spirit energy was pushed to the extreme. Avatar, break mountain and river. In that instant, illusory mountains and rivers surfaced on Suji's side, crumbling tightly as if even space was about to shatter together. Die for me! Lin Dong was furious and slashed his sword. Suji remained unmoving, waiting for Lin Dong to approach before his right hand probed out. His right hand was as crystalline as a crown of jade, and it was backward. One moment he was at his side. The next moment he had already choked Lin Dong's neck. That imposing sword style came to an abrupt end. There was a click. Suji's right hand exerted a slight force. Lin Dong's neck then turned into a pile of broken bones. The body and head are separated. From extreme motion to extreme stillness, it was as if the front and back images were split. Bang! In the next second, Suji snapped his fingers and sent Lin Dong's head flying as he swept the entire room. Anyone else? Not convinced? The whole room was silent. Even saints were a bit afraid of his aura and did not dare to meet his eyes. After a long time, a cry of pain came. Donger, Wei Zai cried bitterly, wanting to go mad with hatred. Lin Dong is a once-in-a-thousand-years Empyrean realm seed from the Mingchu Holy Land. How could he not expect to be killed by Su Ji in a single move? And he, surprisingly, didn't have time to block it. At a young age, you actually know spatial aptitude? He was furious and stood up, forcing Su Ji to question him, a murderous aura surging from his body. Suji's last hand, spatial dislocation, was a manifestation of using the laws of space, possessing spatial laws at the God transformation realm. That meant that Suji was born with his own heavenly aptitude. This kind of talent, the entire Tianqian continent could not produce one in 10,000 years. It must be nipped in the bud. Suji was fearless and faced Wei Zai straight on as he sensed a killing aura. You want to kill me? At the same time, Gao Ran appeared at Suji's side and faintly said, Elder Wei, pay attention to your identity. This is the Nine Heavens Holy Land. Wei Zi he woke up as if in a dream, collected his killing intent, sat back in his chair, and with a heavy hum, he stopped speaking. The wedding. Let's begin. Suji smiled, and the torso stiffening Luo Xiao on his side was pushed up. The two men paid their respects and drank a cup of wine. The part where the Holy Lord should have been worshipped was directly scratched out by Gao Ran. Are you kidding? If Suji dares to worship, who dares to receive it? Afterwards, the banquet opened. A group of guests and hosts left the venue, and Luo Xiao was sent to the wedding room. Suji arrived at what was originally his holy son's residence and changed his attire. Gao Ran appeared and said in dismay, Master Ancestor, where are you going if you're not going into the cave? Just now at the wedding banquet. Did that Wei Zai try to kill me? Suji laughed. It's right? Goran nodded. This Mingchu Holy Land, it really has too much guts. Su shifted and turned into Luo Feng again. Gao Ran was horrified. Senior Ancestor, you're heart demon. Don't worry, it's not a problem. I'll kill a few less. 9 heavenly sanctuaries, 100 miles to the east. An immortal mansion was slowly flying through the air. Wei Zai stood on the top floor of the immortal mansion, looking out over the 100 rivers as his beloved stood beside him and asked, "Elder, the saint's son of Lindong is dead. How are we going to explain this back?" Wei Zai's expression was sinister. Damned Nine Heavens sacred land, after declining for so many years, it still dares to offend my Mingchu sacred land. Just as well, they won't be able to jump around for long. There is, and can only be, one overlord in the eastern region, and that's us, Mingchu. The heartthrob was creeped out and had a heartbeat. But doesn't the Nine Heavens sacred land have a great emperor who is claimed to be invincible? Wei Zai snorted. That great emperor of the Nine Heavens, who killed sages indiscriminately and angered the heavenly Tao, is hiding somewhere to languish. There has been no news of him for more than 100 years. It is not certain that he has sat down. I see that the Nine Heavens sacred land is in a hurry to come out this time. That is, there is a big change within. The beloved heart sniffed and froze, then rejoiced. Does the great emperor of the Nine Heavens? The probability is that he has died violently. Wei Zai laughed. Denigration. Cool. The heartthrob laughed freely along with him. But in the next instant, there was a clang and the sound of the zither rang out. Immortal house as if frozen in the air. Lost the power to travel. Hard stuck. Wei Zai's face changed drastically as he looked towards that cloudy area, where a man with a strand of white hair on his forehead was sitting on a zither. Jin Emperor? Thinking of his cousin Wei Qinghe's violent death, Wei Zai's body was ice cold, and he secretly crushed a talisman before walking forward and respectfully bowing. Mingchu Holy Land, Wei Zai, pay respects to the Qin Emperor. Su Ji, who had transformed into Luo Feng, turned his head and smiled. Wei Zai, do you know why I stopped you? Zai doesn't know, Wei Zai respectfully said. Su Ru coldly said, just now at the wedding banquet, did you try to kill my virtuous son-in-law? Su Ru? Wei Zi he sweated instantly like rain. Our clan saint's son, Lin Dong, and the saint's son of the Nine Heavens, Su Ji, are posting for a normal competition between juniors. If you lose, naturally, you should blame Lin Dong for his lack of strength. I, Mingchu Holy Land, have no complaints. It's just that when I was on the field and suddenly saw the Emperor Realm Seed die, it was inevitable that my mind would fluctuate, but Zai didn't make any moves to suppress it, so please ask the Qin Emperor to be clear about it. Su Ru nodded. You have a point. It's human nature for a junior with high hopes to have an accident and be somewhat angry. Wei Zai sighed in relief. However, Suja's next sentence made him completely turn ashen. But unfortunately, I came to you, naturally, not to reason. I become a great emperor and I'm still trying to reason with you? Chapter 6, Launching a General Attack. Overwhelming the Nine Heavens. Emperor Qin, the heavenly Tao is in order. Sages should not be killed indiscriminately. Do you want to follow in the footsteps of that Nine Heavens Emperor? Wei Zai's heart was beating furiously. His pupils shrunk into spikes, and he was about to flee by casting a forbidden technique. He sensed a hint of murder. Rumble. The entire immortal mansion turned into streams of light and drilled into space. Long-distance teleportation rune array. This was an immortal mansion-type saint soldier. A sacred realm. Trying to escape even in front of me? Suji snorted and blasted out a fist. Rumble. The heavens and earth trembled. The spirit element rioted, and the space for several miles solidified, then exploded, creating a spatial turbulence. In the turbulence, that immortal mansion trembled and fled as if it were a flatboat in the middle of the waves. Die! Suji slapped down with a backhanded palm. In the sky above that immortal mansion, a palm likewise formed and violently pressed down. Pop! The saint-level immortal mansion was directly crushed, and the hundreds of Mingchu Holy Land disciples inside were all turned into blood foam and disappeared into the heavens and earth. Whoa! A saint realm fell, heaven and earth howled, and blood rained down. Su Ji had his hands in the air, and was immaculate. Click! A fiery red lightning bolt rushed towards Su Ji. Heavenly punishment! Killing two saints in a row. The East Domain's heaven and earth was enraged. Still trying to press me? Su Ji sneered and didn't move a muscle, allowing the red lightning to pour into his brow. In the next instant, the lightning disappeared, and Su Ji was not damaged in the slightest. As early as the day the system was bound, he realized that he was invulnerable to all evils. The will of heaven and earth mostly attacked the divine soul and mind, and it was impossible to injure him now. Afterward, Su Ji crossed his arms and quietly looked at the sky. Whoosh! There, at some point, a middle-aged man had already stood. The man's face was square and righteous at first glance, and at this moment, his eyes were filled with pain as he looked at Su Ji. Brother Luo, the road to immortality is about to open. I told you long ago not to get too close to that Su Jiuxiao. Now, finally, he is following in his footsteps, killing and plundering as he pleases, seeming like a devil but not a devil. Su Ru smiled. The person who came was his nemesis, the old ancestor of the Mingchu Holy Land, Yan Bei, with an emperor realm cultivation. He was considered the number 2 person in the Mingchu Holy Land. He had robbed resources in secret realms from him in the past, and if the will of heaven and earth didn't allow it, Su Ji would have long ago obliterated him. Yan Bei, come closer and talk. Su Ji waved towards Yan Bei. Yan Bei is not defended against Luo Feng. Full of pain. A step forward. Su Ru asked. The path to immortality that you just mentioned, is that? Yan Bei said. The will of heaven and earth has descended. And recently, in the eastern domain and the central state, there are unimaginable opportunities that mostly exist in the various secret realms. Su Zhu laughed. Is the heavenly Tao swindling you? The Tianqian continent has been cut off from the immortal path for 100,000 years, and just flew a Fu Yuing. Where is there any immortal path left? Yan Bei murmured. Brother Luo, I won't hide it from you. This time it's the immortal realm that took the initiative to connect to the Tianqian continent, and there's news that they're trying to come and capture someone. Grabbing people. Su Ru's heart fluttered. Tianqian continent is in contact with the immortal world. It was only his ex-girlfriend Fu Yuing. Well, the Jiuxian immortal father who was beaten into a remnant soul and ran back. So, this road to immortality. The odds are that it's true? Suji's eyes lit up. What monk doesn't have a dream of becoming immortal? He had dreamed of being ranked in the immortal class from the day he set foot on the beginning of the path of immortal cultivation. 8 or 9. Yan Bei whispered. Brother Luo, you've seen how the eastern domain has fallen in recent years. All thanks to that Su Jiuxiu ignoring the rules. I'll give you a heads up. The central stateside has already recognized the uniqueness of my Mingchu sacred land in the eastern region. As long as there's an opportunity, we'll launch a general attack to overthrow the Nine Heavens sacred land. You don't have to work for the Nine Heavens either. It's not too late to bring your daughter out of the Nine Heavens sacred ground. As long as you vote for me Mingchu, then the killing of the 2 saint realms, we will forget about it, and we can also do it in front of the heavenly Tao. Suji suddenly interrupted. Wait, what did you say in the last sentence? Yan Bei was confused. You don't have to do it for the 9 skies. One more line. Launch a general attack and overthrow the 9 heavens. I can fuck you. Suji suddenly probed his hand, and with an explosive sound of clang, a 10,000-foot-long sword light streaked across heaven and earth. With a snort, Yan Bei's head flew up. Su stepped forward and stomped on Yan Bei's head, confining him in the air. Yan Bei's eyes rounded. What is this? The 9 heavens sword technique? You're not Luo Bei. You're Su Jiuxiao. Too late to know. Su Ji's foot exerted force, and Yan Bei's head exploded. An emperor fell in the blink of an eye. Yan Bei did not expect Luo Feng will suddenly attack him. Also did not expect Luo Feng's strength so strong. What's more, he didn't expect that Luo Feng would use a sword. So, he didn't die unjustly. Rumble. The heavens and earth exploded. Blood-colored floods poured in, and countless devils surfaced in the air. An emperor, or an emperor favored by heaven and earth, died, and the will of heaven and earth instantly went berserk. However, Su Ru had already walked away with Yan Bei's storage magic treasure. With his strength, the will of heaven and earth couldn't do anything to him yet. But he couldn't do anything about the will of heaven and earth. Still have to improve my strength. 9 heavenly sanctuaries. Wedding room. A red-robed Luo Zio sat in the courtyard, her small hands clenched tightly. At this moment, her little head was filled with doubts in her mind. Master, where did Suji run off to? Why did he marry me if he didn't come to the bridal chamber? The mysterious female voice was silent for a long time and said, Don't pay any attention to him. Luo Feng asked you to marry to the 9 heavens sacred ground. He should have his plans. Just wait for him to play his cards. Luo Zio froze. Oh, but what if that Suji uses force on me? I've got everything, the mysterious female voice said in relief. Okay, I'll talk to him first, and then fight if we can't agree. And then let the master come again if we can't beat him. Luo Zio felt that she had a foolproof plan. Triple cushioning. This room, it must not be a hole. Half an hour later. Whoosh. Suji's figure appeared outside the wedding room. He glanced at Luo Zio who stayed in the courtyard with a nervous face. Nothing was said. Flexing his fingers, he popped open the door to the bridal chamber, pulled out a couple of bottles and jars, and began to swish them around. What are you doing? Luo Zio's complexion changed drastically. All that spilled out of that bottle was a mist of pink and purple. It's not a good thing at first glance. Add some interest. Suji smiled and looked at Luo Zio. Madam, please. You. Luo Zio's petite body trembled. She really didn't expect this saint son of the 9 heavens to be so rogue, not even giving her a chance to negotiate. Getting married and cavorting. Heaven and earth. I'm a reasonable person. Suji was serious. Reason when it's in my favor, and fist when it's against me. He always does. Luo Zio exhaled deeply, and with a stern, clear face, she said, Su Ru, listen well. Luo Zio, Will not commit myself to a weakling. And then? Su Ru was a little amused. I'm going to beat you up. Luo Zio bared her teeth. I'm going to duel you. Chapter 7, Successful Cave. Reward arrives. For Luo Zio, in the younger generation, her only opponent was herself. Phoenix immortal body, accompanied by immortal god soul. The father is still a great emperor. The origin of the mother family is even greater. Whether it was her Xian, her battle power, or her background, she was far beyond the imagination of the younger generation of the Eastern domain. It was what kept her squeaky clean in the old days. But tonight, she was angry. Not to mention being promised to a man for no reason. A man who spills strange things in the bridal chamber. Su Ru, draw your sword. Luo Ziao took out a long spear with flames surrounding it. Peak sacred artifacts are precious. Even the two Saint Realm brothers from the Mingchu Holy Land, Wei Qinghe and Wei Zai, were not equipped with such treasures. It was evident how deep Luo Ziao's depth was. The name of the gun is Thousand Phoenix. You are the first among your peers to see this gun. Luo Zio droned, then stabbed with a spear. The flames rose up to the sky and turned into a dragon scroll, encircling all of Su Ji's retreating paths. She was confident that, not to mention that Su Ji was a transformation god realm, even a great expert of the Avatar realm would be incapacitated by one of her stabs. In the distance, Su Ji shook his head and lost his smile. Facing the piercing spear, he seemed to react half a beat slower. His right hand stretched out slowly and snapped on the tip of the spear. The tip of the gun was deflected and dodged by him, looking slightly distressed. He was shocked. Wow, you're strong, but I'm not weak either. Are you so confident you can win? Luo Zio lifted her lance and rode out the attack. You can't even take this shot from me, so you'd better stop talking. Okay, if you win me, I'll leave. Suja followed the temptation. What if you lose? If you lose, then it's at your disposal. The tip of Luo Ziao's gun had a hidden heavenly phoenix on it, and the sound of the phoenix resounded through the 9 skies. The sound was incomparable. Her confidence was at its peak. Good. Su Ji nodded, took the sword from the storage ring and slashed it. Dang! 100 feet of sword awnings crossed the sky. A huge boom exploded. Luo Zio flew backwards, her face filled with dismay and frustration. The Thousand Phoenix gun in her hand flatly broke into 2. The power of the flames inside was chopped away. This peak holy weapon, destroyed. Is that an imperial artifact in your hand? Luo Zio fell to the ground, trembling as she looked at Su Ji. Aha! Su Ru nodded. It's not fair. Luo Zio whimpered. Nothing in the world is fair. Su Ru shook his head. Why didn't this girl yell fair when she took the holy weapon herself? Then, Su Ji moved closer to her. Alright, you lost. Go inside. I'm going to start disposing. Luo Zio bounced up as if by reflex, backing up in succession, her face filled with fear. Where did I lose? I didn't. At the same time, she said urgently in her mind. Master, hurry up. Change. The mysterious female voice rang out with some amusement. You relax. I'll take over. In the next instant, Luo Zio closed her eyes, and there was the power of the divine soul intertwined in her body. Su Ru captured it keenly. Secretly, he thought, this is Fu Yueying's residual soul? How come it only has the power of around the Saint Realm? What she's been through. With that in mind, the speed of his hand was not slow, and he slightly raised his hand. It directly pressed Fu Yueying's residual soul into a deep sleep. A Saint Realm level residual soul naturally had no way to fight against him. Wake up. Su Ji patted Luo Zio who seemed to be asleep. Luo Zio opened her eyes, blinked twice, and quickly closed them again. Asshole. How come this face is still there in the dream? It's a nightmare. The corner of Su Ji's mouth twitched and scraped her nose. Only then did Luo Zio, as if struck by lightning, make a big retreat and sat on the ground. For the first time in her life, she lost contact with her master. At this moment, she was like a helpless child, and in front of her there was such a devil as Su Ji. Extinction. You just said that you would be at my disposal if you lost. A grand phoenix heavenly maiden. You wouldn't go back on your word, would you? Su Ru laughed. You, Luo Zio, after all, was still a young girl. Her skin wasn't as thick as Su Ji's, and when she was provoked, she instantly said, at your disposal, but I haven't lost yet. Shoo, a residual shadow flashed, and Su Ji was bundled into a dumpling. You like to play with this? Su Ji froze. He. Luo Zio jumped up, looking at Su Ji being wrapped up so tightly that even the emperor's sword fell to the ground. Excitedly, the magic treasure binding immortal rope. It can't be broken by anyone below the Saint Realm. You're finished. From now on, this house is at my disposal. You are not allowed to sleep in the room or restrict my freedom. Understand? Su Ru shook his head. Luo Zio was a bit angry. Why are you shaking your head when you've lost? Suji smiled and gently hooked his finger. Buzz. The Emperor's sword was as if it had been infused with a soul. In Luo Xiao's horrified gaze, it stood up. He then spontaneously leapt up and chopped the immortal binding rope in one go, fixing it in the center of Luo Xiao's brow. Luo Xiao, no he. Can we go inside now? Suru calmly said. Phoenix Heavenly Maiden, you should be true to your word. I believe in your character. Luo Xiao's face changed dramatically. A moment of green and a moment of white. Eventually she gritted her teeth. Of course I'm true to my word. But think about it. My mother is the Holy Lord of the Yaoqi Holy Land. Are you sure you still want me to enter the house? Central State Yaoqi Holy Land? Suru glanced at her. Very familiar. With the old. Get in. Luo Xiao looked at Suji incredulously. Is it true that you don't recognize the Yaoqi Holy Land? That is the top 5 forces in the Central State, with great emperors like clouds and the heavenly Tao in their favor. You, Suru slapped her buttocks, feeling the amazing touch. Hurry up. A moment of spring is worth 1,000 words. Luo Xiao's face reddened. Only after a long time did she wriggle up and walk into the house, her marvelous figure highlighted. Suji picked up the broken rope and followed close behind. Once inside the house, before Luo Xiao could turn around, she was already tackled by Suji at the head of the bed, and then her sword returned to its scabbard. Luo Xiao's beautiful eyes snapped open. Su rhetoric. Skilled too much. The night was spent in the shaking of the sky. The next day, Suji woke up to the system's beep. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Mission accomplished. Reward Chaos Divine Album, 7 books of martial scriptures. The reward system is open. Ding! On the first day of marriage. Reward for the Cthulhu battle body. Rumble. On this day, all the emperors of the Tianxian continent were shocked and turned their attention to the savage East realm. There, an illusory figure, wishing to match the heavens, sinks and floats in fear of all beings. Suja woke up from the bed, feeling the endless power in his body like a thunder dragon rolling. His strength had undergone a qualitative metamorphosis. If we were to say that before, he was still only invincible in the eastern region, then at this moment, he would not have any fear even if he were to enter some of the Dragon Clan's ancient lands or the immortal burial site. Powerful. It's too powerful. Just as he leapt into action, he was ready to call the will of heaven down for a blast. A faint sob came from inside the bridal chamber. Su-Ru was startled and hurried back inside. His eyes snapped open as he took in the sight. Chapter 8 New Mission. Take down Fu Yuing. Inside the house, Luo Xiao had woken up at some point. Her eyes were lifeless, and she kept shedding tears while hugging her knees. At this moment, the mysterious female voice said, Xiao, Master? Luo Xiao's somewhat surprised voice rang out. You're awake? What the hell happened last night? Why can't I reach you? Upon hearing this, the mysterious female voice gritted her teeth a bit and said, I have some guesses, but I don't have enough strength to confirm them now. Last night, during the second half, there was actually a force that kept tearing at her, wanting her to take over Luo Xiao's body and do that kind of thing, but it pissed her off enough. What then? Strength, strength, Luo Xiao kept chanting. Leave this first, the ancient immortal ruins should be opening. By the time I regain my strength, I'll go up to this 9 heavens sacred land and interrogate it properly. The mysterious female voice pronounced no's and was obviously furious. Yes. At this time, Suji walked in, sat down at the table, poured himself a cup of tea, and calmly said, What are you crying for? You said yourself last night that you would be at my disposal, so you can't go back on your word. Luo Xiao sobbed softly. I didn't back out. It's just aggravation. Why would I do something like that when I don't even know you? Suji snapped. Feelings can be cultivated slowly. Luo Xiao was silent as the pearls crunched down. Su-Ru's head was getting big. Crying like this was not a solution. What claims do you have? All can be mentioned. Luo Xiao lowered her head. I'm going to go out and make a name for myself. I don't want to be a human wife. I want to become an immortal too. Where did you learn a word like human wife? Suji spat in his heart, but on the surface, he was entangled beyond measure. For no other reason than the system panel had sent him another quest. Take Fu Yuing. Just by taking down Luo Xiao, he rewarded a Chaos Divine book. If this were to take down Fu Yuing, Suji wouldn't even dare to think of the rewards that would come with it. Can you pull him into the immortal Exalt realm as well? But the key thing is that Fu Yuing is not good to take down. She didn't even have a physical body now. Did she have to reorganize her physical body first? Moreover, with Fu Yuing's character, unless one's strength and talent far exceeded hers, it definitely wouldn't be that easy to make her give in. The most crucial thing was that he couldn't let Fu Yuing know that he was Suji right now. Otherwise he's a 2,000-year-old man forcibly marrying a 17-year-old girl. The image is completely corrupted. Can't I? At this time, seeing the expression on Suji's face, Luo Xiao cried even more. There are signs of spilling, just like little girls. Okay. Su Ji was helpless. But the marriage can't be divorced. Yes. Luo Xiao got up with a crash, hanging on to her tears, and ran violently outside. Su Ru. It was night when a secret place in the eastern wasteland, called the Burial Dragon Canyon, erupted with an unwarranted tidal wave of aura. It was like a tornado sweeping through the wasteland. Gao Ran investigated and came to Su Ji's residence. Gao Ran opened the door. Master Ancestor, the visions have been ascertained. The ancient immortal ruins that come once in 100 years in the eastern wasteland have opened ahead of schedule. Ancient immortal ruins? Su Ji froze. It's that relic that only allows the pride of celestials under the age of 30 to enter? Nice, Gao Ran said. Such secret treasures are related to immortality, and opening them in advance has great chances. And it's not just our eastern region that's participating this time. Even the Yaoqi Sacred Land, Ancient Sacred Clan, and Linlang Academy over in the central state all have celestial pride coming. On top of that, it seems that Master Grandmother has gone too. Should we send some men to protect it? Teacher's grandmother, Luo Xiao? Su Ji suddenly thought of something and directly got up. I'll make a trip. He went on two main errands. The first one, to prevent Fu Yueying from getting too big a chance, and then fly to the immortal realm again. How can he complete his task? The second piece, of course, was also to see just how great this so-called chance concerning immortals was, making Fu Yueying an immortal dignitary, impatient to leave in the morning. You go? Gao Ran listened in confusion. You're over 2,000 years old. Su Zhu laughed. It's fine. If it doesn't let me in, I'll chisel the door. Tell the heavenly Tao to come down and open the way for me. Gao Ran. The Burial Dragon Canyon, located in the center of the eastern domain. The Nine Heavens Sacred Land and the Mingqiu Sacred Land were located exactly on either side of him. As one of the most feared secret places in the eastern region, this place was usually mostly sparsely populated and only surrounded by demons. But by the time Su Ji arrived, the scene was completely unusual. Aura ripples erupted everywhere, and the great Tao roared. Whether it was a loose cultivator or a family son, they all went their own way and broke out into a battle to capture the demons. Su Ji's divine sense was released, and countless cultivators' conversations were transmitted into his ears. Have you heard? There's already an immortal pill out there. Someone ate it and transformed into a god and flew straight to the Dharma phase. The chance is too great. One step to heaven. 1,000 years of freedom. Grab it. My friend found a jar of immortal water and became a saint directly in situ. It's a great opportunity to change his fate against all odds. Boom! Right at this moment, the holy realm aura erupted. The clouds swung apart, and a dragon boat broke through the air. At the bow of the ship stood an old man with a tiger's eye and a deep voice. The Emperor Clan's Lin family is here on business. Unrelated people, within 10 minutes, exit 50 miles, or be wiped out on the spot. The Imperials. There were 3 great emperors alive in the clan before it could be called the Imperial Clan. Panic spread instantly at this statement. Whether it was a casual cultivator or a major clan in the eastern region, all of them fled by taking the road. This kind of family treats human life like grass. Going slower really doesn't kill you. Soon, everyone withdrew for 50 miles, leaving only Su Ji indifferent in the field, calmly looking at the dragon boat. A middle stage of the sacred realm. And you want him to back off? Tired of living. Chapter 9, Emperor cannot be humiliated. Furious Emperor Sword. The old man's gaze also looked at Su Ji. There was no emotion in his gaze, as if he was looking at a dead man. The old man is waiting. When the 10 minutes were up, he would immediately wipe out Su Ji and raise the Emperor clan's reputation. A gaze, along with the old man's line of sight, gazed at Su Ji. Many cultivators snorted. Is this kid looking for death? The Imperial clan dares to disregard the words of the Imperial clan. Humph. Looking at his life breath, he's only 17 years old. Maybe he doesn't even know what the Emperor clan is. It's normal for him to behave like this. Poor thing. Another short-sighted cultivator dying away from home. The people at the bottom of the ladder look down on the people at the bottom of the ladder the most. In their view, the Imperial Lin family, they could not hope for anything, and they could only endure when they were bullied. But the face that had been lost by fleeing in a sorry state was more than appropriate to be recovered from this dull-witted teenage cultivator. But suddenly, buzz, a sword exploded. Su Su wore a sword on his waist, the Nine Heavens Emperor's sword. Spontaneous movement. It had followed Su Ji for a long time, knowing that great emperors could not be insulted, and had developed a violent temper. Even if Su Ji was too lazy to get involved with this group of mole crickets, it couldn't bear it. Wow! The sword light leapt over 100 miles, and in the blink of an eye the sword came out in thousands. Nearly 1,000 heads were thrown up. Blood spilled all over the land. Boom! Electricity flashed and thundered in the sky and earth. The heavenly Tao rioted, but this time it didn't come down. I don't know if it was jealous of Suji's cultivation or if the low-level cultivators didn't draw too much attention from it. Clank! The sword returns to its scabbard. Suji's face was expressionless. He killed saints and great emperors without mercy, so how would he care about the deaths of these cultivators? In front of the dragon boat, a youth came out and snapped his hands. Good guts! Where does the young warrior's teacher come from? Where does he come from? What grudge is there against my imperial Lin clan? Against me? Lin Kuan? His gaze was slightly chilled. After the Lin family announced the clearing of the area, there were still people who dared to make a move to kill. This was a slap in the face of his Lin family. Su-ru glanced at him and didn't bother. Lin Kuan was slightly enraged, and his eyes signaled his Taoist protector, the Saint Realm old man from the beginning, to step in. The old man nodded slightly. His right hand, which was negatively behind his back, flickered with dark light and was about to make a move, but at that moment, an immortal lotus broke through the mist and descended into the area. Emperor's weapon. Suji froze slightly and turned his head to look at the immortal lotus. The travel spells of the Yaoqi Holy Land. Generally, it was the travel of a supreme heavenly pride at the level of the Holy Son and Holy Daughter that would be allowed to be equipped. It was so valuable that it was able to harden against the Emperor Realm attack and vanish. And at that moment, the immortal lotus slowly opened, and inside was an immortal mansion. In front of the door of the immortal mansion, a beauty sat. She was tall, her skin was like curdled fat, her eyes were like autumn water, her temperament was noble, and she was wearing a long golden dress, noble and extraordinary, and her head was extremely large as soon as she looked at it, but she wasn't enough to make Suji stop. Behind her, there was another stunningly beautiful-looking young girl. The woman's long hair was like ink, her eyebrows were like distant mountains, her eyes were like stars, and she wore a long moon-white dress, the hem of which fluttered in the wind, like a fairy under the moonlight, which was awe-inspiring. Luo Ziyao. Suji didn't expect that there would be such a bond between the two of them. As soon as I came to, I ran into it. At this moment, Luo Ziyao gently glanced at the youth on the dragon boat and turned her head to Suji. Didn't the Nine Heavens sacred ground bring you a Taoist protector or equip you with a traveling magic weapon? The holy land of the Nine Heavens. The crowd watching the battle suddenly dawned on them. Some of the cultivators who originally still had anger in their eyes and wanted to avenge their friends and relatives were all of a sudden as if they had been drenched in ice water. The anger is all gone. Having lived in the eastern region, they were naturally aware of the hegemony of the Nine Heavens sacred lands. Before it was gone, this holy land traveled, and it was considered a good deed if it didn't raze your entire clan to the ground. If it wasn't for the fact that the Nine Heavens great emperor's battle prowess was simply too strong, I'm afraid that this holy land would have long ceased to exist. The killing intent in that Lin Kuan's eyes was also well concealed. Smiling, so it's a holy land Taoist friend. Then why don't we break into this dragon burial canyon together? Suji ignored him and walked straight up to the immortal lotus and sat beside Luo Ziyao. A woman behind Luo Ziyao gave her a wink, and she was instantly a bit stunned. Ha, you really don't deserve a Taoist protector. The 9 heavenly sanctuaries are so mean to you. Su-ru shook his head and lost his smile. I don't use that. He was an emperor himself. What more did he need a holy realm protector? In this eastern wasteland, who dares to say that they can defeat him head-on? I'm afraid no one has the guts to say it. At this moment, the woman in gold beside her poked Luo Ziyao. Luo Ziyao woke up like a dream. Look at me. I forgot to introduce myself. This is the holy maiden of the Yaoqi Holy Land. Xin Umo. Xin Umo probed her hand. Nice to meet you. Suji shook her hand. Suji, Ziyao's husband. Xin Umo was staggered on the spot. You're that saint son of the 9 heavens. No wonder Ziyao has been urging me to come over to see you. So it's because she's worried about you. Luo Ziyao, who was on the side, was flushed red. She didn't want to come at all. It was her master who kept urging, but the existence of the master was a secret, so naturally she couldn't explain it. And at that moment, that Lin Kuan walked in and sat by himself. Saint son of the 9 heavens, the matter of marrying the holy maiden of the Xin Tian sect is quite a big deal. There are a lot of people who know about it in the central state, too. Suji frowned. How come there was this kid everywhere? Seeing that Suji didn't respond, Lin Kuan said to himself, the Ziyao holy maiden, but the real daughter of the holy lord of the Yaoqi Holy Land, the daughter of the twin emperors, suddenly passing through the door in the eastern domain, but it has caused a lot of people to be upset. Among them, they include the chief of the Lin Lang Academy, Prince Chen Lan, and my Lin family's imperial son, Lin Chang. Hearing this, Suji looked at him with a smirk. Oh, what do you want to say? The corner of Lin Kuan's mouth quirked as he reached out and put his hand on Suji's shoulder. As for me, I just want to advise Saint Sun Tzu to keep a low profile. Otherwise, once a person dies, his wife and family will all be someone else's. Just as his words fell, The sound of the sword buzzed, and the light chilled the 9 states. With a clang, Lin Kuan's right hand broke off at the shoulder. He himself was even more enraged. As if he didn't expect Su Ji to be so unruly, striking at the drop of a hat. You dare to commit murder. Do you know who I am? I am the Imperial Clan. Shu. Before the words were finished, the sword light had already cut across his neck. Heads tossed up. The blood solidified in the air and was waved by Su Ru, spilling out the immortal lotus and spraying it on the dragon boat. Lin Kuan. Me dear. This. Qin Yuma's beautiful eyes rounded. It was no wonder that this eastern region was called the Eastern Wasteland. It's too dangerous. And the people here are too unruly. A couple of conversations and the man is decapitated. How can we make friends in the future? She stepped back in a row, a little afraid. With such a close distance, she really couldn't dodge the sudden sword from Su Ji. Luo Zio held her forehead and looked at Su Ji, but she heard Su Ji innocently say, I'd actually kinda like to hear him talk some more. It's just that I'm a bit bad-tempered with this sword and I can't stand to hear a dog bark. Luo Zio took a deep breath. It doesn't matter. Lin Kuan is just a concubine in the Lin family, not the first son. I'll help you set up a follow-up. But can you stop killing people so indiscriminately? The Heavenly Tao is also orderly. Look at the 9 Heavens Emperor who was banned from the borderlands by the Heavenly Tao of the Central State. You really need to change this. Suji looked at Luo Zio with some surprise. This woman can handle it. He was bullied by his own Gaga in the morning, and now he's actually wiping his ass. And at that moment there came a heart-rending howl from the side of the dragon boat. Move it. Chapter 10 Ancient Immortal Ruins. Out of this world. The old man from the Lin family who originally appeared wailed. As a Tao protector, it was a dereliction of duty to fail to protect the proud son of the clan. The fact that Lin Kuan was still his grandson made him even more grief-stricken. He emanated holy might all over his body, glaring angrily at Su Ji through the air. The emperor's sword in front of Su Ji buzzed and leaped forward. Luo Zio pursed her lips. Take back the emperor's sword. Your cultivation is still shallow. You can't deal with saints yet. Hearing this, the 9 heavenly emperor's sword chirped even louder. The person in the distance was just an ordinary saint realm with an average foundation, and his cultivation came to an end when he reached the middle saint realm. Such a person, it don't want Su Ji to control, just with its own subconscious can chop. But after all, the saint was sheltered by the heavenly Tao. Without Su Ru's nod, it did not dare to trespass. Anti-dream. Luo Zio looked at a beautiful woman behind her. Yes, ma'am. The beautiful woman bowed, and with one step, she had already arrived in front of the dragon boat. The two people did not know what they were chatting about, but the beautiful woman slapped the old man upside down, before the old man reluctantly retreated. Luo Zio laughed. Let's go. Suji gave her an unexpected look. I didn't think you would let your men help me. I thought you hated me. It's happened, and hating it won't help. Luo Zio was looking on the bright side, her face filled with a gentle smile. Afterwards, she suddenly came closer and ambled over to Suji's ear, her voice becoming much clearer. You said yes? Great Emperor of the 9 Heavens, Suzhou Xiao. Boom! The scene changed abruptly, and the surrounding area became a sea of clouds. In the center of the clouds, there was also a moon palace. In front of the moon palace, a cool and stunning woman dressed in a white dress with an immortal crown on her head stepped into the sky. 9 Shenxian Immortals Fu Yueying. Crap! Suji's scalp went numb and he couldn't see straight. Fu Yueying, who was still being toyed with by him in the morning, was running off to take some kind of medicine at noon. Strong as this. At this moment, the power of her divine soul vaguely exceeded that of a great emperor in this realm, and not even the great Tao could carry her descent. You are? Fortunately, Su Ji was a Zun emperor, and his mindset was still very much over the top. Pretending not to recognize? Fu Yueying's face was expressionless. Indeed, the first time I've seen it. Su Ru snapped. Still can't see through you? Fu Yueying stared at Su Ji, her brows knitting deeper and deeper. No matter how she looked at it, Su Ji was a 17-year-old teenager. Had she been wrong in her deduction? If the 9 Heavens Emperor sword is in your hands, you must be Su Xiao. Suddenly, Fu Yueying droned. Scam me? Su Ji was instantly at ease. Fu Yueying is usually still very gentle. Anomaly, must be in the heart is not bottom. One knows her too well. After thinking about it, Su Ji said, the old ancestor has been in seclusion for 100 years, and there are no more extra saints in the 9 Heavens sacred ground. So the Sacred Lord has given me this sword as a protective artifact. So it's called the 9 Heavenly Emperor Sword? What a side-splitting name. Imperial Sword of the 9th Heaven. There are no more saints in the 9 Heavens Holy Land? Fu Yueying froze, then sneered. Also, that thin-skinned, cunning, hypocritical, lying man can't produce any good disciples or grandchildren. Su Ru sweated. You know my family's old ancestor. Do you want me to bring him a message? Take a message? No need. When my strength is restored and my form is remodeled, I will naturally go up to the 9 heavenly sanctuaries to find. Fu Yueying laughed coldly and was about to say more, when suddenly a wave of dizziness struck her heart. At that moment, the immortal realm collapsed, and Su Zhi returned to the immortal lotus, and in front of him were still Luo Ziyo and Qin Yumo. Crap! He cried out in unison, reaching down to return the 9 heavenly emperor's sword properly in its scabbard. We'll have to keep a low profile from now on. The love debt owed at the beginning. I didn't expect it to have such a deep imprint in Fu Yueying's heart. Given the speed of this woman's recovery, one should still be careful and keep one's identity well hidden. Otherwise, in case Fu Yueying suddenly became immortal one day, he himself would definitely be unable to eat. On the other side, Luo Ziyo communicated frantically in her mind. Well, master, have you gotten any results? Is it the person you're looking for? Fu Yueying weakly said. I didn't extort it out. I lost my wife and my army, and I was blinded by a 1,000-year-old imperial ginseng for nothing. Ha! Luo Ziyo was dumbfounded and inexplicably relieved at the same time. Then he's not the 9 Heavens Emperor Senior? Probably not. He shouldn't be so shameless to marry a 17-year-old girl. Finished. Fu Yueying lost her voice. Only Luo Ziyo was left holding her cheeks, looking closely at Su Zhi. Just watched it all the way through. Here we are. Don't look at your husband. Qin Yumo patted Luo Ziyo, waking the latter up from her confused state. Luo Ziyo made a big red face and ran out first. Su Zhi also followed him out. Look around. Dragon boat, immortal boat, jade carriage, Qiangblue, purple mansion. A roaming number of great powers, riding on immortal mansion-type sacred artifacts, explored the perimeter. Holy might filled the entire heaven and earth. Su Ru was slightly stunned. The buried dragon canyon, the ancient immortal ruins. He had been here before, but it was never this lively. He then looked into the distance and was shocked. In the core area, white gases vaguely floated, and some spiritual grasses and trees grew wildly, actually having the quality of a holy plant. Immortal element. The only place in Tianxian continent where there was a trace of immortal yuan was in the Zhengzhou region, which was difficult to capture. I didn't expect such an immortal domain to be unearthed in the eastern wasteland this time. This shows that the chance behind it may be beyond anyone's imagination. Even if it was a senior great emperor like Su Zhi, there was some curiosity in his heart at the moment. There is no small thing when it comes to Xian. At that moment, a man dressed in Xian clothes walked from the sky with a disdainful smile on his face. Qin Yumo's eyes lit up. Saint's son Ouyang, you're here early. The man smiled faintly. Holy maiden Qin is not too late. He then bypassed Qin Yuma and met Luo Ziyo with amazement in his eyes. My name is Ouyang Xian. And this girl is? Luo Ziyo playfully blinked. Cousin, don't recognize me, cousin? Ouyang Xian's head shook, and then he suddenly said, You're Ziyo, right? I haven't seen you for a few years, and you have grown so beautiful. So it's cousin's eyes that are clumsy. He shook his head and laughed, then looked at Su Zhi with slight surprise. This man, after seeing him, didn't even look him in the eye. Such a condescending person was simply unheard of. Even in the central state, he had never seen one. Seeing this, Qin Yumo introduced. This is Ziyao's husband, the holy son of the 9 heaven sacred land. Su Zhi, husband? Ouyang Xian was startled. You're that Su Ru? Su Ru nodded slightly as a sign of etiquette. Ouyang Xian resized Su Zhi, noticing that he only had a spirit transformation cultivation level, was nameless, and his bloodline appeared to be sparse. He shook his head slightly and didn't speak again. He only thought that Luo Ziyo had fallen for Su Zhi's handsome appearance. But in this world, only strength counts, and appearance, nothing. And just then, the field suddenly shook, and in the very center area, a stone tablet slowly rose. Immortal Yuan overflowed like a tidal wave. Ancient Immortal Ruins. Asked for. Chapter 11, Stone Tablet Ranking. Su Zhi breaks through the levels. In a flash, all kinds of gorgeous and bright immortal mansions in the field appeared. In front of the immortal mansion, either a divinely handsome young man in gorgeous clothes, or a young girl with a very good temperament and gracefulness, or a strong man who was erect and sturdy. Outstanding geniuses from various forces showed up. That's Lin Lang Academy's heavenly pride, Wen Shui. It's rumored that she's about 20 years old, yet she already has the strength of a high level of divine ability, and the origin behind her is even more unfathomable. The Emperor Lin clan, Emperor's son Lin Qing, he's here too. Yaoqi Holy Land, Qin Yuma, Phoenix Heavenly Maiden, Luo Ziya. My god, is that the ancient sage clan's son, Ouyang Xian? The field instantly rioted. These heavenly pride usually only exist in the legend. Suddenly all of them showed up. For some sects in the eastern wasteland, it was simply a pilgrimage-like scene. Ouyang Xian enjoyed the light of 10,000 suns and turned his head to look at Luo Ziyao. Ziyao, take a look at the outstanding youths of the central state. What do you think? His eyes intentionally or unintentionally looked at the expressionless Su Ji on the side. His meaning was obvious. Feelings? Luo Ziyao tilted her head. Tutor. Ouyang Xian stumbled. I mean, compared to your husband, how are they? His tone was rather hateful. Well, Luo Ziyao was full of seriousness. Unbearable. Put. Qin Yumo laughed out loud from the sidelines and, Mr. Ouyang, don't point out from the side. In the eyes of a lover, Suji is definitely the best man in the world in Ziyao's eyes. Luo Ziyao was dumbfounded at his words. She's just telling the truth. It was only one sword that Suji defeated her. It's perfectly fine to say these people are unpleasant, right? At the same time, a red wind rolled in the distance, and a young girl dressed in a black robe stood in front of the stone monument in the field. On her neck, she also had a bloody rose painted on it. Upon seeing Rose's silhouette, the crowd's faces changed. Not only those holy sons, even Suji's brows were slightly furrowed. The Temple of Evil, the most mysterious existence in Tianxian continent, caused a bloody storm every time it came out. What is she looking at there? Luo Ziyao patted her feet. Somewhat puzzled, the mysterious voice rang out. This is the introductory stone tablet of the ancient immortal ruins, and breaking through it is what qualifies you to enter the ruins. On it are records of the achievements of previous passers-by. The shorter the time it takes, the higher the grade. Wow! Luo Ziyao understood, and then only saw the black-robed woman tremble. A stone token flew out from the stone tablet, as well as some white immortal energy for her to cleanse her marrow and bones. The immortal element circled around the woman before flying back. On top of the tablet were inscribed a few small golden letters. 17th, Evil Temple? Gu Shuping. 50 seconds. The whole place rioted. Amazing. Qin Yuma marveled. Luo Ziyao asked, how powerful is it? Especially awesome. Qin Yuma thought for a moment and said, in your eastern wasteland, the Nine Heavens Emperor, who is known to be invincible, spent close to a minute and a half that year, and seems to be ranked in the top 100 or so. So you have to search carefully to find his name. Su Ru. His eyebrows jumped straight up. He was just watching from the sidelines. Can this be discredited too? In fact, it could not be helped. When he had just crossed over, he had no background, no physique and no strength. It's all about fighting for yourself. Pure and simple mortal cultivation. Having over 100 is already considered super inspiring. That's awesome. And who's at the top of the ranking? Luo Ziyao glanced enviously at the black-clothed girl, then flew a little closer with a few people before she could read the small words on the stone tablet. It was written boldly. First, Lin Lang Academy, Fu Yueying, 15 seconds. Master, it's you, yeah. Luo Ziyao was pleasantly surprised in her heart. It's me, the mysterious voice rang out, a little smug. Not that I'm bragging, this record is unbreakable. Just that Su Jiuxiao. If it wasn't for me giving him some heavenly materials back then, he wouldn't even be qualified to rank more than 100. Then she got a little angry. Humph. Start and stop. Disorganized life. Scum. Luo Ziyao spat out her tongue, not daring to answer her master's words, and pressed her hand on the stone tablet. Boom. Immortal Yuan rioted as Luo Ziyao sat in midair, like an immortal in the dust, emanating a sea of immortal Yuan from every pore. Stone tablet update. Luo Ziyao. 30 seconds. 9th all-time. The whole room was in an uproar. Worthy of being the Phoenix Heavenly Maiden. 9th in history. This talent, truly terrifying. Oppressing the current world. Ah, as long as you don't fall, you're bound to become an emperor. This is a future female emperor. Too strong. It's our misfortune to be in the same era as such geniuses. Soon, one by one, the pride of the Holy Land, amidst the admiration of the crowd, went up to test. The results on the stone tablet are constantly refreshed. Other than Ouyang Xian, Wen Shui, Lin Chang, and Qin Yumo, the other cultivators, they were not even qualified to leave their names. At this time, Qin Yumo looked at Su Ji and said suspiciously, Saint Sun Su, why don't you go to the test? As soon as the words fell, many people's eyes shot to Su Ji. Many people in the eastern wasteland knew that he was this term's Nine Heavens sacred son, and even killed Lin Dong of the Mingchu sacred land, and had long been expecting him. Su Ru frowned slightly. Family members know their own business. He's over 2,000 years old. Does the tablet still recognize him? In other words, could the system cheat this ancient immortal relic? What? Saint Sun Su doesn't even dare to take the test. Did he come to the ancient immortal ruins for sightseeing? Ouyang Xian laughed and joked from the sidelines. Luo Ziyao's gaze also drifted over, her eyes dripping with doubt. Su Ru, is there a hard time? No, Su Ji simply answered, taking a step forward and pressing his finger on the stone tablet. Buzz. His divine soul came to avoid space. There was a white wolf king in the space. When the wolf king saw Su Ji, he was a little shocked in his eyes. You, a 17-year-old in the emperor realm? How could there be such a character in the Tianxian continent? It must be a fabrication. This honored one will grind you down. As the words fell, the wolf king's strength climbed, and in a short time, he arrived at the emperor realm, on par with Su Ji. Su Ji was helpless. It seemed that the bone removal technique could only allow him to change his face, but could not hide his burgeoning emperor realm cultivation. Roar! The wolf king lunged forward, his voice shaking the four fields, and the space was vaguely about to collapse. This was the stone monument for the introductory test, which was usually only used to test cultivators of the divine and dharma realm, and this was the first time that it had carried an emperor realm sparring match. Whoosh! The wolf king was extremely fast, but at the moment, in Su Ji's eyes, it was like slow motion. Su Ji slightly dodged without using any battle techniques, and chiseled his fist on top of the wolf king's head. Boo! The wolf king's head exploded and his headless body was knocked back 1,000 miles. Su Ji looked at his fist incredulously. He only used 30% of his strength just now. He didn't seem to have an understanding of his own strength. The 7 books of martial arts scriptures sent by the system focused on practicing the 7 items of form, sound, smell, taste, touch, power and speed, then superimposed the physical increase of the Tsongshang battle body, giving him near invincible battle power. A wolf king of the same realm was not even a match for him. Roar! Just then, the wolf king's form coalesced once again, and there was fear in his eyes. Although it was immortal in this space, having its head blown off by Su Ji in one punch still made it feel terrified. Did I pass? Su Ji looked at the wolf king, but the wolf demon shook his head and, you broke the rules. You can't pass. Chapter 12 Immortal Pill of Immortality. Everlasting Lotus. Clank. The 9 Heavens Emperor's sword appeared in Su Ji's hand. Amber-colored spirit elements appeared within the sword. Since I can't pass, I'm going to tear this game apart. Su Ji grinned, and the wolf king was creeped out, retreating 3 steps in a row. Tear. The sword light cut through 10,000 feet. Space exploded into pieces. The wolf king directly glared angrily, and without even a chance to react, he was chopped into particles by a sword. Although Su Ji's realm was still at the emperor realm, after the increase of the 7 books of martial scriptures, his physical body had already vaguely exceeded this realm. The space of the stone monument could no longer carry his might. Subsequently, space collapsed and Su Ji's consciousness returned to reality. Well, Luo Xiao looked at Su Ji. A little strange. In the stone tablet, there was no immortal energy floating to quench Su Ji's body. Did it fail? A smile spread across Ouyang Xian's face. Just when he wanted to shake his head and pretend to comfort a few words, the small golden letters on the stone tablet suddenly burst into flashes. Many of the names had become an unorganized jumble, caught everyone's eye. After a few moments, the monolith was clear. Everyone's faces were a little stunned. On that tablet, the first line, it shows, first place, 9 heavenly sanctuaries, Su Ji, 5 seconds. How? Ouyang Xian burst out. 5 seconds. Didn't that kill the wolf demon in seconds? Everyone knew in their hearts how strong the wolf demon was, and that would become weaker with the passage of time. Just met for seconds. Isn't that a tease to the guys? When Shui from the Lin Lang Academy leaned over, blinking her eyes and asking Su Ji incredulously, is the tablet broken? The young girl from the evil palace also looked slightly sideways, her eyes in dismay. Su Ru nodded, innocently, probably broken? As soon as the words fell, the monument clicked and cracked open a large slit. The crowd was petrified. Some of the Dao protectors were hiding in the shadows, and their eyes were also rounded. They had lived their entire lives, but they had never seen an ancient immortal ruin crack. It's outrageous. Senior, is he surpassing you? Luo Xiao muttered in her heart. No, I don't know. Fu Yueying was shocked in her heart. Her inner condescension, her inner innocence, was supported by the belief in invincibility. And the belief in invincibility comes from a game of firsts. Su Ru had lost. She hadn't. No matter what she did, no matter what she compared herself to, she was always number 1. Undisputed number 1. But now Su Ru broke her first. It made her fall into self-doubt a bit. And at that moment, Ouyang Xian shouted, how could it be broken? A good ancient immortal relic. How could it be broken? Su Ru, you destroyed this relic. Destroyed the foundation of the eastern wasteland. It's a sinner. Shut up. Su Ji indifferently sidled his head and, one more bark and I'll behead you. You. Ouyang Xian was terrified. He felt the coolness that penetrated his body, as if death was in the next instant. Luo Xiao took a step forward and softly said, if it's broken, it's broken. It has nothing to do with Su Ji. She then pulled Su Ji towards the side and apologized. Su Ji, don't be angry. He's from the ancient Saint clan. The relationships behind him are as intricate as a spider's web. If you want to kill him here, I'm afraid you'll have to have the 9 Heavens Sacred Lord step in to protect you. Angry? Su-ru was a bit amused. I treat him like an ant. I'll give you face this time. If there's a next time, no one will be able to protect him. After saying that, the entire monolith crumbled and a giant door appeared in space. Ancient immortal ruins. Opened early. Suja led the way, stepping in with a single step. Luo Zio, with some confusion, followed closely. A crowd of people then filed in. Inside the ancient immortal ruins were the 100,000 mountains. As soon as Suji entered, he realized that it was very different from his first visit. Immortal energy is too dense. Shinuemo came in right behind Luo Zio and lowered her head to pick a few herbs, her face full of surprise. This is all holy plants. Piece by piece. Is this a fairyland in here? Luo Zio also lowered her head and picked a few herbs, joy filling her face. The sacred plant was just right for them to cultivate at this stage. This is a rare and precious medicine. In the outside world, the Holy Land does not have much of it. You have to save it. As a few people went deeper and deeper, there were more and more spirit plants, and some of the saint sons of the Central States forces became red-eyed. Suddenly, the Su-ji, who was in the lead, paused for a moment. He sensed a familiar aura. There are usually demonic beasts next to heavenly materials. To make him feel familiar, he had to be at least a Zun demon emperor. Behind her, Luo Zio also stopped. Apparently, Fu Yuing was giving her a warning as well. Cousin, brother Su-ji. At that moment, Ouyang Xian's voice came from behind him. Suja turned his head and saw Ouyang Xian welcoming over, surrounded by a group of Central State forces. Something's wrong? Suja seemed to be smiling, and Luo Zio was also filled with doubt. Just now, outside, it was my fault for being a cousin. Mistaking the ruins for destruction and slipping up for a moment. With a humble posture, Ouyang Xian took out a bottle of elixir from his bosom and poured out 2 crystalline pills. This is the Panglai sacred pill. There are many dangers within the ruins. This pill can keep the spiritual energy abundant and uninterrupted, and increase the battle power by 30%. Consider it as cousin making amends to you guys. It's all in the family, so I hope we can turn our differences into peace. Luo Zio took the elixir and laughed. Cousin, you don't have to be so polite. Suji isn't that petty. Saying that, she tugged on Suji's sleeve. Su-ru shrugged his shoulders and took the elixir, stuffing it into his mouth in one bite and eating it as a sugar pill. It didn't matter to him at all. With the Tsongshang battle body as well as the 7 books of martial scriptures, ordinary poisons had no effect on him at all. Luo Zio smiled and followed suit. Xin Yuemo watched from the sidelines, wanting to say something, and just then, there was a gasp from the distance. What is it? Ouyang Xian walked towards the distance in a gentle manner and passed through a bamboo forest before he suddenly froze in place. This, Suji followed and looked. One could only see a large canyon in front of them, and within the canyon, thousands of sacred plants were competing for color, and the immortal yuan was nearly solidified into liquid, floating in space, and at the very center, there was a heavenward, snow-white immortal lotus, the king of all flowers and the king of medicine. Xin Yuemo trembled. Immortal pill of immortality? This is the immortal pill of immortality longevity lotus. The holy sons and daughters trembled at the words, shivering with excitement. Immortal pill, hard to come by in 10,000 years, placed outside. It is enough to cause a great war in the Holy Land, and emperors would have to fall for it. I didn't expect to run into them. One could imagine how favored any junior would be in the future if they were able to pick the immortal pill and bring it back to the Holy Land. Everyone's eyes were red, even the evil Hall's maiden, Gu Shuping, had hidden greed in her eyes at the moment. The only one in the scene who still maintained her sanity was Luo Zio, with Fu Yueying beside her to belittle the immortal pill twice. She wasn't that uptight. At this moment, he tugged Suji's sleeve and said, Suji, don't be impulsive. There's only one lotus of eternal life. There are so many saint sons of the power. It's hard to defeat 4 hands with 2 fists. Act as you see fit. Boom! Luo Zio had just finished speaking when suddenly, there was an explosion of dust all over the sky. A heavenly pride moved. Chapter 13, The Demon Emperor's Descent. Distribution of benefits? In the middle of the field, a blue-clothed figure instantly leapt into midair, running straight towards the everlasting lotus. There was fervor in his eyes. It's the new saint son of the Mingchu Holy Land, Gu Xiang. I heard that he was previously suppressed by Lin Dong and has just become a saint's son and is eager to perform. No good. Stop him. A group of people exclaimed in shock, and then another figure in the field leapt high into the air, heading straight for the everlasting lotus. But it was Wen Shui from that Lin Lang Academy. The woman's beautiful eyes were filled with determination. While rushing towards the everlasting lotus, He also swung his sword at Gu Xiang in an attempt to hinder him. Get out! Gu Xiang opened the secret method and burned his essence blood, turning his body into a bloody man. Take a life. The scramble, right off the bat, was white hot, and just as the two were approaching the everlasting lotus, they were about to touch the root. A dragon's roar exploded and resounded through the secret realm. Then, a beam of bright purple-black light came through from the distant sky. Snort! Without his base card, Gu Xiang was instantly melted, and when Xue threw out a scapegoat decree in the nick of time and managed to escape, in the next instant, a supreme pressure pressed down from the sky. Demon Emperor mighty pressure. Boom, boom, boom. The cultivators fell to their knees, blood seeping from the corners of their mouths. In the field, except for Su Ru and Gu Shuping of the evil hall who were unaffected, it was Luo Ziyao who was bent over, making it difficult for her to stand upright. This was the crushing of the realm, and had nothing to do with talent, background, or family history. This place is my Thunder Dragon Ao Yin's territory. Ao Yin growled and looked closely at Su Ji and Gu Shuping. Human juniors, I don't care who or what is behind you. You can't rob my treasure, an immortal elixir, guarded by a thunder dragon. The crowd looked at each other with deep impotence. Find another chance. Ouyang Xian sighed. The Dragon Burial Canyon, restricting the longevity of the human and demon races, only not the dragon race. This is the dragon's lair. A thunder dragon stretched out in front of it was a heavenly rift. The rest of them nodded, glanced at the everlasting lotus with some longing, and turned their heads when they were about to leave. A cold voice rang out. Elder Ao, we, the evil palace, will take the lotus of eternal life? So you, the dragon clan, make a price. The crowd froze and turned their heads to look at the person who spoke. It was clearly the evil temple's maiden, Gu Shuping, only to see her tilting her head back and looking straight at Ao Yin, no fear in her eyes. Little doll, do you think the old dragon is easy to bully? Halfway through his speech, Ao Yin suddenly glared at his eyes. The waist plate in Gu Shuping's hand flashed across its face. Now, can we talk? This, Ao Yin is full of hesitation. Everlasting lotus it is never want to give up. However, Gu Shuping's head was extremely large, and the result of carrying it hard was very bad. Gu Shuping frowned slightly and turned her head to look at Su Ji. You say a few words? Su Su was under the pressure of the demon emperor's might without folding her arms, as she had just noticed. Must be something big. On the side, Ouyang Xian and the others only felt ridiculous. The evil palace was able to climb with Lei Long by virtue of their identity belt tags, which they felt was reasonable. But what qualifications did Su Su, a new saint's son of the Nine Heavens sacred land, a pure brat, have? Luo Ziyao shook her head desperately towards Su Ji. Su Ru, Thunder Dragon gives face to the evil palace, but not necessarily to us. Be careful of being obliterated by Thunder Dragon just like Gu Xiang. Su Ji looked amused. Luo Ziyao actually had such a hint of concern in her eyes. Reaching out and forcibly holding down Luo Ziyao's swaying head, Su Ji smiled towards Ao Yin. The rewards in the ancient immortal ruins are for the younger generation of the human race. The dragons are only guards. Ao Yin, you want to take possession of them for yourself. Are you out of your mind? Wow. The whole room was in an uproar. Speaking to a demon emperor in such a tone, even Gu Shuping of the evil palace didn't dare. Ouyang Xian from the ancient Sane clan didn't even dare to fart. Su Young, where did you get the courage? Luo Ziyao's body went soft. Ao Yin was furious. The dragon's tail flung up so violently that the sky shook and the earth shook. Dark clouds rolled over, and lightning flashed and thunder roared. Human, I'll tear you alive. It seethed and boiled wildly, and lightning coalesced in its mouth. As they watched the ball of light grow larger and larger, the faces of the crowd changed wildly. Luo Ziyao's lips turned white and her eyes closed tightly. However, when he saw Su Ji's hand throw, the Nine Heavens Emperor's sword was taken out of his hand and fell towards Ao Yin in a like manner. What's he going to do? The crowd froze. Make amends to the dragons? One sword. Is that enough? Ao Yin's posture remained the same, but he saw Su Ji's voice transmission ringing in its ears. Disappear in front of me within 3 breaths, or the Thunder Dragon clan will be removed from the eastern wasteland. Ao Yin's heart trembled, and the lightning in his mouth instantly dissolved. His dragon's head, which covered heaven and earth, stiffly turned around and carefully surveyed the Nine Heavens Emperor's sword before looking at Su Ji and transmitting a hesitant voice. Great Emperor? It's me. Crap. Ao Yin's chrysanthemums tightened. Living hell. How did Su Joshio enter the ancient immortal ruins? This is the living Yama of the eastern wasteland. Favorite food is dragon's liver and phoenix marrow. The dragons are on the verge of being killed by him. Can't we escape even if we hide in the Dragon Canyon? Ao Yin's mind was full of mush, but his actions were not slow, and in a flash of smoke, he directly transformed into lightning and walked away. What immortality pills? What everlasting lotuses? What else matters is life. This is a master who can't even be cured by the heavenly Tao. If he is hard with him, the 9 clans together will not be enough to die. Thunder Dragon ran away? Luo Xiao stared at Su Ji with wide, beautiful eyes, filled with incredulity. The others, including Gu Shuping, were also staring at him closely, as if they were looking at some strange animal. Feeling Luo Xiao's eyes, Su Ji lightly coughed and explained, I shocked it with the name of the old ancestor. I didn't expect it to work so well. Old Joe? It dawned on the crowd. The 9th Heavenly Emperor also had a nickname, the Eastern Wasteland Dragon Hunter, and it made sense for the dragons to run fast when they heard this name. Even Gu Shuping, Ouyang Xian, Lin Cheng and the others didn't get suspicious. Only Luo Xiao's eyes turned an amber color and moved closer to Su Ji to stare at him. Su Ji's heart flinched, knowing that this was Fu Yueying manipulating her body. What exactly is your relationship with Su Zhouxiao? Fu Yueying's rejecting voice rang out with some fatigue. What? Su Ji continued to play dumb. Before becoming immortal, this marriage can't be divorced. This love can't be broken up. This revenge can't be made. And the deception must continue. You're not his son, are you? Fu Yueying then foxed. Su Ru's footsteps lurched and he almost fell to the ground. Turning his head, he smiled awkwardly and didn't respond. Fu Yueying hummed softly, her eyes returning to normal, and she didn't know what she was thinking. At this time, Ouyang Xian several people came from the distance, and a long stick appeared in his hand as he calmly said, Cousin, Su Ru, the matter has come to a head. Let's distribute the benefits. Distribution of benefits? Luo Xiao was confused. When Shui explained, a few of us have discussed it, and there is no need to fight to the death. The everlasting lotus is too big of a concern. It should be taken out and let the parents of each family distribute the benefits. Xiao, how about counting your share in the Yaoi Holy Land? Luo Xiao was silent. She was from the Xian Tian sect and married into the 9 Heaven Sacred Land. How can you not count it in the Holy Land of Yaoyogi? Su Ru gave them a cold look. In his heart, he understood that this was to use his power to oppress people. These few proud sons of the top forces from the central state, unite and prepare to swallow the lotus of eternal life. With the volume of several of them, who can stop the forces present, even if he brought it out? I'm afraid he wouldn't have the life to bring it back to his sanctuary. Next to him, a burly man spoke up. Then, I wonder what benefit we can share. Chapter 14. When all is said and done, you can be on your way. You, Ouyang Xian let out a laugh. What sect? Eastern Domain. Imperial Beast Sect. That disciple respectfully said. The Imperial Beast Sect? Ouyang Xian's head tilted and snorted. Raggedy Clan. Also worthy of eating at the table? Die. Boom. The burly man was directly smashed into a meat cake by a stick, and blood sprayed out. Senior. With a miserable scream, a pink-clothed woman ran out with her heart torn out, looking at Ouyang Xian with hatred in her eyes and indignation. My senior brother only wanted to pick some sacred plants in the periphery. He didn't want to share the lotus of eternal life. How can you be so overbearing? The corner of Ouyang Xian's mouth picked up as he slammed a stick down. Pust. The woman in blue didn't even scream. Her body and soul were destroyed, disappearing between heaven and earth. Those who have no family lineage or background, no emperor in their clan, or whose emperors are restricted in their movements are advised to leave. Ouyang Xian circled around. If anything, it won't be pretty when I tear my face off. Qin Yumo frowned. Ouyang Xian, you've gone too far. Excessive? Ouyang Xian sneered. What's wrong with killing a few people when you're fighting to get through this world and are in a precarious situation? Cluck 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 cluck. This is the face of a righteous holy land. It's not as good as our evil temple, not even as good as the 9 heavenly demon lands in the eastern wasteland. At this time, Gu Shuping laughed at the side. Su Ru, holy land, it's the 9 heavens holy land. He spoke out to correct it. Aya, how can it be called a holy land if the heavenly Tao rejects it? Gu Shuping laughed even more. Su Ru was displeased and lazy, turning his head to look at Ouyang Xian, smiling faintly. What if I don't leave? Ouyang Xian raised his eyebrows. Thunder Dragon is afraid of your 9 heaven sacred land, but my Panglai sacred clan is not in the eastern wasteland, so I'm not afraid. If you don't leave, the only way is to fight, and the central state will not give in. Su Ru nodded. Quite agreeable. War for profit. For all time. Cousin, Luo Xiao said in annoyance beside her. Did it have to come to this? Do you think I can't beat you? Phoenix Heavenly Maiden. Famous in Tianxian. Who doesn't know? Ouyang Xian laughed out loud. But you ate my Panglai holy pill. Truth be told, I've added spices to it that will temporarily soften you up for a day. You may understand it as poison. What? Luo Xiao couldn't believe it. As if struck by lightning. Aren't we relatives? A relative? Ouyang Xian's expression was cold. A strain of immortality. He'll be keyed up. His position in the Panglai sacred clan could even go down in history, surpassing his brother who was born with different pupils. A change of destiny can kill even a blood brother. What's a cousin? Get out of the way. Or I don't mind killing my blood relatives with my hands. Yang Xian's ruthless voice. He's going to pick the everlasting lotus to prevent a long night. Xin Yuemo took a step forward, supporting Luo Ziyao, and hesitantly said, Ziyao, why don't we give you this share of credit for the Yaohu sacred ground? Don't you put up a fight. I don't want it. Luo Ziyao took a deep breath. The everlasting lotus in the back was not small in its effect on the recovery of her master's divine soul. After manifesting just now, her master's divine soul fell into a deep sleep. How to put up a fight? At this moment, Suji suddenly pulled Luo Ziyao's hand and forcefully dragged her behind him. You watch from the sidelines. Luo Ziyao was stunned. You weren't poisoned? Suru smiled without saying anything and looked at Ouyang Xian. Ouyang Xian's eyes narrowed into a slit, staring at Suji as if he was a viper, about to lash out. A figure stepped forward. Leave him to me. The crowd turned their heads to look. It turned out to be the emperor's son, Lin Chang, of the emperor clan's Lin family. Lin Chang was stout, with eyebrows like two sharp swords, and looked quite upright. At this moment, he spoke out in a cold voice. Sacred son of the nine heavens, Su Ru, you're the one who killed my brother Lin Kuan. It dawned on Su Ji that he had come to take revenge. Lead the way to death. Lin Chang held a long sword with a raging momentum, coming up with a sword slash. A flaming cage appeared out of thin air and covered Su Ji. Lin Chang's cultivation in his body had clearly reached the peak of the avatar realm, one step short of crossing over into the Dharma phase. Su Ru did not even lift his eyes. Luo Ziyao suddenly thought of something at the side and hurriedly said, Su Ji, take it easy, don't make a scene. Their Dao protectors are outside. Lin Chang isn't like Lin Kuan. He has the possibility of becoming an emperor. Kill him and things won't be so easy to set right. Gu Quan. She hadn't finished the 4 words looking out for the greater good. Suja had already thrown a punch. This punch was as subtle as a gazelle, and space rippled like water. Although Suji was in the flame cage, his fist had already reached outside the cage. Lin Qing came in large strides. Originally there was still a sardonic smile on his face, but at this moment, his face was greatly changed and he was overwhelmed with fear. Snap! A crunch. Lin Cheng's head exploded. Blood splattered 10 feet high, and his headless body stayed where it was. Nuisance blood bubbling out. The holy weapon necklace that was originally worn around his neck was shattered before he even had a chance to inspire it. One punch. Emperor Lin Cheng. Fall. The crowd was horrified. It was too fast. Killing the emperor's son of the emperor clan was like a butcher slaughtering a pig. Crisp and clean. Is Su Ru still one of their peers? Ouyang Xian's face changed greatly and he shouted. This person has a ghost. The battle power is too amazing. Wen Shui, Chang Ji, and Shang Shen, quickly help me. Chang Ji and Shang Shen, both of them were also sons of the great powers in the central state. At this moment, their faces changed, and they stepped forward to stand with Ouyang Xian. Wen Shui hesitated and stepped forward as well. The everlasting lotus is in front of you, so you can't back out. Till death do us part. Gu Shuping watched with interest from the sidelines. A pair of straight legs hooked up, with an accident in her heart, if she was not mistaken. Just now, Suja used the power of space. I didn't expect a small eastern wasteland to have such a genius. Su Ru. For geniuses, including top-tier forces like the Lin Lang Academy and the ancient sacred clan Panglai, must not be killed. Luo Ziyao was anxious. It was already tricky to mess with an imperial family, the Lin family, messing with a few more big powers. Does Suji want to die out? Or does he want to stay in the Nine Heavens sacred ground for the rest of his life and not come out? Well, you're right. Suji smiled, without half a trace of violence on his face, as if killing Lin Qing was something trivial. Qin Yuemo followed and advised. Su Ru, don't be so juvenile. If you kill these people, the Yaoqi Holy Land won't be able to protect you. Whoever kills will die. Don't fight. Su Ru, Ouyang Xian bellowed. I recognize your battle prowess. Whatever benefits you want, you can say and talk about it. Make peace. He firmly believes that there are no eternal enemies, only eternal interests. Behind any fight is profit. There's nothing that has to be fought as long as it's talked about. Wen Shui also smiled gently. Su Ru, I can introduce you to join the Lin Lang Academy. I'll even give you half the credit for the everlasting lotus, so that as soon as you enter Lin Lang, you'll have to enjoy the best resources, and the head of the academy will personally accept you as his disciple. Lin's bookstore, ordinary Eastern Wasteland geniuses, even if they went to become outer disciples, were all eager to do so. Wen Shui, however, directly offered Su Ji to be the head of the academy's shut-in disciple. It's sparing the talent. Everyone looked at Su Ji with envy, including Ouyang Xian whose eyes showed envy. but Su Ru was unimpressed and shrugged off his hand, speaking softly. Finished? The crowd was puzzled. That's it. You can be on your way. Chapter 15, The Holy Maiden. Also fallen? It's ready for the road. The crowd was in a state of shock. Luo Xiao's petite body tightened, and the words of persuasion had yet to be uttered. He saw Suji raise his right hand, as if he was a Confucian playing chess, and point out a few fingers in the air. 9 Heavens Battle Technique. 3 talents pointing immortal fingers. The 3 talents are for genius, genius of the earth, and talent. The 3 talents mobilize the destinies of heaven and earth, and even the immortals can be ordered. Even the heavenly Tao cannot be stopped. Once this move was performed, the power of heaven and earth condensed into a giant finger that fell from the sky. Ouyang Xian, Wen Shui, and the others' faces changed drastically as they exerted all their strength. Sacred artifacts, spiritual artifacts, scapegoat runes, but all to no avail. In Luo Xiao's eyes that were so terrified that they were numb. A few great power prides who were usually her equals were at this moment exploding in the air as if they were blood-colored fireworks. Boom, 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 boom. That fingering struck directly at the soul, implicating cause and effect. No matter where Ouyang Xian and the others escaped to, they would follow a faithful line and directly chop off their lives. It is also fortunate that Fu Yueying is in a deep sleep at the moment, or else Su Ru this hand must be exposed 80%. It's over. It's over. Luo Xiao sat down on her butt. Her eyes were lifeless. The forces represented behind these heavenly prides, when added together, were enough to make the entire Tianxian continent tremble 3 times. Not to mention that Su Ji was still just a junior. Even if the Holy Lord of the 9 Heavens arrived in person, he was only afraid that he would feel panic. Anyone else not convinced? Su Ji had his hands behind his back, and the breeze blew, causing the hem of his clothes to flutter with an immortal aura. Looking at Qin Yumo's eyes were a bit infatuated. I'm waiting for, to serve. Some of the remaining forces were convinced and fled down the road, running 100 miles before they dared to watch from afar. Are you kidding me? The people from Central State are coming. All of them are dead. Nobody's looking for death at this point. 4 people were soon left in the field. Su Su, Luo Xiao, Qin Yumo, and Gu Shuping. This evil temple maiden, who seemed to be completely unafraid, rested her cheeks and crossed her long legs as she looked at Su Ji, and the picture was still a bit childish. You're not returning? Su Ru frowned. I came for the everlasting lotus and will not retreat. Gu Shuping shook her head and laughed softly. I know that stupid dragon Aoin retreated because of you. I just don't know what secret you have. Stupid dragon? Su Ji was surprised in his heart, daring to scold a demon emperor in public. This Gu Shuping, could it be that he was on the same path as him and was also a great emperor hiding his identity? Thinking about this, Su Ji rarely said more. Your name is Gu Shuping, isn't it? You're no match for me. Retreat as early as possible to avoid embarrassment. Gu Shuping shook her head. You're not threatening me. As the words fell, she threw out 2 dried-up corpses from her storage ring. The dried-up corpse grew large with the wind and gradually bulged out, holding a sword in both hands with a hideous face. Ah! Luo Xia was startled and took 2 steps back, cowering with Qin Yuma as the 2 girls wrapped their arms around each other. Puppet corpse? Su Ji froze. Or a Sate Realm puppet corpse? Gu Shuping laughed. Good eyesight. Mr. Su is really knowledgeable. I see that I have a destiny with you. If you retreat, I won't hurt you. How about it? Su Ru shook his head. Why don't you take a look at how this sword of mine is first? The words fell. The 9 Heavenly Emperor's sword rioted. It sprang out from Su Ji's waist with a buzz, and in an instant, the tip of the sword shook 1,000 times, passing through the 2 puppet corpses. The 2 puppet corpses collapsed silently, directly shattering into particles. Afterward, the Emperor's sword transformed into a slender pike that went straight for Gu Shuping's neck. Don't you dare! Gu Shuping let out a light reprimand, and the jade pendant in her right hand blossomed with clear light, forming a shield that enveloped her. Dang! The 9 Heavenly Emperor's sword returned with no success. Su Ji was slightly surprised. You also have an emperor weapon? Gu Shuping stroked her snow-white neck and giggled. Mr. Su really doesn't have any pity. Su Ru lost his smile. You think you saved your life? I'll give you one last chance. If I'm holding the Emperor's sword, my strike will be a killing move. Gu Shuping hesitated slightly. Su Ji directly got up, grabbed the 9 Heavens Emperor's sword, leapt over the distance of 100 feet in one step, and stabbed out with the sword. Space shattered and the sword light was mesmerizing. A sword chopped at the Imperial Artifact's shield. The powerful force, through the shield, acted on Gu Shuping's delicate body. A shock. Gu Shuping's body was directly shaken into mush, and even the storage ring collapsed under this kind of power. Su Ru reached out and took the jade pendant. In the bag, with one sword, Gu Shuping of the evil temple died. Luo Xia rounded her eyes at the side. Su Ji, Did you just kill 2 Saint Realm puppet corpses? You became a saint? Qin Umo swallowed her saliva. So powerful. It feels like it's from that sword. What kind of sword is that? It looks so strong. Luo Zio said. That's the 9 Heavenly Emperor sword. Of course it's powerful. Qin Yumo's mouth opened into an O shape. It's the Jiushao Emperor's sword? How dare you give it to Su Ji? What's their relationship? Luo Zio, my master said that Suru might be his son. Qin Umo, well, no wonder. Can give all the accompanying swords to? The 2 women chattered and whispered. The corners of Su Ji's mouth twitched, and he was lazy. It's also good to save them the trouble of explaining and leave it to the 2 girls to brainstorm. Su Ji turned around and walked towards the everlasting lotus. Only after being wrapped by 10,000 sacred plants did Su Ji realize that the immortal chi of this place had already been enriched to an outrageous level. It was no exaggeration to say that Su Ji had lived for more than 2,000 years and had never seen such a wonderful land. His heart snapped for no reason. There must be a demon when things go wrong, and a great opportunity is bound to be accompanied by a great peril. There's a big change in Tianxian continent, buried Dragon Canyon, outside the ancient immortal mysteries. Many saints were either in pairs or in groups of 3 or 5 friends, forming a small circle. At the very core, naturally, there were several forces in the central state, as well as the protectors of the evil hall, Mingchu Holy Land, and other top forces. The Tao protector of the Panglai sacred clan, named Ouyang Shou, was at the peak of the sage realm. At the moment, he was uniting the emperor clan's Lin family, the Lin Lang school, and other saints to suppress Gu Shuping's Tao protector. You, the evil hall, are also presuming to get your hands on the relics of the eastern wasteland? Even if your holy maiden has the courage of 1,000,000 warriors, I'm afraid it's still hard to defeat 4 hands with 2 fists. Who made us outnumbered? Ouyang Shouyin smiled coldly. 4 or 5 Zhangzhou forces acting together. That was a descending blow. Who dares to disobey when they are in Tianxian? Who dares to resist? The evil palace protector was named Xinmo, and at this moment, he smiled without saying a word. Only she knew what the 3 words Gu Shuping represented in the evil hall. The eyes of the Lin family's protector narrowed slightly when he saw the expression on her face. The evil palace doesn't seem too convinced? Do you want to challenge the majesty of our central state? Xinmo covered her mouth and laughed. Which can if the evil hall has this power, the central state should let the evil hall rule, right? But she hadn't finished her sentence. The bracelet on the right hand of the Lin family's Taoist protector suddenly shattered. He blushed profusely. Lindarun, what happened? Several other saints spoke up. The life bracelet is shattered. My clan's emperor's son, Lin Chang, has fallen. Lin Luan's lips turned white. The emperor's son. For every ethnic group, that was a top priority. Even if he died, he couldn't let anything happen to Lin Chang. Simo suddenly laughed merrily. The saints glared angrily. It was you, the evil palace, who made the move. Simo innocently spread her hands. It's not clear yet. All saints, aren't you afraid that we saint sons and emperor sons will join forces and eradicate your evil temple saintess first? Yeah, to each his own. Xinmo was very calm. As the words fell, on all the saints, different artifacts representing life shattered open. Boom! Several strands of killing intent that broke through the clouds coalesced and pushed straight towards Xinmo. The leader, Lin Luan, was even ready to burn his essence blood and cast a secret spell. The corners of Xinmo's mouth widened in a smile as she took out a blood-colored space talisman. I want to leave, and a non-empire can't stay. Save yourselves. The saints froze, and Lin Luan was horrified. It's an emperor-level talisman. You're under the Blood Rose Emperor's command? Blood Rose Emperor, a top 3 figure in the evil palace. A great man on par with the 9 Heavens Emperor. If you move, the Tianxian continent will quake. Knowing that, don't be so aggressive. Like I said, to each his own. Don't keep playing your bully game. It's useless. Xinmo was so happy. Watching this group of moralistic and decent people suffer was the happiest thing in her life. But the next moment, her face suddenly froze as well. On her chest, there was originally a bouquet of roses for decoration. At this moment, it suddenly withers and passes away with the wind. The Holy Maiden has also fallen? Chapter 16, All the Saints Surrounded. Are there any more? Inside the ancient immortal ruins, Suji picked the everlasting lotus. To the Dalikos, a mouthful of boredom. 10,000 sacred plants rose up into the air, transforming into spiritual liquid and directly enveloping him. A surge of immortal chi impacted his limbs, even to the point of bursting his limbs. However, he had the 7 books of martial scriptures, as well as the Tsongshang battle body. Whether it was immortal yuan or spiritual liquid, they were all instantly refined. Rolling immortal yuan. It completely purified the spiritual yuan in his body. Having swallowed the everlasting lotus, at this moment, The strength of his physical body had already transcended the human realm. It can be called half immortal. In just half an hour, Suji came down from the air. At this moment, his cultivation realm had also arrived at the late great emperor stage. It was vaguely going to touch the limits of this heaven and earth. The two women, Qin Yumo and Luo Zio, looked at him dumbfounded from the side. That roiling immortal Yuan was absorbed by a teenager at the god transformation realm. All of it? Is this the cub of some ancient immortal beast? Su resign, you're still in the early stage of god transformation? Luo Zio stuttered and asked. Oh yes, after eating the everlasting lotus, your cultivation level is going to rise a bit. Suji reacted with a buzz. Cultivation has been promoted to the late stage of the avatar stage. Luo Zio, Qin Yuma, go out. The biggest secret stash has been taken. The ancient immortal ruins. There are no more secrets. Suji pulled Luo Zio's hand and walked towards the space gate. Wait. Luo Zio suddenly turned worried. Her feet not moving. Luo Zio bit her lower lip. It's too dangerous to go out like this. You've killed so many sacred sons and imperial sons. They'll definitely force you to question them. Qin Yumo nodded with deep thought. As far as the face of that group of people in Central State is concerned, if you have power and influence it's okay to say that you'll make some compensation at most. But you're from the Eastern Wasteland. That's a big problem. Suji froze. I don't have any great emperors in the Holy Land of the Nine Heavens? Don't mention it. Qin Yumo blankly glanced at Suji. Who doesn't know that the great emperor of the Nine Heavens has offended the heavenly Tao and is in seclusion? Even if you're really his son, you'll have to wipe your own ass if you mess up. Luo Zio nodded and made up her mind. You wait. I'll go out first and contact my mother. As the words fell, she ripped Suji's hand away and walked towards the space gate. Su-ru was stunned. Qin Yumo also pulled his arm tightly. Trust Ziyao. Her mother is the Holy Lord of Yao Qi. She can save your life. Su-ru. There are mouths to feed. After exiting the secret realm, Luo Ziyao contacted the Holy Lord of Yao Qi at the first opportunity. Ziyao? The Holy Lord of Yao Qi's voice was cold and somewhat rejecting. It's me, mother. Luo Ziyao's voice was a little choked. You actually contacted me? What is it that your scummy father couldn't solve? Holy Lord Yao Qi coldly snorted. If you can't solve it, you'll go back to Yao Qi. Cut yourself off from your father. Luo Zio whispered. It's like this. Mother, I married someone. What are you babbling about? The voice across the room was 50 times louder. Luo Ziyao quickly recapitulated the matter despite the surprise of Holy Lord Yao Qi. Well, Luo Feng. This dog thief is really out of his league. Such a big deal. Not even a hello? Trespassing. Holy Lord Yao Qi suppressed her anger. Wait. I'll go contact your father and have him return to Tianxian. The words fell and the voice was cut off. Luo Ziyao just breathed a sigh of relief. But immediately after, Suji's voice came from behind her. She mechanically turned around. Suji, didn't I tell you to wait inside for a while? Su carried Qin Yumo's neck like a rabbit and walked out. It's too stuffy in there. Come out for some air. Qin Yuma, Luo Zio. The two women were about to say more, when suddenly, the overwhelming pressure of the Saint Realm erupted around them. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. At least a dozen sacred realms appeared at the same time, surrounding the three of Suji. Their eyes were red and they were panting like cattle. It was already clear to them that the relic was an immortal pill of immortality, the lotus of eternal life. It was captured by Su-ru. One of the beautiful women then frowned and took a step forward, blocking the three of them from Suji, facing the saints directly. Gentlemen, are you trying to lay hands on Junior? Lin Luan spoke coldly, less pretending. Guan Meng, is your Yaohe Holy Land trying to monopolize the lotus of eternal life? Pipe Dream sank his voice. When acting in the secret realm, the one with the best skill wins. Is the Lin family trying to break the rules agreed upon in the Central State and oppress the juniors? Lin Run choked. Both sides are equal before they deserve to talk about rules. This immortal pill of immortality was not captured by your Yaohe Holy Land. You asked that Suji. Is he from your Yaohe Holy Land? Su-ru shook his head decisively. Lin Luan was delighted. Then did you kill our emperor's son Lin Chang? Su-ru nodded. I killed him. Cripes. Red Sonja. Lin Luan was ecstatic. Guan Meng. He killed my clan's emperor's son. I'm going to take him back to the Lin family for questioning, and after asking him clearly, I'll naturally let him go. Ouyang Shou also nodded. My clan saint's son Ouyang Xian also died in the relics. The Ouyang clan also needs little friend Su to ask questions. The corner of Evil Hall Xin Mo's mouth also hooked up. Then our Evil Hall needs it too. Immediately after that, a few more big powers spoke up. That gesture, which was to avenge the holy son of the clan. It is clearly dividing the benefits of the everlasting lotus, compared to an immortal pill of immortality. The life of an emperor's son or a saint's son would be too small. It's something that all the great emperors are fighting over. Pipe dream. Get out of the way. I can still count you Yao Qi Holy Land as one. Lin Luan grimaced, the blade in his hand already humming. Ouyang Shou. XINMO. And the others also unleashed their killing auras without reservation. Space shuddered. All the dark clouds hovering in the air were stirred away. Pipe Dream's lips turned white. Ouyang Shou. Lin Luan. XINMO. And the others? Their strengths were already in between hers. With so many people together, she definitely wouldn't last long in a real fight. Turning around, she shook her head towards Su Ji. Little friend, give them the everlasting lotus. The Yaohe Holy Land fights to keep you alive. Luo Zio said nervously. Anti-dream. Don't say it. Guan Meng sighed. We are outnumbered by the enemy, so we have to swallow this breath even if we swallow it, and even if we don't. This is the rule of this world. The weak are the strong. Little friend Su, bow your head. Su Ji blinked and innocently said, the everlasting lotus has already been refined by me. The saints snorted. I thought it was a red-blooded teenager, but I didn't realize that it was also a rabble-rouser who opens his mouth. Pipe Dream, get out of the way, or I'll sacrifice you to heaven first. Pipe Dream let out a long sigh. She just assumed that the young man couldn't afford to part with his treasure. But if you don't have a life, what's the point of having more treasures? Nah. Pipe Dream stepped out of the way. Suji faced the saints straight on and laughed lightly. Are you the only ones? Are there any more? Like the Emperor Realm? A single everlasting lotus. It's not so bad that it only comes to the sacred realm to be snatched, right? Chapter 17, who told you I have no one to protect me? The faces of the saints changed. That's what they're most worried about. Anyone who was afraid of each other's forces. Which party had an Emperor Realm location in close proximity to this place? If a Zun Emperor came, then the other forces could only drink the soup. Hand it over you. Ouyang Shou was the first one who couldn't help himself, probing out his right hand and grabbing at Su Ji. The splash of credit must not be delayed. With this strike of his, the aura directly formed a tidal wave, and the great Tao rioted with terror. An ancient saint race's saint realm perfection was definitely not bad. The Emperor's sword vibrated at Su Su's waist and was just about to be sheathed when he suddenly frowned. In front of him, the sound of a zither rang out. The austere flavor spreads. Ouyang Shou's face changed drastically. That zither sound seemed to be picking at his heart veins, causing his entire body's aura to clog up and his turnover to be ineffective. This was followed by an even louder clang buzz. The strings are broken. Ouyang Shou's meridians were shattered, and he flew away upside down, blood staining the sky. The saints' faces changed wildly, and they all retreated 100 miles violently. In the middle of the field, a man with a strand of white hair on his forehead appeared with his hand stroking the strings of his zither. His figure was somewhat illusory, but the saints panicked beyond measure. Zindi, an emperor? How could the Qin emperor be in the Tianqian continent? Didn't he go outside the domain 10 years ago? It's a Dao brand, not a real person. He's trying to stand up for that Su Ru. Contact the clan, quick. On the side, Luo Zio said in surprise. Father. Luo Feng smiled faintly, glanced at Su Ru, got up and said with slight seriousness, don't say too much. Go now. If my guess is right, there must be emperors in the central state who are on their way. An immortal pill of immortality they will never give up lightly. Luo Zia was dumbfounded. Where are we going? Luo Feng looked calm. Go to the Nine Heavens Sacred Land. With that devil Su Joshio sitting at the helm. If you give these emperor realms 10 guts, they wouldn't dare attack the Nine Heavens Sacred Land. Su Ru. Good. From Luo Feng's expression, Luo Ziao could tell that the situation was urgent. Taking Su Ru's hand, he was about to run towards the north. At that moment, Lin Luan whistled from afar. Qin Emperor, the elders of my clan have already arrived. Do you really want to take this everlasting lotus all by yourself? Several major powers in the central state have all learned the news. This karma, you really dare to take it? Ha 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 ha. Luo Feng roared to the heavens and took a step out, appearing above Lin Luan as a fiery red lance emerged. Boom! The long spear pierced through the sky, the tip of the spear flashing as if it were a silver snake dancing about, and the shadow of the spear was heavy, as if 10,000 horses were galloping. Just 1 second. Luo Feng then stabbed out tens of thousands of shots. Each shot was sharp and thin to the core. In an instant, he stabbed Lin Luan into a hornet's nest, blood spraying out from the countless gun holes. You're a tiny saint realm, and you presume to talk to me about karma. Wait until your clan elders arrive. Luo Feng godly kicked out, and Lin Luan's corpse instantly disintegrated. The scene could even be described as art. Su Ru glanced at it and smiled at Luo Ziao. Did you learn your gun from your father? Luo Ziao grimaced bitterly. Yeah, my dad used to be very refined, known as the gun and Qin double master. I don't know why he's so fierce this time. Su Ru shrugged. This kid owes himself money and hides in the extraterritorial battlefield to play the grandson. Definitely holding back. Maybe it's been a couple years since I've killed anyone. Now that you've come back and seen the juniors, you're not going to have a hard time? Okay, Suzaku, let's go blah blah blah. Seeing that those Saint Realms were terrified, Luo Xiao hurriedly pulled on Suji's right hand, only to find that Suji didn't move at all. It's too late, Suru said calmly. What now? Luo Xiao froze, but the next moment, her face suddenly turned gray. Only a few hoofbeats could be heard from far to near, as if they were stepping on the soles of the crowd, slowly resounding in the field, hooking the veins of the great Tao. Heaven and earth are at my disposal. This is the Emperor realm arriving. Oyangsho's face was ecstatic. He was only injured but not dead. At this moment, he respectfully knelt down and shouted towards the west. Posterity Oyangsho, welcome Spirit Mountain Emperor. Spirit Mountain Emperor, a famous emperor of the Panglai sacred clan, mid-imperial realm, strong in battle, always outside to open up territories for the Panglai sacred clan and seize opportunities. I didn't realize he was even in the neighborhood. Envious looks appeared on the faces of many of the Saint Realms of the Central State Powers. An emperor, arriving early, the Ouyang family, the holy clan of Panglai, was able to take most of the share of the everlasting lotus. Luofeng's face was unsightly and he also looked to the west, only to see an old man riding a white horse in the distance, with a white beard and hair, who still looked a bit kindly, walking slowly. 1 second, he was thousands of miles away, and the next, he had appeared in the middle of the field. Luo Feng, the Spirit Mountain Emperor looked at Luo Feng. Your main body is not here. Retreat. Luo Feng was helpless. Give me face? Whoosh. The white horse suddenly galloped, and a 10,000-foot heavenly sword appeared in Spirit Mountain's hand, flickering with a greenish light and a hidden dragon's roar. A knife chopped down. Luo Feng raised his chin to block. Even the chin was chopped to pieces. The great Tao branded and went up in smoke. Suji looked almost laughed out loud. The Avenue brand is not an unusual detachment. Usually have the strength of the original 60% of the strength of the body. Didn't even take a single slash. It's so humiliating. It's over. It's over. It's over. Dad's dead. Luo Zio was horrified. Her mouth kept chanting, Mother, Mother, help. Spirit Mountain turned his head to look at the three of them, looking at Su Ji, as if a heavenly god descended in anger, shaking his heart and soul. Any more help? This emperor is right here, giving you time to call out for help. Bully. Several of the Central States Power Saint Realms were excited and looked forward. Call whoever you want. I'll slice it up myself. That's what imperial might is. That's what an emperor's bosom is. It's a world away from them. The saints. At the same time, the distant heights rippled like water waves. A carved mirror appears. Spirit Mountain. The clear voice of the Holy Lord of Yaoqi came out from it. Tens of thousands of miles apart. She borrowed an imperial artifact to project herself here. Spirit Mountain still had a kind face. Yaoqi. You should have also received the news that the everlasting lotus here is accompanied by 10,000 sacred herbs, and is by no means an ordinary immortal pill of immortality. How many forces in the central state are paying attention? You Yaoqi want to take it all for yourselves? Is it possible? Of course, Pang Lai, can't eat it either. In the end, all parties will have to share and eat. It won't be less for you. Yaoqi. As the words fell, behind him, space zigzagged and several figures that could press and sink the great Tao appeared. There are supreme figures of the Middle Kingdom watching. It's taking a stand, pressuring people with power. The Holy Lord of Yaoqi was silent for a moment, and a voice slowly came from the mirror. Also, I already know the matter. Don't hurt my daughter and my clan's holy daughter, or this is not over. The mirror lost its luster, but did not dissipate. Ling Shan smiled like the Maitreya Buddha and turned his head to look at Suji. Little friend, it seems you're the only one with no one to bail out? In this case, hand over the lotus of eternal life, and leave your divine soul to enter the wheel of reincarnation and live another life. Don't make me get rough. Almost everyone looked at Suji with pity. Family history, background, without a good origin. Even if one captures a treasure, it will be snatched away. If Su was born in the Mingchu Holy Land, then there was still a slight chance of sharing the cake. But unfortunately, he's in the 9th heaven, against the heavenly Tao. The great emperor slumbered in the 9 heavenly sanctuaries. Su Jia, it's all over now. Luo Xiao's face was a bit miserable. Her heart was very complicated. She knew that Su Ji had already refined the everlasting lotus. So how could she not hand over the immortal pill of immortality? First day of marriage. To be a widow. Su Ji patted Luo Xiao's back and said softly, Your master is sleeping, right? Ha? Wait, how did you know? Luo Xiao was surprised beyond measure. Su Ru did not reply. turning his head to look at the spirit mountain and those emperor shadows behind him. Who told you that I have no one to bail me out? Spirit Mountain teased. Call it out? Buzz. A sword roar resounded through the 9 heavens. Su sheathed the 9 heavenly emperor's sword at his waist. Carrying him, he disappeared in an instant. Where are the people? Spirit Mountain was confused. Disappeared from under his nose? But there was no time for him to think about it. There were already saints screaming wildly. East, look east. The sky is falling. Eastern? Spirit Mountain turned his head to look at him, no longer able to maintain a half-hearted and amiable appearance, but instead turned terrified, his eyes shrinking into the shape of needles. Chapter 18, Contesting with the Heavens. One man faces the central state straight on. In the far east, a figure dressed in Xian clothes slowly stepped into the sky. He wore an imperial crown and was slender and handsome. Around him, the Yin wind, blood demons, ghosts and monsters, the sea of fire, and the mountain of swords. Countless heaven and earth visions dazzle. The entire east seemed to be transformed into an abyssal hell of terror. Even some saint realms were unable to look directly at this scene. It's the heavens descending in wrath. The heavens limiting, but to no avail. He who comes, the heavens cannot help. Get out. Suji chiseled his fist towards the back, and the entire space fell silent, and then broke apart. The sky rained blood and ghosts cried out, but it couldn't affect Suji by half. His figure had appeared in the middle of the field, looking towards Spirit Mountain. The skin smiled. You're the one who wanted to behead my clan's holy son and make him voluntarily fall into the wheel of reincarnation? Su Jiuxiao? Spirit Mountain was stunned beyond measure. The lips and teeth of the other saints trembled. Great Emperor Su Jiuxiao of the 9 heavens. This was the great man who was active 1,000 years ago and who fought against the heavens for power. There is no order in his eyes, and he does whatever he wants. Angering heaven. Exiled to the eastern wasteland by the heavenly Tao of the central state. Refining his heart with heart demons day after day. I didn't realize he was still alive and free. I ask and you answer. Understand? Su sank his voice. Spirit Mountain's face was ugly. Great Emperor 9 heavens. You are a senior. So since the lotus of eternal life is in your hands, let's talk on the table. How much share do you want? We, Pang Lai, Lin Lang, Yao Qi, and the various emperor clans can concede. What Spirit Mountain said was clever. Adding all the emperors together to increase their weight. Still trying to use power over people. But he played his cards wrong. He was considered a latecomer compared to Su Ji, and not having competed with Su Ji in the same era, he didn't understand Su Ji's temperament. If Luo Feng were here, he would know. Su Ru's favorite thing is not to get on the table and negotiate, but to tear up the card table, only to see Su Ji let out a cold smile. His right hand probed out, crystallized like jade, white like a haze. Spatial aptitude. Star-picking hand. The star-picking hand executed with the Emperor Realm cultivation could be worlds apart from when he had killed Lin Dong before, almost in the moment when everyone's divine souls didn't react. Suji's right hand had then grabbed on top of Ling Shan's head. 5 fingers pinched together. Bang! It's like squeezing and popping an apple. Spirit Mountain's head instantly exploded. Red and white things splattered in all directions. And Emperor blood sprayed 100 feet high. Hiss! The white horse on his crotch was frightened and crashed over towards Suji. Extremely fast. Blinking for 100 miles. Suji's face was expressionless as his right foot violently kicked out, kicking above the horse's head. The space in front of him collapsed. The white horse was also considered a fae, cultivated to the Emperor Realm, and was originally able to dominate a domain. However, at this moment, subjected to Suji's leg, the entire body of the horse exploded, and the broken pieces instantly flowed into the spatial turbulence, nourished by the everlasting lotus. At this moment, Suji's flesh already had the power of a half-immortal. In the Tianxian continent, it was simply a descending blow. Who can take a punch or a kick from him? Rumble. In the distance, the figure of Spirit Mountain materialized from the Great Tao. He was reborn by virtue of the brand of the Great Tao, but it was already weak and dying, and indignant. Su Jiuxiao, you've been abandoned by the Heavenly Tao, and you still dare to kill an emperor? Aren't you afraid of causing the Heavenly Tao to be enraged and use its full power to wipe you out? Suji sniffed and laughed coldly. If I don't enter the central state, with the eastern wasteland Heavenly Tao, what can it do to me? Not to mention little emperors like you. Even if the great emperors behind you come to my eastern domain to seek revenge, I'll take them all. Come 1 to kill 1, come 2 to kill a pair. Kill until there are no emperors in the world. I am the only one. The whole place is dead silent. Suji's words directly cleansed their 3 views and changed their perceptions. Not even the sky is in your eyes. What kind of dominance is this? Luo Zio swallowed her saliva. She finally knew why a supreme figure like her master would have an old relationship with Suzhou. This man, so much masculinity, and at that moment, A bitter laugh came from Spirit Mountain's side. A gray figure that seemed to be able to oppress the great Dao emerged. Su Jiuxiao, you're as overbearing as ever. Su's face remained unchanged. Old thief Ouyang, an old man like you with half of your body in the ground comes out to yell? Looks like a real change in the sky. The gray figure sighed. In the past, it was the central state that was unforgiving to you, but you killed all over the central state and slaughtered 10 emperors and 100 saints. Is your anger still not gone? We are both heavenly Xian emperors. There's no need to be so hostile. The heavenly Dao knows it's guilty of you and hasn't decimated you. It's only restricting your movements. What are you still dissatisfied with? The moment these words came out, all the people present looked creeped out. The great emperor of the 9 heavens had actually once slaughtered 10 emperors and 100 saints. It's an ancient secret. Su Ru sneered. I have nothing to be dissatisfied with. But if you people want to come to my eastern wasteland to bully others, think about how many pounds you have first. The gray figure was silent for a moment and said, the matter between the juniors. With your rank, why should you have a general understanding with them? The lotus of eternal life is about immortality. You are rejected by the great Tao and have lost the qualification to become an immortal. It's useless to hold it. I'm here on behalf of the central state, so just tell me what you want to exchange. Su Ru coldly laughed. The everlasting lotus is produced in the eastern wasteland. It has nothing to do with you and others. Talk about chicken hair. If you have the ability to come over and take it away from Mr. Su's hands, do you really think that no one can control you? The gray figure shook with rage, and the sky shook. In the distant sky, a palm print broke through the illusion, tearing through space and descending here. Suji didn't even look at it and backhanded a sword. The boom shattered the palm print. Immediately, the 9 heavens emperor's sword exploded, piercing straight into the void, spanning an endless distance, and appearing in front of the gray figure. A snort. The emperor's sword swept across the gray figure's neck, and a head was thrown up. I don't know how many mysterious figures are showing horror on their faces at this moment. Across 2 great frontiers, billions of miles apart, Su Jiuxiao lords over the holy lord of Panglai with a single sword. Though for their level, the lord's head wasn't deadly enough, but the face can be seriously damaged. This was not only provoking Panglai, but also the entire central state. Buzzing. At the same time, several existences that collapsed the great Tao appeared in the burial dragon canyon. Straight up, it's crushing space to the point of breaking. The battle at the top is imminent. In the nick of time, a clear voice rang out. Stop it all. Upon hearing this, Suji had an odd expression on his face as he looked into the distance. In the middle of that long sky, a magnificent woman strolled in. She was dressed in a brocade dress, wearing a phoenix crown and cape. Her skin was like condensed fat, her eyebrows were like distant mountains with emerald green, and her eyes were like autumn water with love. At a single glance, it seems as if all the women in the world have lost their luster in front of her. Luo Ziel looked a little lost in thought for a moment. In her mind, Fu Weiying's voice rang out with a rare bit of gnashing of teeth. Chu Wanli. Luo Ziel was surprised. Master, when did you wake up? I woke up when Su Jiuxiao appeared. Fu Weiying faintly said. This woman, Chu Wanli, is really annoying. Her shadowy soul is still alive. She can be seen everywhere. Luo Zia was dumbfounded. Why does she feel that there was some jealousy in her master's words? But these were the things of the previous generation, and she was not in a position to gossip, but only asked, Master, you know her? Fu Yueying responded. Recognize, the second in command of the Lin Lang Academy, the Dean of the Academy of Literature. Back then, she grabbed the Heavenly Tao return with me and lost to me, and eventually I fused the Heavenly Tao and ascended into immortality. So powerful, Dean of the Academy of Letters. Luo Zio marveled, and at the same time, there was some yearning in her heart. This was the woman who truly stood at the top of Tianxian continent. In the air, the moment Chu Wanli appeared, there was no emperor who dared to speak. She walked up to Su Ji and laughed softly. Brother Resignation. Long time no see. Chapter 19, Slicing Up the Holy Realm. Mingqiu comes to offend. Su Ru was non-committal, his expression bland. It's only a couple hundred years. Chu Wanli blinked. Come back to Lin Lang Academy with me? I couldn't protect you in the past, but this time, I'll be able to make you proud of Tianxian. With one word, the corner of Suji's mouth twitched. He didn't have a good feeling about Chu Wanli, back when he had just gotten into a Taoist relationship with Fu Yueying. Just this girl, spreading the truth there every day. Describe yourself as a good and innocent man, as a hungry wolf among flowers. I can't even enter the central state. How can I return to Lin Lang? Suji asked with a smile. I'll coordinate the Heavenly Tao side. Chu Wanli was certain. Right now, I have the most effective voice in the Lin Lang Academy, and I'm the only one who can communicate with the immortal realm. Whispering to you, the path to immortality in the central state is going to open up. Haven't you spent your whole life fighting to become an immortal? Become immortal? Su Ji was in a bit of a trance and subconsciously wanted to agree with her, but on second thought, he was instantly sober. Now that he had the system, wasn't becoming immortal close at hand? And struggle a ball. It's south just that the road to immortality. The biggest secret of Tianxian continent is in front of his eyes hooking him, and his heart is always a little itchy. Besides, there are too many retarded rules in the Linlang Academy for me to stay. Su Ru waved his hand and looked at the Panglai Holy Lord. Old thief Ouyang, come over for a battle and take your head. You! The Holy Lord of Panglai almost spat out blood and looked at Chu Wanli, seeing her shake her head, before he said hatefully, come to Central State if you're capable. You think I'm stupid? Su Jie disdained. The heavenly Tao of the Central State rejected him, and there were many peak great emperors and thieves, and some reclusive forces even had the existence of half-immortals. One-on-one he's not afraid, but if the emperor of a state is all on, it's better to live for a while and collect the system rewards first. At that moment, another supreme figure spoke out. Head of House Wanli, this everlasting lotus can't be left uncontested. Chu Wanli's eyes blinked slightly. Argue? How? You guys come over and forcefully snatch it from Su Jiuxiao? You couldn't do it 300 years ago, let alone now. This matter is closed. Hit the road. At those words, the crowd snapped back. It's also right. Square Su Ru's sword chopped from the eastern wasteland to the central state. When the sword comes out, it has a hidden immortal flavor. No one dared to say that they could snatch the everlasting lotus from Su Jiuxiao. Ouyang Shou, come back. The Holy Lord of Panglai conceded and said with disinterest. Many of the masters of the great powers sent out similar signals. The group of people released the immortal mansion and were ready to fight their way back home. But Su Ru coldly smiled. Did I say you could leave? The Holy Lord of Panglai spoke angrily. Su Jiuxiao, don't bully others too much. The corner of Su Ji's mouth hooked up. I bully people too much? When you few Saint Realm Juniors oppressed my Earth's Saint Son, how could you not say that you bullied people too much? He then looked down at Ouyang Shou. You're the kid who pushes the most words. I'll be the first to behead you. With a buzzing crunch, the Nine Heavens Emperor's sword rioted, slicing through the air in a thin, cicada-like pizzle, as if it were threading through silk, and in the blink of an eye, it passed through Ouyang Shou's brow. Ouyang Shou stayed where he was. There was still panic in his eyes, but there was no breath of life left. With one sword, the Panglai Holy Clan's Tao Protector, Ouyang Shou, died with his divine soul collapsed. In the air, the Nine Heavenly Emperor's sword was still emitting a soft chirp as it traveled through the field. Escape! The Tao Protectors of several major powers in the central state, including the evil temple's XINMO, and even the Lin Lang School's Tao Protectors. Fang had threatened Su Ji and asked him to hand over the many sacred realms of the everlasting lotus. At the moment, he fled in a panic and made a great effort. But unfortunately, under Su Ji's eyes, they had nothing to hide. The sword pierced through the heart and was instantly chopped clean. The bodies fell to the ground as if they were raining. The heavenly Tao rioted. The emperors were furious and spoke out. Head of Yuanli, such a brutal and unruly person, and you still want to turn towards him? Are you doing this for the benefit of the central state? Or are you trying to harbor your lover boy? He also killed your Lin Lang Academy's Tao Protector. Which is more important? Think about it. Chu Wanli's expression remained unchanged. Of course it's harboring my lover. Anyone who has an opinion can travel to the eastern wasteland alone. I won't stop them. For a moment, the room was silent. Fu Yueying's voice rang in Luo Ziao's ears. Bah! Old woman. Shameless. Luo Ziao. The scene was at a standstill for a while, and Su Ji stood amidst the thousands of visions and the earth and sky trembling with rage, calmly waiting for the great emperors of the central state to make their moves. For a long time, no one said anything. Chu Wanli whisked her sleeves and her figure was slowly dissipating, and just as the emperors were about to retreat to the central state, there was a sudden tremor from the north. The Nine Heavens are unscrupulous, killing indiscriminately. The heavenly Tao is out of order, and the eastern wasteland is collapsing. The people of the central state don't dare to touch you. Su Jiuxiao. The people of the eastern desolate, will come. Su Jiuxiao, take a good look at who this is. Su Ru's brows furrowed as he turned his head to look, only to see a gap in space crack open in the distant sky. Within the gap, a prison covered in spines emerged. In the center of the cage, Gaoran sat with his eyes closed and his lips pale. In front of the prison cage, a middle-aged man with a country face, dressed in rough linen clothes, with a face of removing traitors from the eastern wasteland, angrily stared at Su Ji. It's the Mingchu Holy Lord, Yi Gue. He's one of the oldest figures in this world. I didn't expect him to make a move. Normal. Su Jiuxiao entered the eastern wasteland and dominated a region, and he must have had a grudge long ago as the original overlord of the eastern wasteland. but grabbing someone's holy lord to threaten them is too disgraceful, isn't it? Cultivating immortals in the world. You think young people walk the streets? Life is at stake. Naturally, what move is ruthless what comes. A look of watching the show surfaced on the faces of many emperor realms. Seeing Suja suffer defeat, they were naturally happy to see it. Su's face was expressionless. Yi Gue, you Mingchu Holy Land don't want to live? Hoof, Yi Gue said angrily. Su Jiao, where did you get my Yanbei brother? Stern north. Su Ru dawned on him. That day, not far from the Nine Heavens sacred land, Yanbei bragged to his illusory Luo Feng for a while, blasted to death by his punch. It was normal for Yi Gue to come to him for someone. Of course, it was naturally impossible for Su Ji to admit it. It wasn't me. I was in seclusion at that time. Humph. Yi Gue sneered. I'm not going to argue with you. Within 3 days, bring my Yanbei brothers to the Mingzhou Holy Land to replace them. Otherwise, you will prepare another new holy lord. As the words fell, the space gap closed. Su Ru's eyes narrowed slightly. Gao Ran was his disciple and grandson, as well as a holy lord that he used extremely well. When something happened, he naturally wouldn't stand idly by. Chu Wanli came to Su Ji's side and whispered, Ming Chu, taking the meaning of the beginning of the sun and the moon, the beginning of heaven and earth, the source can be traced back to the beginning of the opening of this heaven and earth. Their holy lair can have the shadow of the remnant immortal, and no one can ever enter. Su Ru nodded. I know, there is no small matter concerning immortal. Otherwise I would have destroyed this hellhole long ago. It's their turn to clamor? Want to help? Chu Wanli's eyes were bright. No need. Suja shook his head and turned his head towards Luo Ziao. Chu Wanli's eyes narrowed as she looked deeply at Luo Ziao and turned to dissipate. When the emperors of the central state saw their leader leave, they naturally dissipated their Dao projections. Of course, their sights remained on the eastern wasteland. Su resume on Mingchu. Peak Emperor Battle. A good show. In this heyday, they naturally want to observe it. Chapter 20 Great Emperor Perfection. Heavenly Dao empowers destiny? Suja walked over to Luo Ziao's side. Luo Ziao trembled with fear, not daring to raise her head. Just kidding. Such an invincible great emperor. Might was so much stronger than her father, her mother, all of them. Even the holy lord of Panglai was casually berated by him and had his head decapitated across the frontier. Who can come across him and not bow his head 3 times? You're Luo Ziao. Su Ru spoke out. Yes, it's me. Luo Ziao nodded her head. Is your master still asleep? Yes. Yes. Luo Ziao's face turned red. Too nervous to lie in front of a great emperor. This is for you. Suji tossed a bit of the root of the everlasting lotus to Luo Ziao. He still didn't know if it was Luo Ziao or Fu Yueying that the system told him to marry. If Fu Yueying hiccuped and there were no more rewards to receive, it would be the end of the line. The foolproof plan is to give some everlasting lotus to save her life. But you can't give more than that. Give more. Fu Yueying cultivation with the rocket like a chaotic. Their own same finished calf. This kind of thing, it's like flying a kite. You have to take your time. Luo Ziao put the everlasting lotus into her sleeve. Still not daring to raise her head, she was relieved when Su Ji left. Master, the great emperor of the 9 heavens gave me the everlasting lotus. Yeah. Her eyes were full of happiness. Fu Yueying just responded softly, seemingly having endless words left unfinished. It was night when Su Ji returned to the 9 heavens sacred ground. Due to Gao Ran's capture, the Holy Land was in a miserable state, and several clan elders were worried. Su Ji returned to the ancestral land in the back of the mountain and rested on his knees to recuperate. He decided to set off for the Mingchu Holy Land early tomorrow morning, after receiving the rewards given by the system. Meet the shadow of that remnant immortal for a while. In the middle of the night, a silhouette arrived. It was Luo Feng who was hiding from his dead outside that domain. Su Ji's eyes widened. Luo Feng gave a respectful bow. 9 is the extreme of the number. Xiao is the top of the sky, and the 9 heavens of heaven, the great emperor, is the end of the Tao. Su Ru, when is the money owed to me going to be paid? Luo Feng hemmed and hawed and sat beside Su Ji. You know about Fu's sister? Su Ru was non-committal. The money I borrowed from you was all to help you recast Sister Fu's flesh body, and for that reason, that yellow-faced woman from Yaoqi even fell out with me. You can't blame me for not paying you back. Help me? The corner of Su Ji's mouth twitched. Of course, Sister Fu is your Daomate, or else why did you receive my daughter to the 9 heavens Holy Land? Luo Feng rightfully said. Su Ji's heart fluttered and did not retort. Alright, down to business. Luo Feng's demeanor was straightened. That path to immortality in Central State. What do you think? Someone wants to go down to the realm to capture someone? Su Ji recalled what Yan Bei had said earlier. Not bad. Luo Feng nodded approvingly. Judging by the few chats I've had with Fu, I'm guessing it's her who's caught her. I also came here this time because Fu wanted me to take a message for her. She said that the muddy waters of the road to immortality should keep you out of the water, and that there are great terrors behind it that are far beyond the ability of mortal cultivators to cope with. Suji froze. She's concerned about me? Luo Feng added. Su, you guys at least have a past. It's normal that she wants you to live well. There are some things, I'll be honest, we're not qualified at all. Even she was beaten into a remnant soul and fell to the lower realms. If we go up top, aren't we cannon fodder? Suji took a deep breath. I know these things in my heart, that what the immortal wrote down. Can't they transcend the shackles of this world? Luo Feng was silent. It's the same emperor realm. Can the gold content be the same when practicing immortal laws? And practicing emperor laws? Maybe one of them can beat 10 of us. Su Ru laughed. Let's not talk about this. People haven't come down yet. We don't have to worry about it. Luo Feng murmured. Brother Su, are you really going to make a big mess in the Mingqiu Holy Land? That's an ancient Dao lineage that has been honored by the Eastern Wasteland Heavenly Dao and has stood in the Eastern Wasteland since time immemorial. Even if the Eastern Wasteland Heavenly Dao is slightly weaker than the Central State, it's still not something that can be attacked by one's own strength, right? This is also the meaning of Sister Fu. She wants you to endure for a while. When she remodeled her flesh, she can help you find the Mingqiu Holy Land to ask for a statement, and will not let you suffer. Hiding behind a woman? A softie? I'm such a person? Su Ru smiled. My mind is made up. There's no need to say more. Luo Feng sighed in a low voice. And at that moment, Suji suddenly looked up. His eyes glazed over. In the distant sky, dark clouds churned, lightning flashed and thunder roared, and the great Dao flood bell appeared, striking 3 times in a row. Clang, clang, clang. Luo Feng froze. The heavenly flood bell. The will is manifested. This is to give heavenly destiny. In the next instant, his face changed dramatically, because he received a directive from heaven. Whoever could erase the 9 heavens sacred land and remove the 9 heavens emperor would be favored by the heavenly Dao of the Eastern Wasteland. Heavenly destiny. Luo Feng's eyes were red. In 10,000 years, only one person had ascended from the Tianxian continent. That was Jiao Xian Immortal Honorable Fu Yuing. In the beginning, she was the one who refined the heavenly Dao of the Central State, and opened a path of immortality with the middle of the extinct path, and ascended to the immortal realm. Now, the Eastern Wasteland Heavenly Dao took the initiative to droop. For some great emperors who had been stuck in the emperor realm for many years and had difficulty advancing an inch, the attraction was simply explosive. Brother Su, this, Luo Feng looked at Su Ru with some concern. Su Ru sneered. As early as 300 years ago, when I settled in the Eastern Wasteland, the Heavenly Dao here regarded me as a tumor and hated to get rid of me. This time I'm going to kill Shang Mingqiu. The Eastern Wasteland Heavenly Dao suddenly rioted to block it. There must be a hidden agenda behind it. When tomorrow comes, I will personally set foot on Mingqiu and ask who is in the way and who will die. Luo Feng was creeped out. Midnight has passed. Suji was alone on his knees, and the system's voice rang in his head. Ding! Congratulations to the host. On the second day of the wedding, 1,000 years of cultivation is rewarded. 1,000 years of cultivation. As soon as the system's words fell, countless pure spirit elements filled the entire sky. After that, the aura was like a funnel, pouring into Suji's body. Time kept passing, and the spiritual energy in a radius of 1,000 miles was drained, and countless spiritual grasses and spiritual objects withered. Finally, the breath in Suji's body exploded out. An imperial shadow that intimidated the Eastern Wasteland stood above the 9 heavens sacred ground, standing proudly in Tianxian. At the same time, an unknown number of ancient existences awoke and looked out to the east. The Emperor realm is complete. It's a done deal. Luo Feng hadn't run far and rushed back in a fire, looking at the crystallized Suji all over his body and stuttering. Brother Su, you took the last step? Su's eyes opened and he nodded, then took a step out and went east barefoot. But he had only just taken 3 steps. When he had passed hundreds of miles, the space in front of him suddenly swung open, and immediately, a crack appeared, and out of the crack came a bull-riding old man with a white beard and hair, but with a long body. Suji's eyes narrowed slightly. He still underestimated the gold content of the heavens pendant. Who doesn't want to be the chosen one? People die for money and birds die for food. 100-footer. That's worth anyone's life. The old man came in front of Suji. His face was drowsy, and the aura on his body simply pressed down on the avenue. Ancient Emperor. At least Suji hadn't seen this person when he was vertical and horizontal. The old man held a bamboo pole in his hand and looked at Suji. You are the great emperor of the 9 heavens? Su Ru frowned. You are? The old man laughed. Kun Lun. Emperor Xuandu. Chapter 21, Beheading the 10,000 Ancient Emperors. Stepping on the mountain gate of Mingqiu. Kun Lun. Located in the Central State. One of the ancient sacred races, along with the Panglai lineage. the three ancient sacred races. Emperor Xuandu, a great emperor from at least 10,000 years ago. By generation, they are all Kunlun ancestors. Suji laughed slightly. A great emperor of all ages, but he also has to beg the heavenly Tao for his favor. How sad is that? Xuandu's face was expressionless. Shun Tiancheng, go against heaven and die. The heavenly Tao has kept you for 300 years. Not only are you not thankful for it, but you go against the Big Dipper instead. This emperor is acting on behalf of heaven. Upon hearing this, Suji almost even applauded. This old man of 10,000 years can just blow off steam. Describe selfishness as acting on behalf of God. That face of feeling for the living. Do not go to open a sect or in vain such a good seedling. Suru raised his eyebrows and snorted. Finished? Humph. Seeing as you're also uneducable, then take your life. The green ox on Xuandu's hips let out a long hiss, and the long pole in his hand was violently thrown out. A silk thread crossed 10,000 miles and instantly came to Suji's side, to bind him tightly. This move contains the great Tao and is extremely resilient, making it almost impossible to break it head-on. The corner of Xuandu's mouth sketched up a smile and said, in the post-immortal era, after all, there are too few imperial battles. No one knows my Kunlun's ability, and even more so, no one is afraid of my Xuandu's name. When his smile had only just begun to widen, suddenly it froze, only to see Suji take a step forward, sheathing the emperor's sword in his hand, and with a buzzing sound spanning 10,000 feet, he directly tore apart this heaven and earth, turning this place into a spatial turbulence. The silk threads were instantly lost in the turbulence. Immediately after that, Suji appeared on Xuandu's side and slapped a backhanded palm at Xuandu's head. There was a loud pop of pounds. The old man's head, which was as tough as an imperial artifact, was slapped down with a hard slap by Suji. With his current half-immortal body, none of these great emperors would survive if he got close to them. Xuandu's face showed horror as he opened his mouth to say something, but Suji backhanded and pressed down another palm. Boom! The giant palm directly crushed over the old man's head, pinching his divine soul into a burst, and his torso directly turned into a cloud of blood mist, dissipating into the heavens and earth, smoothly taking away Emperor Xuandu's storage jade pendant. Suji crossed his arms and chiseled his fist in the distance. Boom! Space shattered, and a large portion of the bodies of the generals wearing Xian armor among them shattered, scattering into the spatial turbulence. Kunlun Law Enforcement Guard. Emperor Xuandu brought out all of Kunlun's bottom cards, ready to shade in the shadows and deliver an unintended blow to Suji. But unfortunately, he had wrongly estimated Suji's battle power, and at this moment, along with the law enforcement guards, they were all swept away by Suji. Space was restored, and Suji continued to go east barefoot without looking at it. The entire Tianxian continent seemed to have fallen into a deathly silence. Is Emperor Xuandu weak? It's strong. It was counted as a first-class battle emperor. However, in the hands of Su Ru, even with all of Kunlun's undercards, he couldn't last more than a punch and a palm. Until this moment, some of those who had the hindsight to realize why the Eastern Wasteland Heavenly Tao was impatient and wanted to eradicate Suji. He really does have the ability to go against the grain. Fu Yueying followed beside Luo Feng and watched Suji go east. That amber-colored eyes flashed with surprise. Softly, how did he get so strong? Luo Feng was also astonished beyond measure. In the past, without your help, it was hard enough for him to become an emperor, and now he's even fighting against the heavens. Fu Yueying gave him a blank look. Nonsense. Su Jiuxiao isn't that bad. With his abilities, becoming an emperor is still no problem. Luo Feng sighed. But that's the Mingqiu Holy Land, the Dragon's Pit, the shadow of the remnant immortal, the pinnacle of battle power. I still don't think highly of him. A ripple appeared in Fu Yueying's eyes. Struggle with the heavens. This is the right path. If he can pass this hurdle, the central state struggle, there is a qualification to get the entrance ticket. Luo Feng froze, smacked his lips, and said no more. The Mingqiu Holy Land was located in the extreme east of the Tianxian continent. When Su Ru arrived, the doorway was already filled with battle formations, various spirit elements, sword lights, and runes flashed. Yi Gua sat in front of the mountain gate with his eyes closed, and his eyes snapped open. Su Jiuxiao, instead of bringing the Yanbei brothers here, you disobeyed the heavenly Tao and brutally killed the great emperor. Su Ji, however, smiled faintly. For 100,000 years, those who have messed with me have all ended up in shovelfuls of yellow earth. Mr. Su, not threatened by anyone. Yi Gua was furious and got up to take out a long sword. And all of a sudden, the dragon roared and the phoenix roared. Su Jiuxiao, when one lives in the world, one must abide by the rules and be in harmony with the light. Otherwise even the brightest fireworks will eventually be annihilated. Today, I'll let you know just how great the gap between you and I is when we're both emperors. Mountain Guardian Immortal Formation. Rise. Boom. a beam of immortal energy rose up towards the sky, and in front of the mountain gate of the Mingqiu sacred ground, it turned into a white and misty fairyland. High above the sky, 1 day and 1 month appeared on the same stage, and the blooming sunrise and moonflower all poured into Yi Gui's body. At the same time, the immortal formation was still extracting the spiritual energy of the many saint realms in the Holy Land and feeding it back to Yi Gui's body. Instead of saying that Ye Gui is the honored emperor, rather, it would be better to say that he was a half-immortal who gathered the energy of the entire Mingqiu Holy Land. In the distance, there were countless great emperors watching the battle, and the shadows of the great Tao void. Seeing this, a few ancient saint race great emperors spoke out. A half-immortal realm, an ancient Holy Land is truly not something that can be breached by one person. The Mingqiu sacred land has stood from ancient times. Its depth is extremely deep. If the great emperor of the 9 heavens can truly crush this Mingqiu sacred land, he will surely be immortalized in Xian history and be named a human immortal. Human immortal. With the body of a human, it is comparable to the body of an immortal. It was the highest compliment to mortal combatants. However, upon hearing this, many great emperors shook their heads. With Yi Gui's current aura, even if the central state wanted to overthrow him, it would have to unite the power of several clans and pay an unimaginable price. With Suju alone, it's hard. In the direction of the Lin Lang Academy, Chu Wanli stopped to look out, and beside her, several academy elders gathered around to talk. This Su Jiuxiao is too impulsive. He still thinks that this is in the central state, and that there's still the head of the Chu Academy to back him up. Venturing to attack an ancient Holy Land, he's trying to pout the roots of the eastern wasteland and completely establish himself as the king. Such ambition is too grand. It is that I don't know after these 300 years, just how refined his strength has become. I think it's hard enough, half-immortal and emperor. The difference between one word is a rift in the sky. Chu Wanli shook her head. Don't say it. Look more. I trust him. I'll still save him when I really can't pocket it. The elders were silent. The price to be paid to save someone from the immortal formation could be imagined. In the middle of the field, Suji looked at Yi Gui, his face expressionless. For him, although Yi Gui possessed the power of a half-immortal by virtue of the power of the formation, but ultimately, it's rather vanilla. Suji himself, on the other hand, possessed a half-immortal body through and through. It was still that Songshang battle body enchantment. Just how strong this body was, Suji had yet to exert it at full strength. At this moment, Yi Gui had risen to the peak, his body's power reaching the apex of his life. He felt incredibly complete. Su Jiuxiao, eat my blade. As the words fell, the blade was raised, and the light of the blade turned into a curved moon, chopping at Suji's body. The Great War, it's on the verge of happening. Chapter 22, totally unstoppable by the sky. In the middle of the field, a blade light chopped, and space fragmented like rags. This blade represented Yi Gui's resentment that had been suppressed by Su Ji for hundreds of years. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Even the great Tao was chopped up with traces, and the space was difficult to heal where the airborne blade marks passed. The might of this blade light had already touched the upper limit of the Tianqian continent. In the blink of an eye, the blade light arrived in front of Su Ji. Su Ji's face was expressionless. He just used his crystalline right hand and flexed his fingers to flick on the blade light. With his fleshly body, he fronted up to the light of the sword. Clang! The field was like the passage of a hurricane, with tidal waves of aura sweeping in non-stop. Su Ji's whiskers and hair were crystalline, emitting a glistening white immortal light as he stepped out with his arms folded. Uninjured, how can it be? Yi Gui froze. With that slash just now, he was confident that he could chop any emperor realm into pieces. However, when he chopped on Su Ji, it was as if he was chopping on an ancient divine beast, without the slightest effect. You've become immortal in the flesh? Yi Gui suddenly looked horrified and backed up. It's too late to know. Su Ji sneered, took a step forward, and his right hand pointed 3 fingers in a row. The 3 talents pointing finger of immortality. Now that Su Su had mobilized his immortal energy to cast it out, it could be far more ferocious than before when he had killed the juniors in the secret realm. Genius, Earth, Talent, and Triple Talent numerology mobilization. Performed the power of heaven. However, in an instant, the fingerprints arrived in front of Yi Gui and struck him on the forehead. No good. Yi Gui was horrified to the extreme in his heart, but he could not avoid it as Su Ji invoked the heaven and earth destiny. Boom! Like the collision of meteoric stars, immortal weapons resonated against each other, and the sound of shocking thunder rose from the spot at first. 10,000 miles around the Mingqiu sacred land shook, and many emperor realms were horrified as their Tao imprints were impacted. In front of the mountain gate of the Holy Land, there was even a large hole sunken into the ground, spreading into the ground for an unknown number of miles. One finger, the immortal formation breaks. Has Su Jiuxiao become a half-immortal? At this moment, I don't know how many Emperor realms were watching with their eyes glazed over. Half-immortals have rarely walked in the world, and each one is a crushing asset of the top forces in the central state. Yi Gue was in an immortal formation. Even if it was a false half-immortal, it was still a half-immortal. But that finger of Su Ji's pressed down. It was simply going to divide the chaos and recreate the heavenly Tao, far beyond the reach of any mortal. The fog dispersed and Yi Gue's frail figure emerged. At the moment, he was covered in blood. His clothes were dyed white, and his heart was boiling. Su Ji's strength far exceeded his imagination. It wasn't even that great emperor in the middle stage of the emperor realm, but a half-immortal whose flesh had become immortal. Looking at the entire Tianxian continent, those who dared to say that they had made a single move with Su Ru were estimated to be no more than 5 fingers. This kind of person was no longer something he could fight against. Escape. He made up his mind to escape into the ancestral ground, release the shadow of the remnant immortal, and fight Su Ji to the death. But at this moment, Su Ji had already lightly pointed with his right hand, and the 9 heavens emperor's sword shuttled out, as if it was an ancient heavenly soldier, large with the wind. In just a few moments, it was like a pillar in the sky, hanging over the entire Mingqiu Holy Land. Drop! Su Ji's thin lips lightly rebuked. The emperor's sword fell with a boom, and Yi Gue's eyes were wide with rage as he turned around and slashed. With this slash, he burned his divine soul, essence blood, and root bones in a radiant strike. The colorful clouds rose to the ground in all their splendor, but unfortunately, he was more than 1 level away from Su Ji. With the addition of the 7 books of martial scriptures, Su Ji, no matter the aspect, was amongst the half-immortals and had achieved the ultimate. As the sword fell, the emperor's sword instantly overshadowed the colorful haze in the sky, crushing Yi Gue's emperor's body and smashing into the lair of the Mingqiu Holy Land. Ah! The miserable screams in the Holy Land had just risen, but they came to an abrupt end, and the entire front of the Holy Land was directly smashed into ruins, killing tens of thousands of people. In the distance, the bodies of several great emperors of the ancient sacred race went limp, almost paralyzed. They were still plotting how to eliminate Su Ji and avenge their own old ancestor emperor. But at this moment, after seeing Su Ji's amazing battle, they were completely convinced. In the direction of the Lin Lang Academy, several old men were filled with confusion. A peak emperor? Ah, just killed with a sword? This is the Holy Land of the Ming Dynasty, standing in the east. It's even older than our central state. Chu Wanli shook her head. It's not that easy. The 9 heavens sword broke Mingqiu. The eastern wasteland heavenly Tao will definitely be enraged, and may appear in illusory form and obliterate him. Heavenly illusion? A few old faces were creeped out when they saw a wisp of white gas rising from the center of the ruins in the distance. A white unicorn manifested. The Qilin stepped on the clouds. Countless heaven and earth chains appeared, and a great Tao brand became real. The real world, on the other hand, becomes unreal. The overwhelming pressure directly erupted in the eastern wasteland and acted on Su Ji, pressing down with the power of the heavens. Su Ji braced his right hand and pressed upwards. Toten and stand. That's it? Su Ru sneered. And just like that, he held up the sky and walked towards the Qilin 1 step at a time. Luo Feng's eyes glazed over. Startled. What's the situation? The heavenly Tao can also be resisted? Fu Yueying explained from the side. The heavenly Tao is nothing but order. The heavenly Tao in the mortal world is mostly established by immortals. And over time, the spirits of heaven and earth that are formed are not very strong. Breaking the heavenly Tao, re-establishing order, and making the heavens serve you is not uncommon in the upper realm. Just be careful. If that immortal who founded the order isn't dead, it's the same as having a grudge against him. Luo Feng swallowed hard. He had always felt that Su Ji couldn't be much better than him. But now, at a glance, he was not even worthy of lifting Su Ji's shoes. It's better to find an opportunity to pay back the money. In the field, as Su Ji approached, the white Qilin began to let out an uneasy roar. When he opened his mouth, he spat out the word order. These 2 words, with the chains of the great Tao all over them, represented the might of heaven and earth, and the highest power of the heavenly Tao of a party. The blast whistled past, coming straight at Su Ji. Su Shu's face sank as he held the emperor's sword in his left hand and stabbed into the order. Click click click. The 2 sides stalemated. The sky shook. The mountains trembled. And Su Ji slowly increased his strength as the order gradually collapsed. Boom! The word order shattered instantly. Su Ji leaped over 100 miles and stabbed his sword into the Qilin's right eye. Ow dash! The Qilin screamed miserably as Su Ji's left hand stirred. The Qilin was directly churned into particles and dissipated into white mist between heaven and earth. In an instant, the eastern wasteland's aura collapsed. Heaven and earth howled. Order broke down. And the floodwaters flowed backwards. The order is gone. Buzz. In front of him, an immortal shadow coalesced and frowned at Su Ji. Who is it that is destroying my Tianqian continent's Tao lineage? Su Jiuxiao. Su Jiuxiao smiled faintly. Su Jiuxiao. Good. I remember. The immortal shadow spoke coldly, and then his figure dissipated. Su Ru was slightly surprised. Logically speaking, the shadow of the remnant immortal, with a strand of true immortal will, should have boundless battle power. He was all ready for a bitter fight, but never thought that the person in front of him would just let out a harsh word and disappear in a hurry. Could it be that the power left behind has dissipated with the wind because the interval was so long? There were quite a few people who thought in the same way as Su Ru, and at this moment, they were all looking at him in a daze. Killing the Eastern Wasteland Heavenly Dao and still not being punished? This Su Jiuxiao has truly become a party hegemon. They knew that in the future, the Tianqian continent would be east and the Nine Heavens would be honored. Suja turned around and headed directly towards the Mingchu Holy Land's ancestral land. Gao Ran was blocked off in the ancestral ground, as well as the treasure trove of the Mingchu sacred ground was also within the ancestral ground. Chapter 23, Hua Cheng Shang Xian. Wanted in the central state. Su Ji walked into the treasury. Several old men were kneeling next to Gao Ran, and when they saw Su Ji, they kowtowed frantically. Great Emperor Nine Heavens, spare your life. Great Emperor, spare your life. Su Ru snapped his fingers, and a few old men collapsed and died with their entire bodies just like a pile of sand. The prohibitions around Gao Ran cracked at the same time. Sure Fu. He surprised. Aha. Su Ru patted his shoulder. I've let you suffer, and I blame it on my poor thinking. Gao Ran's face sweated. Suja smiled and turned his head to look into the distance. The treasure trove of the Holy Land of the Ming Dynasty. Inside the treasure vault, spiritual qi was abundant, and all sorts of storage magic treasures were placed on the cabinets, the least of which was a holy weapon. The accumulation of tens of thousands of years is just the thing to arm my Nine Heavens sacred land. Su Ji was satisfied, and with a flick of his sleeve, all the storage treasures were all in his pocket. He then turned around and entered the interior of the ancestral land. A lake was seen, the water of which was white, and in the center of the lake, there was a small island on which a small, milky white sword was stuck. Immortal weapons? Su Ji was shocked. An entire lake of immortal energy, with an immortal weapon as the spirit. The people behind it. What are they plotting? Su Ji took a step onto the island and approached the immortal sword, and with a buzzing sound, the immortal shadow that had just dissipated reappeared. Pluck not. Fairy shadow chortled. Su Ji ignored him and continued to walk towards the immortal sword. The immortal shadow said sharply, I'm here to receive the fruit of the realm. If you pluck it, the fruit of the realm will only appear in the central state, and you won't get a single point of benefit. The fruit of the realm? Su Ru stopped and looked at immortal shadow. What is the fruit of the realm? The immortal shadow sighed in relief. The fruit of the realm, also known as the heart of the realm. Whoever can refine it, then they will be able to completely control a realm. On the journey of immortality, with a domain to back you up, not only will your immortal element be alive and well when you fight, you'll also be able to break through to the supreme realm. Even if you don't go to the immortal realm, with the fruit of the realm in your possession, this heaven and earth is your backyard, enough to control everything. To put it simply, that's being the master of heaven. Su Ru dawned on him. So all the power of your remnant immortal shadow was used to supply this lake? Fairy shadow nodded. My name is Immortal Hua Cheng. Guard this place for me, and when the fruit of the realm is attracted, I will make you an immortal general. From now on, you'll be free in heaven and earth. Is this guy painting me a picture here? Su Ji asked with a twitch at the corner of his mouth. What happens if I draw my immortal sword? Immortal shadow murmured. The Eastern Wasteland has lost the chance to compete for the fruit of the realm, so we can only go to the central state. That's the territory of a few old guys over there. Not to mention you. Even I don't stand a chance. I fancy your battle prowess. How about a joint effort? Okay. Su Ji nodded and took a step forward, blasting his fist at the immortal shadow. Immortal Hua Chang glared angrily, but there was nothing he could do about it. And before he could even utter a single word, he had already been blown apart by Su Ji. What's left of his power is too weak. Su Ru clapped his hands and walked towards the immortal sword. Even if he wanted to cooperate, he would go to Fu Yueying. This what Hua Qing Shang Xian, GAGA painted himself a cake. At a glance is not a good person. What's more, this area was all his layout, and cooperating with him on one's own was tantamount to seeking the skin of a tiger, and one would be eaten without any crumbs left. Clapping his hands, Su Ji walked towards the immortal sword and leaned down to pull it up in one go. Rumble. The immortal energy in the lake poured towards Su Ji. Su Ji was holding an immortal sword, as if he had an inexhaustible amount of power in his body. No wonder they won't let me pluck it. This is at least 10,000 years of accumulation from that Hua Qing. Su Ji was pleasantly surprised, feeling the power like a dragon in his body. His strength was refined by another 3 points. In the outside world, as Su Ji drew his immortal sword, the heavens and earth became more and more turbulent. In the central state, the Tao shadows were brilliant. Most of the immortal shadows descended, and the aura was like a well blowing up. The aura of the eastern region had actually flowed to the central state. Many great emperor brands, who were originally still looking at Su Ji, now changed their faces, as if they had received some kind of signal, and disappeared into the eastern wasteland. After leaving from the eastern wasteland, Su Ji brought Gao ran back to the Nine Heavens sacred land. The whole holy place was filled with songs and dances and joy. Countless eastern wasteland powers lined up to pay tribute. From today onwards, no matter who wanted to put down roots in the eastern wasteland, they would not be able to bypass the Nine Heavens sacred land, and would have to look at Su Ji's face. During the night, Luo Feng once again came to Su Ji's back mountain. As soon as he sat down, he flamed out. Brother Jiao Shao, have you heard about what happened over there in the central state? Su Ru turned her head and glanced at him. The road to immortality is open? It's almost open. Luo Feng inhaled continuously. But this time you might not make it. How? Su Ru laughed. You slaughtered the heavenly Tao in the eastern wasteland. And now the central state side is silenced. And the heavenly Tao in central state is panicked. And you're wanted in the entire region. I heard that even the immortal realm has people coming down. You definitely won't be able to go this time. Luo Feng felt a bit ridiculous himself when he was halfway through speaking. It's unbelievable. Su Ji was silent. In fact, he expected something. Eastern Wasteland Heavenly Tao, with immortal Hua Cheng standing behind him. The strength of the person behind that central state would definitely not be weaker than Hua Cheng. What was certain now was that their primary goal was not themselves, but the fruit of the realm. After this fruit of the realm was refined, one could seize control of the entire Tianxian continent. I'm afraid that's when it's time to turn the tables on yourself. There's no harm. I'll take care of this. A glint flashed in Su Ji's eyes. You have a way to bypass the heavenly Tao and enter the central state? Luo Feng was shocked. That's out of your hands. Su Ru laughed. Luo Feng looked at Su Ji. Forget it if you don't say it. I don't dare to meddle in your affairs. By the way, where is my virtuous son-in-law? I didn't come to the wedding, and I haven't even seen him until now. Su Ji didn't move. I've asked him to shut down. Luo Feng nodded his head in understanding. That's right. Now that the world is so chaotic, if you don't improve your strength properly, even with your shelter, I'm afraid that you won't be able to walk out of the Nine Heavens sacred land. Speaking of which, he raised his eyebrows. Honestly, is that kid your illegitimate son? The corner of Su Ji's mouth twitched. Don't look away. And changed the topic. Where's your daughter? There was some expectation in Luo Feng's eyes. Sister Fu is going to the central state to fight for some heaven and earth treasure. My daughter will definitely follow. Let's just leave tomorrow morning. That tutor Bai from the Lin Lang Academy is in my Xiantian sect right now. Bai Yi. A pretty face appeared in Su Ji's mind. At that time, it seemed that she was going to introduce herself and join the Lin Lang Academy. An opportunity, perhaps. Thinking of this, Su Ji nodded and smiled. Then I'll be in seclusion for a while as well. Luo Feng instantly howled miserably. Su Ji was so strong and still closed his doors every day, while he was so weak and still stroked his zither and made birds every day. The difference is too great. Chapter 24 Immortal Techniques and Immortal Laws. Blending into the central state. One night passed. Early the next morning. Ding! Congratulations to the host. On the third day of marriage. Rewarded with the immortal technique, Star River Sword Technique. Immortal Law. This system can be located. Come on up and give the good stuff. One must know that after so many years in the Tianxian continent, Su Ji had only heard some information about the crippled immortal law. Complete immortal dharma. This was the first time he had seen it. I'm afraid it's an orphan in this realm. After obtaining the Star River Sword Technique, Su Ji became more and more confident in his trip to the central state, illuminating into a small Su resignation. He lifted his steps towards the Xiantian sect, the path to immortality, the fruit of the realm. He was just as interested. In front of the Xiantian sect, by the time Su Ji arrived, Luo Xiao and Bai Yi had been waiting for a long time. Seeing Su Ji, Luo Xiao's eyes widened. Ha! There's another student who's going to join the Lin Lang Academy. Is that you? It's me. Su Ru laughed and looked at Bai Yi. Instructor Bai, departing? Good. Bai Yi nodded and looked at Su Ji with a complicated gaze. She already knew that Su Ji alone had beheaded the holy sons and daughters of many great powers in the central state. It's a big prick. When Su Ji contacted her last night, she almost ran straight away to hide in Zhengzhou. But in the end, he still couldn't let go of such a good seedling as Luo Xiao. It was also only possible to piggyback on Su Ru as well. After boarding the traveling beast of the Lin Lang Academy, the three of them flew towards the central state. The speed of the foreign beast was very fast, but in half an hour, Su Ji arrived at the central state realm. In line with his expectations, The heavenly Tao of the central state did not make any reaction. The system's decontextualization technique hid his identity from the public. At this time, Bai Yi walked to Suji's side and said with some pleading, "When we go to Linlang Academy, can we keep a low profile?" Suji laughed. "If people don't offend me, I don't offend them. How could Tutor Bai think that I'm high profile?" Bai Yi was helpless. "You killed the Lin family, the Panglai sacred clan, and several other direct descendants of great powers. Your identity is already sensitive. Moreover, you married the Phoenix Heavenly Maiden again. People are jealous, plus you're from the Eastern Wasteland, so naturally there will be people who are upset." Suji froze. "Are you saying that some people will take the opportunity to trip me up?" He hadn't really thought about these things. He had come for the path to immortality. His eyes were set on the top of the Emperor realm. Where else could he tolerate juniors? "It's not tripping, is it?" Bai Yi didn't know what to say, and politely said, "The Nine Heavens' great emperor is mighty in the Eastern Wasteland. They shouldn't dare to do anything to you. But I'm afraid that you'll have a burst of temper and strike out indiscriminately." Su-ru nodded. "Don't worry. I'm too lazy to get to know them. Just this group of people. They don't deserve to waste my time. You mustn't underestimate them." Bai Yi held her forehead. "I won't hide it from you. Before the immortal road is opened, the immortal gate has to be opened first. This immortal gate requires juniors to open it and seize the chance that is rare in 10,000 years. Speaking of this, Bai Yi looked at Luo Xiao for a moment before saying, "But this matter has too much at stake, and it's no longer something the juniors can fight against. As far as I know, there are some elders in the Linlang Academy who are several thousand years old, either living another life, or chopping off their cultivation, or taking over the life of a teenager." Hearing this, Suji blurted out, "Grandma, a group of old men and women of several thousand years old going to snatch the chances of the juniors. So shameless?" As the words fell, Luo Xiao, who was far away, suddenly had amber-colored eyes and glared at him. Suji snapped. He suddenly realized that he and Fu Yueying seemed to be on the same path. And, people are all what rebirth, taking over the body, soul hosting, and other dim tricks to waste their own hands. And he, even more shameless, directly in full bloom the true body of the great emperor rushed upwards. All in all, this generation of Lin Lang Academy's demons, when placed in the past, each one of them would be able to cover the world horizontally. You have to be careful. I don't want to see the ninth heavenly emperor hit me in anger. Bai Yi swallowed her saliva. Yesterday, Su Jue fought with the sky in his hand and dropped his sword to destroy Ming Chu, leaving an extremely deep shadow in her heart. I'm afraid it won't go away for decades. Su Ru nodded. He felt that Bai Yi had a point. According to his temper, if he really wanted to kill, I'm afraid that the Lin Lang school would be slaughtered clean by him. At that time, one must be driven out of the central state. It's better to keep a low profile when you can. Thinking about this, he laughed. Don't worry. As long as no one messes with me, I won't bother with them. Luo Xiao looked at him from the side. If someone bullies you, you come to me. Oh, Su Zhi gave her a look. It seemed that Fu Yueying had taken his everlasting lotus root and recovered quite a bit. Otherwise, Luo Xiao couldn't be so confident. Su Ru laughed. Are you trying to make me eat soft food? Luo Xiao nodded seriously. Master said that people from the Nine Heavens sacred ground all like to eat soft food. And you should be no exception. Su Ru. At this time, Suji suddenly realized that on Luo Xiao's shoulder, there was a pocket puppy, and hurriedly changed the topic. This dog is so cute. Xiao, you like raising dogs? Luo Xiao looked at Suji with a complicated expression. My master said that this dog isn't simple. It can't be seen by non-imperial realms. Su Ru sweated. Su Ru, tutor Bai, can you see it? Bai Yi, can't see. Suji was shocked in his heart, but he was an exalted emperor after all, and on the surface, he was still unperturbed as he locked eyes with Luo Xiao. But, after a long time, Luo Xiao let out a delicate laugh. Lying to you la. Bai Yi also smiled wanly. Su Ru. Soon, the picture in front of us changed. An ancient immortal mansion, situated in the midst of rolling mountains, surrounded by clouds and mist. Its architectural style is simple and elegant, with flying eaves and horns, and gold and blue splendor. Around the palace, exotic flowers and plants are opening. Cranes are soaring in the clouds, and spiritual monkeys are playing in the treetops. Lin Lang Academy. It's here. After entering the Lin Lang Academy, Bai Yi kept an unusually low profile and quietly placed Su Ji and Luo Xiao on top of a mountain. On the top of the mountain, several ancient immortal mansions stood, cleaned up. You will reside here, this is my dojo. The holy places of cultivation within the Lin Lang Academy, such as the Immortal Spring, the Space Mansion, and the Training Treasure. You can all. Halfway through hearing this, Suji directly slipped inside one of the mansions. Lin Lang Academy. He also went out from here a few hundred years ago, and was more familiar with it than Bai Yi. So naturally he didn't have to listen to her explanation. Luo Ziyao was listening very attentively and ignored Su Ru, following Bai Yi into another immortal mansion. It seemed that the master and disciple were going to have a good conversation. After Suja entered the mansion, in the room, a small booklet was placed. Flipping through the booklet, it was a list of precautions that Bai Yi had given him to mention, as well as some characters that he couldn't offend. Su Ru took a cursory look. Top power. In addition to the 3 ancient saint clans, Pang Lai, Kun Lun, and Yu Zhang, there were also 3 great emperor clans in the central state, namely the Lin family, the Chen family, and the Zhu family. They controlled the literary and martial arts houses of the Linlang Academy, and had a pivotal position in the academy. Well, the forces haven't changed much from before. Pang Lai, Kun Lun, and the Lin family, these 3 have been completely offended by me. The remaining Yu Zhuang, Chen family, and Shu family, they don't have much to cross. Suji finished reading, closed the booklet, yawned, and crossed his knees to cultivate. For him, now he just had to quietly wait for the road to immortality to open and mix in to pick the fruit of the realm. And of course, protect Luo Ziyao next door. This girl cannot hang their future to become immortal as an ancestor. Can rely on her. There was no talk all night. The next morning, the system sent him another message. Ding! Congratulations to the host. On the 4th day of marriage, he has obtained the immortal technique, sacred sun vomiting technique, the art of spitting, the method of cultivation. With a slight run of Su Ji, the spiritual chi of heaven and earth was sucked into his body as if it were a whale. The speed of cultivation was more than 10 times faster. That's good. Also, just as he was about to continue his cultivation, outside the immortal mansion, there came a sound of crying and wailing. Chapter 25, Framed? Ambush? Count me in for the kill. What's the situation? Suji felt that it was a bit absurd. In thousands of years, it was the first time that someone dared to cry outside his dojo. Although this dojo, right now, was just a slightly humble immortal mansion. He got up and walked out of the immortal mansion, only to see an unclothed, pathetic woman collapsed in front of the door of the immortal mansion. There was still blood at the corners of the woman's mouth. Her face had a slight panic, and in her overflowing aura, there was a demonic aura. This was wounded by a demon strike? Suji hesitated slightly and stepped forward, reaching out to help the woman. Although he killed without restraint and destroyed his family when he moved, it was a life and death struggle, and to be kind to your enemy is to be cruel to yourself. In his daily life, Suji's innermost conscience was still intact, and he was not the kind of evil person whose heart was demonized into his body. But just the moment Suji's hand was about to touch the woman, the door to the fairy house next door opened. Luo Xiao's delicate figure walked out and glanced at Suji in dismay. Suji's hand froze. A bright light flashed in the eyes of the woman in front of her, and she suddenly howled loudly. What? Suji, you have a cruel heart, capturing me and bullying me for a night. I've promised to commit myself to you and go back to the 9 heavenly sanctuaries with you, but early this morning, you had to push me away, and when I didn't comply, you hit me. You're not going to give me the emperor-level resources you promised me? Whoa whoa whoa! Luo Ziyao froze, thinking back to the day of the cave. It seemed that Suji was also so domineering. Did he really? Suji withdrew his hand with an expressionless face. He was trying to keep a low profile himself, but some people reacted much more than he thought they would. Who instructed you to come? The woman cried out. Su Ru, if you want me to leave, you can also give me the resources to cultivate to the emperor realm, or else I'll have to report to the law enforcement elders and say that you forcibly robbed your female classmates. Su Ru raised his eyebrows. He wanted to slap the woman in front of him, but he was afraid that the misunderstanding of Luo Ziyao on the other side would deepen. I'll give you 3 seconds to get lost, or I'll make sure your soul is torn apart and you'll never be allowed to reincarnate. Su Ru drank lightly. The woman wasn't afraid at all. Instead, she used the power of her divine soul to increase the sound. Help! Where are the people from the law enforcement hall? There are students here who are possessed and want to harm me. As the words fell, the surrounding clouds suddenly dispersed, and dozens of people ambushed in the clouds and mist, now smiling and walking out hand in hand. Su Ru froze. It's not even staged. Come plainly. The man at the head of the group was dressed in a brocade coat, holding a folding fan, with the appearance of a flamboyant playboy. When he saw Su Ru, he smiled. To introduce myself, my name is Lin Zhong, and I'm the student representative of the Martial Academy's Law Enforcement Hall, and the person you insulted is named Chen Lu, the clan sister of the Grand Chief of the Academy, Chun Lan, the Imperials, the Lin family, the Chen family. Suji laughed. Have I offended you guys? Lin Zhong's smile retracted. I don't care about the grudges outside the academy. As a matter of fact, you have deceived and abused Miss Chenlu. In the academy, you have already violated the laws of heaven. Heavenly article. What a big mouth. Su Ru contained a smile. Then what should be done with me? Lin Zhong's smile widened. Naturally, you will be tied up and handed over to the Elders' Council to decide whether you will be expelled from the academy or lynched. You will be given an understanding. As the words fell, several saints appeared in the air, all of them fierce and vicious, wearing chains around their necks. You guys don't even check, and you're flatly accusing me of insulting this Miss Chenlu? Suji looked toward the air. What else do we need to find out when the evidence is overwhelming and we've caught them at the scene? The saint at the head said in a cold voice. Suji nodded, seemingly resigned to his fate, and turned his head to look at Luo Xiao. You think so? Luo Xiao was slightly stunned. Then a smile hung on the corner of her mouth as she walked slowly. I believe you. Instead, Suji froze. Luo Xiao walked towards Chenlu, who said miserably, Miss Luo, pop. Luo Xiao slapped Chenlu in the face, sending her flying 3 meters off the ground. It's mediocre people like you. Suji stayed beside me last night. He didn't even come to my room. He would run halfway across the academy to find you? Are you belittling your aunt's charms? Chenlu sprayed out a mouthful of blood and looked at Luo Xiao, who was magnificent and had a face value far superior to hers, and said in exasperation, Luo Xiao, you dare to slap me? Do you know who my brother is? It's not just the chief of the academy. So what? Luo Xiao lightly rebuked. Let him come to me if he needs anything. I'll take it all. On the side, Lin Zhong was filled with incredulity. This was a phoenix heavenly maiden, but she was so grumpy for a man. Miss Luo, the chief of the academy, was born with extraordinary pupils and is rumored to be the reincarnation of an immortal. This karma can't be taken. Luo Xiao was silent and coldly glanced at Lin Zhong. With this glance, Lin Zhong was nothing, but Chen Lu exploded. She had originally been in an affair with Lin Zhong, or else she wouldn't have come to Suji's place to put on an act for Lin Zhong. But now, she had been slapped by Luo Xiao, and Lin Zhong actually had a warm-hearted face that was thinking about Luo Xiao. In an instant, Chen Lu's chi and blood poured out, and a soft sword appeared in her hand, stabbing straight ahead. She was arrogant and used to being arrogant, confident that even if she hurt Luo Xiao for no reason, the academy wouldn't dare to touch her. Luo Xiao's willow brows furrowed, and the fiery red lance appeared in her hand instantly. A spear stabbed out, accompanied by the sound of a phoenix, and space rippled. Thumbs down. Her cultivation level was obviously not comparable to Chen Lu's. The shot instantly penetrated Chen Lu's forehead and stabbed out from the back of her head. Chen Lu's eyes were wide and round, the handle of the gun in front of his eyes in shock, but his soul had long been broken. Lin Zhong stumbled, looking at Luo Xiao incredulously. Wasn't he clear enough just now? Chen Lu is Chen Lan's clan sister. With a single shot like this, the Yaoqi Holy Land wouldn't even be able to protect Luo Xiao, unless Luo Xiao escaped from the Lin Lang Academy and hid within the Yaoqi Holy Land for eternity. Suji looked a little confused, but then instantly figured it out. Luo Xiao didn't want him to get into this mess, trying to take this karma on myself. There's definitely Fu Yuing in the background as well. If we let Suji stir up the wind and clouds, the sky will definitely turn upside down in the end, and we might have to alert the him in the eastern wasteland. When that happens, it's all over the place. At this time, Lin Zhong shivered. Miss Luo, now that you're in big trouble, it's better to hurry up and contact the Yaoqi Holy Land. The saints in the sky also had heavy gazes. This was the Lin Lang Academy, and Chief Chen Lan was the young man with the most say. If they do not do something to take a stand in such a rampant manner, it would be a dereliction of duty, and it is possible that they will be liquidated in the future. On the side, Suji took a step forward and grabbed the handle of Luo Xiao's gun. The right hand was slightly hard. Bang! Chen Lu's head burst open like a watermelon. Count me in for the kill. Su Ru tilted his head and looked at the saints. Chen Lu set me up and was killed by me with a single shot. And, he turned and looked at Lin Zhong. Lin Zhong's chrysanthemums tightened as if he had fallen into an ice cellar, and he turned around to flee. He felt the breath of death. Run wherever. Suji let out a soft shout, and the long spear in his hand was thrown out like a javelin. It made a perfect arc in the air. With a poof, it stabbed into Lin Zhong's back, and with a huge force, it nailed Lin Zhong to a mountain wall. The several Saint Realms complexions changed drastically. With their speed, there was no way to stop that lance just now. Chapter 26, First Day. You have to reveal your identity? Suji stepped forward and stomped on Lin Zhong's head. I ask you, why did you set me up? Lin Zhong was horrified. He never thought that Suji's strength would be so terrifying that he couldn't even stop the Saint Realm. Speak! Suji's murderous aura was undisguised. Lin Zhong's body shook. His crotch was wet, and he directly explained. You're from the sacred land of the 9 heavens. and the central state naturally rejects it. There are rumors that if you are driven out of the Linlang Academy, you will be favored by the heavenly Tao and rewards will be sent down. From then on, one step to heaven. Su-ru frowned, his right foot slightly harder. Who said that? Lin Zhong ate pain, even begged for mercy. Academy rumors. The source has been uncheckable. Everyone knows. If you do not believe, you can go ask Su-ru, as the student representative of the law enforcement hall. If you kill me, you will be offending the entire law enforcement hall. But if you let me go, I'll look up to you from now on, and the Lin family will listen to you. I'm convinced. So convinced. Su-ru sneered. It's too late. Sensing Su-ji's growing killing intent, the saint in the sky lightly rebuked. Su-ru, as a member of the Linlang Academy, do you also want to be treacherous and follow the example of your lawless 9 heavens old ancestor who acted against the heavens? Let me tell you, this is the central state. Distant water can't put out a nearby fire. If you commit a crime here, your old ancestor can only run to collect your corpse in the eastern wasteland. The words fell. There was a buzzing explosion. The 9 heavens emperor's sword at Su-su's waist exploded with a windless sound and scurried out directly. When it reached the air, a transparent shadow emerged with an imperial crown on its head and a slender figure. It was clearly the remnants of the 9 heavens emperor's Tao. The remnants of the shadow held the emperor's sword and swooshed through 100 feet. Hands up and swords down. The eyes of the saint who spoke out had just rounded when his throat was slit by a sword. The great head tossed off and the headless body fell to the ground with a loud thud. The whole place is dead silent. From a distance, Bai Yi, who had just arrived, sat on her butt. What's going on here? What about the promised low profile? He himself had merely gone out in the morning to record the school records for Su Ji and Luo Xiao. When he came back at noon, he had already seen Su-ru handily slaying the law enforcement hall elder. This is so serious. It's way beyond what she can be responsible for. The moment the saint died, an emperor's shadow emerged in the air. An old man with flowing Xian clothes looked at him with a sullen face. Bai Yi stopped in front of Su Ji and stammered. Elder Lin Hong. The old man known as Lin Hong couldn't tell if he was happy or angry. He just looked at Su Ji. Release Lin Zhong, and punish him lightly. Bai Yi took a deep breath and turned her head to Su Ji and said sharply, Su-ru, don't kill Lin Zhong. There's still room to turn this matter around. You should know that Lin Koan of the Lin family and Lin Qing of the Emperor's son have all died at your hands. Lin Zhong is the only remaining proud son of the Lin family's generation. If we kill him again, the Lin family will go crazy if they don't have enough green and yellow and lose the chance to compete for the path to immortality. Su Ji laughed. So I've already killed so many Lin family members? Bai Yi nodded. Su Ji added, if I let him go, the Lin family will let me go? Upon hearing this, Lin Hong murmured, the matter outside the academy. The Lin family juniors were not strong enough to be blamed. This is the unspoken rule between the great powers in the central state. Su-ru nodded. If every generation of juniors are feuding with each other by killing each other, then the several large forces in the central state would have already been immortal, and it would be impossible to rule together in harmony. In other words, young geniuses, in the eyes of those who were truly in power, did not carry much weight, but at least you can't uproot and kill them all. It's plaining roots. Suji smiled and said, then the matter of him setting up a scheme to frame me is just going to be forgotten? Lin Hong said, it's not over. You killed Chen Lu. Naturally someone will come after you to settle the score. Moreover, you disregarded the laws of the academy and killed the law enforcement hall elder. You will also be disciplined. As for the false accusation, I will find out what happened and clear your name. You mean punishment? Su-ru lost his smile. Do you really think that Mr. Su is deceivable? As the words fell, Suji's right foot sank. But the head exploded. In the midst of everyone's horrified gazes, Su stomped on Lin Zhong in front of several emperors. Ah! Luo Zia was startled. Originally, when the two sides were negotiating, she thought that Suji would be soft and was just fighting for benefits. I didn't realize that from the beginning to the end, Suji didn't intend to let Lin Zhong go, but only teased that Lin Hong, and in the meantime, saw Bai Yi's position. He was satisfied with the results of the test, very happy with Bai Yi. At this time, Bai Yi, trembling all over, but still stopped in front of Su Ji, trembling. Su-ru is my disciple. Introduced by me. I am also guilty. Please punish the elder. Lin Hong became furious. Bai Yi, your Bai family is nothing but a lowly family, daring to receive the wrath of my Lin family? Lin Hong took out a warhammer, and his entire body skyrocketed tenfold as he shook with rage. Emperors cannot be insulted. You and other juniors make me angry. 100 deaths are not enough. As soon as the words fell, he slammed down with a hammer. The head of the hammer was as big as a star. If the hammer smashed solidly, I'm afraid that this mountain peak where Suji was would be annihilated. The emperor's sword in front of Su Zhi buzzed, but before he could strike, a mirror suddenly appeared in the air. A pair of slender hands appeared in the mirror, holding the giant hammer. At the same time, the voice of the Holy Lord of Yaoqi resounded. Lin Hong, you want to kill my daughter? Believe it or not, I'll surround your Lin family headquarters. You. Lin Hong was furious. If my clan's emperor's son can die, your daughter can't? The Holy Lord of Yaoqi rebuked. All of your clan's emperors died in peer-to-peer battles, so who's to blame for their inferior skills? But your old undead end is too ugly. Lin Hong took a deep breath and calmed down. Fine, I cannot kill your daughter, but that kid violated the rules of the academy. I'll take him down. Official business. Is there anything wrong with that? Pull out the bookstore banner. The Holy Lord of Yaoqi hesitated. Lin Hong, I'm warning you, Su Zhou loves this junior so much that he even gave him the Nine Heavens Emperor sword. Nowadays, Su Zhou is mighty in the Eastern Wasteland, so if you're not afraid, you can try. Lin Hong snorted. Afraid? What am I afraid of? This is Central State. No matter how long Su Zhou's hand is, can it still reach here? As you wish. The voice of the Holy Lord of Yaoqi disappeared. Lin Hong looked at Su Zhi with a sardonic smile. Su Ru was helpless. Just had to reveal my identity on my first day. It seems that if you want to enter the path to immortality, you'll have to find another way. This Lin family, always tripping him up. Find an opportunity to uproot them. Having made his decision, Su Zhi's emperor's sword hovered in front of him, while his entire body stepped into the sky. His face had an air of unruffled authority. Luo Xiao stared at him closely from the side. One side of her eyes amber-colored while the other was black. Obviously, both women were concentrating. Lin Hong was surprised and said, Junior, your bones are hard. No wonder you dare to come to the Central State alone from the Eastern Desert. But sadly, in the face of absolute strength, bones and dignity are useless. They can only hasten your death. As soon as the words fell, he raised his giant hammer and was about to slam it down. But in the next instant, his body suddenly froze. In the distance, a page of golden list slowly flew in. Behind the golden list, there were also a dozen golden girls and boys. In the middle of the Jade Maiden, a stunningly beautiful young girl with a great deal of elegance opened the golden list and looked at Lin Hong, saying, Academy Head Shu has ordered that the Law Enforcement Hall shall not intervene in matters between juniors during special times. Violators will be dropped from their positions and expelled from Linlang. Chapter 27, Meeting, Battle of Life and Death. The head of the Quartermaster's Court. 1 yuan head Chu Wanli. Su Zhi froze, so he had such a backstage? And that stunning girl? Su Zhi also recognized. It was none other than Qin Yuma, who had befriended in the Eastern Wasteland and was good girlfriends with Luo Xiao. But didn't this guy stay at the Yoyogi Holy Land? Why did you come to the Linlang Academy to deliver an imperial decree to the academy? Over there, Lin Hong was filled with incredulity. Head of Academy Chu. Such a deviant disciple. You want to keep him? Pop. That golden list was winless and instantly crossed a distance of 100 feet, slapping Lin Hong on the right side of his face at once. In the middle of the field, an illusory figure appeared. Chu Wanli looked at Lin Hong in a cold voice. Idiot. Su Zhou is already the monarch of the Eastern Wasteland. If you take down this little friend Su and cause a war between the two domains, who will take the blame? Lin Hong was stunned. Isn't Su Zhou still wanted by the Heavenly Dao in Central State? Isn't it faster to take him down right after he arrives and please the Heavenly Dao? Hurry up your ass. Chu Wanli couldn't wait to kick Lin Hong to death. Su Zhou is a half immortal, half immortal. Now that the road to immortality is about to open, who will spare their energy to deal with Su Zhou? Is it enough for your Lin family to pack together? Lin Hong's lips were pale. If you don't rely on the Lin Lang School as well as the Central State Heavenly Dao, and only rely on the Lin family, isn't that giving away your head? Chu Wanli grunted. For today's solution, it is to try to appease as much as possible. Avoid conflict with Su Zhou. A peer-to-peer battle. If little friend Su loses, then Su Zhou has nothing to say. But if you bully the little ones with the big ones, I won't be able to protect you then. After saying that, she turned her head to look at Su Zhi. Little friend Su, say hello to Su Zhou for me. He's always welcome as a guest at the Linlang Academy. Su Zhi nodded. Not much of a reaction as Chu Wanli's figure disappeared into the air. Lin Hong's few people looked at each other and left with faces full of resentment. Some of the students who were watching from afar first looked at Su Zhi, several people with awe, and then all of them dispersed in a puff of smoke. The surroundings became empty. Luo Xiao let out a long sigh of relief and looked at Su Zhi curiously. You really wanted to fight against an emperor just now? Ha! Su Ru turned her head and laughed. Do you think I have that strength? Luo Xiao muttered. Then why do I feel like you were full of battle spirit just now? Su Zhi snorted and looked at Luo Xiao. With the endorsement of the head of the Chu Academy, we're now traveling across the country. Stroll around the Lin Lang Academy with me? Well, Luo Zio was reserved in place for a moment, tooting her pink lips. It's fine to accompany you for a stroll, but I'm still angry with you. Don't you forget it. Su lost his smile and directly took her hand, walking towards the distance. Shin Umo came face to face, her mouth scat inside. What a pair of young couples who live and die together. Just now, facing the Emperor clan, they both fought to die to protect each other. I'm dying to see it. Yeah. Luo Zio's cheeks blushed with shame. Half of what she did just now was her own thoughts, and the other half was of course the master's instructions. However, these things were things that could not be told to Qin Yuma. Qin Yuma, your relationship with the head of the Chu Academy? Suru smiled and glanced at her. She's my cousin aunt. Qin Umo spread her hands. Don't you realize that I actually have a high status? When I was in the Eastern Wasteland, I traveled on the Imperial Lotus and no one dared to touch me. No one dares to snatch the share of the Everlasting Lotus from me either. And I can even directly make the decision to give up my share to Zio. Suru gave a thumbs up. Awesome. Emperor too. Turning his head, he looked at Luo Ziao's side face. You too. Luo Ziao smiled sweetly. Being an Imperial second generation, it's even more important to work hard and not let the clan lose face. There's a lot of pressure. Speaking of this, Qin Yuma hurriedly waved her hand and begged for mercy. Let's not talk about this. If you guys want to stroll around the academy, how about I be the tour guide? The 5 best sceneries of the academy, the sea of clouds, the blue waves, and the starlight. I'm very familiar with all of them. Suru nodded. Good. He hadn't been here in centuries, and he wanted to revisit his old stomping grounds. Too much has happened here before. The morning was spent in happy wandering. They say traveling is the best lubricant for closeness. At this moment, Luo Ziao's barrier with Su Ji was obviously much less. Can you barely count? Friends? Near noon, Su Ji and the 2 women ate a serving of Immortal Branch Mana, when a maid hurriedly ran over and reported, Miss, something big has happened. Panic, Shin Umo coldly shouted. She could be pleasant to Su Ji, but she still had the aura of a towering second-generation emperor when it came to these maids. It's a long-established habit. The maid's delicate body trembled and fell to her knees. Chen Lun, chief of the academy, has set up a life and death ring to invite Saint Sun Su to battle. Qin Yumo's face changed. Luo Ziao put down the spoon, and the lance emerged in her hand. I'll go. Suji pulled her hand and laughed. People are coming to me. What are you going to do? Luo Ziao said. I know Chen Lan. In his right hand ring, there is a remnant soul of a great emperor sealed. You have no chance of winning. Su Ru looked at her with a smile. Your master ate the root of the everlasting lotus and recovered a few % of his power? 10% it. Luo Ziao subconsciously replied, and then looked at Su Jia in shock and uncertainty. How do you know everything? Su Ru smiled and didn't answer positively. Anyway, stay out of this. I'll do it myself. Luo Ziao thought for a moment and pulled out a box from her bosom, handing it to Su Ji. This is an emperor-grade pill. Yaoqi golden pill. Take it. Eat it at the critical moment. It will save your life. Su Ru received the elixir and put it into the storage treasure. Counting up. This was the first gift Luo Ziao had given herself. Naturally there is no reason not to want it. Afterward, Suji turned around and walked towards Lin Lang Square. The 2 women followed Suji, whispering something behind them. Soon, Suji arrived at Lin Lang Square. It was an extremely large square, and in the center stood a huge spirit stone ring that spanned several miles. In the sky on both sides, many immortal mansions were suspended. Chenlong set up a life and death stage and asked to fight Suru. The battle of the ages. Almost all of the dignified young generation in the Lin Lang Academy had come. Chapter 28, Rule Loophole. Collection of Elder Tokens. In a luxurious immortal mansion, a man and a woman, 2 young handsome men were playing chess. The man had alien pupils, and his pupils were a fox's appearance, which was quite divine. At the moment he looked like a wise ass and looked out the window, his eyes lighting up. It's time to close the net. This Suji has arrived. The woman's face was expressionless. Oh Yang Ming, isn't it just the death of a younger brother? Is it necessary to make such a fuss? Oh Yang Ming laughed. Sui Dai, Kunlun died an old ancestor, and you guys act as if nothing happened? Sui Dai blankly glanced at him. How many generations are the old ancestor different from us? And there's not much kinship. When it comes to revenge, it's not our turn. What's more, the Eastern Wasteland has now become an absolute forbidden zone. Who would dare to go there to take revenge? Since it's vain, why don't we just leave it at that and still live? Oh Yang Ming's smile tightened. You may indeed do so, without hatred in your heart. But my brother, Oh Yang Xian, was literally killed by the Su Ru. There were countless casual cultivators who saw it at the time. It's a bloody debt. Sui Dai sighed. So you spread rumors that the Heavenly Tao rejects Su Ru. And whoever kills him will be favored by the heavenly Tao? Yang Ming looked solemn. Rumors start in the hearts of the people. It's just that everyone is willing to believe in the answer. I'm just pushing from behind. I can't be considered the main hand. Sui Dai flattened her mouth. When it comes to debating, 10 of me are not as good as you. But you'd better be careful and hide. Don't let Suji know of your existence. Yang Ming laughed. Suru, can he get past the hurdle in front of him? He looked out the window. You don't say. This battle has attracted quite a few people really. Sui Dai glanced at him. Didn't you rank a martial arts list for the younger generation? Chen Lan was ranked first. I remember. Of course there are more people coming to see it. Right. Yang Ming nodded and handed out a booklet. Smiling. Originally, Chen Lan was invincible. But now, in the martial ranking, he can only be ranked 5th. In front of him, it was either the reincarnation of an old emperor or a peak saint realm taking over. In short, all descending strikes. It can no longer be considered a junior. Speaking of this, his eyes suddenly glazed over and he looked into the distant air. In that place, a young cultivator, with his hands on his elbows, hanging in the air, his eyes full of vicissitudes, was quietly looking at the field. Yu Wenba, why is he here? He's interested in the battle of the juniors too? Umbra, ranked number 1 on the martial arts list. Sui Dai flipped through the martial arts list and her beautiful eyes shrunk. Yuan Bo was the reincarnation of one of the peak great emperors of the martial academy, and was going to be the first rush on the road to immortality. This has long been no secret in the academy. I just didn't realize that even he was there in person to watch this life and death battle. Yang Ming suddenly said, do you think that if Su Ru won this match, would Yu Wenba personally come down? Sui Dai gave him a blank look. He's an emperor. How could he possibly come down to play a juniors game? Then, she was startled. Wait, are you saying Suja can win against Chen Lan? The corner of Yang Ming's mouth sketched up a grim smile. A wise man should leave a good retreat. I want to think of a way. We must seal all the back roads of Su Ru. Sui Dai's delicate body went cold, and she glanced at Yang Ming with some fear. This guy, he's got too many crooked ideas. At this moment, an old man clad in battle armor appeared in the field. He was emanating imperial might and was clearly a pivotal elder as well. The old man looked at Su Ji and the cross-legged Chen Lan and said, my name is Manhwa, martial elder, and I will be your referee today. Any objections? Su Ji jumped to the square and shook his head. Chen Lan opened his eyes and looked at Su Ji with a refined aura in his eyes. You're not going to give me an explanation for hurting my clan sister? Su Ji's face was expressionless. What are you? Want me to give you an explanation? Match? When these words fell, the surrounding area erupted in an uproar. Most of them were Chen Lan's supporters, and when they saw Su Ji being so arrogant at this moment, they were a bit shocked and jumped to their feet. The corner of Chen Lan's mouth ticked. You're very flamboyant. Maybe we're the same kind of people. If we didn't have this mess, we might be able to be good friends. What a lot of nonsense. Su Ru frowned. Chen Lan shook his head. Su Ru, I know that you have the 9 Heavens Emperor's sword on you, and I also have the remnants of an emperor's soul with me. This is ultimately an external force. The battle of life and death is a test of our own strength. Do you dare to remove the external force and fight with your own strength alone? Of course, this is also the rule of the Linlang Academy's life and death battle. Referee Manhwa also nodded and threw out a crystal box. This is the Imperial Artifact Heavenly Hidden Treasure Chest, which shields the Imperial Artifact's connection to yourselves. Hand over the Elder's things and fight on your own strength. As the words fell, Chen Lan got up and threw the ring in his right hand towards the crystal box. With a bright flash of light, the ring was like a mortal object, lying quietly in the box. Su Ru laughed. This was the one thing he hated most about the Linlang Academy. Drill loopholes in the rules to create benefits for yourself. Obviously, Chen Lan's remnant soul could not be compared to his own emperor's sword at all. They are trying to remove their armor before they kill. Manhwa urged. Su Ji, you must rely on yourself in a life and death battle, or be deemed to have surrendered. Su Ru laughed. Okay, here you go. With a buzz, the emperor's sword flew out and crashed into the crystal box. In the distant immortal mansion, Sui Dai frowned. Collect the base cards. It's the rules of the tournament. But now this is a life and death battle. It's not an ordinary competition. To oppress this Su Ji like this, are you really not afraid of the wrath of the head of the Chu Academy? Yang Ming smiled mysteriously. The evil palace, the demon cave, and the demon domain all have representatives coming to Linlang at noon, and the head of the house is negotiating at the moment, which is a major reason why Chen Lan dared to make a scene. In the ancient language, soldiers are precious, as long as the wood has been turned into a boat. Even if the head of the Chu Yuan is enraged, he won't be able to punish too many people. This Su Ru, we can't let him develop any further. The Eastern Wasteland can't have 2 9 heavenly majesties. Sui Dai blinked her beautiful eyes and didn't say anything. her heart still shocked. On the life and death stage, Su Ji had his hands in the air, signaling Chen Lan to make a move. Chen Lan's face sank as his cultivation, which had reached the peak of the Dharma phase, swept out recklessly. He was a bit older than Su Ji, and had received the devoted cultivation of the Chen family of the imperial clan, and at such a young age, he was just one step away from entering sainthood. On the contrary, Su Ji, who only had a cultivation of the peak of the Avatar realm, stood in front of Chen Lan, and his aura was undoubtedly weaker by a hair. It's a big realm difference. Somewhere on a high platform, the color of worry was hidden in Qin Yumo's eyes. Chen Lan is 10 years older than your husband and his cultivation level is too high. This life and death battle is too unfair. Luo Xiao thought for a moment and said, Su Shu has absorbed the everlasting lotus. This is the first immortal object unearthed recently. His battle power shouldn't be as simple as it seems. Just watch. Qin Yumo nodded her head. Your analysis is also correct. After eating the immortal pill of immortality, he will never be ordinary in his life. On the stage, when Chen Lan saw that Su Ji was indifferent to his aura, his eyes narrowed and a long spear appeared in his hand. At the same time, he let out a roar, and in the distant air, a winged young dragon crashed down. Chen Lan straddled the young dragon, his battle armor draped over his body, and his aura went even further. Half a foot crossed into the saint level. It is the half-saint. All of the people present were staring at each other. There's no such thing as a grand reputation. Chen Lan, the chief of the academy, was ahead of everyone else. Chapter 29, I have a backhand too. Old ancestor save me. Su Ru, I won't bully you either. Show your blades. Chen Lan transformed into a dragon knight, and his aura changed, turning flamboyant and domineering, as if he regarded all the people in the world as nothing. It has its own aura of invincibility. Su Ru shook his head and lost his smile. On the martial arts stage, he found a dead branch and picked it up. Using the withered branch as a soldier, he faced the heavily armed Chen Lan straight on. The contempt is unmistakable. It's as if you're cleaning up after a young urchin. This mannerism was even more ostentatious and domineering than Chen Lan. Good for you, Su Ru. When Chen Lan saw this, his hot blood poured out, almost breaking his Tao. My weapons are restricted by you, so I can only use this withered branch. Su Ru's expression was flat. Make your move. Take your life. Chen Lan couldn't hold back any longer and rode the young dragon straight into the sky, soaring high into the air. He's picking up steam. After about 10,000 feet off the ground, Chen Lan's spirit energy was mobilized to an extreme point. Swoop down. Sky Dragon Charge. Is this the Chen clan's heavenly dragon rift? Someone sucked in a breath of cold air. In the eyes of the audience, he took this hit. It was as if a meteorite was approaching from the sky, domineering and rigid without bounds, cutting through a fiery light in the air, just like flowing clouds and flying sleeves, directly crashing towards the life and death platform. The battle of life and death is not a struggle or a competition, but a battle between you and me, coming up with the best moves, coming up with the bottom card. With this strike, it would be difficult for an ordinary saint realm to receive it. Su Ru, watch out. Qin Yumo was on the high platform and couldn't help but exclaim in shock. But before the voice could reach him, he saw Su Ji lightly slash out a sword. This sword, slow and seemingly weak, was actually a visual fraud that was fast to the extreme. In that instant, Su Ji chopped out at least 10,000 swords. Chen Lan had just rushed 100 feet into the heights of the life and death stage by harnessing the dragon. The space in front of him suddenly burst open. A starry river shadow emerged, with countless planets sinking and floating in it, as if a certain cosmic wonderland had really been moved here. How is it possible? What kind of sword technique is this? Chen Lan hissed. He felt that Su Ji had only used the power of the peak of the Avatar realm at most, and was far from being on the same level as him. But the river of stars assaulted him before his eyes, as if blocking his communication with heaven and earth. The levels are so far apart. Ah! Chen Lan roared angrily, holding his longbow and clashing with one of the sword chi that had turned into a planet. Finally, after clashing 10,000 times, the sword chi disappeared around him, but his mind was only just a moment loose. In the sea of stars in front of him, a slender figure suddenly leapt out. The figure was holding a withered branch, and his foot shrank into the ground as he chopped with a sword. Snort! Ow dash! With this sword, first the young dragon tumbled and roared, closing its wings to block. But this sword chop from Su Ji, it's like a knife cutting through butter. Indestructible, smoothly slicing through the young dragon's wings that were as tough as holy weapons. A sword cut through Chen Lan's head without any hindrance followed. Put! In the crowd's incredulous gazes, Chen Lan's head flew up, blood gushing outward like a spring. Everyone was stunned. The atmosphere in the air seemed to freeze. They were very sure that Su Ji's aura fluctuation just now was only at the peak of the divine profound realm. Jumping one large realm, he killed the chief of the academy with a single sword. This Su Ru, strong unlike the young juniors. Luo Zio stood up with a clamor, her mind filled with doubts, and she thought, Senior, can you tell what kind of sword technique it was just now? Fu Yueying was shocked. It's not a mortal art. That's an immortal technique. This Su Su has had another strange encounter. Is it possible that he is also the reincarnation of a great power in the immortal realm? Immortal law. A light suddenly appeared in Luo Xiao's eyes. In his heart, he developed a slight admiration for Su Ji, so much so that the stifled resentment of being forcibly humiliated by Su Ji that night washed away a bit. Master, Su Ju is so strong. Should we tell him about you? Relationship brain? Fu Yueying was silent for a moment and said, he's not even close. In the distance, Su Ji was holding a withered branch, which was still dripping with bright red blood, and he turned his head to look at Chen Lan's corpse with a slight frown. The sword he had just used had not decapitated Chen Lan's divine soul. This meant that there were treasures in Chen Lan's divine soul. At the very least, it was an emperor artifact, or the remnants of an emperor realm. Ow dash. The young dragon flew up, picked up Chen Lan's head, and planted it back on the headless body. Chen Lan slowly climbed up, and some of Chen Lan's fans let out a long breath in their hearts. It was so close that the faith in their hearts was broken. He was crushed by a country bumpkin from the eastern wilderness. Su Ru. Chen Lan's words were as if they came from the 18 layers of hell, cold and terrifying. His face was covered in blood, and only his teeth were white. It's you who forced me to do this. In fact, the outcome of this battle today was already predetermined. Eastern Wasteland, unworthy of participating in the road to immortality, unworthy of sharing this cake. Su Zhe grinned. Is this the Chen family's intention, or yours? Chen Lan did not say anything, and suddenly the pores of his entire body opened up, and white light blossomed. His pupils turned white gold and his voice turned pale. Little doll, the feeling of crushing a supreme wizard with my own hands is something I haven't enjoyed in a long time. By the way, give your arts, along with it, to Lao Fu. Su Ji was speechless and turned his head to look at the referee. Meng Wei, that's not a violation? Meng Wei laughed. This is a secret method, not considered a violation. Favoritism. In the distance, Qin Yuma shouted, Elder Meng, you're too biased in favor of Chen Lan. How can you be a referee? Meng Wei turned a deaf ear. The match continues. Silence filled the room as some of the cadets whispered. Isn't it too much? A senior chided. Shut up if you don't want to die. Just support Chief Chen Lan at ease and be done with it. The original trainee instantly dared not speak. They are of humble status and have no voice per se, and at most they spit out what is in their hearts. A few more bleeps and what happens to Su Ji today is what happens to them tomorrow. Boom! In the middle of the field, Chen Lan bullied his way in and hammered his fist at Su Ji. Su Ji raised his sword and blocked it. The withered branch was instantly chiseled, and he himself was sent flying several feet. Frowning slightly, the old undead on the opposite side was clearly shameless, directly using saint-level spirit elements to hammer him, and if he used his strength at the peak of the Avatar realm, he wouldn't be able to win even with the Star River sword technique. The difference in spirit element between the two sides was too far. Come on. Chen Lan laughed. Su Ru carried his hands behind his back. No wonder you want to take away my 9 heavenly emperor sword. This hand only allows the state officials to set fire to the people. Is for you to play to understand. The plan is not as good as the others. Then obediently lie down. Chen Lan shouted. K. Su Ru laughed lightly. I've got a backhand too. Old ancestor save me. Ancestor save me. For a moment, the entire scene was as if time had been suspended, and everyone's faces were in a state of stagnation. Chen Lan's forward body snapped to a halt, stirring up countless dust. Who is the oldest ancestor of Su Ji? The 9 Shao Emperor, the overlord of the Eastern Wasteland, and the explicit half-immortal of the Tianxian continent, the absolute ruthless man who had just hammered the Eastern region's heavenly Dao and raised the Mingchu Holy Land. Su Su, a junior, could he summon that kind of invincible person? The 9 heavenly majesties are wanted by the heavenly Dao in the central state. Would he charge the central state alone for a Holy Land descendant? It can't be, can it? A bluff? If this Su Shu can summon the 9 heavenly majesties, then things will be big. The academy is so disregarding of their status to oppress the juniors. I'm only afraid that they will go to war. Many expressions were cloudy. Even Meng Wei, an old man who had already become an emperor for 1,000 years, was looking nervous at this moment. A half-immortal, who's not afraid. Chapter 30 Confrontation. A punch to the head. Chen Lan's white gold pupils shrunk into needle shapes, backing up in a row, but waiting left and right. I don't see Xian Wei. However, he saw Su Ji laugh out loud. A name that scares you guys like that? Central State Rats. It seems that they can only do some nasty things in a shady way. You. Chen Lan was furious, conscious of being humiliated. Little doll, dare to play the empty city trick with master. I'll peel off your skin and light your divine soul on a heavenly lantern to abuse it day after day. Manhwa and the other emperors were greatly relieved, and smiles appeared on their faces. This saint son of the 9 heavens? Not being able to contact the great emperor of the 9 heavens was a heavenly blessing. Saves them from being scared. Somewhere on a high platform, Luo Zio stuttered, her entire facial expression collapsing. Why is he bluffing at a time like this? Shin Umo sat on her butt on the ground, picked up a divine pattern, and chanted sharply under her breath. It's over. I can't reach my cousin's aunt. She seems to be receiving an honored guest. It's really over. In the middle of the field, Chenlon rubbed his fists and revealed a fierce smile as he walked slowly. Suji looked at Chenlon and sighed. Ugh. Identity. Ugh. Context. He then snapped his fingers with his right hand. Snap. In the ancestral land of the academy, there is a grand hall with Hall of Honor written on the front. In the temple, there were many wooden plaques, divided into 4 levels. On the first floor, there was only one nameplate engraved with Tianlu Shangxian. On the right side of the second floor, a wooden plaque with the inscription Emperor of the 9 Heavens suddenly cracked. In an instant, imperial might swept through the entire Linlang Academy. A shadow leapt out of the Hall of Glory and descended into Linlang Square in the blink of an eye. Swish, swish, swish. At the same time, 7 or 8 emperors' shadows surfaced, all of them looking grave as if they were facing a great enemy. Manhwa's eyes widened as he looked at the silhouette and shook his voice. The great emperor of the 9 heavens actually still has the imprint of the great Tao remaining in the academy? The great emperor of the 9 heavens. It's really coming. Chenlon stumbled and fell to the ground. Trembling. Rumble. The heavenly Tao of the central state was enraged, and the originally sunny weather instantly turned into lightning and thunder. Various types of divine beasts and immortal beasts shadowed and floated in the void, and the great Tao seemed to press down, using supreme greatness to expel Su Ji. Manhwa stepped forward and said in a deep voice, Su Jiuxiao, you still dare to come to the central state? Su Ru coldly eyed, where can't Mr. Su go? Manhwa took a deep breath. You're nothing more than a great Tao brand. Do you still want to interfere in my academy's internal affairs? Suji laughed out loud and stretched out his right hand, transforming it into a gigantic palm that pressed down. Manhwa's face changed drastically, and he joined hands with the 7 or 8 emperors around him, using his best efforts to fight against them. For a moment, colored lights rose up to the sky. However, it was completely unable to shake that huge palm. The giant palm pressed down unhindered. With a snap, it blasted Manhwa into the depths of the earth for an unknown number of miles, leaving a palm print with a diameter of 10,000 feet long in Linlang Square. It almost caved in the square. It was only at this moment that the emperors of the Linlang Academy realized just how perverse the battle power of Su Jiuxiao, who could reign over the eastern wasteland, really was. A regular person can never be defeated. Who dash? Manhwa rushed out, his body covered in ragged holes, his emperor's blood dripping down like running water. Su Jiuxiao, you dare to use force in my Linlang Academy, he hissed loudly. Suji reached out and pinched his neck. The heavenly Tao roared even more fiercely. At the same time, a half-immortal aura was reviving in the ancestral land of the academy. Even farther away, there were also gazes from supreme wills. Does the Linlang Academy really want to fall out with Mr. Su? Su Ru bellowed. Far to the east, a huge gap in space cracked open, and a violent aura came from within, as if an unrivaled immortal was about to come across the domain. The heavenly Tao of the central state rioted, emitting extravagant heavenly sounds, and the entire aura of the central state was thrown into a frenzy. In the distance, a stunning woman came speeding in as if she had wind and fire wheels under her feet. Stop it all. Stop it. Chu Wanli's face turned blue as she stopped in front of Su Ji's Tao brand. Su Jiuxiao, let go first. I will definitely give you an explanation. Account for it? Su Ru sneered. I see that you, Linlang Academy, want to tear your face off with Mr. Su. Fish to death, and fight until the heavenly Tao falls out before you're willing to give up. When they heard that the heavenly Tao had fallen, the dark clouds throughout the central state clearly churned. Chu Wanli's face was ironic. You'll be satisfied with the package. Su Jiuxiao, don't you still trust me? Suji nodded slightly and loosened her grip on Manhwa's hand. Manhwa's eyes were filled with panic. Suji's one Tao brand was just a Tao brand, but he couldn't resist at all. This eastern wasteland overlord was even more powerful than the legends. Chu Wanli turned her head, looking around. Can anyone tell me what happened? Head of the house, I'll speak. On the high stage, Qin Yuma flew up to Chu Wanli's side and whispered. The more Chu Wanli listened, the more ferocious her face became, and she turned her head to look at Manhwa. Who told you to be a referee like that? Who gave you that power? Did the Linlang Academy give you the power to turn right and wrong and show favoritism? As the words fell, she took out a flying dagger embedded with a red tassel and threw it through the air. Snap! The flying dagger directly missed Manhwa's forehead. Manhwa was terrified to the core as the power in his body slowly began to fade. From the Middle Emperor realm, he declined to the Early Emperor realm, and at the end of the day, fell down to the Emperor realm. Chu Wanli chopped off his Dao connection. This was tantamount to chopping off the limbs of a towering emperor. It's hard to accept. Head of the academy. Manhwa's face was ashen, feeling that there was no light in the road ahead, but he also knew in his heart that Chu Wanli was saving him. With the rumored temperament of this Nine Heavens Emperor, if he hadn't received a strong punishment himself, he would be certain to die today. It's useless for the heavenly Dao to take shelter any longer. There were simply too many emperors who had died at the hands of Su Ji. He was the only figure in the entire Tianqian continent who dared to wantonly slaughter emperors. Chu Wanli looked at Su Ji. Su Jiuxiao, what do you think of this result? Both punished Manhwa and didn't make the heavenly Dao riot. Su Ji's face was expressionless. This result in front of him, he could still accept it. But it's not enough. Chu Wanli frowned. And on the ground, Su Ji's original body took a step forward and slowly walked towards Qianlan. More than a dozen emperors were present, and there were even supreme existences watching with their gazes. Su Ji walked up to Qianlan and grinned. Qianlan's face was filled with horror, and the remnant soul of the emperor realm within him had long since hid in fear. Su Ru, what do you want? Su Ru said. Finish the unfinished life and death battle. With so many elders present, do you still want to see blood? Qianlan retreated back and forth, having long since lost the courage to fight. Where was there any semblance of the great chief of the academy? Su Ru laughed lightly. I heard that you were dissatisfied with me marrying Zi Yao before? Qianlan's eyes shrunk slightly. This kind of thing he had only revealed in private. I don't know which son of a bitch leaked it out to him. Su Ru, think about it. So many emperor realms are watching. Most of them are elders that my Chen family has befriended. If you are so arrogant, you will surely provoke a rebellious mentality in the academy in the future, and you will be boycotted. He was about to say more when Su Ji had already raised his right hand, amber-colored spirit element covering it, and blasted out with a fist. Bang! Having lost the help of the Emperor Realm's remnant soul, Qianlan's head exploded like a watermelon before turning into a cloud of blood mist. Threatening me when you're dead. How pampered. Su Ru shook his head and lost his smile. Killing Qianlan was the same as killing an ant. Insignificant. After that, he turned his head to look at Chu Wanli, facing this head of the One Academy directly, and calmly said, as Qianlan said, the resignation is without honor and triggers the law of the academy. Will the head of the academy dispose of me? In an instant, all eyes were focused on Chu Wanli. With so many emperor realms present, it wasn't Su Ji's turn to use violence as a junior in any case. According to the laws of the Shul, this is an extremely serious fault. Direct expulsion from the hospital is a possibility. Chapter 31 Compromise of the Academy. Chief Great Disciple, how is it disposed of? It's a conundrum. To not dispose of it at all is tantamount to condoning the evil and is a crumbling of the law of the Shul. But Su Jiuxiao's Dao brand was present. Disposed of ruthlessly, Su Jiuxiao came across the domain, and the consequences were even harder to bear. The best result is to give a few words of reprimand without any pain, impose some probation that will naturally dissipate with time, and put the matter behind us. Both sides look good. Many of the Emperor Realm elders had the best plan for handling the situation in their hearts, but in the middle of the scene, Chu Wanli pondered for a moment and made a decision that everyone's could not have imagined. Through a life and death battle, Su Ji won over Qianlan, the chief disciple of the academy, proving his superior talent as well as his battle prowess. This seat declares that from today onwards, Su Ru is the new Grand Chief of the academy, commanding all disciples. Wow! The entire audience was in an uproar. Not just a few Emperor realms were stunned. Many Saint Realm elders and even some disciples were stupefied. The Shuyuan governs the institution by the rule of law, and the Tendo governs the realm by the order of the world. But it was as if today had told them, in this world, fists are everything. The background is hardened to such an extent that the Torah is just a customized suit for you. Wear it however you want. Su Ru was also a bit stunned. He doesn't want to be the chief, does he? But Chu Wanli had to sell him a favor, so he could only nod and accept it. At least, from today onwards, it was completely horizontal in the academy. The chief of the academy, the authority is still great. At that moment, a will from the ancestral land of the academy covered it. Jiao Shao, talk? Su Su's silhouette looked into the distance with a somewhat complicated gaze, then shook his head. Exempt. After saying that, the shadow dissipated as a cloud. Break it up. After Su Ji's Dao brand dissipated, Chu Wanli resumed her unruffled appearance and drank towards the crowd. In an instant, the place scattered. Su Ji retrieved the Nine Heavens Emperor sword and greeted Qin Yuma and Luo Ziyou as the three of them walked towards Bai Yi's dojo. Many of the trainees who had left in the same direction as Suji were looking differently at the moment. No one thought that this teenager from the eastern wasteland was actually a fierce dragon that had crossed the river. Their original admiration for Chenlong was mostly derived from strength as well as background worship. But at this moment, Suji stepped on Chenlong to get to the top, causing them to transfer their adoration to Suji, even more frenetic than the original. In the distant immortal mansion, Sui Dai watched Suji go far away, with some lingering shock still in her eyes. I really didn't expect that this Suji is so strong and has a hard and scary background. I'd believe it when I say he's the illegitimate son of the Nine Heavens Emperor. Yang Ming looked out of the window, those heterogeneous pupils full of unwillingness. How can? Sui Dai laughed. You won't be able to avenge this. He is now the Grand Chief, the head of the students of the academy. His position of power is high. No, there must be a chance. There are no blocked roads in this world. Yang Ming stared deathly out the window. Suddenly, he saw a figure that flew in the direction of Suja. It's Ushio. His residence isn't in that direction. Yang Ming's eyes lit up. He went to look for Suji. Sui Dai froze. What is he? A great emperor reincarnated body. Doing running to find Suru? Could it be that he wants to fight in the same realm to write the name of the Linlang school? Yang Ming laughed. It's possible. He is a veteran great emperor of the academy. And seeing the collapse of the academy's laws and rituals, he must not be able to look on. Should be a good show. Sui Dai smacked her lips. Follow up and see? Yang Ming shook his head. Don't follow. Wait for news. If there's no fight, I'll go pour fire on it. Sui Dai winced. Once again. Feel the man next to you. Terror. Suja led Qin Yuma and Luo Zio as they walked back while looking at the scenery of the academy. Neither woman said much, eyes filled with suspicion. Snapping his fingers, the Nine Heavens Great Emperor came across the domain to take a stand. What the hell is this identity? Qin Yumo felt that even if she broke her fingers, Chu Wanli wouldn't come to stand up for her. It was only Luo Zio who was more favored and could possibly call in Luo Feng or the Holy Lord of Yaoqi. The two women brainstormed madly and just walked along in silence. When approaching the residence, Luo Zio suddenly spoke out. Suji, are you hiding something from me? Suja's back went cold. How is that possible? My origins. A quick check will tell you that I'm clean. Luo Zio hummed. If there is a Nine Heavens Emperor as a perjury, any birth history can be faked at will, right? The corner of Suja's mouth twitched. Still have to keep a low profile. Identity cannot be easily exposed. Luo Zio and Fu Yueying weren't any lightweights. At this time, Qin Yuemo suddenly said, Suru, although you are now our chief, you have made many enemies. This era is different from the usual, with many unusual and stubborn juniors. I've seen several young men today, and they all look bad. Doesn't matter. Suru shrugged. When he became this chief, he wouldn't care about anything in the academy, much less come into contact with anyone. Just wait in peace until the day the path to immortality opens. Luo Zio also looked worried. Suji, you have to be careful. You can't be on guard. Some of the older emperors, who knows what plotting tactics they might have. Truly, you're in a lot of trouble for taking a shot at you. Aha, Suru responded carelessly. Spinning around, he took a step, because there was already a figure in front of him at some point. The visitor wore green clothes and stood suspended in the air, his eyes full of vicissitudes, as if he had seen through the supremacy of heaven and earth. Qin and Luo instantly changed their faces. Yuwabo, a great emperor reincarnated. Say what comes. That sucks. Something's wrong? Suru's expression was flat. Yuwenba landed on the ground and walked to Suji with a single step. He was even a head taller than Suji, and his entire body looked extremely burly, and his face had that very stalwart look to it. Combined with his fame, Luo Ziao took a step back in fear when she saw this. Qin Yumo's lips were also trembling, and both women realized that a great battle was about to break out. But in the next instant, the two women's faces suddenly turned stagnant and incomparable, only to see Yuwenba suddenly boom kneel down. Face turned miserable. A big strong man. Suddenly tears like rain. Ungrateful disciple Yuwenba. Meet your benefactor Su Jiuxiao. Suru. Yuwenbo kept kowtowing. During the years that Enshu left the academy, I kept seeking the immortal path. Seeking breakthroughs, wanting to break the ban with my martial arts, proving Enshu's innocence. But disciple is really stupid. All kinds of dragon pools and tiger's caves have been traveled all over. Still stuck at great emperor perfection. Unable to advance an inch. As soon as there was a hint of the path to immortality, my disciple fell into reincarnation and lived a new life in hopes of becoming immortal. I never thought that I would be able to see my benefactor again in this life. So I beg your benefactor to grant Yuwenba the permission to do his filial duty. The corners of Suji's mouth kept twitching. His right hand was hanging in the air. It was not right to hold it up. It was not right to not hold it up. Behind her, Luo Xiao's eyes completely turned amber. A cold imperial aura emanating from her body. Chapter 32 The Su Ru in your mouth is the person I respect the most. You've got the wrong person. Su Ji's scalp was numb. He already felt as if he was on his back. Fu Yuing was staring at him. The demeanor of my benefactor, every move, is engraved in my heart. Yu Wenbo will never recognize a mistake. Yu Wenbo cowed out fiercely and fell into a long crouch. Su Ru really wanted to kick him to the foot of the mountain. No eyesight. Fu Yuing looked at Yu Wenbo. Are you sure that the person in front of you is your teacher Su Jiuxiao? Umbra looked up, and the tears flowed even more joyfully. Sure, maiden. Fu Yuing's gaze sank. What did you call me? Yu Wenbo was startled. That familiar oppression made his body stiffen and he didn't dare to utter a word more. Afterward, Fu Yuing looked at Su Ji. Su Jiuxiao? Su Ji waved his hands in succession. Wrongly recognized. Absolutely wrongly recognized. Fu Yuing just kept staring at Su Ji. Straight away, he looked unnatural and his eyes fluttered. Afterward, she gave Su Ji a deep look, hummed delicately, and turned around to fly away. Su Ji took a breath and kicked the kneeling Yu Wenbo. Hurry up and get out of here. Just fucking no bad things. Say you admit you're wrong and you still don't believe me. Don't come to see me in the future. After kicking it, Su Ji flew towards his residence, leaving Yu Wenbo in a daze. He looked at Qin Yumo. Foamy, what's the situation? Qin Yumo was even more confused than he was. Blinking innocently. Uncle Yuan, honestly, I didn't get it at all. Su Ru, he's your master barbarian? Why don't you tell me about it? UWS. Yu Wenbo walked back with a head full of questions, and within a few steps, he ran into Ouyang Ming and Sui Dai. Ouyang Ming stepped forward and said, Where does the emperor go? Umber glanced at him. Something wrong? Ouyang Ming opened his fan with a snap. Emperor, listen to me. Today in Linlang Square, Su Jiuxiao of the Eastern Wasteland as well as that junior, Su Ru, used their power to oppress others, intimidating the academy, beheading the chief, and depreciating Mangwei's emperor's way fruit. How hateful is that? We are all the power and nobility of the central state, but the thieves of the Eastern Wasteland have so corrupted the program and acted against the way, treating the order of heaven as nothing. Yu Wenbo interrupted with a frown. I don't read your holy books. Get to the point. Ouyang Ming respectfully put his hands together and impassionedly said, Ouyang Ming petitions for all the students of the academy, as well as the academy's laws. I implore the emperor to step in and fight in the same realm to drive the Eastern Wasteland thief, Su Ji, out of the academy. He doesn't deserve to be the chief of our academy. His posture was standard, and he was deeply satisfied inside. With his understanding of these great emperors of the academy, he himself petitioned with the order as well as the will of all beings. Yu Wenbo had no reason to refuse. Sui Dai's beautiful eyes glittered beside her. She thought the reader was handsome. Ouyang Ming, there was something for her to learn from. It was worth the trip. Yu Wenbo smiled skinlessly. Then according to you, when should I launch my challenge? Or is it a life and death battle? Ouyang Ming waved his fan. Tomorrow will be the day of the immortal sex competition. At that time, there will be cultivators from the outer courts coming over to jointly compete for the 10 slots in the immortal sect. At that time, it would be reasonable for the emperor to find an opportunity to lash out at Su Ji, take away his chief, and behead him. Yu Wenbo nodded with an expressionless face. You think well. Ouyang Ming was delighted. Thank you, emperor, for complimenting. But he hadn't finished his sentence. Yu Wenbo suddenly stepped on the ground and instantly appeared in front of him, grabbing his hair and pressing it towards the ground. Boom! Soot all over the place. Bang! 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 Yu Wenbo grabbed Ouyang Ming's head and kept smashing the ground, splattering blood and plasma, and his mouth kept chanting retarded. Sui Dai was staring blankly from the side, completely stunned. Emperor, spare your life! Emperor, spare your life! Ouyang Ming's miserable screams resounded through this valley. Perhaps he was a bit annoyed by Ouyang Ming's shouting. Yu Wenbo took out a needle-like holy artifact and sewed Ouyang Ming's lips shut with a single stitch. He then took out his dagger and chopped off Ouyang Ming's 5 fingers one by one. Sui Dai had seen half of it and had run for his ass. It was too bloody. Half an hour later, looking at the dying Ouyang Ming, Yu Wenbo stomped on his head. The Su Ru in your mouth is the person I respect the most in this life. And if you hear the next offense, the Panglai sacred clan won't be able to save you. After saying that, he stepped Ouyang Ming's head into the ground with one foot before he walked away with satisfaction. After a long time, Sui Dai folded back and dug Ouyang Ming out. Appalled. How are you doing? Ouyang Ming's face was covered in blood, and his smile was even worse than crying. Has been honest. The night was silent, and the next day, Su Ji received another reward from the system. Ding! On the 5th day of marriage, 1,000 years of cultivation will be rewarded. Another 1,000 years of cultivation. Su Su's face was joyful. and he matched it with the immortal technique's sacred sun vomiting technique. He was certain that he would take his cultivation even further and catch up with the progress of his physical body today. By then, he would be a complete half-immortal. Outside the immortal mansion, Ie found Luo Zio. You all know about the battle for the immortal sect today, don't you? Luo Zio froze. Suji shouldn't know. A classmate came to inform last night, but he bypassed Suji's immortal mansion. I'll tell him? Ie sighed. Forget it, today is a fight on behalf of the academy. The fight is for the academy's face. The people of the academy are clearly saying that they don't need Suru, and Suru must not want to represent the academy either. Luo Zio hesitated and nodded. Close to noon. Still in Lin Square. At this moment, the Lin Square had even more people gathered than yesterday. A number of people from the outer court dressed in red clothes, black clothes, or demon heads and bodies gathered. The Evil Hall, the Devil's Cave, and the Demon Domain. The four major factions of the Tianxian continent had gathered at the Lin Lang Academy to compete for a place in the immortal sect. In the air, 4 large seats are placed, divided into white, red, black and green. On the white seat, it was Chu Wanli who was sitting there. At the moment she looked at the woman on her right with a leathery smile. The woman was wearing a red dress, with a bright blood-colored rose on her chest, especially those long straight legs, which were crisscrossed with an extremely amazing amplitude. Where less, extremely juvenile. However, many emperors didn't even dare to raise their heads, much less look at them. It was all because the visitor was the evil temple's real power, the Blood Rose Emperor. It was also Chu Wanli's nemesis. At this time, Chu Wanli choked out, "Gu bloody May. I heard that you personally went down yourself in this battle?" Cluck cluck cluck. The Blood Rose Emperor smiled charmingly. "What do you care, as long as the immortal gate can be passed? What method is not the same? Have you Lin Lang Academy great emperors gone down for less?" Chu Wanli hummed. For the Shuyuan Emperor to go down, he would have to cut himself off and fall into the wheel of reincarnation, which was like the evil temple, which could casually pinch out a doll body to fake it. The cost difference between the two sides is too great. Chapter 33, The Battle Begins. Up came the reincarnation of a holy man. At this time, representatives of multiple cultivators entered one after another. The cheers rose and fell. The Lin Academy's home field advantage. Almost a mountain of roars. The leader of the Lin Lang Academy was naturally Yuan Bo. Behind him, several saint reincarnations followed. There was also Ouyang Ming, who had been violently beaten up, and Sui Dai, who had a face of afterthought. Of course, Luo Zio was also in the middle of it. "Master, they all look so strong. Do we have to fight for first place?" Luo Zio timidly said in her mind. "We must fight for the first place. This immortal gate is different from what has been recorded in previous years. It concerns the heart of the realm. Few people know about it. This is our greatest chance." Fu Yueying replied. The heart of the realm? Although Luo Zio didn't know what the heart of the realm was, it was the first time she had seen Fu Yueying so full of fighting spirit. "This is the first time in 17 years. Then master, you'll have to help me out in the battle later. I can't beat them. Don't worry." Fu Yueying was full of confidence. Just kidding, she was the reincarnation of an immortal, and she had the everlasting lotus medicinal power under her belt. Who can beat her? At the same time, the people from the evil palace, the demon cave, and the demon domain also entered the field. The woman leading the evil palace, dressed in red, kept throwing glances towards Luo Zio. Luo Zio froze. The woman in front of her she recognized. It was Gu Shuping who died in the burial dragon canyon. At that time, Gu Shuping had been shattered into minced meat by Su Ru's sword, and she still remembered it clearly. But now, Gu Shuping was alive and active on the field. Fine thoughts. In the air, the Blood Rose Emperor looked at Chu Wanli and seemed to say, "I heard that your academy recently got a new chief. Why isn't he here?" The corner of Chu Wanli's mouth hooked up into a smile. "Maybe it's because she despises fighting against you guys?" Poof. The Blood Rose Emperor laughed coldly, pointing in the direction of the demon cave. "Don't be complacent. That young man in the black robe. See?" Chu Wanli nodded. Blood Rose the Great implied. "He isn't from around here." "Not from around here?" Chu Wanli's face changed drastically, and her right hand pointed to the sky. The Blood Rose Emperor nodded. In recent years, it was rumored that the opening of the road to immortality was led by a single force from the immortal realm side. The purpose? To catch people. But Chu Wanli didn't expect that someone from the immortal world would go to the Devil's Cave without saying hello to her. Her insides boiled more than a little. Had the immortal world abandoned the Lin Lang Academy? Doesn't that mean that the academy has no chance for the first place? Chu Wanli took a deep breath. Being the first to enter the immortal sect would naturally give you an advantage that no one else could match. What's more, it's an avenue for the Shuyuan to raise its prestige. In the past, The Linlang Academy had never been able to bag the first place in the fight. 10 places. It doesn't have to be first. It didn't matter to the Blood Rose Emperor. She just needed to be able to enter the immortal path and take a look at the immortal gate. And at that moment, the battle in the field started. The demon domain walked out of a man with a tiger's head and a human body, holding a huge hammer and looking down on the entire field. Seeing him, the faces of many of the academy students paled. It's the Battle Tiger Great Sage. The first one to appear in the demon domain is the reincarnation of the demon saint. This is not giving the youngsters a chance at all. I heard that he is among the demon saints. He is also an extremely terrifying existence in terms of battle power, swallowing cities alive like eating and drinking water. How come he is the one who came? This year, the demon region. The visitors are not good. In this battle, the reincarnations of great emperors were actually not counted as much. And more, it was the reincarnations of saints that took over their lives to fight for the remaining spots. As soon as the War Tiger Great Sage appeared, the atmosphere in the arena instantly rose. Linlang Academy. It's time to move the position of the human race's overlord. The Great Sage of the War Tiger laughed out loud. Come one. I'll lead one. Straight up face diving. The faces of the people in the academy were ugly. Except for Yuan Bo and Luo Zio who were still calm. The others were already outraged. I'll fight you. A man walked out of the academy, wearing white battle armor and carrying a spear. Zhu Shang. Some people were boiling. This was the Zhu clan saint, one of the 3 great imperial clans, and was still quite famous. With him out of the way, the Shuyuan side immediately cheered loudly. As soon as Zhu Shang appeared on the stage, he called for a white stallion, and the whole person straddled on it, which was quite like Prince Charming, causing many female trainees to exclaim, "You're not good enough." The Great Sage of the War Tiger's battle intent rose up as he took a step and pounced, directly transforming into a fierce tiger and battling with Zhu Shang. Although both of them had the base of a saint, their reincarnation time was still short. And at the moment they were both at the early stage of Dharma phase cultivation. With equal cultivation levels, the battle was a difficult one. Finally, after Zhu Shang's spear poke came up empty, the War Tiger found the right opportunity and bit down on Zhu Shang's neck. In an instant, Zhu Shang's head was devoured. Death. The entire audience was shocked, watching Zhu Shang's headless body being eaten alive. The crowd realized that it was a fight to the death. A bloody rule like the law of the jungle. Whoever loses is reduced to food. Linlang Academy. Nothing more than that. Who else? The War Tiger killed Zhu Shang. His gaze was filled with blood as he stared straight at Yuan Bo. Humans and demons were already opposites. And now that he was making a name for himself under the watchful eyes of all the emperors, it made him excited. On the side of the Linlang Academy, Yuan Bo frowned slightly. Other than him, Zhu Shang was already the strongest combatant, but dealing with a saint and asking him, an emperor realm reincarnation, to come down was undoubtedly a disgrace to the academy. In the midst of his dilemma, his eyes suddenly lit up and he spotted a man behind him in righteous indignation. The man held a folding fan in his hand, looking like he was not sharing the same fate as the demon race, cursing under his breath. This mongrel demonic tiger, relying on its strong physical strength, is so arrogant, it's really hateful. If I were the reincarnation of the saint realm, the first one to go up there would fuck this tiger up and make him go to my immortal mansion as a pet cat. Sui Dai sighed as she held her forehead on the side. How about you get on? The man was dumbfounded for a moment. I'm not the reincarnation of a holy man. What am I on for? Sui Dai said. But you're an alien pupil? Altered pupils? Yuan Bo's mind moved. Oh Yang Ming, go up and fight this war tiger. Oh Yang Ming instantly turned pale. It's a personal vendetta. It wasn't enough to beat yourself up yesterday, but today you have to send yourself up to die. Battle Tiger is only at the early stage of Dharma phase. You are already at the late stage of Dharma phase, and you are 10 years older than him. So there is a chance. Yuan Bo walked behind Ouyang Ming and kicked out. Ouyang Ming flung himself onto Linlang Square in a dogshit stance. Instantly, all eyes focused on him. It's Senior Ouyang. It's amazing. Even when facing a Saint Realm reincarnation, he fearlessly went into battle, worthy of being a son of the ancient Saint clan. Senior Ouyang, go for it. A cheer boiled over, and a million grass mud horses flew through Ouyang Ming's mind. But he was too late for the exit, because the War Tiger had moved. In War Tiger's intelligence, Ouyang Ming was simply a junior. In other words, a junior who dared to face his holy might directly. Within 3 moves, Ouyang Ming must be captured and refined into a puddle of corpse water. Chapter 34, Crisis. The immortal world comes. Suji becomes a half-immortal. Roar. The War Tiger lunged violently and raised his hammer. When a lion fights a rabbit, it still uses its full strength. And as a demon saint that had lived for hundreds of years, it also naturally wouldn't take its opponent lightly. Ouyang Ming was greatly annoyed. and the folding fan in his hand transformed into a 9-foot-long sword, entangling with the war tiger. He had a different pupil and was the last hope of the Panglai sacred clan, and surprisingly his strength wasn't bad when he fought. In the end, he used his alien pupils to turn the square into an illusory maze. The war tiger's physical body was powerful, but its divine soul grew extremely slowly. After being led into the illusion by Ouyang Ming's heavy pupil, he even lost his way for a moment and was stabbed by Ouyang Ming with 100 swords, and eventually died of serious injuries. Ouyang Ming sat paralyzed, panting, but the light in his eyes was infinite. He himself overcame a holy reincarnation. He got up and eyed the whole room with an unrivaled arrogance. Who else? On the high platform, the Blood Rose Emperor looked in the direction of the demon cave and spoke in a deep voice towards Chu Wanli. It's not quite right. These people from the Devil's Cave are sitting steadily. They don't even have the slightest intention to fight. They're not here to fight for the immortal sect? Chu Wanli also furrowed her brows. There must be a demon when things go wrong. It feels like they're plotting something? The Blood Rose Emperor said. Maybe it's just that Junior is too weak to arouse their interest. I'll try. You? Chu Wanli froze. It was in the direction of the evil hall that a young girl dressed in red stepped out. The young girl had a rose painted at her neck and held a long sword with a stunning face. After walking onto the stage, she stomped on the head of Ouyang Ming, who was spirited and ready to show off his skills, and stepped the ladder straight into the ground, then looked around. The crowd at the academy was instantly dumbfounded. Just now, they had blown half a day's worth of Ouyang Ming, who was regarded as the hope of the academy, to be trampled underfoot like a defenseless mortal? This girl in red, who exactly is she? Seemingly sensing the doubts of the crowd, the young girl smiled faintly. Evil Palace. Gu Shuping. Gu Shuping. Some of the disciples who had been to the eastern wasteland were horrified. Luo Zio swallowed her saliva. Master, what's the situation? Fu Yueying explained. The evil palace has an ancient secret technique called the puppet strange technique, and this Gu Shuping in front of us should be the same as the Gu Shuping in the eastern wasteland. A holster for the Blood Rose Emperor. Leather. Sets. Luo Xiao's eyes blinked rapidly, her voice stuttering, but I feel like she's just a person. This is what makes the evil temple so terrifying. If I'm not mistaken, the Blood Rose Archon in the air is also holstered. Her true form is untraceable, and will always survive the world. Well, Luo Xiao's eyes that were filled with curiosity traveled back and forth between Gu Shuping and the Blood Rose Emperor. On the field, Gu Shuping turned around directly, stepping on Ouyang Ming and pointing his sword at the demon cave. Who's going through the motions? Is the magic cave here to go through the motions? Who knows? The few people from the Devil's Cave were still on their knees, eyes on the nose on the heart, ignoring Gu Shuping directly. No one is playing. In the direction of the academy, Yu Wenba and Chu Wanli exchanged a glance, and Yu Wenba touched his nose without making a move. The Blood Rose Emperor was a figure on par with the Nine Heavens Emperor, both ancient existences. Although he was also a great emperor perfection, his battle power was a notch below that of these people. It's better not to make a fool of yourself. And at this moment, the doubts in Gu Shuping's heart had reached its peak. If no one came out to fight, then she would be the champion of the battle and have the first right to enter the immortal sect. On the contrary, the few people from the Devil's Cave were still at ease, as if they were fishermen waiting for the willing to take the bait. What are they waiting for? If no one comes out to fight, then in this battle, I will be number one. Gu Shuping looked around coldly as she was about to exit the stage. A woman dressed in white leapt up to the high platform and said in a delicate voice, I'll do it. What kind of person dares to battle the Blood Rose Emperor? After seeing the woman's appearance, most of the Emperor Realm's faces changed, including the Holy Lord of Yao Qi who had been playing in the corner. The person who came was clearly her daughter, Luo Zia. At this moment, Luo Zio, holding a long spear, had a valiant appearance, with a strong battle intent in her eyes. Zio, you, nonsense. The Holy Lord of Yao Qi made a move to rush onto the stage and grab Luo Zio down. Blood Rose Emperor. Even she didn't dare to face his front directly. Luo Zio, a girl, how could she dare? At the critical moment, Luo Feng appeared in time and held her down tightly. Don't be so hasty. Xiao isn't as simple as it seems on the surface. Damn scum, how dare you show up? The Holy Lord of Yao Qi was furious and was about to make a big move when Luo Feng begged for mercy for a while. The two couples outright forgot that it was their daughter who was fighting on the field. There was an argument as if no one else was there. Meanwhile, on the other side, the few people wearing black clothes in the Devil's Cave suddenly opened their eyes and looked straight at Luo Zio, changing from their previous idle mood and instead becoming excited. Master, they're coming for us? Luo Zio's heart tightened and she asked busily. Yes, they are from the immortal realm, and the techniques they use are immortal techniques, not mortal techniques. This is a vicious battle. and the greatest challenge I've faced since my reincarnation. Fu Yuying's voice carried some flavor of dueling. Now, give me your body, and you rest. Luo Xiao took a deep breath. Then please, master. As she said that, her eyes turned amber in color, her spear pointed diagonally, and she slowly walked towards Gu Shuping. Gu Shuping's long sword stood up and kicked the obstacle. Yang Ming, out of the field as she locked her eyes on Luo Xiao. On the high platform, Chu Wanli's heart was filled with unwarranted uneasiness and panic, which was unparalleled in the hundreds of years she had been in charge of the academy. She then waved her hand towards Qin Yumo, who was eating her melon in the crowd. Qin Yumo flew in, her face full of doubt. Auntie? Chu Wanli's mouth flew fast. You now, go to Bai Yi's dojo and call Suru here. Now. Me? Qin Yumo froze, then said, Suru doesn't have a sense of belonging to our academy. After that incident yesterday, he hasn't left the immortal mansion for a day. I'm afraid it's a little too hard to get him to come to war. Chu Wanli was silent for a moment and said, just tell him that the immortal world is coming and his lady is going to be killed. Remember, describe it as miserable. Qin Yumo shrunk her neck and was just about to wave her hand when Chu Wanli glared at her. The young girl had to look bitter. Oh! Yang Ming retreated with his nose bruised and swollen, his face covered in blood. Sui Dai quickly ran over and spoke out. Something's up. What? Yang Ming was stunned. Sui Dai quickly said, Qin Yumo just left Lin Lang Plaza, and she was seen going to look for Su Ji. Looking for Su Ji? There was a sudden flash of hatred in Yang Ming's eyes. This brat has caused me such misery. When he comes, it would be best for him to be beheaded by the Blood Rose Emperor with a single sword. Sui Dai pursed her lips, her heart suddenly a little displeased. If Su Ru could come, it would be to fight for the academy and fight for them. And at this time, Yang Ming was even cursing indiscriminately. This kind of person, the pattern is too small. With this in mind, Sui Dai left without moving, while Yang Ming was still looking at the field with bloodshot eyes, with the appearance of expecting Su Ji to lose. On the other hand, at the Bai dojo, Su Ji sat cross-legged, his body covered in white light, without moving a muscle. His divine soul completely merged with his body, reaching the half-immortal realm. This was the highest realm in Tianqian continent. If you go further and become an immortal, you'll have to ascend. Chapter 35, Yu Ying's Loss, Terrifying Huolong. By the time Qin Yumo arrived at Su Ji's immortal mansion, Su Ji had already collected his gong and was sitting in the courtyard steaming a hot pot. The pot was filled with dragon liver and phoenix marrow, but on the other hand, his personal temperament was as transcendent as an exiled immortal, and the whole picture just didn't match. Qin Yumo walked in with a confused face and spoke directly. Today is the immortal sect battle. Why don't you go? Su Ji shivered a mouthful of phoenix marrow and even called out in pain, having a beautiful feeling of falling from the immortal world into the mortal world. He glanced at Qin Yumo. The battle for the immortal gate is a matter for your academy. What does it have to do with me? Come, little Qin. Accompany me to eat some dragon meat and drink some vermilion bird wine. Let's get drunk today. Qin Yumo swallowed her saliva and shook her head repeatedly. These things are too tonic. Saints don't even dare to eat more. You'd better eat less. Suru laughed and gnawed on 5 large chunks of dragon meat in a row. Qin Yumo's eyes were dilated with gluttony beside him, but she still didn't dare to eat it. Remembering Chu Wanli's admonition, she said busily, you'd better get over to Lin Plaza and check it out. What's wrong? Suru turned her head. Qin Yumo said, someone from the immortal realm. Xiao is going to be killed. What did you say? Su Ji's eyes widened and he stood up in a flash, not even eating the dragon meat, taking a step towards Lin Lang Square, cursing under his breath. The nerve of a dog. Qin Yumo was horrified. He felt a strong killing intent on Su Ji. It's a feeling like no other. She felt that. Su Ji was really angry. On the square, Fu Yueying had already battled Gu Shuping. Although Fu Yueying's physical body cultivation was very low, but she was, after all, the reincarnation of a fairy goddess. At this moment, using his divine soul to drive his body, he also had the power of the Saint Realm, pressing Gu Shuping to retreat. The gun returns to the 9 revolutions, soaring and cracking the sky. Fu Yueying stabbed out with her gun, the tip of the gun turning 9 times in a row, instantly enveloping Gu Shuping in a sky of gun shadows, making it impossible for her to retreat. But Gu Shuping was no lightweight either, and the name of the Blood Rose Emperor resounded through Tianqian, only to see her right hand flicking with her sword. Rose petals appeared in the air, actually blocking Fu Yueying's gun shadow out. Is that all you do? Gu Shuping laughed lightly and blew out a flirtatious breath. Instantly, the petals shot outward in a rapid manner, directly passing through Fu Yueying's gun shadow and hitting Fu Yueying. Shoo, shoo, shoo. Each petal was a strand of sword chi. In the blink of an eye, Fu Yueying's body was covered in bloodstains. With this body of yours, you can exert a power that borders on the Emperor realm? Fu Yueying's right hand holding the gun was still trembling, and her gaze was a bit grave. It seemed that it was time to use the power of the everlasting lotus in advance. Thinking of the everlasting lotus, Su Jiuxiao's shadow flashed in her mind. With that she shook her head. What she was facing was a giant of the heavens, an existence that mortals could not even look up to in their entire lives. It's better not to let him know. Gu Shuping walked step by step, with a slight smile at the corner of her mouth. It ends here. Fu Yueying let out a chorus. The entire person then leapt high into the air, endless platinum flames venting out from her body. Hostile. A phoenix sound resounded through Lin Lang Square, and the phoenix phantom appeared behind Fu Yueying, and then the human phantom merged into one, leaping and striking down directly from the sky. The space was all trembling in pieces, as if it couldn't stand that horrible heat. At that moment, it was as if there really was an immortal beast phoenix reborn in fire. Gu Shuping's brows furrowed tightly, and her entire body trembled as her divine soul gave her a warning. But the time is too short. Fu Yueying burned the power of the everlasting lotus and transformed into an immortal phoenix that was sufficiently strong for the Emperor realm. A phoenix fell, and Lin Lang Square was directly burnt to a crisp. Barely. When the flames dispersed, Fu Yueying was wearing a white gold battle armor and was majestic. On the contrary, Gu Shuping had dispersed with the wind, and not even a crumb was left. There was a silence in the room. I had long heard that the Phoenix Heavenly Maiden's battle power was limitless, but I didn't expect that at a young age. She could actually exert the strength of the Emperor realm. It's horrible. The Blood Rose Emperor in the air jumped straight up with his eyebrows. Dead again. She transformed into Gu Shuping, which has died twice. The first time, he died at the hands of Su Ji, and the second time, at the hands of her wife. These two juniors. Her right hand squeezed and cackled, and Chu Wanli laughed her ass off. The evil palace. Nothing more than that. Humph. The Blood Rose Emperor took a deep breath and crossed his legs. Don't be complacent. Let's see how you end up in the Lin Lang school. Upon hearing this, Chu Wanli's smile withdrew and she looked towards the field. The moment the Devil's Cave moved, the first one to step out was the man clad in a black robe. The man's entire body was shrouded under darkness, with only one of his features exposed, making him look rather mysterious. Jiu Xian? The man opened his mouth and Fu Yueying's face changed slightly as he stabbed out with a spear. Boom! Space was instantly distorted, and the might of this gun could not be described as unsharp. But the man's body didn't move. Only his right hand stretched out two fingers and lightly pointed. Clang! With a sound, Fu Yueying flew backwards. At the same time, her face changed greatly, as if she had sensed something of great horror. It's you guys? Collect! The man's right hand explored and took out a gourd, which was aimed at Fu Yueying, and the rolling blue mist swept away. The next second, the blue mist came back. Fu Yueying's figure was no longer in the field. It's all such an understatement. When the crowd came back to their senses, the man had already thrown the gourd back in the direction of the Devil's Cave. I win. The man's voice rang out across the field, and looking around, no one dared to meet his gaze. The entire room was silent for a moment before a shocked voice fell from the sky. Asshole, give me back my daughter. Luo Feng's eyes were wide with rage as he held a long spear in his right hand, leaping across the endless distance to stab. Buzz. Pieces of space shattered. However, when it came to the black-robed man, he was unable to move an inch. Lower realm ants. The man grinned, grabbed the lance, and folded it with force. With a sound, the imperial weapon in Luo Feng's hand was broken. Man kicks out. Luo Feng flew backwards at a speed faster than he came, blasting down countless mountain peaks, and lay dying in the distance. There was a silence in the room. The Holy Lord of Yaoqi, who had originally planned to get off the field, stiffened. It's too strong. Is this still Junior? After the man kicked Luo Feng, he turned around and looked around, grinning. This fight is over. The immortal sect quota. We have already promised as many as we can to the Demon Cave as well as the Demon Region crowd, the so-called Lin Lang Academy as well as whatever ancient sage clan or emperor clan. All have no part in this. As the words fell, the entire arena boiled over, and many saints rebuked angrily. On what grounds? It's supposed to be a fair fight. Who are you to decide for our academy? Get it straight. The academy is the one who holds the bull's ear of power in the Tianxian continent. Where did the devil come from? So arrogant. Heaven forbid. The black-robed man's mouth grinned wider. On what grounds? Just by virtue of my name being Huolong. Just because I'm nobler than you. Noble. As Huolong spoke, he kicked out. Space had broken through a big hole, and dozens of saints were kicked, their heads bursting open and dying a clean death. No more hooting and hollering. Everyone's faces fell to gray. In the air, the Blood Rose Emperor couldn't help but speak out. Elder, our evil hall isn't all the way with the Lin Lang Academy. Do we not have a spot either? Pop. Huolong slapped out a backhanded palm, and the Blood Rose Emperor's delicate body instantly rose off the ground, with an indelible palm print on the right side of his face. In the original space, it also left an indelible palm print. Space branding. At the same time, the cultivation on Huolong's body was revealed. It almost collapsed the avenue. Semi-fairyland. My words, to you, are the laws of heaven. Anyone who dares to say one more word, I don't mind making everyone present turn into a puddle of blood. When Huolong finished speaking, the entire room fell silent, and a few people from the devil's cave behind him laughed out loud. Abuse. In the air, Chu Wanli's divine sense flashed electrically, communicating with the runes in her sleeve. Dean, should we stop it? There's no need. I'm clear on this matter. Let it go. Yes. Rumble. At this time, a rumble came from the center of the Lin Lang Academy. A white road silhouette connecting to the heavenly hearing emerged, and a large immortal gate stood. The immortal gate, open. Huolong sneered and was about to leave Lin Lang Plaza, but then he heard a soft cry coming from the distance. Slow down. Chapter 36 Exterminating the Immortal Beasts. Where are they? Slow down. A clear voice resounded through the entire Lin Square. Who dares to speak out at this time? The crowd snapped their heads around, but they saw a teenager walking at the end of the sky. The teenager's black hair was bundled behind him, wearing a snow-white shin clothes. His eyes were ancient and wave-free, and there was a trace of white mist all over his body, which made him look as if he was an exiled immortal and generally handsome. The aura is extremely off the charts. Many people who were familiar with Su Ji were slightly stunned and didn't recognize them for a moment. It's too much of a change. If yesterday's Su Ji was still considered immortal, then today his aura was already transcendent. Huolong's footsteps lurched as he turned his head to look and frowned slightly when he saw the glistening white around Su Ji. Immortal energy? Who are you? Su Ru's voice was calm. The one who killed you. Boom. As soon as the words fell, the heavenly Tao rioted. Thunder and lightning flashed, and red clouds rolled. The crowd was in an uproar, and many people looked at each other and thought they were crazy. Su, a descendant of the Avatar realm, was going to challenge an immortal of the human immortal realm? Not to mention him, even if Su Jiuxiu were to arrive, victory or defeat would be a toss-up. On the side, Ouyang Ming laughed out loud. At this moment, he thought of Su Ji's death, while he was merely disgraced, and was instantly relieved. Sui Dai looked at Su Ji unbelievably. She had just thought that Su Ji was very graceful, but she didn't think that she would come to die now? Yu Wenba, on the other hand, was so excited that he almost fell to his knees. His deduction was right. The domineering Su Zhu in front of him was his teacher, Su Jiuxiu. There was no mistaking it. In the air, Chu Wanli looked at Su Ji with a complicated gaze. At this moment, she also suddenly understood something. To be able to come forward at this time and still be so fearless and arrogant, it was by no means something that a junior could do. The Blood Rose Emperor came back covering his face and asked Chu Wanli. He's the Nine Heavens Emperor, right? You know? Chu Wanli was surprised. He killed me once. The Blood Rose Emperor's eyes looked straight at Su Ji, drawing Chu Wanli's strong dissatisfaction. In the middle of the field, Huolong smiled coldly. Kill me? Do you even know who I am? If it wasn't for the fact that you have an immortal aura on you, I wouldn't even bullshit with you for half a. Right at this moment, Su Ji took a step out, and the entire space suddenly collapsed, followed by an airwave. Su Ji had already arrived in front of Huolong, and with his right hand and palm like a sword, he sliced his palm across Huolong's throat. Thumbs up. Huolong's eyes widened as he raised his immortal energy and was just about to resist when Su Ji backhanded a punch. Boo! With a heavy sound, Huolong's head was hammered away from his body as if it were iron. Blood spurted out and his voice stopped momentarily. The divine soul was also collapsed by this punch. Pure physical strength directly hammered a half-immortal to death, or a half-immortal from the immortal world. Everyone's head stopped thinking. Ouyang Ming froze and looked at Su Ji, rubbing his eyes vigorously with his hands. Is this a dream? At the same instant, the remaining 4 people in the demon cave all opened their eyes. A gaze focused on Su Ji. Who has my lady? Su Ji calmly walked towards the 4. Luo Ziyou and Fu Yueying were more than just his wives. They were also the source of him becoming stronger. How can we allow it to fall into Xiao Zhao's hands? Several people were sweating, and except for the man with the gourd at the end, the other 3 were like enemies. You're not a human. You're an immortal beast cub. A woman at the front of the line let out a soft cry and charged straight ahead. After approaching, she transformed into a 9-tailed cat, her tail sweeping towards Su Ji. Right behind him was a somewhat chubby-looking old man who transformed into a giant elephant with a trunk that almost covered the heavens. The last one, on the other hand, was a turquoise-white tiger, and after showing its figure, it let out a tiger roar, and the entire academy was shaken 3 times. 3 immortal beasts of the half-immortal realm, joining forces against the enemy, shaking the entire Tianxian with their might. At this moment, I don't know how many ancient existences revived and threw their wills at this place to witness the amazing history. Even the heavenly Tao didn't dare to act rashly at this moment, and could only boil and roar in the air. Behind them, the youth with the gourd smiled. "You're Su Ru, right? I heard my senior sister say, I'll give you a chance to fight with my 3 battle pets. If you can win, I'll give you a decent fight." Battle favorites. The crowd was horrified beyond belief. 3 half-immortal realm demonic beasts, in the mouth of that black-clothed youth, were just battle pets. So who the hell is he? Suji frowned and raised one hand, pressing down in the void. Stargazer. With his current half-immortal realm to execute it, the power was already extraordinary. The several immortal beasts only felt that the sky seemed to be descending with meteorites. As time went on, the palm was so large that it was frighteningly large, and with just one finger, it covered almost 10,000 square feet of the trio. There was no way to retreat, no way to avoid it, only to carry it hard. Meow. The nine-tailed cat opened its mouth, and a beam of black and red flames was sprayed out by it, charging straight at Suji's huge palm. The giant elephant rolled up its trunk and went straight up against the sky, confident that its trunk was the hardest thing it had. The Baibo white tiger was extremely fast as it stepped into the void and charged directly towards Suji's main body. All 3 of them had a division of labor, intending to obliterate Suji with a single strike. However, Suji's giant palm was too strong, and it hit its own Qinkuan inside, and the star-picking hand was improved by Suji, adding the space avenue. The white tiger sprinted at breakneck speed, its speed almost approaching the Tianxian Avenue limit, but it still couldn't rush out of the range of the giant palm and was detained in the belly of the finger. Pop! As his finger pressed down, the entire Lin Lang Academy was first quiet, then a loud, earth-shattering sound erupted. Smoke, immortal energy, aura, mixed with some space debris, rain and hail, rushed up into the sky. The scene was chaotic. For a long time, the smoke cleared. The crowd watching the battle was instantly petrified when they saw the scene in the field. The original Lin Lang Square had disappeared, and in its place was a huge palm print-shaped pit that was too deep for the naked eye to see the edge of. On the giant pit, Suji's clothes fluttered and his face was calm as he looked ahead. There, with a fried 9-tailed cat, only 8 tails to be exact. As for the other 2 foreign beasts, in this star-picking palm, they completely turned into nothingness and were blasted into dregs. Their end was extremely unpleasant. "That's quite a lot of lives." Suji laughed, took a step forward and directly grabbed the 9-tailed cat's neck. The 9-tailed cat was terrified and struggled violently, but it only felt that it was an ancient beast grabbing its neck, and was unable to break free at all. Suji's power was so much greater than his. The 7 books of martial scriptures given by the system were chaotic divine albums, and their grade completely exceeded these people's knowledge. At the same realm, Suji was invincible. No one could control him. Boo! Grabbing the cat's neck with his left hand, he condensed his right fist and chiseled it down. Cat life 1. Boom, boom, boom. Cat life 1. Cat life 1. Cat life 1. In an instant, Suji threw 8 punches in a row, striking the heavens and earth to shake and terrify the heavenly Tao. The airwaves that vibrated out all caused the saints watching the battle to change in color, carrying their descendants to storm back 100 miles. Boo! As the last punch was chiseled down, the 9-tailed cat let out a howl and turned into a puddle of blood. Of the 5 people in the Devil's Cave, only the last youth holding a gourd remained. Su Ru turned around and looked at the youth. Where are they? Chapter 37, Wanxiong Kingdom, Immortal Emperor Ji Thin. The youth shook the gourd in his hand and smiled lightly. Here it is, come and get it if you can. At those words, Suji sneered, one step towards the man. A hint of derision passed through the man's eyes and, not bad, good guts, just don't know how much power? Without answering, Suji's right foot collapsed violently, space fragmented as if it were a lens, and his entire body rushed straight towards the man. His body and soul were united, and his entire might was nearly shaking the heavenly Tao, terrifyingly boundless. Instead, the man shook his head and smiled. It is good to have courage, but to go too far is recklessness. Remember, the one who kills you, the Upper Xian Immortal Court, Immortal Emperor Ji Thin. As the words fell, a jade pure bottle appeared in Jibo's right hand. He peeled off the cork and the jade pure bottle grew large against the wind, instantly holding up the entire sky. In the next instant, the jade pure bottle tilted forward and a drop of heavy water dripped from it. With just one drop, the entire sky was completely transformed into an ocean, with waves and sea beasts frolicking. Suji's eyes widened as the heavy water didn't pass over his body. With a plop, he sank to the bottom of the sea like a drowning man. What's this? Changing heaven and earth? Is this still something a cultivator can do? In the distance, Chu Wanli looked directly dumbfounded. She had lived in the Tianxian continent for 2,000 years, and only today did she realize that there were people outside of people, and there were heavens outside of heavens. Being at the same human immortal realm, some of Jibo's methods were simply beyond everyone's knowledge. Warfare, and that's how it works? Gu Bloodme's face was full of gravity at the side. Is this a domain? Or is it some kind of immortal technique? She had vaguely heard in some ancient books that there were some immortals who could easily create even a new realm. Still, seeing it with her own eyes caused a great shock to her mind. He just said that he is immortal dignitary Ji Thin? Chu Wanli bit her lower lip. She remembered that the dean of the Linlang Academy had an extremely mysterious origin and was only known as the Heavenly Locus Immortal, and Ji Thin called himself an immortal dignitary, clearly a much higher grade than the dean. No wonder the dean has not come out like a shrinking turtle. Feelings are afraid to move. The others present were looking at the ocean in the sky with a clouded look on their faces. Even the two great emperors couldn't understand the battle. They were even more confused and could only wait for the outcome from where they were. On the other side, Fu Yueying's somewhat helpless voice came from the gourd. Senior brother, spare his life. I will follow my master's orders and return to the immortal court. Ji Bo smiled. Oh, he is that Su Jiuxiao? It doesn't seem to look quite the same as the portrait of the man you hung in the immortal mansion. Fu Yueying sighed. He should have learned some kind of spell to hide his figure, but how familiar am I with him? How can it be hidden from me? It's quite sentimental. Ji Bo recalled the way Su Ji's eyes were reddened just now for Fu Yueying. If he can break free from my 10,000 elephant kingdom, I will leave him alive. Wanxiang Kingdom? Fu Yueying's voice went up a degree. That's the immortal technique, coupled with the immortal artifact Jade Treasure Vase. How can a mortal get out of the trap? Senior brother, don't force me to turn the tables and burn with you. At those words, Ji Bo froze. You don't even want your life for him? Could it be that you chose the Tianxian continent over the more distant domains in order to see him as well? Fu Yueying was silent. After a long time, Ji Thin smiled bitterly. Then it's not too much to ask that I trap him for half an hour and toss him around. Is it? He was once thin-skinned to you, so it makes sense for me, as a senior brother, to teach my brother-in-law a lesson, doesn't it? Fu Yueying responded. Okay, just half an hour. Not even one more minute. Ji Thin nodded his head and stood in midair with his arms folded, looking at the ocean in the sky and waiting quietly. After Su Ji fell to the bottom of the sea, he only felt his eyes go black, and when he woke up again, he appeared in the main hall of the Lin Lang Academy. On the temple, an old man looked at him amiably and asked with a smile. Resignation. Why did you sleep over halfway through your cultivation? Dean? Su Ru was dumbfounded. The person in front of him was the dean of the Lin Lang Academy, who was known as the Tianlu Shangxian. It was also the benefactor of Su Ru once. It was he who introduced Su Ji to the Lin Lang Academy, helped him to reach the Holy Realm, and gave him a home. To the side, a female voice filled with concern rang out. Su Ji, are you alright? Su Ji turned his head to look, his eyes wide. Yuing? The person in front of him was clearly Fu Yueying. It was just that she didn't have the sharpness that Su Ji remembered. Instead she was very bird-like and snuggled in Su Ji's arms. No, why am I here? Wasn't I fighting against that Ji Thin? Su Ji clenched his right hand hard. Very true. Is this reality? Su Ru was dumbfounded. That's right, with the system in place, it's impossible for an illusory type of secret method to have an effect on him. But the scene in front of us is clearly 1,000 years ago? Could it be that his defeat in the eastern wasteland and his battle to the heavens? These were the dreams? Above, the Tenru smile unfolded. Su Ji, next month, it will be your wedding with Yuing, as well as Wanli, Yun Ting, Yu He and the others. At this critical moment, you can't slack off and be more prepared now. After saying that, several stunning women on the side jumped on Su Ji, calling and whimpering. Su Ji's pupils were dull, but the corners of his mouth rose slightly uncontrollably. Wanli, naturally, is Chu Wanli. Yun Ting, on the other hand, was the holy lord of Yao Qi. Yu He, too, was a heavenly maiden of the ancient sacred clan at that time. There were also several women who were named by Tianlu, all of whom were the leading women in the academy at that time, who had overwhelmed the generation. You need a face, you need a talent, you need a pedigree. This is a situation that he couldn't even dream of at the time. It was too late to think about it in detail. The sky was suddenly dark. Fu Yueying and a few other women pulled Su Ji and headed for the back of the mountain. There was an immortal mansion here that was specially customized for Su Ji, opulent and magnificent, 10,000 times more luxurious than an emperor's chambers. The sword returned to its sheath in a frenzy. For a month in a row. A month later, Su Ji followed the grand wedding of several daughters, and it was again pleasurable for several years. Next, the children and grandchildren ripened, and within 1,000 years, Tianlu passed away. and the Su family became the largest family in control of Tianxian. Another few thousand years passed. On this day, Su Ji himself was sitting on top of a lonely peak. All the red faces had been turned into dry bones, and he had lost his sharpness in chasing after immortality. Dying. No, time is passing too quickly. Su Ru shook his head and looked at the beings in the distance, watching his own children and grandchildren fight to the death for an imperial throne. Even if it's real, this place is fake. Su softly shouted, holding the Nine Heavens Emperor sword, and slashed out with a sword with all his might. Space shattered. All the laws, no different from reality, can't break free. How do you break it? Sushi took a deep breath, and a man dressed in green suddenly appeared in front of him, and it was definitely Ji Thin. Ji Thin's face was smiling as a tea table appeared in front of him. The curling scent of tea rose, and Sushi felt that his soul was boiling just by smelling it alone, almost stepping into the realm of immortality. Enlightenment tea. It's okay, right? Ji Thin poured a cup for Suji. Who the hell are you? Suji frowned tightly. It doesn't matter who I am. Other than this meeting, you and I will never cross paths in this life. Ji Thin lost his smile, with a lofty meaning in his eyes. If you want to break my 10,000 elephant kingdom, the only way for you to go is to break the law with your power. Breaking the law with force? Suji was silent. He tried and couldn't shake it. Yes, but your equipment restricts your power. I'm using an immortal weapon to construct the realm. You're naturally unable to shake it with a mortal weapon. Ji Bo finished, got up, and looked out over the great river. What a wonderful world. You will never understand the pride of creating a world with your own hands. In his ear, Fu Yueying's voice rang out, Ji Thin, don't show off, hurry up and release him, don't let him know too much about the immortal world. There are times when ignorance is the root of happiness. The more you know, the more you suffer. AI. Senior sister, you saw the situation just now. This person is so lustful and unrelenting. He can't refuse anyone, so I'm afraid he's not a good match. Ji Thin shook his head slightly. Unreal. It doesn't count. Fu Yuying's voice rang out. Relationship brain? Ji Bo sighed deeply and turned his head when he just wanted to teach Suji a few words. However, he realized that Suji had already risen up in the air at some point, and his right hand was replaced with a small, milky white sword. It was none other than the immortal sword that Suji had pulled out of the Mingchu Holy Land. Without Ji Bo reminding him, he'd forgotten he'd gotten it. Wait. Ji Thin froze on the spot. Senior sister, you didn't say he had an immortal weapon? Fu Yuying. Chapter 38. Sword shatters 10,000 elephants. Runs after immortal emperor. Immortal weapon. Suji held the unknown longsword in his hand and looked at the miles and miles of earth. White immortal yuan was continuously poured into the immortal sword. In the distance, the sky darkened and the clouds swept away, revealing the boundless river of stars beyond. Immediately afterward, the river of stars turned, and a little bit of starlight spilled down, running through this heaven and earth. Rumble. Countless large stars were falling, and not long after, the Milky Way was hanging upside down, and the entire space was filled with large stars from outside the domain. On the peak of the mountain, Ji Thin's face was stagnant, and his hand gripping the teacup stopped in dismay. What's this? Immortal magic? Fu Yueying was also at a loss. Tianxian continent definitely doesn't have such techniques. She can't really break the ban with her power, can she? It was also right when Fu Yueying's words had just fallen. Su Ji, who was in the air, suddenly raised his longsword and chopped sideways and forward. Immortal technique, Star River Sword technique. Wow! A splendid pike hung across the sky, directly tearing through the deepest level of space. In a flash, the seawater backed up and the whole world was flooded with seawater. Suja put away his immortal sword, coldly glanced at Ji Thin, and took a step towards the sea. Inside the academy, everyone's hearts were as if in fear as they looked at Ji Thin, who was oppressing the world horizontally. No one dared make a sound. Suddenly, Ji Thin's face changed and he turned his head towards the immortal gate. In the next moment, the space in the field suddenly split apart, and a pike full of murderous aura went straight towards Ji Thin. Click click click, large swaths of space shattered, and some saints and emperor realms, with horrified eyes, hurriedly retreated, and immediately following the sword chi was a figure in white. He stepped on thousands of sword chi and chased after Ji Bo's fleeing position. Su Jiuxiao? Endless surprise erupted in Xu Wanli's eyes. Facing an immortal dignitary, he didn't expect Su Ji to fight back and chase after him with his sword. It's so unexpected. Whoosh! Ji Thin fled quickly, his face in a state of disarray, his insides turning over. A sword of such power has exceeded the carrying limit of this heaven and earth. If I try to defeat him, I will definitely destroy the entire Tianxian continent. At that time, when the people of the Kunshur sect find me to settle the score, it will also be a troublesome matter. Anyway, my mission is to guide my senior sister back to the immortal court. and now that the matter has been accomplished, it's better not to cause any trouble. Phew. Ji Thin took a step of 1,000 feet, and all he used were immortal methods, and he soon approached the immortal gate. A transparent beam of light spilled from the immortal gate and enveloped him. Clang! Red light! A voice rang out. The age of the trialists is grossly exceeded. Speechless, Ji Thin took out a token in his pocket and waved it at the immortal gate. The immortal sect hesitated for a moment and suddenly changed the beam of light to green light, and Ji Thin took a step out and disappeared into the Tianxian continent. Seeing this scene, many people's perceptions were refreshed. Is this even fucking possible? The immortal gate is one of the most important parts of the path to immortality. I didn't realize that this could be cheated. Sins. Is there really any fairness to be found in this world? The heavenly Tao ruling the world by order has become a great joke. Perhaps Su Jiuxiu is right. The rules are only used to regulate us mortals. In the next second, Suji arrived and faced the beam of light directly. Many shook their heads and sighed. In their opinion, Suji was over 2,000 years old. It was bound to be impossible to pass the immortal sex test. It was even Xu Wanli who sighed softly, thinking in her mind how to comfort Suji. But in the next moment, their eyes suddenly glazed over, only to see the immortal gate's beam directly turn into green light and spill down. Age 17. Status eligible. Whoosh! Suji stepped into the immortal gate and disappeared. Everyone was petrified. 17 years old? A 17-year-old half-immortal? Is this immortal gate broken? Could it be that that person isn't Su Jiuxiao, but really a latecomer? Suru? Impossible. Immortal cultivation is all about water in water. How can there be a 17-year-old half-immortal? It must be some secret technique to hide it from the world. On the side, Yang Ming's lips turned white as he sat on his butt on the ground, completely stopping his thinking. He counted all the way to Su Ji, had the power of a half-immortal, and drove away some immortal father. This kind of thing is like a bolt from the blue for him. At that moment, a middle-aged man appeared and looked at Yang Ming. Yang Ming turned his head and knelt down, his eyes red. Matriarch, is he Su Jiuxiao, or Su Ru? The new holy lord of Penglai looked at him with a deep sigh. Who is he? Does it matter? He has peak half-immortal battle power. He killed 4 immortals by himself, chased after the immortal dignitaries, and even the heavenly Tao doesn't dare to roar in anger or descend on them. Can't you see that? Yang Ming's teeth clenched. Is the old patriarch's revenge not to be taken? Will my brother's revenge not be taken? Will our Penglai sacred clan not be held accountable for the loss of so many saints in the eastern wasteland? Shut up! The holy lord of Penglai suddenly bellowed, and Yang Ming's entire body trembled 3 times. Clunk! A long sword was thrown in front of Yang Ming by the Penglai holy lord. Patriarch! Me? Yang Ming raised his head in disbelief and looked at the Penglai holy lord. The holy lord of Penglai turned around with his hands in the air and said, "The wrath of the human immortal cannot be undone, and it's for the best that you count on him many times before you can avoid stirring up a fire." At that, he gave a slight lurch, his eyes closing. That brother of yours, the sacred clan will cultivate him well, but will not allow him to have any hatred so as not to follow your old path. Yang Ming laughed miserably, holding the sword in his right hand, trembling madly, and giving himself a lordly head with a single sword. Pust, blood splatters. The holy lord of Penglai grabbed Yang Ming's head and quietly waited for Su Ji's return. Meanwhile, Yu Wenba and the others, following Su Ji's lead, entered the immortal gate. On Chu Wanli's side, a hale and hearty old man with crane hair emerged. Dean! Chu Wanli was delighted. What a hoot! Tenro looked out into the distance. The moment the road to immortality appeared, most of the half-immortals of the Tianxian continent had almost all gathered at the Linlang Academy. No one doesn't want to be immortal. At this time, Chu Wanli whispered, Dean, just now when Su Ji was trapped, why didn't you show up? Don't you love him the most? Tenro gave her a look. What did I show up for? Too shiny for your old face. Come to throw a wrench in the works? Chu Wanli was stunned. Tianlu added, that Lord Ji, his origin is far beyond your imagination. Even the great powers of the immortal realm are proud to meet him. You don't really think that he was driven away by Su Ji because he was unable to defeat Su Ji, do you? Chu Wanli became more and more puzzled. Then why? Tianlu laughed bitterly. Strictly speaking, they are a family. It's just that it's not good for Lord Ji to make a move. If I were to step forward, I would be turned into flying dust in the blink of an eye. Chu Wanli was creeped out and then said with some doubts, then why did Lord Ji appoint the demon cave and the demon domain people to enter the immortal road to look for the immortal gate? Tianlu sighed heavily. Lord Ji asked me where Inger was, and when I couldn't answer, he thought I was deliberately hiding it from him, so he gave us a small punishment. Inger? Chu Wanli grasped the point and her eyes widened. That woman really came back. She's still a thief. Thinking about Su Ji? Tenru glared at her. Cut the nonsense. Chu Wanli was unwilling, her eyes fiercely looking towards the immortal road, itching to enter the immortal gate to see what was going on. Chapter 39, The Greatest Chance. The immortal gate opens. On the other hand, Suji stepped onto the path to immortality and arrived at a barbaric ancient realm. The realm is not big. There are several cities. The space is filled with immortal elements, and the smell of immortal permeates everywhere. This is not the Tianqian continent. Su-Ru was the first to distinguish it. He seemed to have teleported to an unfamiliar realm through the immortal road. That immortal gate. A space portal. Ji-Thin. Su-Ru raised his eyes. In the distant space, a black-clothed figure kept going far away. Extremely fast. Suji lifted his foot and chased after him at breakneck speed. Ji-Thin's speed wasn't fast, and he slowly made his way towards a snowy mountain. And with the added power of the 7 books of martial scriptures, Suji was extremely fast. When he was about to catch up with Ji-Thin, space suddenly began to regress, and everything around them became disoriented. Whoosh! Suji returned to his original position, staring blankly at the snowy mountains in the distance. Law of time. As in general with being in the manifestation kingdom, Ji-Thin controlled time and was able to rewind time and space. Worthy of being an immortal dignitary. Suji smiled bitterly and chased after him once again. At the top of the snowy mountain, there was a huge teleportation gate with the word Immortal Gate hanging on the plaque. Ji-Thin's figure was long gone. Off to the side, a snowdrop stands. Everlasting Lotus? Su-Ru's eyes were sharp, and he saw it at a glance. When Suji approached, the snow lotus suddenly melted away and a woman wearing an immortal crown and white clothes appeared. The woman looked at him with a smile. There you are, Yuing? Suji froze. Fu Yuing smiled and said, I borrowed the medicinal power of the everlasting lotus illusion to see you one last time, so if there's anything you want to ask, just ask. Suji asked, when did you know that I am Su Jiuxiao? After saying that, Suji's figure changed and manifested his true body. I didn't know, but now I do. Fu Yuing laughed softly. Suzaku stiffened. Alright, not teasing you. Fu Yuing stepped forward, straightened Suji's collar and, I had a guess the day after the wedding. Suji clenched his fists. Were you captured by Ji-Thin? If that's the case, I'll take his life even if I have to go to the Yellow Springs. No, Fu Yuing's eyes were complicated and, I got into trouble and wanted to take the blame myself. They were my division and found me to protect me. Su-Ru snapped. I can protect you. Fool. Fu Yuing stroked Suji's cheek. Tianqian continent is small, but it's also big enough for you to live. I don't want you to come to me. I just want you to live. Suji took a deep breath as the memories sprung to life. This moment was just like 1,000 years ago, when he was sheltered by Fu Yuing and stumbled all the way to step into the Emperor realm. The man in front of me, always looking out for his own well-being. Sister Ing. Suji choked a little, and for the first time, he felt that he was not strong enough. Far from being strong enough. Do you want to become stronger? Fu Yuing looked at the blood in Suji's eyes. Aha! Su-Ru nodded. Fu Yuing hesitated. In the realm of immortals, a single realm takes 1,000 years and 10,000 years. There is no secret realm of time in Tianqian continent, so it is difficult to achieve rapid success in a short period of time. Tell you what, I'll give you my most valuable thing. With that said, she pulled a dog out of her arms. That's right, a puppy. Previously, Suji had seen it on Luo Ziyao's shoulder. At that time, Luo Ziyao even used this dog to test him. Unexpectedly, the most valuable thing that Fu Yuing said in her mouth was actually it, seemingly sensing the doubt in Suji's eyes. Fu Yuing laughed. I was able to ascend to immortality during the period when the immortal path was closed on the Tianqian continent, and it was crucial. Come on, little Su, recognize the master. Su-Ru. Suji's entire face collapsed. You're asking me to recognize it as my master? No, Fu Yuing was serious. It's called Little Su and recognizes you as its master. Speaking of which, she suddenly snorted a laugh, like a springtime bloom. And, don't you think, you two are alike? Su-Ru and Xiaosu shook their heads at the same time. Su bared her teeth. Woof, it doesn't seem to obey me? With a pinch of his hand, Suja directly pressed the dog to the ground. Just a dog. Still want to turn the world upside down? The dog was still resisting at first, and after feeling Suji's prime power, suddenly the dog's eyes turned bright and his mouth spat out human words. You have the 7 books of the martial scriptures on you? Suji was astonished in his heart. This was a wonderful solitary book given to him by completing the system mission. Chaos Divine Album. What grade was this? Suji hadn't even scratched the surface until now. At this moment, this dog can even say it in one word, which shows it's extraordinary. Xiaosu is the greatest treasure of the Tianqian continent, and even the immortal world, and I have never confided in anyone. Fu Yuing lovingly stroked Xiaosu's doggy head. Over to you. Good luck. As the words fell, Fu Yuing's figure was slowly dissipating. the most precious treasure in Tianxian continent, the greatest chance for Fu Yuing to rise. Suji reached out and felt the love of the person in front of him who was close to him. That love, it seems, has not dissipated with the passage of time. Fu Yuing smiled faintly, went up and hugged him a little, kissed on his cheek and said in a delicate voice, "Husband, remember, take care of yourself. The immortal world will not come if it can." Fu Yuing dissipated completely, with only warmth remaining in her cheeks. Su Ru calmed down and looked at the dog. You're gray, and you deserve the surname Su? From now on, call yourself Little Gray. Ash, you'd better raise your strength first. Afe's situation is not as good as you think. She doesn't even have a body right now, and there's not much hope for her to rise again when she returns to the immortal world. Su Ru knocked Little Ash's brain 3 times in a row and reprimanded. You're a dog and you're also called Fu? From now on, call yourself Lord Fu. Little Gray barked frantically with his tail hanging low, and after being beaten by Su Ji, he finally became quite honest. Su Ji glanced at it and said with satisfaction, "How do I best raise my strength now?" Little Ash was breathless. First, open the immortal gate and release the heart of the realm of Tianxian continent. The heart of the realm of the Tianxian continent is the most important one among the 3,000 worlds. It is the lifeblood. Refine it, and only then will you have the capital to compete in the immortal world. Su Ji nodded. So Yuing came back in order to refine this heart of the realm and return to the peak. But it's a pity that she collapsed in the middle of the road? The little gray dog barked. There are many opportunities in this world. The Tianxian continent isn't safe, and a large part of the reason she came back was to meet you. After all, one doesn't know what one holds most dear until one is on the verge of death. At those words, Su Ji was silent. Rising up, he chiseled away at the immortal gate with a single punch. Rumble. Endless amounts of immortal energy poured in from the other end, heading towards Tianxian. After thousands of years, the Tianxian continent was connected to the immortal world by the immortal gate. It's finally open. Chapter 40 Human Immortal Realm. Heaven and Earth Melting Fist. Heart of the realm comes out. Once the immortal gate opened, the cloud-like immortal chi turned into substance and poured straight towards Su Ji. Cultivating in this place was more than 10 times faster than cultivating in the Tianxian continent. At the same time, a mysterious fluctuation came from the distant underworld. Su Ru froze slightly, turned his head to look, and whispered, "The heart of the realm is out?" The little greyhound barked. "Not bad, but when the heart of the realm comes out, it has to draw energy first, and if it wants to reach a level where it can be refined, it will still take 3 days. During this period of time, you will first cultivate here, refine me, and improve your strength." Su Ru nodded. Good. After saying that, he pressed down on Little Gray's dog head, and his divine soul split off a brand and imprinted on Little Gray's divine soul. Buzz off. A trace of a mysterious feeling came from the little gray head. Su Ji sat cross-legged, and the cloud-like immortal yuan surged toward him as if it was being sucked in by a whale. At the same time, on the Tianxian continent, the moment Su Ji had just knocked on the immortal gate, the shadow of the immortal gate that stood in the Linlang Academy turned into flying ash with a bang. The path to immortality that connected to the heavenly hearing was gradually paved with immortal lotuses and milky white foreign stones. The fairy path became substantial. At the end of that immortal road, patches of immortal drivers, immortal mansions, and immortal beasts loomed down. The immortal road is connected? Chu Wanli froze in the crowd. From ancient times, the path to immortality has been one way, but this time, the immortal path turned out to be two-way. People from the immortal realm could also pass through the immortal road and come to the Tianxian continent. At the same time, the Great Hall that had the Hall of Honor written on it began to fall apart. Moments later, the Great Hall dissolved without a trace, and in its place was a heart-shaped oddity that shimmered with golden brown light. The heart of the realm. Has it always been in the Hall of Honor? Chu Wanli stuttered a little and looked at Tianlu who was at his side. Tianlu looked constipated. Heart of the realm. I'm afraid it's not our turn. As the words fell, a group of immortal troops appeared in the air. At the front of the immortal army, a domineering teenage general sat on a white dragon beast, dressed in a starlight glittering battle robe, and treacherously said, "I am Tang Hung of the Chuanqing immortal sect, and I hereby order the Tianxian natives to exit the academy within a quarter of an hour, or be wiped out on the spot." Wipe out on the spot. Many old half-mortal men who had been silent for 10,000 years, waiting for their chance, blanched. People in the immortal world. They're all too overbearing. This was the case with Jibo, and this teenage general riding a dragon beast was also the same, completely not treating the Tianxian people as human beings. What if we don't? An old man with white hair was stubborn. They're both half-immortal realms. Who's afraid of who? Even if you're from the immortal realm, you'll have to battle it out. He had lived for 10,000 years, hibernating for most of his life. For today, how can you back down? But his words fell. A golden thunderbolt suddenly appeared in the air. It slashed straight above the old man's head. In an instant, the old man was cleaved into a cloud of smoke and his corpse was nowhere to be found. Crap! It's the heavenly Tao making a move? Isn't the heavenly Tao merciless? How could it help the immortal world people? Rumor has it that behind the heavenly Tao of the central state are people from the immortal realm in control. Could it be that what was said is true? Did they set the order? Most people were appalled beyond belief. Shu Wanli's body softened. I didn't think it was them who came. Tianlu nodded. The Tianxian realm falls within the jurisdiction of the Chuanqing immortal sect. What then? Shu Wanli bit her lower lip. Are we going to retreat? The Lin Lang Academy is our lair. Where should we go if we retreat? We don't have to. Tianlu smiled faintly. The Tianxian natives are going to retreat. But Master is from the immortal realm. Shu Wanli was slightly stunned. Then she remembered that Tianlu was known as Tianlu Shangxian, not someone from the Tianxian realm. Tianlu said softly, it's not like we don't have a slight chance. As the words fell, a cloud carriage approached in the sky. There was a trace of satisfaction in Tianlu's eyes. We also have backup. Within the ancient realm, Su Ji's whale swallowing of immortal yuan lasted for a full day. It was only on the second day, when the system sent him a beep, that he woke up from his cross-legged state. Ding! Congratulations to the host, on the 6th day of marriage, rewarded with the high-level immortal art Heaven and Earth Furnace Fist, high-ranking immortal techniques, Heaven and Earth Melting Fist. Su Ji's expression was joyful. Then he was slightly stunned. It was because he realized that he was already out of the half-immortal realm. I've become immortal? He was filled with dismay and bewilderment. Su Ji had fantasized many times about the scene after becoming an immortal, but never thought that it was so simple and plain. You have merely become a human immortal, Little Ash called out from the side. Without having been baptized by the immortal realm's great Tao, without having sensed the immortal realm's laws, and without the immortal flavor, one is not considered to have become an immortal. Su Ji froze. Immortal flavor? Well, the immortal realm is divided into Earth Immortal, Heavenly Immortal, Upper Immortal, Xian Immortal, Immortal King, and Immortal Exalted. Human Immortal is at best the same battle power as Earth Immortal, Little Ash urged. There's no time to explain so much. You'll know when the time comes. First go back to the Tianxian continent and refine the heart of the realm. This is a great opportunity. It can't be delayed. Su Ru nodded and grabbed the little gray neck and pulled it up. Why do I get the feeling you're not much use? Little Gray bared his teeth. You will know how strong this seat is, and the mere fact that you rose to the human immortal realm by letting me recognize my master is not enough to explain everything? Su Ru thought for a moment. Also, Little Ash was the first chance to be certified by the immortal emperor, so it shouldn't be that bad. In the next second, Su Ji turned his head and flew towards the Tianxian continent. Soon, Su Ji returned to Lin Lang Academy. Just as soon as he left the academy, he felt that the atmosphere was not quite right. It was too quiet. The entire academy was like a no-man's land, and none of the scholars who used to fly around in the sky were visible today. He raised his eyes and looked out, and in the distance, in the center, a golden brown heart stood, the heart of the realm. Just then, Tianlu appeared at his side. Follow me, don't act rashly. Su Ji froze slightly. There's a change? Instead of answering, Tianlu asked, Yuing has returned to the immortal realm? Su Ru murmured, yes, but she's in a bad situation, and I have to go find her. Tianlu sighed. So you want to draw on the heart of the realm? Su Ru nodded. I won't give up. At that moment, another woman appeared beside Tenru. The woman wore a long coat with a huge chest, and there was a hint of satisfaction in her gaze towards Su Ji. You are Su Jiuxiao, right? She said. You are? Su Ru froze. My name is Xia Hua. Since you are a disciple of Tianlu, then by calculation, you should call me senior aunt. Xia he laughed. Auntie? From the immortal world? Su Ru glanced at the road to immortality and guessed. We are in the immortal realm, named the Tai Sword Sect. Xia he gave a slight beat and said, the power that controls this realm and makes the rules is the Chuanqing immortal sect. It is they who are heavily guarded next to the heart of the realm. For the heart of the realm, they are bound and determined to get it. We can only take it wisely. Outwit? Su Ru frowned and, how can we outsmart them? Once 3 days have passed and they've refined the heart of the realm, they can even refine us together. Xia he froze. In terms of safety and security, there is no need to worry. If you fail, you can return to the immortal realm with us at that time. Back to the immortal world? Su Ru sneered. He still had a Dao lineage in the Tianxian continent, and disciples and grandchildren, so how could he leave his hands unattended? Tianlu interjected from the side. Don't be anxious, there are still 2 days. We will discuss the strategy again. What's the difference between you going over there now and sending yourself to your death? You're not too young to act so recklessly. Tianlu was still about to teach him assiduously when suddenly, heaven and earth shook. In the middle of the academy, the golden brown heart of the realm flickered with light and darkness, vaguely showing signs of converting into a white gold color. How is that possible? The heart of the realm. In one day? While Tianlu was still in shock, Suji had already lifted his steps and walked towards the center of the academy. Hey! You wait for the old man. P.S. Storming starts tomorrow. Chapter 41, sitting cross-legged in front of the formation. Who dares to cross the band? In the center of the academy, the teenage general sits atop a dragon. At his side, there were several old men with gray hair kneeling. All of them are big shots with big names in the central state. Either they were half immortals or heads of great powers such as Pang Lai and Kunlun, the Lin family and the Chun family. At this moment, each of them had bitter eyes and blue lips as they looked below the heart of the realm. There, a large Dan tripod was placed. At the back of the Dan tripod, a stunningly beautiful woman with a pale face stood there, commanding each and every saint and emperor realm to throw themselves into the Dan tripod. The woman, it was clearly Chu Wanli, and those emperor realms were naturally the Tianxian natives. At that moment, the Holy Lord of Pang Lai bowed violently and, General Tang, the heart of the realm has already drawn enough energy to release our clansmen, right? The teenage general known as General Tang glanced at him lightly. Suddenly, he held a halberd and slid it down. Thumbs up. The head of the halberd was directly inserted into the Pang Lai Holy Lord's head, followed by a forceful pounding. The divine soul was instantly extinguished, and the head was thrown away, falling directly into the Dan furnace. With a roar, flames shot up into the sky, and the head of the Pang Lai Holy Lord was refined into a pure energy that fed back into the heart of the realm. The heart of the realm is one step closer to white gold color. You are in no position to negotiate with me. The young general smiled. Those who obey me live. Those who oppose me die. Here, I am your heaven. In an instant, howls and cries rose, and most of the Pang Lai sacred clan's children's minds exploded. In a few days' time, 2 old ancestors had died in a row, which was simply unacceptable for an ancient saint clan. The young general's expression remained unchanged as he stared levelly at the heart of the realm. At his side, an old man frantically complimented. General Tang's divine might has descended upon the world, and this Pang Lai lineage dares to make conditions. Truly 100 deaths are not enough. The brows of the surrounding people were furrowed, but no one dared to say anything, and they could only give a sigh in their hearts. The teenage general looked slightly sideways. What's your name? Your Highness, I am the head of the Lin family. Lin Fu. Lin Fu bowed directly, his head lowered to the ground. You're very good. The young general laughed. This general makes a distinction between reward and punishment, and since he punished that old man, he will give you a reward. After saying that, he stepped on Lin Fu's head. Reward you as a footstool for this general. What do you think? Lin Fu knelt straight and said in a loud voice. Thank you, General. Thank you, General. Lin Fu is deeply honored. I only hate that I'm old and frail, and I can't follow the general for the rest of my life. It's a great pity. After hearing this, some of the old men who were originally listed together with Lin Fu as the ancient sacred race and the 3 emperors race all cried out in grief in their hearts. The young general, however, laughed out loud, his laughter spreading in all directions. Quite a bit of the flavor of the only one. In the distance, Suji had just arrived and his eyes narrowed slightly when he saw the scene. He was in the crowd and also saw Luo Feng and the Yaoqi Holy Lord couple. These 2 men, one more ugly than the other, are lining up as consumables. On the side, Tianlu hurriedly arrived and tugged at his sleeve, saying, Resignation, don't be impulsive. The one riding the head of the dragon is the Chuanqing sect's Chuanqing 7th son, Tang Heng, with earth immortal cultivation. Don't start a conflict. Suji thought for a moment. Immortal world people? Tianlu nodded. Yes, the central state heavenly Tao. Behind it is the Chuanqing immortal sect. Suji laughed. All these years, they're the ones chasing me? Dividing me into what rules that are forbidden in the central state? Tenru nodded again. Suru's eyes showed contempt. Don't worry, Dean. I have my measure. Tenru let out a long sigh of relief, but not before he slowed down. Suji had already stepped through the sky and sat cross-legged in front of the heart of the realm under the attention of all the people. On his shoulders, Little Gray tilted his head, bared his teeth, and his tail straightened up as he looked down at the people of the Kuner sect. In an instant, the entire room fell silent, and then a shocking murmur erupted. It's Su Jiuxiao? What's he doing here? No, what does he want? He wants to fight against the immortal world? Sending someone to their death isn't like this, is it? Luo Feng and Yaoqi Holy Lord Yunting both had their eyes wide open. Yunting said in a trembling voice, Su Jiuxiao just came back. He doesn't know that the other party is from the immortal realm. This is sending him to his death. Luo Feng's gaze froze as he suddenly roared, Brother Su, run away, run away. He shouted so hysterically that his voice broke. Suji's expression remained unchanged as he sat with his knees crossed and eyes closed. Xiahua just managed to arrive at that moment, glancing at Tianlu. His brows knitted tightly. I'm afraid I won't be able to protect this disciple of yours. There are 3 upper immortals coming from the Chuanshin sect. Each of them is no worse than you and me, and there might be Xian immortals watching from behind. Fierce. Tianlu pondered slightly, then he glanced at Xiaohe. I suddenly feel that resignation can fight against the Chuanshin sect. Xiahua's eyes showed absurdity. Are you crazy? Tianlu laughed and shook his head. You don't know Resigned Son. He's very refined. Since he was a child, he's always taken every step. He doesn't fight unsure battles. Such a gesture would only be made when he is in control of the whole situation. Xiahua was silent for half a second, then said, I still think you're crazy. Tenru laughed softly. How about a bet? Xiahua glanced at him. What's the bet? Tianlu murmured. Bet on that immortal artifact dragon boat of yours. Xiahua's eyes widened. You're crazy too. The dragon boat can travel through the realm. That's from the Tai Sword sect. How can I possibly gamble with such a thing? Tianlu raised his hand and an elixir was revealed. Okay, I'll bet. Xiaohe took a deep breath and turned his head, his eyes staring straight at Suji. In the distance, Tang Hong rode a dragon colt and stepped on Lin Fu's head, asking softly, Can someone tell this general what this Tianxian native wants? A few of the surrounding great clan patriarchs glanced at each other, all seeing the bewilderment in each other's eyes. Tang Hong kicked out. Lin Fu fell on his face, and when he turned his head in dismay, he heard Tang Hong say, The Tianxian native is not worthy of standing and talking to me. You, go over and bring me his head. Lin Fu was shocked. Tang Hong didn't know Su Ru. He did. This was a peerless absolute half-immortal who was invincible in the Eastern Wasteland, and had even fucked and shattered the Eastern Wasteland's heavenly Dao well. Although he was also a half-immortal, he also thought that it would be difficult for him to defeat Su Ji. Seeing Lin Fu with such an expression, Tang Hong frowned and casually threw out a long knife, holding an immortal weapon. Can you cut it? Lin Fu's eyes rounded with joy. An immortal weapon long knife. Such things as immortal weapons were almost extinct in the Tianxian continent, and even the imperial clan didn't have them. At this moment, having inexplicably obtained a handful of them, Lin Fu only felt that the licking was really worth it. Not to mention letting Tang Hong step on it. Even if he licked Tang Heng's toes every day, he would be willing to do it. Lin Fu was willing to behead and open the way for the general. 10,000 deaths. Lin Fu kowtowed heavily, holding his long sword in his right hand, stepping into the sky and looking towards Su Ji. Su Jiuxiao, you have quite a grudge against my Lin family. From the old to the young, from the Emperor realm to the transformation god, how many of my Lin family's warlords have died because of you? More than 5 fingers? Today, I'll uphold heaven's order and behead you with this soldier, removing a great evil from the world. Lin Fu walked straight towards Su Ji. The sunlight poured down, as if he was the word justice. What answered him was a bright light that cut through space like a sharp blade, leaping over 100 feet. Lin Fu was taken aback and leapt back several miles, only to realize with embarrassment that Su Ji hadn't even paddled towards him. Instead, he drew a circle in the air. At the center of the circle was the heart of the realm and Su Reshi. Drawing the ground, the field, or some kind of formation? Lin Fu looked dead on, but realized that the center of that circle didn't have any energy fluctuations. It was just a line of immortal elemental that demarcated the area. Su Jiuxiao, what do you want? Chapter 42, The Great War. The realm is collapsing? Su Jiuxiao, what do you want? Lin Fu's face rolled with both the shame of being embarrassed by being scared and the anger of Su Ji ignoring him. Whoever crosses this span, dies. Woof. Su Ru closed his eyes and regarded the crowd as nothing. Little Gray flaunted on his shoulder and Ga juggled. The crowd's faces changed slightly. This is too crazy. They then turned their eyes to Tang Hong, waiting for this immortal's decision. Tang Hong people are stupid. He has descended to strike. I did not expect to meet a more pretentious than him. But, the ones who are generally more pretentious than him, die earlier than him. A guy who doesn't know the heights of heaven. Like a frog in the bottom of a well looking at the moon in the sky. Stupid to the extreme. Lin Fu, what are you waiting for? Give it to me. Give me on. Lin Fu's body shook as he sniffed, renewing his fighting spirit, and pulling out several feet of scorching white light flames from his right-hand immortal weapon long blade. That light flame alone was close to collapsing the void. Su Jiuxiao, you've resisted all your life and never bowed your head. But today, you've messed with someone you shouldn't have. As the words fell, Lin Fu leapt forward and charged straight towards Su Ji. Swish, the blade swept through the sky, directly tearing the sky open like an abyss approaching the sky. It's the Lin clan's immortal beheading blade technique. It's a forbidden technique, rumored to be used only when the family is in a life and death situation. Some people exclaimed, startled by Lin Fu's slash that tore through the void. Might is too strong. How does Su Jiuxiao respond? Most people watched with bated breath as Lin Fu chopped out this blade with an immortal weapon in hand, so to speak, across the central state. No one is sure to take it head-on without a scratch, but that blade-on had just entered the circle drawn by Su Ji. Su Ji suddenly opened his eyes. The right hand probed out abruptly. Pieces of the void collapsed, and a pair of large hands covered the sky, instantly pressing down on top of Lin Fu's head. Spatial aptitude. Star-picking hand. It could pick stars, but Su Ji mostly used it to pick heads. In a blink of an eye, the sword light and immortal might came to an abrupt end. Lin Fu was hanging in midair like a prisoner, his feet stomping vainly. Facing Su Ji, he was as if he was a child. What great Tao! What immortal weapon! What forbidden method! All of them were ineffective. Ah! Lin Fu opened his mouth and let out a furious roar. But suddenly, with a click, his head was directly pinched and burst by Su Ji, spilling blood in the air. The headless body fell slowly, landing with a thud on the ground. Standing upright, the immortal weapon long knife was stuck squarely in his neck, just like going to the grave. The entire room was silent, and the gazes of many people looking at Su Ji were filled with astonishment and uncertainty. Killed the immortal weapon-wielding imperial clan chief with a single slap? Su Jiuxiao's strength seemed to have no upper limit. What exactly has he been studying in the eastern wasteland these past few hundred years? Even the extremely discerning Xie He was a bit stunned at the moment and looked at Tian Lu. This is your disciple? Those who cultivate in the Linlang Academy are all my disciples. Tian Lu smiled cheerfully. Oof, no wonder you have the confidence to bet with me. Xie He frowned slightly but the ultramarine immortal sect is not one to be messed with. And the 7 sons of ultramarine are even the pride of the heavens, each one of them incredibly strong. Then let's watch. Although Tian Lu spoke forcefully, he actually had no bottom in his heart. He knew the strength of the Gunstar immortal sect better than anyone else. To charge hard, even his Dao lineage in the immortal realm, the Tai sword sect, couldn't do it. On the other side, an old man at Tang Heng's side leaned over and said something in his ear. What did you say? Human immortal realm? Tang Hong was slightly startled. In the lower realms, there may not be one person who can become an immortal in a million years. It takes great chance, great spirit, and a full dose of talent. I never thought I'd run into someone like that. Tang Hong took a deep breath, and for the first time, he paid some attention to if this kind of person is an enemy, then he absolutely cannot be kept. If he is allowed to ascend to the immortal realm, in less than 100 years' time, the Chuanshin immortal sect will have a great enemy. Speaking of this, he rode the dragon beast and stepped into the sky, facing Su Ji directly. Your name is Su Jiuxiao, isn't it? Su Ji didn't respond and remained old and calm on his knees. Tang Hong huffed in his heart, but still, in a deep voice. Gunstar immortal sect, cherished talent. If you step aside now and commit yourself to my command, I can make the decision to reward you with the Tianxin continent, so that you can be the sole overlord of this world and reign supreme. At those words, the bodies of many power patriarchs who had old grudges with Su Ji trembled and shook their heads violently. Su Ji is overbearing, murderous, and unemotional. If they let Su Ji gain power, will there be a way out for them? Speak! Tang Hong bellowed in a deep voice, clamping his legs together and commanding his crotch dragon beast to step into the circle drawn by Su Ji. Buzz! Suddenly, Su Ji opened his eyes and pointed a finger with his trusty hand. Rumble! The sky broke open in a big hole, and a finger, like a giant pillar of the sky, smashed down from the sky. Tang Heng's face changed greatly. He didn't expect Su Ji to face him, but he was also a ruthless person. Lifting his hand was a killing move, and it came with such force and dominance. He wasn't fully prepared. In the nick of time, Tang Hong took out a dagger from his sleeve, cut through the void on the side, and lumbered in. The remaining dragon beast hissed up to the sky, raised its spine, and performed a secret technique to resist the giant finger. Dragons, known throughout the world for the hardness of their bodies. Not to mention that this dragon beast, which also came from the immortal realm, was the mount of the 7 sons of the Kuner. The result was in the shocked gazes of countless people. The giant finger just pressed down on the dragon beast, sinking a little bit into the ground. Click 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 dash. Roar. With a roar, the dragon beast's body began to fall apart. When the fingerprints dissipated, there was only a large pit left in place. As for the dragon beast, it was even ground into pieces by the giant finger. Tang Hong was in a rage. That was one of his favorite mounts. He didn't expect to be beheaded by Su Ji just like that. But that's not all. Su Shu's 3 talents pointing immortal fingers could mobilize the fate of heaven and earth, tracing back destiny, cause and effect. Since he had locked onto Tang Hong, he would never stop until his power was not used up, only to see that above Tang Heng's head, space broke open once again. Another giant finger chiseled down. How dare you! How dare you! Tang Heng's face was filled with rage as his halberd crossed the air, facing the giant finger directly. Boom! A loud sound spread throughout the Tianxian continent, as wave-like airwaves radiated out in all directions with Tang Heng at the center. Click 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 dash. The sun, moon, and stars appeared in unison throughout the Tianxian continent, and the space shed its layers like a broken mirror. The heavens were hissing, drifting snow for a while, turning into blood rain for a while, and fogging up after a while. Not good. Tang Heng has used the power of the Earth Immortal Realm, exceeding the carrying limit of the Tianxian continent. This realm is starting to collapse. Tianlu's eyes were horrified and he exclaimed in shock. Chapter 43, Group Star Order. Destroy a realm. The realm collapsed. At this moment, everywhere in the Tianxian continent, there were spaces that began to shatter. The order was thrown into disarray. Countless powerful people looked up at the sky with bewilderment. Everyone feels like they're at the end of their rope, in the road to immortality. Yu Wenba, the Blood Rose Emperor, and the others were squeezed out, looking into the long sky with horrified eyes, especially Gu Bloodmei, whose eyes suddenly glared tremendously as she disappeared into the Linlang Academy, and in that immortal realm where no one can explore. Ji Thin was floating in the starry river, and in front of him was the sight of Su Ji battling Tang Heng. Fu Yueying was beside him, her eyes were amber, her gaze filled with worry as she stared closely at Su Ji. Ji Thin laughed. This husband of yours is really something. Crossing into the human immortal realm in a day. I'm kind of looking forward to him coming to the immortal realm to see what he can stir up. Fu Yueying nodded. He has an inexplicable aura about him that has always attracted me, but the immortal domain is still too dangerous for him. At that moment, the realm suddenly collapsed, and Ji Bo's expression was startled. Senior sister, there's something wrong with this realm of yours. There's an inexplicable force dragging the realm from collapsing. Fu Yueying came closer and her eyes widened. I told you that my hometown has a lot of secrets. You guys non-believe me. Ji Thin shook his head and lost his smile. It's not that we don't believe in it. It's just that for the immortal court, any more secrets would be in vain. The reason I pointed this out is just to tell you that the realm collapsed after using the immortal power, and your husband may have to face a bitter battle. Bitter battle? Fu Yueying froze, then gave a creep. Originally, the Tianxian continent could only carry the power of a half-immortal. But now, Tang Heng took the initiative to break the taboo, raising the tier of combat up a dimension. Su, can it work? In the middle of the field, Su Ji was still on his knees, frowning as he watched the sky shake. The rain flowed backwards, and the great Tao collapsed. There was a great deal of mourning, and many of the Saint Realm elders who were nearing the end of their years were directly sitting down. And even in the Emperor Realm, they all retreated backward with panicked faces. Su Ji looked at the dog on his shoulder. Little Ash, Tianxian continent is going to collapse? Woof. Which can be? The Tianxian continent isn't that simple. Little Ash responded briefly, then quickly said, you see that the heart of the realm is still intact. If you're worried about those old acquaintances, just refine the heart of the realm and repair the world. It's still fixable? Su Ji was stunned, but in the next moment, his figure suddenly disappeared in place. Tang Heng held his halberd and appeared on his side, stabbing out with a halberd that cracked space. He then took a step out and caught up with Su Ji's pace, followed by another halberd. Thunder! A halberd struck, and the void was filled with chains of lightning, like a cage, blocking all of Su Ji's retreat. Su Ji's gaze condensed as he turned around and popped out with a fist, facing the halberd directly. Boom! A shocking explosion sounded as the halberd was knocked out of his hand by Su Ji's punch. How can that be? Tang Heng's eyes were wide and round. He was at the Earth Immortal Realm. It's a no-brainer immortal. It's here to descend to strike and make a statement. How is it possible to hold an immortal soldier and not even be able to defeat a lower realm person with his bare hands? The person in front of me, is he a monster? But Su Ji didn't know what Tang Heng was thinking at the moment. He only knew how courageous he was when he was burdened with the Zongsheng battle body and his cultivation was unblocked. Simply unstoppable. Boom! With another punch, Su Ji blasted straight onto Tang Heng's skull, hitting the young leader of the immortal world and sending him flying backwards, blood spraying out. A bit hard. Nice sandbag. Seeing the hunt, Su Ji fiercely stepped forward, chasing Tang Heng in the air. Boom! 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 The heavens shook and the earth shook. Punches reached the flesh, and Tang Heng's body was ruptured by the blows, as if porcelain had fallen to the ground. Xiahua's eyes went straight as he watched, crushing the 7 sons of Chuanshur head-on. This Su Ji, his talent is also too strong. I didn't expect Tian Xian to have such a good seedling besides Immortal Emperor Yuing. Tian Lu was filled with joy. The Chuanqing sect manipulated the heavenly Tao and divided the order. And as the founder of the Linlang Academy, he hadn't suffered many losses from them. The stronger Su Su was, the prouder he was. Some of the elders of the Linlang Academy, who had eyes of surprise, ran to Tianlu's side. Kneeling for a long time can be tiring. Too strong. Su Joshua was able to beat General Tang like this. Could it be that the Tianxian continent, we Tianxian people should be the masters ourselves? Still, don't take it too lightly. The quick victory theory is not desirable. I see that several elders from the Chuanqing sect haven't moved yet. It looks like they aren't nervous. At those words, Tianlu's gaze narrowed slightly as he looked into that cloud layer in the distance. The three old men lowered their eyebrows, as if they were old monks sitting still, as if the sparring match between Su Ji and Tang Han was nothing more than a small fight for them. What if they go down and intervene? One of you, one of me, and one of the others? Tenru looked sideways at Shekar. Sheho laughed. You too, Tenlu. The two sides are mismatched in battle. Across the street, in the upper fairy realm, one more person. Boom! In the middle of the field, as Suji's last punch blasted down, Tang Heng's torso exploded into pieces. His blood sprayed 3 feet, and he flew toward the back as if he were a ragbag. Su Jiaoxiao, don't force me. A tiny lower realm, a tiny human immortal. Want to disobey the group of stars? Su Ru sneered and was about to chase after him again. But then he saw a starburst rise steeply in front of him. Outside the sky, a meteorite star fell at an extremely fast speed. It merged into Tang Heng's body. Click 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 dash. In an instant, Tang Han put on a starlight battle robe, and his right-hand halberd once again appeared in his hand, forcing me to use the order of the swarming stars. Your death is worth being proud of. Tang Han lightly droned. All immortals listen to the order. Kill Su Jiaoxiao and destroy the human race in this realm. I'll make everyone, for Su Jiaoxiao's recklessness, be buried with him. Burial. Hearing these words, the three old men in the clouds abruptly opened their eyes. In an instant, the clouds collapsed, the great Tao stabilized, and thousands of haze bloomed. The three of them directly disappeared in place, and when they reappeared, they were already less than 5 miles away from Su Ji. Stop! Tianlu and Xiahe's bodies manifested away and huffed. Gunstar sect, opening your mouth to destroy a realm is a bit too unreasonable. Tang Hung laughed from afar. Reasoning? Where the stars are, I, Tang Hung, am the reason. Kill. With a rumble, Tianlu, Xiahe and the two old men engaged in battle. The other old man, on the other hand, lunged straight at Su Ji. Tang Hung droned in a deep voice. Su Jiaoxiao, so what if you can fight? You were born in the lower realms after all. Take your life. At those words, Su Ji's hot blood poured out. 2,000 years of mortal combat. The most he's ever heard is that you can't. You are of low status. It was so hard to become a great emperor, but he didn't expect that someone else would dare to make such a wild remark to him. But the old man in the sky, with his upper immortal cultivation, was 2 great realms higher than him. It left him slightly powerless. Woof, I got it. At that moment, Ash suddenly barked. Su Ji stiffened. You? Chapter 44, Little Gray shows his power and swallows an immortal alive. Little Gray was just a chance Fu Yuing gave to Su Ji. Su Ji has always thought that the role of Small Gray, similar to the encyclopedia, the main role of an explanation of all things. However, it was never expected that this dog would grin and want to charge in the face of a supreme immortal attacking. Too much courage. You, okay? The corner of Suji's mouth twitched. Woof. Little Gray was dissatisfied. He felt that from the beginning. Su Ji had never looked down on it. Let's show you what it means to have the greatest chance in all the heavens. Little Gray let out a bark and scurried away from Su Ji. Evil dog pounces. In a blink of an eye, Little Gray's body skyrocketed 10,000 times, as if it was an ancient divine beast reviving, stretching across the heavens and earth. The oncoming upper immortal had just wanted to stop charging and flee backward when Little Gray grabbed it in his mouth and took it into his mouth. Put. The sound of chewing came, accompanied by wisps of white gas. A supreme immortal was actually eaten alive by Little Gray just like that. It's unbelievable. Hiss. Countless people sucked in a breath of cold air. On the other side, Tianlu, Xia, and the other 2 old men, who had just started the fight, hastily braked their cars. Crap. Such a big change of heart. And a hairy fight. Everyone looked at the large beast with fear. Even Tang Heng's lower lip trembled a little. Even Su Ru was a bit bewildered. In the immortal realm, Ji Bo looked at Fu Yueying with an odd expression. Your dog has this kind of ability. Why haven't you been using it? Who knows? Fu Yueying was even more confused than him. I didn't know it was so powerful. When you follow me, Xiao Su does nothing but sleep. It's as if your divine soul is broken. It feels even worse than me. Ji Bo was dumbfounded. What do you mean? You become so strong by following Su Ji? He has this kind of magic power? Fu Yueying's eyes erupted with intense interest. Go back to Tianxian. I want to ask him face to face. No way. Ji Thin balked. Master's orders can't be disobeyed. Fu Yueying glared at him with red eyes, looking like she wanted to tear her face off. This way, after he comes to the immortal realm, I will give him some help so that he can go up to the immortal court to see you earlier, okay? No matter how talented a young man is, he still needs to be practiced. If you stay in the Tianqian continent any longer, some people are going to find you, Ji Thin said bitterly. He really didn't have anything personal either. As an immortal exalt who controlled time, he had lived for an unknown number of thousands of years. For Su Xiao and Fu Yueying, he was more the mentality of a grandfather looking at his granddaughter and son-in-law. What a mind to work for them. Okay. Fu Yueying gritted her teeth, itching to immediately regain her strength and fly back to Tianxian to ask little Ash about his strangeness in person. Inside the Lin Lang Academy, Ash had just finished eating an old man and burped, slightly tired in his eyes. Immediately, it turned to look at the other two old men. Escape. Although the two old men had the cultivation of an upper immortal, they didn't have any will to try to fight back when they faced Little Grey, who was even more massive than a star. The only word left in his mind was escape. But how could they be faster than the hungry Ash? With only a light leap, Ash soared away. Evil dog pounces. There's that trick again. But it works. This mouth was like a dry land in the sleeve, a mustard seed in the sky, covering all of the 1,000 miles of space in front of it. The two immortals went crazy and fled, burning immortal yuan and blowing up their own immortal weapons. But all to no avail, completely unable to escape from the cage in front of them. Barf, barf. The sound of little Ash gnawing through the ribs of the two men spread throughout the Tianqian continent. Tianlu had long since become bloodless with fear. Xiahua couldn't hold his weapon with his hands shaking beside him. Senior brother, what exactly is the situation with this disciple of yours? Tianlu almost gave Little Grey an E. I've never seen this dog before, but the breath on it is extremely ancient and barbaric. I'm afraid that the time of its birth was even earlier than the Tianqian continent. It's even earlier than the Tianqian continent. Xiahua's eyes widened and his heart trembled. If I had known, I wouldn't have come to this Tianqian continent. I thought it would be a beautiful job, traveling and seeing theater. I hadn't realized that it was just as horrible as some of the demonic mystical realms. On the other side, many of the originally wavering patriarchs of the Emperor clan and ancient Sing clan had their eyes exposing surprise at this moment. Emperor Jiao Shao, worthy of being a character that only comes out once in 10,000 years in my Tianqian continent. How fortunate for my Tianqian continent to have a Nine Heavens Emperor. The Chen family. I wish to join the Emperor's banner and serve him as a dog and horse. The Zhu family is also willing. The Shu family is willing to share the Emperor's worries. Shu Wanli was filled with shock when she looked at the great Emperor who used to be so high up and equal to her. But at this moment, he was like a lost dog thirsting for shelter. Looking at Su Ji's back, countless emotions welled up in her heart. Su Ji, on the other hand, was full of calm. It seems that compared to the group star immortal sect that controls the heavenly Tao, the hearts of the people of Tianqian continent are more toward themselves. After all, one wouldn't take the life of a saint realm or emperor realm and run to sacrifice the Dan furnace. At this time, the Little Grey in the air suddenly let out a doggy bark. Its voice shrunk 10,000 times, and shrunk on Su Ji's shoulder. What's wrong? Su Ru transmitted his voice. No energy. Little Ash was at the moment like a pet dog, huffing and puffing with his tongue out. Seeing this, Su Ji's heart stirred. Your power. It comes from my 7 books of martial scriptures? Right. Ash's tongue lolled out. But not all right. I've only been with you for a day after all. I've actually built up some energy over the years and released it all today. By following you, I have the motivation to recover. So naturally I won't skimp on the use of my power. Su Ji nodded. No wonder this dog looked excited when he saw himself using the power of the 7 books of martial scriptures. Dare I say there is an element of that. And just as Little Ash shrunk, the heavenly Tao will of the Tianqian continent suddenly rioted. It transformed into an eye in the air. The eyes shot out endless light, as if they were going to cover the heavens and the earth. There was a hateful color surging out of Su Ji's eyes. Zhengzhou Tendo, the culprit who almost killed him. If it wasn't for the awakening of the system, he would have been invaded by his heart demons and died a violent death in the eastern wasteland as a loser. At that moment, Tang Hong and the eye in the sky made a sound at the same time. Su Jiao, get out of the way, or the consequences are not something you can bear. Gunstar sect will uproot you and the forces behind you and completely kill you. The forces behind it. Su Ji stroked his chin as he heard the scorn of the person behind the central state heavenly Tao. It seemed that the visitor was using Ash as his background. What if I don't? Su Ru stood upright. Whether it was Little Grey, Fu Yuing, or the Hua Qing immortal from the eastern wasteland, they were all telling him to capture the heart of the realm. And now that he had the advantage, how could he compromise and give in? Who dares to refuse the group of stars? Tang Hong took a step forward, and his body began to blossom with starlight. Chapter 45 Power of the Will of Heaven and Earth. Banishment of the stars. In the air, the will of heaven and earth transformed into a beam of golden clouds and mist, which was thrown into Tang Heng's body. In a flash, the starlight battle robe on Tang Heng's body glowed. In the distance, many immortal elements came desperately, pouring into his body. Open. Tang Heng's eyes were filled with excitement. After becoming one with the heavenly Tao, the power Tang Heng could call upon today could only be described as bullish. With a palm cover, the entire void shattered open, and many golden liquids surfaced on Su Ji's side. The liquid gradually connected into two ropes, binding Su Ji's limbs. At the other end of the rope, Tang Heng held the rope tightly. This was to use the true water of the void as a rope, and after binding Su Ji, he would throw himself into that Dan cauldron in the distance to catalyze the heart of the realm. A human immortal will surely be able to make the heart of the realm come out. Ultramarine exile. Tang Heng's palm closed, and Su Ji's figure instantly fell into the spatial turbulence. First, he used the power of the space rupture to cut Su Ji and weaken him. At the same time, he drank towards the few dog legs behind him. Quickly, continue to refine the man toward the furnace of the living. As long as I completely control this realm, even if the heavenly king comes, he won't be able to win against me in the Tianxian realm. A few of the doglegs were startled at the words, and after glancing at each other, they directly grabbed a few of the Emperor Realm clansmen on their side. At the very front was none other than the Law Enforcement Hall Grand Elder, Lin Hong, who had once been upset with Su Ji. Just now, almost all of Tianxian's native forces had thrown themselves under Su Ji's banner. Only the Lin family, which he led, did not move. Their Lin family and Su Ji, their hatred was too deep, making him slightly hesitant and still waiting to see. Just didn't expect that after just a small look for such a short while, Tang Heng was going to put them into the Dan furnace and use them as fuel. General Tang, our Lin family has always been loyal to you, and we have not rebelled in the battlefield. Give a way out. Lin Hong kowtowed frantically, and the several small power patriarchs on his side also nodded their heads in succession. General Tang, you can't chill us. Not bad, we are the most loyal. I hope the general will understand. I begged the general for a way out. Tang Heng sneered sideways. Don't want to die? Then you guys make a move and capture the few imperial clans that have rebelled against the enemy into the past life furnace for me. After saying that, he threw down a box of pills. This is the immortal pill of inducing yuan. It can advance your longevity and temporarily exert the strength of the earth immortal realm. Don't let me down. Lin Hong's fingers were trembling as he received the immortal pill of induced elementalism. The side effects of such pills that preempted longevity must be extremely great. Eat it and you could live 1,000 years less. But if you don't eat, you'll die immediately. Lin Hong had no choice. With this in mind, they closed their eyes and brought the elixir to their mouths. Boom! In an instant, the meridians on their bodies appeared through their bodies, pitch black and incomparably dark, and everyone's eyes were tinted with black mist. Kill! Lin Hong lost his mind and took the brunt towards Chu Wanli. Behind them, a bewildering number of cultivators were shrouded in black qi, starting a one-sided hunt, trading longevity for power. This is the power of the immortal pill. Some of the emperor realms of the Tianxian continent were completely unable to stop them, and were unilaterally harvested and thrown into the Dan furnace. The flames of the Dan furnace boiled up. The heart of the realm was one step closer towards a white gold color, and at least 70% of the area had already been transformed into platinum. Stop! With a movement of his mind, Tianlu was about to move forward and protect Chu Wanli. If the Tai Sword faction dares to move a single point, it will not end in death. Tang Heng coldly glanced at Tianlu, its voice turning ancient in vicissitudes, and in the distance, the immortal road, which was like a substance, faintly sounded like a vibrating sound, as well as the sound of glass shattering. There are supreme beings who want to come across the border. Tianlu's body trembled. This person's might was so powerful that he couldn't even carry the immortal road. He must be a Xianxian-level old antiquity. Never be a force to be reckoned with. Xiahua grabbed Tianlu's hand and shook his head violently. Don't cause trouble for the division again, or no one will be able to intercede for you. Trouble. Tianlu's body softened and he lowered his head in a somewhat disheveled manner. Bang! In the distance, Chu Wanli exerted all her strength, but she was still sent flying by Lin Hong's slap. There was a hint of fear in her eyes. Lin Hong was merely an elder of the law enforcement hall, while she was the head of the Academy of Literature. In the past, he had cleaned up Lin Hong with at most 3 moves, but at this moment, he was undefeated. It could be imagined just how powerful Tang Heng's immortal pill of induced yuan was. It's a real descending blow. Snort! Lin Hong's right hand grabbed like a tiger's claw, aiming straight for Chu Wanli's throat. Chu Wanli's right hand held the sword and slashed. Clanging, the long sword was bounced off. Lin Hong's right hand was unharmed and continued to grab. Clang! A claw grabbed solidly. leaving 5 blood-colored claw marks on Chu Wanli's snow-white throat, and her entire body flew towards the Dan furnace as if she were a floating willow floss. Die! Lin Hong laughed out loud. Previously, when he wanted to move Su Ru, he was stopped by Chu Wanli and even used the golden list to smack him in the face. He had long held a grudge. After all, that time, it was Su Ji who didn't abide by the rules of the courtyard first, but Chu Wanli was too unfair and repeatedly harbored Su Ji. Standing in Lin Hong's shoes, he felt he was right. It was impartial law enforcement. It's Chu Wanli's fault. At this moment, with his own hands, he sends this woman to her death and avenges her death. On the other side, the two couples, Luo Feng and the Holy Lord of Yaoqi, were also being chased to their deaths and would soon become fuel. The emperor realms of the Chen family, Chu family, Panglai sacred race, and other ancient sacred races that had defected to Su Shu were all injured as well. The whole scene was extremely sad. No, I'm going to make a move. These are my children. Tian Lu's eyes were red. The scholars that he had founded the Lin Lang Academy and trained for many years were going to be taken out in one fell swoop at this moment. We're not human beings. We're all human beings. Shekar pulls him back with a deadly grip. Remember, you have power. You go out and represent the Tai Sword sect. You must not be bent on inviting great enemies for the sword sect. Power. Tian Lu clenched his fists in death, staring with wide eyes, as if he was in a frenzy. But it didn't move another minute. He was backed off by Tang Heng's words. On the other hand, on the other side, Tang Heng, who was maneuvering Su Ji to fall into the spatial rotation, his face suddenly changed. After the power of the will of heaven and earth in the central state was integrated into his body, he felt that he could control even a supreme immortal for several hours if he banished him. But now, he felt that on the other end of his leash was an ancient beast that was vaguely about to transcend his control. The strangulation made his fingers raw. This can't be right. Tang Heng tugged at it to death, looking at the heart of the realm in the distance maturing a little bit, shouting madly in his heart. Just hold on a little longer. It'll work in a minute. But just then, there was a soft thud. The thin rope condensed by the true water of the void broke. Tang Heng's face changed drastically. The distant void, steeply cracked, was pierced through by someone's fist. Suji's figure leapt out and punched above Tang Heng's head. Boom! Tang Heng's head was directly knocked away from his body, and with a clang, he smashed onto the past life furnace. It then bounced back, falling just a few miles to the side of the severely injured Chu Wanli, and at this time, Lin Hong had yet to send Chu Wanli into the furnace. Seeing Tang Heng's bleeding head, he looked startled and hastily shifted his target, stepping forward and holding the head in his arms. Chapter 46 Heaven and Earth Melting Fist. 3000 Great Tao. Su Ji showed his figure. There was a gray aura vaguely flowing on the surface of his body. It was a savage, ancient, deep gray. According to the 7 books of the martial scriptures, this is called chaos gas. It is a kind of primordial chi that has stretched across the universe since the beginning of heaven and earth. Usually, it was just silent in the limbs and bones of Su Ji. However, just now, Su Ji was angered and brought his own strength to the extreme, activating a trace of chaos chi lurking in his body. The power directly skyrocketed to a level he couldn't comprehend. It even gave him an illusion. Even if a large star was in front of him, he could tear it apart with his bare hands. Wanli. At this time, Su Ji turned his head to see that Chu Wanli was beaten to death and was almost about to be sacrificed. An anger instantly rose from between his chest. Although he has no love for Chu Wanli, it is only Chu Wanli who pursues him unilaterally. But the help and care Chu Wanli gave him was sincere and substantial. Even when he was expelled from the central state and banished to the eastern wasteland, Chu Wanli stood by him time and time again. At the moment, it was surprising to be beaten half to death. You, all of you, have a way of taking death. Su Ji let out a long whistle. Steeply, the sky shook, and the sun and moon that appeared in unison in the air swayed. Bits and pieces of fire surfaced in the academy, covering at least several miles. Su Ru made a move with his hand, and the wild wind whistled, and those who had originally cast their lot with him, regardless of whether they had conflicts in the past, were all rolled out by him several miles away at this moment. Chu Wanli was even directly rolled by him to Tian Lu's side, sheltered by him. Immediately afterward, the temperature in the entire academy suddenly rose. What kind of power is this? Tian Lu's complexion changed slightly. The dots of firelight in front of him turned into blazing gold, and an incomparably terrifying temperature was spreading in the academy. And it's still climbing. The temperature was getting higher and higher, and that immortal artifact past life furnace was vaguely showing signs of melting. Zip, zip, zip. Lin Hong and the others, their body surfaces began to melt. Their face skin peeled off, and their faces were covered in black blood. Their bodies trembled and they directly came to their senses. Their faces panicked beyond measure. The great avenues were all blocked. The space was all burned. and they couldn't even run if they wanted to. Looking at Su Ji in the sky, who was like a demon god approaching the dust, they could only kneel down in unison and cry out in pain. Ninth Heavenly Emperor, spare your life. Spare your life. We are willing to surrender. We are willing to surrender. I would like to be an ox for the 9 heavens sacred ground and donate all my money and utensils, just to let our divine souls fall into reincarnation and live another life. Countless people's divine souls were being burned in agony. Even those Chuanqing sect members who had followed Tang Heng to the Tianxian realm were all groaning on the ground at the moment, their torsos spasming and in a sorry state. Tang Heng's head snapped, his eyes open and drank. Su Jiuxiao, what do you want? Without answering, Su Rui blasted out with a punch. In a blink of an eye, a huge heaven and earth furnace appeared between heaven and earth, enough to burn everything and contain heaven and earth. At the center was none other than Tang Heng and the others. By this time, Tang Heng finally realized what Su Ji was up to. This was to follow the example of his past life furnace and refine them all into the heart of the realm. What kind of battle technique is this? And why do you have this powerful technique? Tang Heng's eyes were wide with anger. Even he had to melt the emperor realm with the help of an immortal weapon. He didn't expect Su Ji to just throw a punch and achieve an effect that was 10 times stronger than him. What the hell are you from? Tang Heng's head was melting. His divine soul was collapsing, and his pain was extreme. You won't know for the rest of your life. Suja was very calm and threw another punch. Boom! The flames went straight up to the 9 heavens. In the Linlang Academy, no matter what kind of building, or spirit beast, or things such as emperor plants or emperor artifacts, at this moment, they were all burned into a golden point of light and injected into the heart of the realm. Aha! Tang Heng screamed miserably, Star One, save me! Save me! Stargazer, save me! Upon hearing this, the road to immortality steeply and violently trembled. Tianlu's eyes snapped wide as if he had seen a ghost. What did he say? The star person from the group star sect? That's at least a Xian immortal level powerhouse, with a physical body descending. This side of heaven and earth will collapse. How did they dare? Immortal realms are categorized into human immortal/earth immortal, heavenly immortal, upper immortal, Xian immortal, immortal king, and immortal emperor, Xian immortal level. That would be a mainstay in the immortal realm. At the very least, in the little diffusion immortal region where the Tiani sword sect and the Chuanqing immortal sect were located, it was already a dominant party. Xian immortals can't get down. Tianxian realm can't carry it. Xia, he calmly said. This should be one of his incarnations. But it's already very human. An incarnation of the Xian immortal. Tenru was silent. Xian immortal and upper immortal, even though there seemed to be only a difference of 1 rank, but out of the thousands of immortals, only 1 Xian immortal could not be produced. The world is divided into 3,000 great paths and infinite small paths. Only those who had realized the 3,000 great roads to a small degree could be called Xian immortals. The immortal who holds the subtle truths of heaven and earth. How strong is the 3,000 paths? Like the spatial avenue that Su Ji had sensed the fur, that belonged to the avenue that was at the top of the 3,000 avenues. But Su Ru's senses were too shallow. If you compare the avenue to a 10,000 mile runway, the Xian had probably run a mile. As for Su Ru, I'm afraid that only 1 foot has stepped out of the starting line. That's all. Su Ji then claimed to be invincible in the same rank in the Tianxian continent. Even the will of heaven and earth couldn't help him. As for Tianlu, these upper immortals, they are somewhat in control of the trail. However, I'm afraid that in terms of the great Tao of space, fate, time, and chaos, I'm not much higher than Su Ji. Therefore, the gap between them and the Xian immortals and Tianlu could be described as a world of difference. If a Xian immortal who had sensed space and time descended, then 10,000 upper immortals would be useless and would be played with as ants alive. This is the gap in the word. Different paths, each other's combat power, no less than the abyss of the heavens. Rumble. As the path to immortality trembles, a figure appeared in front of the crowd. He wore a white robe, and his face could not be seen clearly, but there was a feeling of blending with heaven and earth when he raised his hands. It was as if he was already in heaven and earth. Su Ji swept away with a single glance, and if it wasn't for the assistance of his divine soul, I'm afraid that he wouldn't even be able to locate this white-robed man in heaven and earth. Cloud Dust Starman, why is he here? When Tianlu saw this, his face changed greatly, and his body could not stop trembling, as if the name of the person in front of him was some supreme great terror. Xia Hua was at the side, and her petite body was also trembling non-stop, not even daring to look at Yun Chen with her eyes. Cloud Dust Star, control 3,000 avenues, ranked 57 of the Star Avenue. Even in the group Star Immortal sect, his battle power was unrivaled. When he arrives in person, who can resist? Even if Xia he wanted to call for help, he couldn't find any suitable assistance for a while. As soon as Cloud Dust landed on the ground and saw the scene in front of him, His eyes were ancient and wave-free. High-ranked immortal technique. What is your teacher's school? Suji didn't reply, only looking at the heart of the realm. At this moment, the heart of the realm had completely turned a white gold color. It's only a few blinks away from maturity. Chapter 47, The Heart of the Realm Ripens. Someone wants to pick a peach? In the immortal realm, when she saw Yun Chen appear, Fu Yueying became a little fidgety. The beautiful eyes frequently looked at Ji Thin on the side. Ji Thin's expression remained unchanged, still looking straight ahead with teasing eyes. Senior. Fu Yueying puffed up her cheeks. She was most annoyed with this dead old man. It was obvious what she was worried about, but she always pretended not to know. I can't make a move. Ji Thin immediately waved his hand and, I traveled quietly on this trip, and I was in black until I saw you. Moreover, we have a good relationship with the Little Diffusion Immortal region. If we strut around and take action against a Xian Immortal, how can we explain to the Little Diffusion Immortal Lord? Are you still afraid of Immortal Lord Xiaoyan? Fu Yueying's cheeks bulged even more. Just like two small dumplings. People are just an immortal king, and you still control time. The entire Little Diffusion Immortal region together can't even beat you. Ji Thin was helpless. More importantly, once I made my move, those people went straight to the Immortal Court. When the time comes, even your master won't be able to protect you. Which is more important, do you know? At those words, Fu Yueying was silent. Is it worth it to take your life? In exchange for his? Ji Thin glanced at her. Fu Yueying off the mouth to say, but opened his mouth, but how can not speak? Anxious whimpering half a day. Ji Thin was smug. It's not worth it for me to make the decision for you. He knew that it would be worth it to let Fu Yueying speak for herself. She even gave it to that dog. What else can't she give? In fact, Fu Yueying and Luo Ziyou had very similar personalities. It's all a bit love brain. For a moment, Fu Yueying unblocked. Angry jumped up. Red eyes, pink fists to burst hammer Ji Thin. In the end, Ji Thin laughed bitterly and lost the battle. Okay, just kidding with you. If something really happened, would I stand by and do nothing? Do you think I have some kind of fetish for opening a telescope here to spy on the Tianqian realm? He had seen too many ant fights like this one over the course of many long years. If you were as steady with yourself as you are with Su Ji, Master, and I wouldn't have to worry so much. Ji Thin suddenly sighed deeply. In the Tianqian realm, the progress of the transformation of the realm center stopped. The moment Yun Chen appeared, Su Ji was no longer able to put Tang Hang and the others into the heart of the realm. Just a little bit. Su Ji clenched his fist. If he refined the heart of the realm, he would directly collapse the immortal road with one punch. At that time, without the spatial anchor point, he would be the Earth Emperor of the Tianqian realm. In the vastness of the universe, even an immortal king would have to spend quite a bit of time trying to find a realm. In the distance, Cloud Dust's gaze had sunk. He never thought that he would be ignored by a junior. Bold, Cloud Dust shouted in a deep voice, and the sun and moon that appeared in unison in the air suddenly exploded into pieces. Then, the stars descended from the sky, and a field enveloped 1,000,000 miles around. A small slice of the Middle Kingdom was within his domain. Click click click. The Tianqian realm collapsed at an accelerated rate. Floodwaters poured in, and snow-covered mountains sank. The branches and dead leaves of the trees scurried through the air like fluttering rain. Tianlu and the others fell to their knees uncontrollably. This is the might of the Star Avenue. The mere fact that the Dao might was outwardly visible was too much for them to bear. The only one still standing in the field was Su Ji. Of course, he's not on his own. Instead, it was Ash on his shoulder. This dog is not affected in the slightest. Under the pressure of Xiaochang's Star Avenue, he was still able to talk and laugh as if he was in a fairyland, frantically huffing and puffing towards his surroundings. Ash, you against it? Su Ru tried. As long as little Ash carried on for a while, he himself would be able to knock Tang Hung into the heart of the realm. From there, it's a step to the top. Ash? The little gray tongue immediately retracted, not even hailing with a bitter face. Brother, you really don't want me, do you? 5 breaths of time. Suji rubbed its doggy head and delicately stroked its delicate fur. Don't say it. The hand feeling is first class, not losing too much to Luo Ziyou. Ash's tail wagged violently as he was rubbed out of habit. Looking at the aggressive Cloud Dust, there was silence for a long time. Then the fuming dog barked. Good. After I die, pass a message to AV for me. Just say. Su tried her best. As the words fell, it leapt forward and pounced straight towards Cloud Dust. At this moment, no matter what Star Avenue or the various types of spells Yun Chen struck out, none of them could block Little Ash's graceful route. Woof! Evil dog pounces. It took a bite on Cloud Dust's white sleeve and couldn't even shake it off. Cloud Dust was furious and swung his fist to slam Little Gray's doggy head. Bastard! Get out! Bang! 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 Punching! Ash bit down viciously, not even whimpering. as the saying goes, a dog that bites doesn't bark. Ash embodied the phrase to a T at the moment. Tianlu and the others shivered as they watched. They were even afraid that the entire realm would be devastated after Little Ash angered Cloud Dust. On the other side, Suji looked a little touched, not expecting Little Ash to be so loyal, not even afraid to die. It's so true that dogs are the most loyal animals. At the same time, the movements of his hands were not slow. Towards Tang Hung, a punch was thrown. Die for me. No. Tang Hung howled out, but to no avail, as his entire head was instantly smashed into particles, and blood mist drifted out. Suja's anger-laden punch was predictable in its power. It wasn't just Tang Heng's head that was blown off. Even the will of the heavenly Tao of the central state was smashed by this punch. Endless golden light surged towards the center of the realm. The heart of the realm flickered madly. Finally, after drawing on the power of the will of heaven and earth, it shuddered violently. The whole body turned into a white gold color. The heart of the realm, ripe for the picking. At the same time, in the direction of the western region of the Tianxian continent, black light suddenly surged. In the next moment, a blood-colored rose floated towards the heart of the realm. Immediately, the rose took shape and a long-legged beauty coalesced. She vaguely had the might of an upper immortal, and reached out to grab at the heart of the realm. Full of surprises, Gu Blood Mei. Suji was furious. The evil palace even made a move at this time, wanting to pick his peach. However, he had just thrown a punch, and was unable to block it at a time when the old power had not yet been removed and the new power had not yet been born. One could only watch as Gu Bloodmei's delicate hand grasped onto the heart of the realm. Gu Bloodmei turned her head towards Suji and smiled sweetly. Thank you, baby 9 heavens, who let you kill me twice? This will be your reparation blah blah. You. Suji stepped into the void and rushed away at great speed. But in the next instant, Gu Bloodmei's sweet smile suddenly froze, and then quickly turned ugly. Then, her body suddenly grew larger, like a balloon filled with tap water, expanding extremely fast. How can the power of this realm heart be so huge? Gu Bloodmei's expression was hideous, and then it exploded with a bang, and all the power was integrated into the heart of the realm. Ha! Suji sprinted to the front of the heart of the realm, full of dismay. It didn't even dare to reach out and absorb the heart of the realm. If he was right, the power of Gu Bloodmei just now, at least it was on the same level as his master, Tianlu. This woman, who has always been dormant, walking the world with a holster, and whose ambitions are boundless, died violently in front of him, a little scrupulous, and at that moment, Little Ash's voice transmission rang in his ears. The heavenly Xian realm's realm heart is awesome. They didn't make any preparations, so they definitely can't absorb it. But you're different. You have a Songshang battle body and cultivate the 7 books of the martial scriptures. Even chaos chi can be accommodated. It's tailor-made for you, Little Ash. Suja turned his head and froze directly. In his mind, Ash should have been beaten half to death by this time. Only out of breath but not in. But whoever thought? Little Ash was still biting the cloud dust, his expression unchanged, and he still had the leisure time to send a message to Suji. The fists are still slamming, but judging from the expression on Cloud Dust's face, and his unintentional action of sucking in cool air, undoubtedly it was Cloud Dust who suffered more. Ash's head is too hard, isn't it? Chapter 48, Condensing the Power of a Realm, Beheading the Xianxian Immortal Incarnation. Suru flattened his mouth. He felt that he had just been moved for nothing, fooled by Ash's in-your-face acting. Also, even an immortal exalted like Fu Yueying regarded it as the most precious treasure, the little gray that was known as the greatest opportunity in the heavens and the worlds. How could it be killed by a Xianxian incarnation? If he could really beat him to death, Little Ash wouldn't have been able to follow Fu Yueying to reincarnate from the immortal realm back to Tianxian. Absorb it. Feeling that Suji was showing some signs of relaxation, Little Ash hurriedly transmitted his voice. It doesn't hurt to hit, but it's not nice to have someone knocking on your head all the time. Yes. Suji took a deep breath and pressed his right hand on the heart of the realm. Buzz dash. The heart of the realm shrunk extremely fast, merging into his body from his palm and finally crashing into his dantian. In an instant, the entire Tianxian continent's aura rioted. Countless spiritual plants, demonic beasts, and cultivators unconsciously looked towards the direction of the academy. Points of light floated out from their bodies and surged towards Suji. This is the breath of life, the very essence of a realm. At this moment, Suji was frantically absorbing the power of the realm. The 7 books of martial scriptures were operated to the extreme by him, and his physical body strength climbed up. Countless laws intertwined and exploded in his mind. His cultivation level began to break through layers as his sense of the great Tao deepened. Human immortal triple, quadruple and fifth. Boom! Susu broke through the human immortal realm and came directly to the heavenly immortal realm. Infinite light spilled out. The broken sun and moon in the air were repaired. Mountains and rivers that had long been displaced in the distance were recovering. The vitality of the entire world steeply skyrocketed. The entire realm had a backbone. A new will of heaven and earth was born, transforming into a white Qilin that knelt down in front of Su Ji, pious beyond measure. Slowly, the cultivators, demonic beasts, all knelt down towards Su Ji, and even the spiritual plants, all bent down towards Su Ji. Cloud Dust looked on with eyes wide open and shouted angrily, "How dare you steal my Gunstar immortal sex realm? After I go up to the little diffusion star region, or even to the immortal court to sue you, whatever power you have behind you will fly into oblivion." Su Ji's eyes suddenly opened. Turning his head to look at Cloud Dust, he lightly drank. Noisy. A hand move. Tang Heng's somewhat broken immortal weapon halberd flew into his hand. This immortal weapon rank is not low. Even that past life furnace was refined by Su Ji's punch, while this halberd is just a little broken. Su Ji held his halberd and called out, "Ash." Ash answered, "Woof." It let go of its big mouth that was biting Cloud Dust and turned around to run towards Su Ji. When it approached Su Ji, its body steeply became a little bigger, covered with scales, and looked much more imposing than a battle tiger. "Woof, ride me." Little Gray's eyes were blazing with wariness. Riding the dog? The corners of Su Ji's mouth jerked. As cool as Ash is now. Isn't the push a little too low? Woof, woof, woof. Ash was extremely disgruntled. Okay, so ride the dog. Su Ru lightly drank. No one rides a dog in the heavens and the earth, so I will be the only one to do so. Taking a step onto little Ash's back, Su Ji violently rushed towards Cloud Dust. Not to mention, Little Gray's speed was extremely fast, at least 5 times more than Su Ji's. It was but half a blink of an eye. Su Ru had already been in full power. It reached Cloud Dust's head and swung down with a halberd. The point of light behind him was not dispersed, and a brilliant strip of light, crowning 10 miles across, chased after Su Ji's figure. This halberd was the power of the entire realm. Cloud Dust was just an avatar. What was there to block? Dang! With a dull explosion, even though Yun Chen's body was comparable to that of a great star, it was difficult for him to resist at this moment, and he was cleaved straight into the ground. Damn! Yun Chen roared. He was a Xian Xian, sensing the 3,000 great roads, a realm like the heavenly Xian realm. In the past, he wouldn't even give it a gaze. But today, it was a junior from the lower realm that was pressed and blasted with a hammer. You want to seize this realm, don't you? Then I will destroy this realm. Cloud Dust rose, and instantly, thousands of large stars glittered, falling down like a meteor shower. He had already seen the source of Su Ji's power. As long as the realm was destroyed, Su Ji was just a grasshopper in the fall without his source of power. Starfall, rumble, a meteorite from the sky smashed down, and a doomsday-like scene descended. Enough! Su Ji looked up to the sky and all of his strength was poured into his right arm. The 7 books of martial scriptures were directly catalyzed to the extreme. The Tsongshang battle body meridians were fully opened. The heart of the realm was beating madly like a heart. Countless auras were converted into chaotic auras. In that instant, Su Ji's physical quality increased more than tenfold. Afterwards, the little gray leapt up to the sky, and Su Ji used the halberd as a javelin and threw it down through the air. Click 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 dash. Space was mashed straight to pieces. The halberd instantly traversed several miles and plunged into Yun Chen's forehead. Centered on his forehead, wounds spread like a spider web. How? Possible? Cloud Dust's eyes were wide and round. Even though it was only one of his avatars, it was refined using the hardest neutron star in the little diffusion starfield. It's indestructible, so to speak. Without the power of a Xian immortal, you can't even leave a white mark. However, Su Ji had exploded him with a halberd thrust. There is something wrong with the power of this realm. Cloud Dust instantly understood and looked at Su Ji with a face full of fire. If you can't take this realm, when my true body descends, I'll have to hang you up, boil you day and night, and incinerate you for 100,000 years. There's so much bullshit. Su Ji bellowed and chiseled out with a fist. In the sky, a furnace emerged. In the blink of an eye, it refined Cloud Dust's shattered body into a point of light. Su Ji opened his mouth and the power was sucked into his mouth. Then he sprayed it into the sky. Endless platinum flames spread out. The stars that were falling from the sky were burned by this flame, and were instantly turned into fragments that slowly fell down. Seeing this, everyone looked like they had dementia. With his mouth open and eyes wide open, he looked incredulously at Su Ji, who was riding on the battle pet. What kind of demon god is this? And at this moment, Su Ji had already turned around, riding Little Gray, and heading towards that immortalization road. What does he want? The question came to everyone's mind. Chapter 49, Stepping Up to the Immortal Realm. Surprisingly, Su Jiuxia won. Luo Feng and Yaoqi's sacred Lord Yun Ting both looked at the long sky, only feeling their brains go down. Unbelievable. They had all despaired when Tang Hong had descended and had confined them, ready to throw them into the furnace of the afterlife. However, he never expected that Su Ji could even resist the people of the immortal realm. The scale and spectacle of this battle was even far beyond their knowledge. The realm collapsing and slowly repairing could be said to be the first time in the history of the Tianxin realm. Hey, Luo Feng, Su Jiuxiao is my son-in-law, right? Yan Yunting suddenly spoke. Right. Luo Feng was originally still confused, but at this moment, he suddenly woke up and was filled with excitement. Now we're rich, wife, but will I call him brother, or will he call me dad? Yan Yunting's face froze as she turned her head and coldly dropped a sentence. If you don't want to die, just settle down. He's already a Tianxin co-lord now. No, I'm going to draw a line in the sand with you so you don't victimize me. Luo Feng snapped, rubbing his hands together, imagining how he would look like a dog in the heavenly Xian realm in the future. The backs are a lot straighter. To the side, Chu Wanli's figure drifted amidst the ruins. The gaze that looked at Su Ji was tinged with 3 points of worship, 3 points of adoration, 3 points of admiration, and 1 point of indescribable emotion. For a moment, she sighed slightly. Falling flowers have feelings. Running water has no intention. Although her vision is correct, but it is still too late to start. At this moment, how she envied Luo Ziyou and Fu Yueying. If she could fall into Su Ji's arms, what harm would it do to live a new life? In the distance, Sui Dai was mixed in the shelter of her elders, staring blankly at the big man in the air who wielded his power and moved to decide the life and death of a realm. Then, she remembered the unsuspecting Ouyang Ming. Damn thing, in a couple days, I'm going to rake your grave and spit on it twice. You scum who almost dragged my Kunlun sacred clan to the brink of extinction as well. She spat back and forth, and those who originally had no grudges against Su Ji, and even had some relations, such as Qin Umo, cheered wildly. Win! Win! I told you! What kind of immortal world visitor can still beat the 9 heavenly kings? And then that immortal who controlled the stars was all torn apart by the great emperor of the 9 heavens. Too powerful. Tianlu and Xia He exchanged a glance, and the two of them surged towards Su Jia. Tianlu said with concern, resignation, where do you want to go? Su Ru turned his head. Step into the sky and break this immortal path. The power within his body was too much to vent right now. This was the energy that had been stored in the Tianshan realm for an unknown number of years. Su Ji couldn't store it for long, and it would be a waste not to vent him out. What's more, that cloud dust incarnation said that it would descend to Tianshan before it died. How can you rest easy without breaking the path to immortality? Broken immortal road? Xiahua was creeped out when he heard this, and he and Tianlu exchanged glances, both seeing the dumbfoundedness in each other's eyes. Do you know what's behind the fairy road? Shekar wanted to say a few more words, only to find that Su Ji's figure had already disappeared from sight. It is following the trajectory of that immortal path, ascending to the heavens. Tianlu, this disciple of yours is too wild. Xiahua's face turned pale as he hurriedly took out a dragon boat and greeted a few disciples of the Tai Sword Sect's forces, turning around to flee. Behind the immortal road, it was a large city in the space of the small diffusion starfield. It's a space transit station built specifically to lead to each of the smaller realms. It belonged to immortal Lord Shaoyan, and was rumored to have been built by an immortal lord who excelled in the spatial avenue. If Suru ran off and trashed this thing, who would dare take the karma? At the very least, the Tai Sword Sect's raising of their clan would not be enough. While Tenru was thinking a little deeper. Wait, hold your horses. How can the immortal path be broken just by saying so? Can resignation still resist immortal Lord Shaoyan? Let's just follow him and persuade him not to do anything foolish. Xia was sniffed and froze. Yeah, I was just stunned by Su Ji killing cloud dust. Even if Su Ji had refined the heart of the realm, he was only at the heavenly immortal realm. We're going to destroy the path of the immortals. Right. Follow up and take a look. Your disciple is a disciple of my Tai Sword sect, and now that he's absorbed the heart of the realm, his future is too promising to be ruined. Xiahua turned around and ran away in the dragon boat. Tianlu followed, busy shouting, hey, that dragon boat of yours has lost to me. The silhouettes are gone. Tianlu smiled bitterly and shook his head, turning his head to call Chu Wanli over and instructed him. Wan'er, you go to the western region to take a look. The demonic chi is surging again, and that matter of resignation in the first place may be able to be investigated. Chu Wanli froze. In the beginning, Su Ji was wrongly accused and driven out of the central state. Behind it was the fact that the heavenly Tao of the central state had judged that Su Ji had introduced the devil race in the western region. She had guessed that it was a plant from the evil temple, but no one knows exactly what's going on. Okay, I'll definitely check it out. Chu Wanli's eyes lit up. If he could help Su Ji find out the truth about what happened in the first place, he would also think highly of himself, right? At the same time, Su Ji crossed the immortal road, and with a trance in his body, he was already in a giant city. The city was lavish, with people coming and going, and there were many flying birds and dragon riders in the air, with immortal mansions standing in the distance. This is an immortal city? Suru frowned slightly. This is Tsangdome City, which is simply a space spell turning point. Little Ash looked toward the back as if he were counting. New awe. These 5 spatial gates behind us lead to 5 small realms. We just now, came out of one of the gates. Suru nodded slightly. Then I'll smash the door. Even if I break the immortal path? Little Ash shook his head. Not really. Spatial formations are extremely tedious and huge. This is just the exit. The import is in the Tsangdome mansion in the center of the city. That's immortal Lord Xiaoyan's territory. It's hard to break in if you do it the hard way. At this, it paused, and laughed only to see the world go by. But you now have the power of a realm, and no one can stop you before Xianxian, so you can go and try. At the same time, the door behind them flickered again. Tianlu and Xia he dropped out, and when they saw Suru, they hurriedly said sharply one by one, Suru, don't be rash, deliberate from the beginning. Resignation. You're no match for them, but with your talent, as long as you endure for the time being, you'll be able to avenge your great hatred in the future. Suru turned his head to look at Tianlu, whose worried features were all wrinkled together. Patience? This group star immortal sect remotely controlled the heavenly Tao, and had oppressed him for at least 300 years. Dude, now that he knows who the culprit is, it's only natural to have revenge on the spot. At the very least, we should collect some interest, and in the meantime, we'll be done with it. And at that moment, a group of people came clattering over in the distance. They wore star robes and held long swords, each with extraordinary cultivation, and when they saw Su Ji, they rebuked in a low voice. Where did you ascend to the lower realms? What are you doing here? Come with me. Go digging, mining. Su Ji was stunned and looked at the middle-aged man at the head of the group, but the figure riding Little Gray was motionless. The nerve is real. The middle-aged man was disdainful. All the cultivators who have ascended to the immortal realm are just like you. Used to acting like a bully in the lower realms and coming up here to be arrogant and unbeatable. But I'll show you what true cruelty means. He heatedly laughed and pulled out his long sword with a clang, slowly walking towards Su Ji, his right hand condensing immortal energy. His cultivation level had actually reached the heavenly immortal realm, and he was worthy of being able to mix with a small leader. But suddenly, a puppy dog leg shouted from his side, Captain, they seem to be coming up from the Tianxian realm. What? Tianxian realm? The middle-aged man stiffened and slightly staggered. And indeed, he saw the 2 words Tianxian written on the gate behind the 3 of them in Suzhou. Crap. Chapter 50, pushing all the way across. Su-Ru worships the house. Crap. The middle-aged man was confused on the spot. The heavenly Shan realm had been closed for 10,000 years and was only recently liberalized, so he didn't even react for a moment. On top of that, he just got the news. It says that General Tang Hang, the 7th son of their Chuanqing sect, died in the Tianxian realm. I've heard that it's all already alarmed the Cloud Dust Star Man. Now that someone from the Tianxian realm had come, what did it mean? Could it be that not even the Cloud Dust Stargazers could do anything about them? Thinking about this, the middle-aged man's face turned white. The knife was thrown away. His feet softened, and he was about to kneel down and beg for mercy. But by this time, Su Ji had already moved. Who are you to ask me to go digging? With a wave of Su Ji's cuff, a huge invisible forceful chi swept away like a gale. The power instantly swept across 1,000 feet, bringing up endless waves of air. Even the luxurious floor made of immortal gold was now lifted up by the beating of the layers and thrown toward the distance. The force just struck. The middle-aged man's eyes were bloodshot and he raised his hand to block. Boom! With an explosive sound, the man exploded from it as if he was split into 5 horses, and his limbs flew about in disarray. The faces of the Kuner sect members who followed after them changed drastically, and they followed suit, tearing their bodies apart and being smashed into particles. Their cultivation was not as good as the middle-aged man's, and even if they only received some waves, they were completely unable to withstand this monstrous might. When the dust cleared, Tianlu and Xia was stared wide-eyed. The space in front of him was at least 10,000 feet, and it was directly reduced to savage ruins. One must know that the immortal realm space was to be more solid than the heavenly Xian realm, not to mention the fact that there was a city protection spell formation in Tsangdome City. To strike such a mighty blow with a sleeve hand, the 2 of them, even though they were upper immortals, thought that they were far from being able to do so. In fact, even Little Ash didn't know how much power was in Su Ji's body at this moment. The power of a realm was too much. As Su Ji blew up the swarming star sect members, the Tsangdome City was suddenly abuzz with excitement. Fairy voices stirred and alarm bells exploded. This area is off limits to martial arts fighting, and someone broke the ban. Everyone cast their eyes to the south of Tsangdome City. There, A man riding a war dog slowly stepped into the sky, heading straight toward the Tsongdo mansion. Who's that? He didn't use the laws of the immortal realm in being ostracized. He's from the lower realms? Just ascended up and moved to kill. This kind of dilettante really comes out every 100 years. Too life-threatening. At this moment, almost everyone was not optimistic about Suji. Powerful cultivators who had ridden the sands in the lower realms and ascended to the immortal realm usually had such a link. When you've been cleaned up for a few days, you'll know to be honest. And that's when it happened. The sound of a group of stars roaring resounded in the vaulted city. Above the 9 heavens, countless large stars slowly fell. On the approach to the vault house, the large star at the very front suddenly transformed into a shape, and a man wearing a blue star robe with a cold face appeared. He was holding a star pen, and his eyebrows were like stars. It's not a small head at first glance. It's the 7th mountain immortal, someone said in surprise. Supreme Immortal Chiyu was actually in Song Dome City, so behind him is the Starfall Army formation, which is most adept at slaughtering cities and destroying clans, isn't it? I'll go. With the power of the Starfall Army formation, who can resist it until Xian Immortal? That dog-riding guy is finished. I've heard that the 7 Mount Immortals take pleasure in torturing people. Some rumors. TSK. Hush, no more talk. Lives are at stake. The city resounded with sparse voices. A Supreme Immortal, facing Suji directly. 7th, you said in a deep voice. Who dares to brutally kill my Chuanqing sect members? Is it possible that you still consider this place as your lower realm? Bind your own hands, hand over your chances and treasures, and come into my Chuanqing to dig for 100,000 years to atone for your sins, and you'll be spared from death. At those words, Suji's expression remained unchanged. His legs clamped together and he slowly marched towards the man. Nanak's brows furrowed. You can't hear me. Kneel down. Suji gave a cold shout. The sound waves were mixed with chaotic chi and surged outward as if they were heavy ocean waves. The first to bear the brunt of the attack, Chiyu's face turned white as he fought to fend it off. After half a breath, he suddenly broke his defense, as if he were a demented child, and became cockeyed. Subsequently, blood began to ooze out of all 7 of his orifices. It was actually really like what Suji said, kneeling in the sky with a rumble. Stump, stump, stump. Suji rode Little Gray and accelerated violently, leaping over 10,000 feet. The 9 heavens emperor's sword in his hand raised high and slashed down. Snort. Chiyu's head was thrown flying, and his divine soul was directly twisted into smithereens by the sword chi. The headless body stalled in the air, as if a prisoner had been suspended in the air, unable to descend. In the distance, the descending trend of that Starfall Army formation slowly slowed down. A blink of an eye later, they actually turned around in unison. Got away. They made the judgment that Su-Ru was never to be defeated. Escape? A cruel smile appeared at the corner of Suja's mouth. The two sides are hostile. Then there is no possibility of keeping their hands off. Otherwise, it will be too late to repent once there are consequences. Looking at the thousands of meteor showers that disappeared at breakneck speed, Suji put away his emperor's sword and stretched out his right hand. Elegantly as if a Confucian student was playing chess, he pointed out 3 fingers. The 3 talents pointing finger of immortality. Genius, genius, talent. This move carried some of the implications of the 3,000 paths of the Tao of Fate. Any target that is targeted by Suji, there was no possibility of escape through and through until the finger power ran out. How heavy is Suji's finger power now? A finger pressed down, and the void of the immortal realm was directly imprinted with a huge fingerprint. With a bang, the big star bloomed in the void as if it were a firework. Immediately after that, boom, 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 the air erupted in a series of brilliant fireworks, like a kingdom greeting its warriors returning from a great victory. The whole place is dead silent. Everyone was frozen to the spot, not knowing what to do. Xiahua glared his eyes out, and ABA tried to say something to Tianlu, but he couldn't hear anything. Tianlu was even more trembling as he watched, frantically recalling whether he had ever treated Suji poorly over the years. One must know that the strength of that 7 Mount Immortal was still above the 2 of them all. Together with the Starfall army that followed, 10 of them combined wouldn't be enough to fight. But in front of Su-Ru, with a word, a sword, and a finger, an invincible military formation fell apart. Terror! At this moment, an old man with white eyebrows hanging down to his waist, who claimed to have seen a lot of things, trembled as he looked at Suji and asked respectfully, "Dare I ask the immortal what is his honorary name?" Without even looking at him, Suji turned around and dismounted, walking over to Chiyu's headless body and kicking it out. Bang! Chiyu's body flew straight towards the Tsongdome mansion. Suji let out a soft whistle, loud and clear to the whole city. Tianxian Su Jiuxiao, come to pay your respects. Chapter 51, The Might of a Swing. The immortal world trembles. Not far outside the city, in the sea of stars, Ji Thin saw the situation. His eyes showed appreciation, and he stretched out his hands to applaud. Mad. It's wild. It's very similar to your third senior brother. He was like this in his youth, killing all the 10,000 families and crossing the stars. Fu Yueying, however, was filled with worry and urged, "Come closer. I'm afraid that if something does happen, you won't be able to save it in time." Ji Thin glanced at her. Caring is messy. He, an immortal dignity level powerhouse, controlled time, though he hadn't yet reached the realm of time standing still. But how can you not catch up with such a small distance? Unless the other party comes with an immortal dignity as well. But how is that possible? In the entire Little Diffusion Immortal region, there were no immortal exalts. In the Tsung Dome mansion, a fat man of at least 200 pounds, wearing extremely luxurious clothes and a golden crown, sat at the top. Below him, there was a man wearing a star robe with a handsome appearance. His name was Shinwei, the fifth son of Chuanqing of the Chuanqing Immortal sect, with the same status as that Tang Hong who died in the Tianxian realm, but much older. Cultivation is naturally not at the same level. At this time, Suji had just kicked the corpse of Chiyu into the mansion. The headless body was like a ragbag, lying pensively in the middle of the temple, spraying blood outward in a mischievous manner. It's outright humiliating. Not only was it humiliating him, Gunstar sect, but it was also humiliating the entire Little Diffusion Immortal region. Shinwei arched his hand. "Your Highness, the people of the lower realms are knocking at the residence. What kind of great disrespect is this? And we're just going to watch?" The fat man up there who didn't look too natural was the son of Immortal Lord Shaoyan. In this immortal realm, a well-deserved prince, but he was idle, had little combat power, no commitment, and just had a good birth. Shinwei had always been extremely displeased with this person, but there was no way. The identity of the crown prince was there, and Shinwei could only accompany the fat man with a smile and request for a sign even if he was disgusted with him. "Shinwei, take it easy." Hearing Shinwei's righteous anger and rage, Fatty had a scared look on his face and, who dares to knock in the great cities of space throughout the ages? None of them are the kind of masters who come from a place where there's no limit to what they can do. One word, stomped me to death. And I'm just a few entries in his character biography. Is it a loss now? Shinwei was speechless for a while. If this fat man had used his work of judging the times and studying the avenues, it wasn't as if he couldn't pile up a Xian immortal with all those resources. It can be tolerated. Shinwei gave a cold shout and, those whose kowtowing is not recorded are merely dead. Your Highness is a little too scared. Fatty shook his head frantically. Isn't that cloud dust stargazer of yours already on his way here? My uncle Xian is also heading this way. As long as we hide in the Great Hall and don't go out, no matter how rampant that lower realm person is, they can't do anything to us. Wait a little longer. Shinwei turned his head and looked at Fatty. In the entire Tsung Dome city, there was only this Great Hall that was sturdy. In other words, if Suji destroyed all of the immortal path nodes and then escaped to the lower realms, they would have suffered a stifling loss for nothing. Outside the hall, also as Shinwei expected, Suji rode Little Gray and was heading towards the location of the teleportation node. No one on the road dared to stop him and could only look at him in awe. We can't let him get away with this. Shinwei glanced at the fatty, turned around and appeared directly in front of Suji, blocking his path. Seeing Shinwei, Tianlu and Xia He both stopped their steps at once, not daring to go forward. Although the two of them were also upper immortals, Shinwei was the 7 sons of the Kunshi. Those who were able to obtain this title were all people who aspired to go to the extreme in each realm. Stop! Shinwei drank softly at Suji, holding a stack of cards in his hand, and when he saw that Suji didn't even look at him, he casually drew one out. 1,000 blades. Shinwei played the card in his hand. In an instant, thousands of blade lights appeared from the void and headed straight for Suji. This is not a strong move. There was a starburst in the light of the blade. Each of the stabs came with the power of a star. In the outside world, I'm afraid it could destroy a cluster of meteorites. However, Suji didn't even look at him and just slapped his palm with his sleeve hand. A giant palm emerged in the air, and with a forceful closing, all the Dao blades crumbled and dissolved into the void. Suji still didn't look at him and ran towards the teleportation spell formation. He had a premonition that an extremely terrifying cultivator was approaching. This was a foreshadowing of fate and a side benefit brought about by his realization of the 3 talents pointing immortal finger. Can faintly see a corner of the future. That said, time is now running out. You dare to look down on me? Shinwei looked at Suji incredulously. In the entire Little Diffusion Immortal region's upper immortals, he wasn't said to be ranked in the top 5, but at the very least, he was in the top 10, wasn't he? As far as the man and woman following Suji were concerned, it would only take a few blinks of an eye for him to rub them into muddy ashes. However, the Suji in front of him even skimmed over him as if he were an ant. How could Shinwei, who had always been so high and mighty, tolerate this? I'm gonna tear you apart. Immediately, Shinwei was furious. His clothes exploded, and he drew 3 cards in a row, blossoming with golden light, and threw them towards Su Ji. The cards took off and turned into thousands of points of light, as if they were stakes that were driven into the space several miles to Su Ji's side. Boom! The space in front of Su Ji suddenly collapsed, and countless immortal Buddhas appeared from the air. They each had silk threads wrapped around their hands, which were threads of karma, constantly entangling Su Ji's limbs and divine soul, blocking his progress. Although Su Ji had a lot of power, his weakness and the laws together made him actually be controlled in place for a moment. 17th of the 3000 Great Tao, the Tao of cause and effect. Seeing this, Tianlu cried out in horror. Shinwei deserves to be called the 7 sons of the Kunshi, not taking the astral path, but taking the causal path instead, and he's even accomplished so much. Xia was sucked in a mouthful of cool air. Compared to these heavenly prides, these ordinary cultivators of theirs really couldn't make it to the stage, especially this Shinwei, compared to Tang Heng, and a lot stronger. In the future the achievement of Xianxian is almost a nail in the coffin. Even Prince Xiaoyan, who was peeking in the Great Hall, looked at Shinwei with envy in his eyes. Woof! Use force to break the ban. You'll only get deeper and deeper if you tangle with the laws. Ash looked at Su Ji for a moment and knew what he wanted. With his heavenly immortal level law perception, he was still far from being able to do anything to collide with Shinwei in terms of laws. Su Ji's eyes snapped open. Just now, he had some epiphanies, and the laws of the Great Tao kept colliding in his mind, vaguely showing signs of a breakthrough. But there's no time to lose. You're a bit annoying. Su Ji turned his head and looked at Shinwei. Shinwei clasped his elbow and stood in the void, sneering, "If you don't kill me today, you can't leave." Su-Ru. Ash. Someone else has such a request? Su-Ru and Little Gray exchanged a glance. Meet him and kill. Ash egged on. Su Ji nodded. His legs clamped together, and chaos chi channeled a little towards Little Ash. In an instant, an aura of antiquity, savagery, eternity, and chaos intertwined swept out from Little Gray. At that instant, the entire Little Diffusion Immortal region, and even the Great Diffusion Immortal region, and even that central immortal region that was far away in the heavens, all trembled fiercely, especially in the Little Diffusion Immortal region. Some of the ancient forbidden places seemed to be unable to withstand this kind of pressure, and were even about to start collapsing. Shinwei, who had borne the brunt of the attack, turned pale. He was only fluctuated by the pressure. The fluctuations of the Great Tao on his body were then completely isolated. With a boom, his body was like a kite with broken strings, swinging towards the distance. His body shrank a lot. Ash looked confused. Woof, Ash, crap, god damn it. Who told you to channel chaos chi on me? Chapter 52. Whose dog is this anyway? The little greyhound barked and barked, rather exasperated. Desperately, he pressed the grand and boundless pressure on his body to death. Su Ji was also almost swung away in that instant, and at this moment, he was looking at Little Gray with a palpitating heart. Dog, what the hell are you? Little Ash bared his teeth. The first chance in all the worlds. Su-Ru was really convinced this time. The dog's body shook, and it shook that Shinwei, who was sensing cause and effect, into a dwarf. This is coming from a real place. You wouldn't be a reincarnation of an immortal dignitary as well, would you? Su Ji looked at Little Gray suspiciously. Then if I channel some chaos chi to you in the future, won't you walk horizontally in this world? The Little Gray frantic dog barked. No, absolutely not. You settle down. You can't let some power know I'm alive. Otherwise, not only me, but even your family is in trouble. My family? Su Ji looked straight at Ash. What family? Ash's sweaty hair exploded, as if he felt he had lost his words, and hurriedly looked for a remedy. I mean the Tai Sword sect. Isn't your benefactor from the Tai Sword sect? They're in big trouble too. Su-Ru looked at the dog half-heartedly. Little Gray's tail flicked twice and changed the topic. Quickly go destroy the teleportation array and return to the Tianxian realm. Someone is approaching. Something for later. Su-Ru nodded. He also knew that now was not the time to ask questions. Little Gray was strong, but it had isolated Su Ji's power, making it clear that it was a forbidden method that could not be used. With a clip of his dog's belly, he swept towards the teleportation immortal formation. In the distant sea of stars, Ji Thin's mind was shaken, and it took him a long time to get over it. The stronger they were, the more they could feel the vastness and grandeur of Little Gray's square shock. It was like the beginning of heaven and earth, the first appearance of the immortals and demons, which could be viewed and could not be estimated. The power just now, was it from that dog, or was it from Su Ji's body? Ji Thin calmly asked. He was affected much more than even Shinwei. If it wasn't for his extreme strength, I'm afraid he would have been seriously injured at this moment. No, don't know mo. Omega Omega. Fu Yueying was also staring. Her mind was like mush. Where did she think of that? Ash followed her like a mangy dog. All you do is eat, drink and tease the bitches. How can you follow such a heroic performance of Su Ji? Whose dog is this anyway? Fu Yueying lightly grunted, her pink lips pouting. There is a sense of condescension that the pet prefers the male owner to the female owner. On the other side, Su Ji had already leaped over a distance of 10,000 feet to the teleportation spell formation. He threw a punch. A furnace of heaven and earth emerged, slowly absorbing the immortal energy in the air. The flames gradually boiled. Su Ji set the time. After a quarter of an hour, the furnace would explode and blow up the entire space spell. This furnace, nonsense of 3,000 avenues of the Xianxian immortal cannot move. A touch will blow up. Go back. Su Ru had a satisfied look on his face, escaping after wreaking havoc. It was so exciting. In the next second, he was going to charge into the spell formation on Little Grey and head back to the heavenly Xian realm. It was also at this time that a sudden change occurred. In the distance, the Xinwei who had transformed into a midget suddenly stood up, carrying blood with him, and lunged straight at Tianlu and Xiahe. Tian Xian, Su Jiu Xiao, if you dare to run, I'll kill these two attendants of yours, especially this old man, looking at you with kindness and care in his eyes. Someone very important to you. Right. Jia Jia Jia. Su Ji stopped his pace, and his murderous aura climbed violently. Threatening him with those around him couldn't be tolerated. But before he could strike, he suddenly gave a delicate cry, and the jade-colored soft sword in his right hand violently sprang out. Immediately afterward, the sword split into 9 lights, as if the Milky Way was falling straight down into the 9 heavens, waterfalls pouring down from the sky, instantly chopping above Shinwei's body. Sand pen. My mother is his senior aunt. In your mouth becomes a follower. I'll stab you to death. Shinwei's face was filled with horror. He had greatly overestimated his own strength. After being shaken by Ash, his connection with the Tao of cause and effect was broken. In other words, she had not pulled away from the likes of Xiaohui in essence. What's more, he was still injured and carrying some contempt now, so naturally he was no match for Xiaohui's power-stored sword. Tianlu was so excited to see this that he rushed straight up and started mending. Elder sister, don't stick your nose in twice. Let me do it. I'll do it. In the usual days, when he saw the 7 sons of the Gunstar, he didn't even dare to fart, with his tail between his legs. Where have you ever raised your eyebrows like today? If those people from the Tai Sword sect knew that he was stabbing the 7 sons of the Ultramarines, it's simply glorious. Ah! Shinwei hissed madly as she was stabbed and, Prince Xiaoyan, save me. If you don't save me, you won't be able to explain when the Cloud Dust Stargazer arrives later. Prince Xiaoyan? Prince Xiaoyan is in Songdome City? Tianlu and Xiaohui's faces turned white, not even thrusting their swords, turning their heads to run towards Su Ji, and hastily drinking. Run! Prince Xiaoyan is here. Offend no one but him. They are truly afraid. With their knowledge of Su Ru's character, Prince Xiaoyan came out, that too with a slap before leaving. That would be a real stab in the dark. Good. Su Ru nodded. He's not that much of a mongrel character either. This little Prince Yen hadn't messed with him at all, so he naturally wouldn't think about how to whack people. What's more, he was the one who first came to Songdome City to make a mess, and he deserved it first. Immediately, the 3 men and a dog ran into the teleportation spell. With a flash of essence light, he followed the arcane fluctuation and flew towards Tianxian. The next moment, the door to the great hall opened and Prince Xiaoyan walked out with a big belly. Looking at the charred and blackened Shinwei, he'd get inside. Shen Xingzi, I told you just now, don't mess with this muddy water. History doesn't lie. Who in this world has the courage to knock? I have a feeling that the one called Su Jiuxia just now will at least come up with a few immortal domain biographies in the future. Originally, I should be the one he bullied here. But now, it's your turn to go down in history. He chuckled, once again feeling full of superiority for his wit. And at that moment, a figure suddenly appeared on his side. The visitor's eyebrows were gray and black. His face was old, and he vaguely melted into the great Tao. Seeing that Prince Xiaoyan was unharmed, he sighed in relief and respectfully saluted. And, Your Highness, are you all right? It's fine. Fatty shook his head. That fireplace, Uncle Xian, do you think you should dismantle it for him? Fireplace? Uncle Xian turned his head to see that beside the heavenly Xian realm's teleportation gate, there was indeed a large furnace that was vaguely about to explode. What does your highness mean? Uncle Xian's heart fluttered and he didn't make a move. Just looked at Fatty. Let him go. Fatty waved his big hand. He really didn't want to see Su Ji. That's if the fireplace is gone and the guy on the dog comes back for more. He can't afford it. Then follow the words of the crown prince. Uncle Xian bowed. No. At this moment, a soft cry suddenly came from the side. Chapter 53, Space Cut Off. Immortal dignitary comes to the rescue. With the sound of a soft drink, two men fell straight down from the sky. Cloud dust. iPhone? Uncle Xian glanced at the two of them, a flash of dismay in his eyes. Why have you two great stargazers of the Chuanxian immortal sect come together to my Sangdao mansion? Could it be an investigation into the terrifying pressure that appeared at first glance just now? Sai TC nodded. I happened to be in the neighborhood and felt that amazing fluctuation, so I came over to take a look. Cloud Dust waved his hand aside. Let's not worry about the mighty or not. Hai Feng, make your move and grab that kid from the Tianxian realm for me. You're the only one of us here who has sensed the spatial Dao, so intercept their route to the Tsang Dome mansion for me. Sai TC glanced at Cloud Dust and nodded. The intimidating pressure was fleeting, and it didn't look like much of a frown. Might as well do an old friend a favor first. With that in mind, he turned his head to look at the fireplace and palmed everything. The furnace instantly fell into the void and silently annihilated. Immediately, his eyes turned hollow as he looked toward the teleportation spell. Buzz. The spell formation became transparent, and through the layers of space, Haifeng saw the three Suji who were leaping towards the Tianxian realm at breakneck speed. Graft. With a grip of his hand, the space in front of him was sliced out and connected directly in front of Suji. Suji's face changed, and the little gray dog barked, but it could no longer break. In the next instant, three people and a dog appeared in the field. Crap! A blinding light shot through the room, and Tenro let out a scream, paralyzed to the ground. In front of him, Hai Feng, Yun Duan and Xian Yuan, the three Xian immortals. If these three were to come out together, it would be more than enough to destroy 1,000 small realms. They have no chance of escape. Facing desperation, Xiahua's lips went pale. Falling from the euphoric escape he just had to hell in a handbasket. The gap between each other's moods is palpable. In the distance, the dying Shinwei dragged his body over, his face full of sardonic smiles. Uncle Cloud Dust, Uncle Hai Feng, they were the ones who blossomed a terrifying pressure and knocked me down just now. I suspect that they have supreme treasures on them. Treasure? Six eyes lit up. Hyunwon licked his upper lip. So you sent it? Naturally, he had also felt the shocking pressure just now. Only, his cultivation wasn't as strong as Ji Thin's, and he couldn't feel the fear in it yet. Only the preciousness. At this moment, greed had filled his mind. Kid, hand over the treasure and I'll make a decision for you to join the Little Diffusion Immortal Mansion and never be threatened by the Chuanxing Immortal Sect again. Hai Feng and Yun Duan looked stunned. Brother Xian Yuan, this person has a blood feud with our Chuanxing Immortal Sect. It's better to leave it to us. At the same time, they glared fiercely at Shinwei. Isn't that pure retardation? Which pot is the wrong pot? For something so confidential, one should go back to the Gunstar Immortal Sect and shut the door to talk about it. On the side, Prince Xiaoyan stepped forward and grabbed Xian Yuan's arm, admonishing him. Uncle Xian. No, stabilization is the main thing. But how could Xian Yuan listen to Prince Xiaoyan's words at this time? He was a Xian, just a protector of the crown prince, not a servant of any kind. After all, in the entire Little Diffusion Immortal region, Xian immortals had an extremely high status. How could someone who could perceive the 3,000 Great Dao stoop so low as to be a servant? At this moment, he had a feeling that as long as he captured the chance on Su Ji, in the future, the sea would be wide enough for fish to leap, and the sky would be high enough for birds to fly. Even immortal Lord Xiaoyan could not help him. Sensing Xian Yuan's surging greed, Hai Feng and Yun Duan looked at each other inside. Then, Brother Xian Yuan, remember to give our Chuanxing sect some compensation. Definitely. Hyunwon licked the tip of his tongue and stepped forward to look at Su Ji. Hand it over. His eyes were glued together, and his immortal energy instantly squeezed towards the three Su Ji. Tianlu and Xiahua immediately prostrated themselves on the ground. Trembling, Su Ji, under Little Gray's augmentation, felt a hint of oppression even though he was not harmed. Shinwei laughed out loud. If I can't cure you, there are plenty of people who can. Boy, Prince Xiaoyan was at the side, watching the three of Su Ji being easily bound, and his mind was also filled with doubts. Did he look away? Did the person in front of you really have no backhanded preparations before he dared to bully his way into the great city of space? That would be a real eye-opening walk. Thinking about this, he coldly said, so it's a lower realm hairy head, wasting so much of my feelings. But as soon as the words left his mouth, he suddenly snapped and gave himself a slap. This dog's mouth, why can't it hold back for just 1 second? Only to see that in front of Su Ji, an old man with white hair and a withered face slowly appeared. The old man smiled like the Maitreya Buddha and turned his head to look at Ash. Woof! Ash wagged his tail and lolled his tongue, his eyes full of pleasing. Apparently the two sides are well acquainted. You are? Sushi felt the familiar figure in front of him and was slightly surprised. He was just now planning to fish out of water and infuse little gray Gaga with chaos chi to ignite this world. I didn't realize that the person in front of me would show up to help. That's right, The person in front of him was the immortal Zun Jibo, who had been chased by Su Ji in the Tianxian realm. Seeing the three Xian immortals surrounded, he knew that Su Resignation's retreat was over and showed up to save him. What are you? At that moment, Hyunwon's heavy voice rang out. You don't deserve to know what I am. Get lost. Jibo looked at Hyunwon expressionlessly. Bold. Xian Yuan was furious and, this is the Little Diffusion Immortal Domain, the territory of my Little Diffusion Immortal Mansion. Even if you're an immortal king and you want to act as an authority here, you'll have to go through our immortal lord's consent first. Noisy. Ji Thin reached out. Pop. A palm print imprinted in the void emerged. Hyunwon's body was thrown up and fell heavily on the distant floor, the right side of his face directly thinning out. His eyes widened incredulously as he looked at Ji Thin. As a Xianxian immortal, he was raised in a dignified manner, and he didn't know how many faces he had. No one dared to hit him in the face anymore. I want your life. Xian Yuan bellowed and rose to play Tai Chi, a surge of spatial power slowly condensing in front of his chest. Yuan Xiu, returning palm. The might was so shocking that the entire Tsang Dome city shook. But again, the only thing that responded to him was a gentle tap from Ji Thin, just like hitting a mosquito. Stupid. Pa dash. Another slap smacked the left side of Xian Yuan's face, not only smashing his face to pieces, but also rushing the spatial power in his palm to collapse. Hyunwon fell to his knees, cloaked, and stared at Ji Thin in disbelief. You're an immortal king? Damn it. I've already informed the immortal lord that you do whatever you want. You can't escape. Ji Thin's face sunk slightly and his right finger lightly hooked. Hyunwon suddenly slapped himself, howling with blood and misery. Ji Thin turned his head to Su Ji and laughed. Originally I wasn't going to save you, but after observing you for a while, I'm a bit sparing. Well, you're right in thinking that my saving you has nothing to do with that favor is on me. Far away in the sea of stars. Fu Yueying. Chapter 54, Killing Xianxian Immortals in a Row. The Crown Prince begs for forgiveness. Cherished talent? Suja froze, and Ji Thin laughed. The avenue of time is profound and incomparable. So watch. After saying that, he turned to look at the two people in the distance, Haifeng and Yun Chen. Escape. The two men's complexions changed greatly, and they turned around and turned into a ray of Dao light, fleeing extremely fast. But how could they be faster than Jibo? Only to see that in Ji Thin's right hand slightly pinched, the two people's figures slowed down several times, clearly already trying their best to escape, but they were as sluggish as a snail. Jibo then slapped his right hand. The space instantly turned into a shaped transparent palm print. Against the two boom a slap down. In an instant, the two Xianxian immortals' corpses and bones were gone, leaving only a pool of blood on the spot. How is it? Did you learn it? Ji Thin turned his head and looked at Su Ji in an old-fashioned manner. Su Ru. He always felt that this Jibo had come to show off his skills. How could he learn by just watching from afar? Seeing Su Ji's expression, Jibo nodded in satisfaction. There are people outside of people, and there is a sky outside of the sky. So quit being arrogant. The corner of Su Ji's mouth twitched. The old man was acting crazy in front of him. Today also, even if, when he later strength exceeded Ji Thin, must double in front of him to pretend back. And at that moment, the space cracked open, and an old man in a dragon robe stepped out. When he saw Jibo, a look of surprise suddenly appeared on his originally majestic face. Lord Ji? He took 3 steps to Ji Thin's side and grabbed his hand. Why did you come to my little diffusion immortal realm and not inform me? My master's father misses you so much. He's been chanting about you every day. Shoo, Ji Thin pressed him. Don't tell anyone about me coming to the little diffusion immortal region. Understand? Understood. Immortal Lord Xiaoyan rubbed his hands together and turned his head to look at the situation. Instantly there was a realization in his mind. Taking a step forward, he slapped his palm at the Xian Yuan that was madly pumping himself. With a poof, Xian Yuan's head exploded and blood was spilled on the spot, dead beyond repair. If you dare to offend Lord Ji, your 9 clans will not be protected. He let out a cold snort, then looked at the constipated-looking Prince Xiaoyan. Father, I didn't do anything. Nothing. The fat man immediately knelt down, trembling, and looked at Su Ji. Brother Su, as you can see, I didn't stop you in the slightest when you were leaving. Su Ji sniffed and nodded. He glanced at Jibo, knowing that he didn't want to fall out with immortal Lord Xiaoyan. This was evident from the fact that he slapped over Haifeng and Yun Dust with one palm, but did not make a move to kill Xian Yuan. Therefore, Su Ru also gave the fat man a step down, not bothering to make things difficult for him. Seeing this, the fat man had hot tears in his eyes and couldn't wait to come over on the spot to worship Su Ji. He's been steady for years, and if he folds here, he's really grasping at straws. Brother Su, when you come to the little diffusion immortal region in the future, if there is anything I can use this prince for, just open your mouth. I'll die for it. Prince Xiaoyan swore with conviction and really took Suji as his savior. Suji smiled, and without making more words, he turned around and rode Little Gray, heading towards the teleportation spell formation. After this incident, he had some understanding in his mind. Strength, or not enough. Let's go back to the heavenly Xian realm to receive the 3-month reward first. Ji Thin stopped him and laughed. Now you understand why a food didn't let you come to the immortal region, right? Suja was silent for half a second. I see. Is the heart fearful? Ji Thin laughed. No, Suru replied. Very well. Ji Thin nodded. I haven't misjudged you. The power that Ape and I are in is called Cloud Dream Immortal Court, where the central immortal region is located. If you can come to the immortal court from the Tianxian realm, I can make the decision to let you two be alone for half a month. Half a month alone? Suru's eyes lit up. Wouldn't that make that mission of his complete? But Ji Thin was after all Fu Yuying's senior brother, and Suji acted righteous on the surface. I didn't go to see AV for some one night alone, but because I insisted on love. Love? Ji Thin snorted. I haven't told Ape about the ridiculous things you did in my Wanxian kingdom. As far as I can tell, you've called out the wrong person's name on several late nights. Is this also love? Suji was shocked. You spied on me? Ji Thin slanted him a glance. A few girls were chatting. I just overheard them. My Wanxian kingdom is the real world, not a delusion. So naturally I won't go for some beamer behavior. You think I'm that classless? Suji suspiciously looked at Ji Thin. He felt that this immortal father was very disrespectful for his old age though. But it's also true that there's no sense of being spied on when you're doing your business. Alright, Ji Thin murmured. Go back to the heavenly Xian realm. In the future, when you do something, don't be so reckless. Next time I won't be able to shelter you by your side. Suru nodded. From the time he awakened the system to today, it had only been less than 10 days. His strength, however, has skyrocketed. As long as he was given some more time, I'm afraid that the entire immortal world would be trampled under his feet. And at that moment, Xia he suddenly said, since the matter has been settled, I won't go back. I'll go back to the Tai Sword sect. Seeing the expression on her face, Suji knew that this senior aunt had panicked. Xianxian immortals were all easily slapped into meat cakes. Her life was too small in a game at this level. Tianlu nodded. It's good that you're not going back. After the Tianxian realm is repaired, you won't be able to stay there if you have to hide your cultivation and keep your tail between your legs. Xia he sank his voice. Senior brother, why don't you come back to the Tai Sword sect with me as well? For those love debts you owed back then. I'll help you plead with the sect master. Love debt? Su Ji's ears perked up. Tianlu shook his head with a bitter smile. The past is gone with the wind. I'm fine staying in the Tianxian realm. So let's say goodbye. Xia he nodded his head, and Suru glanced at the two of them with intent, before he was pulled hard into the teleportation spell by Tianlu. Ji Thin, help me destroy the teleportation spell. Su Ji's voice came out from the spell. Immortal Lord Xiaoyan was stunned. Ji Thin shook his head and lost his smile. Don't look at Su resigned to do things recklessly, but rough and fine. Only trust themselves. Destroying the teleportation spell formation was undoubtedly the best outcome for him right now. With a boom, Ji Thin struck out, directly collapsing the teleportation spell formation. Immortal Lord Xiaoyan arched his hand. Lord Ji, do you want me to order this disciple of yours to go on? Ji Bo waved his hand. He's not my disciple. What I came here today, you just pretend it never happened. Understand? Why is this? Immortal Lord Xiaoyan was first stunned, then realized, could it be for the sake of training? You've learned to ask yourself questions. Ji Bo glanced at him. You guessed it right. Young people have to suffer some twists and turns before they can become something. Understand. Understand. Immortal Lord Xiaoyan nodded his head. On the other hand, Suji had returned to the Tianxian realm and was just about to go back to the Nine Heavens sacred ground to enjoy himself fiercely for a few months when his face suddenly changed. Now that he had refined the heart of the realm, the entire Tianxian realm was under his control, and there was only one place that was still in the mist. That is the western part of the continent. The place full of magic. Chapter 55, Evil Demon? There's still this thing in Tianxian realm? How can we allow others to live in our so-called couch? Feeling that the realm under his control had blackened a piece, Sushi's face instantly blackened a piece as well. Meanwhile, Ash blushed and barked. Check out the west. Suji clamped the dog's belly, and Little Gray scurried out like an arrow off the string, directly drilling into the void. Tian Lu, on the other hand, turned his head and began to rebuild the central state. As a result of this disaster, although the space was regaining its stability, there wasn't much left of those buildings. Still have to build it from scratch. Luckily, practitioners build faster still. Otherwise, the years of trying to recover from such a battle alone would take hundreds of years. Western region, Pro-Demon Abyss. Chu Wanli shivered and looked at a landscape in the distance. There, thousands of cultists, worshipping a bouquet of blood-colored roses. At the bottom of the abyss, the demonic aura was eerie. Dark currents surged, and the pressure emanating from it only wanted to suffocate people from the impact. Chu Wanli froze all her life signs, just like a dead person, unable to move, not even daring to draw on her aura. Its goo blood rose? At this moment, Suji appeared at Chu Wanli's side. Chu Wanli froze. Then surprise erupted in her eyes. Su Jiuxiao, you've returned from the immortal world? Suji nodded, seeing Chu Wanli again. His eyes fluttered up and down, completely unable to look directly at Chu Wanli. What for? Chu Wanli was full of doubts. Besides Fu Yueying, which woman did you fall in love with behind my back? Su Ru was stunned. What nonsense? Chu Wanli hummed. Then why don't you even dare to look at me? Su Ru coughed softly twice, his eyes still fluttering. He had seen Chu Wanli without clothes too many times in the other parallel time and space created by Jibo. At this moment, at a glance, Chu Wanli was in front of him as if she was naked, and he even knew where there was a mole. The point is, Chu Wanli doesn't know that part of history. She's still an innocent woman. Therefore, Suji was also embarrassed to look at it more, fearing that he would subconsciously do something strange. There are some things that become habits that are the worst. He's a married man and doesn't want to get into too many love affairs. Women, most troublesome. Look at me. Chu Wanli was annoyed and tugged on Suji's sleeve. Is she that bad? You don't even look at her anymore after you're married? Well, at least in the entire Tianxian continent, she was considered to be a top-ranking beauty. How many can compete with her? This matter will be discussed at a later date. Su Ru waved his hand and turned his head in the direction of the evil palace. What's going on here? Poof. When it came to business, Chu Wanli also straightened up and, I've been watching this for a while now. It looks like they're sacrificing something and releasing something? Sacrifice? Release? Suji recalled a few hundred years ago, when he came to the western region to practice, a female demon Gaga pestered him and tried to mess with his Tao, and he reacted half a beat slower, not recognizing the wolfishness of the female demon for a moment, and cooperated for 2 days, releasing some evil demons. Then he was judged by the heavenly Tao to be possessed of the devil, and he was given a book of orders to pursue him. In the end, Suji killed the 10 emperors and 100 saints and fled to the eastern wasteland, where he suffered from heart demons day in and day out, almost hung up. It wasn't until the revival of the system that it took him to the top of his life once again. Stringing back and forth and thinking for a moment, Suji suddenly looked at the blood-colored rose. You say, was it that Gu Bloody Mei who was victimizing me back then? Su Ru coldly spoke. Gu Blood Rose? Chu Wanli looked at the rose and thought that it did look a bit like the other one on Gu Blood Rose's chest. It's a possibility. She ruled. Woof. Suddenly, the cultists rioted in the distance, and Ash barked softly. Ha! Chu Wanli turned her head to take a look, covering her mouth and sighing lightly. What an ugly dog. Woof. Ash bared his teeth, his fur standing on end. What's so fierce? Suji slapped it on the dog's head. I'm going to tell AV. Ash was furious, and his tail kept wagging low. I knew it was that woman's dog. Chu Wanli laughed softly, picking up Little Gray and brushing its fur. Instantly, Ash's tongue lolled out and a smile filled his face. Su Ru looked at Little Ash with a look of contempt. No wonder this dog can't get along with Fu Yueying. He has no sense of decency. I really don't know who he learned from. And at that moment, the cultists suddenly rioted in the distance. Bloody roses bloom. From it, lay a stunning-looking woman with long legs. The woman had an almond face with peach blossom cheeks, white teeth and vermilion lips, a pair of long legs close to half the length of her body, and she walked slowly, swaying out a wonderful posture. It was clearly Gu Bloodmay, who had failed to snatch the heart of the realm. My lord. Beside her, a man dressed in black knelt. The news is correct? Su Joshio stepped through the immortal formation gate and went to the immortal region? Gu Bloodmay's expression was cold and cold, her face filled with the unwillingness after her plan failed and her chance was taken. That's right, when my subordinate was walking back, that Su Joshio happened to go to the immortal region. The man bowed. Aha, Gu Bloodmay nodded. After the heart of the realm was absorbed by Su Ru, she was practically blind in the Tianxian continent. This is the last chance. As long as we release the ancient demon immortals and seize control of this realm, that's Su Joshio's revenge for killing me twice and killing me once. I'm going to settle things with him. Gu Bloodmay coldly grunted. Just don't know why. She took that last time she stole the heart of Suji's realm and propped herself up. It was also counted on Suji's head. Come out. Demon Fairy. Gu Bloodmay stretched her hands out. The next bloody scene took place. One by one, the heads of the cultists, who looked like pilgrims, suddenly burst open. Essence blood merged into a cluster of water streams, spraying out from his neck towards the demonic abyss. A strong demonic aura, as if from hell, slowly rose from the demonic abyss. As the number of deaths increased, a shadow gradually became clear and stood over the demon abyss. The silhouette had no hair, had a scar on its face, and was dressed as a dark ascetic, looking terrifying. At the same time, Suji's heart stirred, and he actually felt that the Tianxian realm was getting out of his control. Besides the realm heart, there are people who can control the realm. Suru's heart was shaken, and Little Gray, who saw the demonic shadow, suddenly rubbed and bounced up from Chuanli's arms and climbed onto Suji's shoulder, woofing and barking. "Get out!" Ash called out. Good. No need for Ash to say it. Suru would be on it. This Blood May has gone against the grain, repeatedly working against himself. However, the pressure of the demon monk in the distance, in Suji's opinion, was no less than that of Xian immortals such as Cloud Dust and Haifeng. Even as the cultists died violently, the bald demon monk's strength continued to rise. Even in the Tianxian realm, Suji didn't dare to be too careless. One could only look for opportunities to see if they could cut off the source of the demon monk's power. Therefore, he set his sights on the cultists at the first opportunity, leaping up from next to Chuanli and slashing diagonally with the Emperor's sword in his hand. Immortal Technique. Star River Sword Technique. Chapter 56. Wouldn't recognize the wrong master, right? Boom! 100-mile-long sword light directly tore through space and engraved itself in space. With Suji's ability nowadays, he had already sensed the way of the stars in the sword. When this sword was swung out, many large illusory stars emerged in the sword chi, and the force was enough to destroy the moon and break the sun. Tens of thousands of pagans looked horrified. They are not yet consecrated to the honored foreign gods. A single sword light chopped in, and it directly chopped half of them into particles. Sujio Xiao, why is he here? Blood May shouted angrily, then slapped the black-robed man next to her. Didn't you say he went to the immortal region? The black-clothed man's head directly rotated 360 degrees and flew out, not even having the time to say words of explanation. In fact, Suru was already here, and it was useless for him to explain any further. Blood May wouldn't listen either. Blood May, today, whether this is your holster or not, and no matter where you are, as long as you're still in the Tianxian realm, you won't be able to escape this. Su carried his long sword in his hand and took a step forward, a cold light flashing in his eyes. Humph. Sujio Xiao, do you think I'll be afraid of you just because you've refined the heart of the realm? With the demon immortal present today, even if you're as heavenly as you are, you'll have to hand over the Tianxian realm. To be clear, you're late. A cold aura flickered in Blood Rose's eyes, and with a stab, she pulled out the scarlet rose on her shoulder and threw it to the demon monk. In an instant, a brilliant aura blossomed in the eyes of the demon monk, and his cultivation, which was comparable to that of a Xian immortal, climbed once again. Ha ha ha. Sujio Xiao, be buried with this world. Blood May smiled demurely. What my mother can't get, you don't want to get either. Thumbs down. Suddenly, Suji struck with his sword, and Bloody Rose's head was thrown up. What good will it do you to kill me? Bloody Rose's voice rang out along with that demonic monk. To tell you the truth, my true form is that one rose. Just now you had a chance, but now, you don't have any more chances. I've become a magic immortal. As the words fell, the entire heavenly Xian realm rumbled, and the heavenly Dowell that had just become an immortal violently collapsed once again. The strength of the devil god that Blood May had manifested surged once again, vaguely poised to break through the Xian immortals and head towards the immortal king. An immortal king. One must know that the immortal lord of the little diffusion immortal domain, the ruthless man who controlled an unknown number of starfields, was only at the immortal king realm. An immortal king realm descended upon Tianxian. Who could resist? Suji took 2 steps backward, his mind whirling, thinking of a way to break the situation. It seems that the only way to have a chance is to pour some chaos chi on Ash. But looking at that reaction of Little Gray, it seemed that filling it with chaos chi was some kind of big trouble that was going to destroy the world. Just do it once. Ash. Suru took a deep breath and turned his head to look for Ash. After searching for half a day, he found that Little Gray had already arrived in front of the Devil's Abyss at an unknown time, barking madly towards the Devil's Abyss. Woof, 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 meow, meow. What responded to it was actually the sound of a cat purring from the Demon Abyss. What are you doing? Ash, get over here and take on the enemy. Suji was in a big hurry. This dog wouldn't want to stage some cat and dog pure love for him at such a time, right? Then he really wants to eat dog meat. Woof. Little Gray ignored Suji and barked louder and louder. In the distance, the demon monk's body suddenly trembled, and a majestic and surging power came out. The space began to shatter in pieces, as if it was the end of the world, scattering in all directions. An immortal king, Suji glared, pounced over, grabbed Little Gray's neck, and was about to instill chaos chi into its body. Suddenly, A cat's paw poked out from beneath the devil's abyss. The cat's claws were flat, but they were extremely fast, and in a thousandth of a blink, they had appeared on the demon monk's head. Su Jiao, don't you dare try to escape. Ha! Gu Bloodmay was still immersed in the atmosphere of breaking through to a mortal king and henceforth being free on earth. A cat's paw suddenly pressed down. What child's trick? Gu Bloodmay disdained it and raised her hand to the top. Blue-black flames draped around her hand, almost burning through the vacuum. But in the next second, Gu Bloodmay's face suddenly froze. She was surprised to find that the huge force coming from her head was something she couldn't resist in any way. Her body, completely imprisoned, pressed down into the demonic abyss one by one. Ah! What is this? Su Jiao, what tricks are you playing again? Gu Bloodmay's eyes rounded, but the power of that cat's claws grew. In the work of a single breath, Gu Bloodmay's body sank into the bottom of the devil's abyss, and only her pleas for mercy could be faintly heard. Su Jiao, I was wrong. Let me go. The voice faded away. Su Ji gulped. The cat's paw, as mundane as it seemed, was something he could clearly feel. It's stronger than Jibo. What kind of monster is this? Woof! The little gray tail wagged violently, and Chu Wanli ran over in shock, patting her huge chest and saying in surprise, Ash, did you just summon cat's paw? As an onlooker, Suji was in the middle of the situation and didn't react for a moment, but Chu Wanli on the side, that can be seen clearly. After the little gray dog barked twice, a cat's cry came from the magic abyss, and then the cat's claws appeared. If it didn't call it, who could it be? Ash, is that you? Suji looked at little Ash in shock. How many other secrets were there that he hadn't discovered in this first chance of the heavens and the worlds? Bull! This devil's abyss, it's better to seal it up for now. Although the devil's abyss was helping itself, it was the devil's abyss after all. Suji took a long breath and relaxed somewhat. No wonder the heavenly Xian realm was able to ignore the rules and not even collapse when Xian immortal incarnations descended upon it. Since there's such a counterintuitive place to stay down here to stabilize order, I don't know whether it's a blessing or a curse for myself to take over this heavenly Xian realm. Just in case one day in the future, some devil poked out of the devil's abyss, he wouldn't strike out at himself, would he? Suji's heart tightened, and the desire for strength in his heart was once again raised by a dimension. Little Ash, how can we seal this demonic abyss? Su-Ru turned his head and looked at little Ash, but how could he know that little Gray did not answer, but instead leaped on all fours and plunged into the devil's abyss? Ha! Chu Wanli exclaimed. Su-Ru was also confused. What does this dog want? At the bottom of the devil's abyss, little Gray appeared and came to a huge door with a devilish aura, barking twice. A moment later, the door opened and a colorful ragdoll cat stepped out. Of course, there are some differences from the regular ragdoll cat, which has a dragon's tail. Meow. The ragdoll cat purred, his voice somewhat similar to a teenage girl. Dogs, why are you here now? Late. I'm counting. 2,000 years? The little greyhound's face was displeased, and he took a few steps in place, just not answering. The ragdoll cat, of course, wouldn't leave him alone, meowing incessantly in his ear. Is the young master so weak that it took 2,000 years to take over the heart of the realm? Did you slack off and take him to the Acacia domain? I told you long ago, young people should be trained ruthlessly, and go through trials and tribulations before they can become a pillar of the party. No craving for pleasure. Do you understand? Ash whimpered twice, drooping his ears and shaking his head frantically. All wrong? The ragdoll cat's feline eyes rolled wildly, then suddenly settled. You don't recognize the wrong owner, do you? Chapter 57, The Great Emperor Returns to the Palace. Tian Xin Kolord. Wrong master? The little greyhound's face shook, and he flopped down on his forelegs, looking at the ragdoll cat with wide, aggravated eyes. You're really mistaken? The ragdoll cat was furious and stepped on Ash's doggy head with one cat paw. How flexible is Ash? At least Ji Thin couldn't even say he could tackle him. But under the claws of the ragdoll cat, it was pinned to the ground, and no matter how much it whimpered, it couldn't break free. Wait, the Muppet Cat vented for a moment before suddenly remembering something. Could it be someone from that clan that could make you recognize the wrong one? Shoo! Ash hastily told it not to say anything. There are some existences that are so meditative that they must not even be mentioned by name, because they can sense it. The ragdoll cat straightened her stance, taking her paws off Ash and murmuring, it'll be interesting to see if it's really that guy. Immediately, it turned its head to look at little Ash. Where's young master? Why don't you let him in? He's not strong enough to get in. Little Ash was honest, not at all as lively and cheerful as he was in front of Suji. Apparently, he's a little afraid of Muppet Cats. Not strong enough? Ragdoll Cat froze. How long have you been recognizing your master? Yesterday, right? Ash ducked and dodged the claws of the ragdoll cat coming at him. Then in these 2,000 years, Is this how young master has lived? Is the food good? Is the clothing warm? The ragdoll cat was filled with guilt. There were riots outside a few times today. Waking me up. Did some immortal realm people come down to bully young master? Ash thought for a moment. Sort of, but he didn't suffer much. Muppet Cat turned. I'll exterminate them. Is the little diffusion immortal domain? I'll directly collapse it. Wait, Ash exclaimed, grabbing the ragdoll cat at once. You have to keep the house. What's going to happen to this family if you leave? You guard. The Muppet Cat squeezed Ash again. I can't. Ash shook his head like a rattle and, if someone really fights up, I'll be torn apart in a second. How can I be as wise as you? It has to be a cat as strong as you to keep house. The ragdoll cat, who really seemed to enjoy a pleasing compliment as much as the young girl, sniffed and hummed softly. That's right. You're too much of a dish. Then I'll be here to guard the family property for young master. However, if someone really bullies the young master, you tell me the first time. The family fortune can be earned again, but the young master mustn't let anyone bully him. The little greyhound's head nodded in succession, and he puffed curtly, his harumps dripping onto the cat's fur. Bang! The ragdoll cat kicked it off and ran back inside the door. Don't touch me. Ash ate the pain. There weren't many people or beasts in the world that could cause him harm. Ragdoll cats definitely count. This guy, the strength of his flesh is too terrifying. This heavenly Xian realm has its spine as a skeleton. Not to mention a Xian immortal. Even if an immortal dignity comes above, it won't collapse. And at that moment, the ragdoll cat had run out of the door with a pamphlet in its mouth. Here, bring this to the young master. Spatial Xiandian? Ash's eyes glazed over. This was an unparalleled treasure book for cultivating the spatial avenue, and the entire immortal realm was afraid that they wouldn't be able to find a few copies of it. It's too valuable, isn't it? And if it's lost, it's over. Little Ash murmured. Young master can be reincarnated again, as long as I guard his divine soul, that is. But, get the hell out of here. The ragdoll cat was furious. Its claws swung up and scratched Ash frantically. Ash! Little Gray returned to the Devil's Abyss with the Spatial Arcane Dictionary in his mouth. Only 3 feet left to walk on. The other Forlun deadpanned over his forehead. What? Suji froze, and Chu Wanli went forward with him, fiddling with Little Gray's forelimbs, but the dog just died and wouldn't let go. Ash! Look! The cat! Sue resigned with a gulp. Woof! With a jolt, Ash took 3 sharp steps back and crawled backwards on all fours. But, Suji and Chu Wanli laughed when they saw its flowery face. Ash! You didn't get caught cheating, did you? Woof! The Little Gray showed his teeth, and Suji picked up the booklet that had fallen on the ground and flipped through it. Frowning. How come there's not a single word? A wordless heavenly book? Concentrate. Use the spatial avenue to sense him, the Little Gray dog called. Sue resigned and did as he was told. Using all of his spatial laws, he looked to the front of the book. The word, empty, separated by 1,000 layers of space, was hidden. Crap! What the hell is this? Suji was shocked. Just for a while, his spiritual power was actually a bit deprived, and subconsciously he wanted to put his arm around Chu Wanli and fall back to sleep. Luckily, he reacted at the final juncture. This is not Jibo's Wansheng kingdom, so you can't just snuggle up. Otherwise his self-proclaimed innocent groom persona would be gone. Take your time to sense it for 10,000 years, and you might be able to produce a Xian immortal. Little Ash held his head high. The path of immortal cultivation is not that simple. You have to be patient and precipitate. He taught assiduously and vaguely felt like the well-read preaching immortal, but by the time it reacted, Suji had already brought Chu Wanli and disappeared in place. What it says? Well, half a word. Su has a system. The wordless heavenly book is placed beside him. 1,000 years of cultivation will be poured into the line. It won't take long. Su went back to the old site of the Lin Lang Academy. It's only been a little while since I went to the west to fight the bandits. A magnificent palace surprisingly rose up from the ground. Other than that, there's nothing to say about the fact that the immortal cultivator is engaged in the construction piece. It's fast. Su brought Chu Wanli to the scene. A row of emperor races on the left, and a row of ancient saint races on the right. In the innermost part, there was a large dragon seat, perched in the air, with a real divine dragon dancing behind the chair. Yuan Bo, Qin Umo, Tian Lu Shang Xian, Yao Qi Sacred Lord, and even the 9 heavens sacred land Gao Ran. All of these people he knew so well. Not one of them were there. Each one was dressed in proper clothing and had a respectful face. When he saw Suji appear, the scene immediately erupted with a shocking sound. Welcome back to the palace, Great Emperor. Crap, Suji was dumbfounded. What's up with that? It's too vulgar, isn't it? But I like it. What is this situation? Suru asked softly, but his majestic voice filled the entire palace. Under the dragon seat, the man at the head took a step out. It was Luo Feng. As Su Ji's father-in-law, he was now in a high position. He was seen sitting cross-legged with the sound of the zither in his hands. Clang! And the background music? The corner of Su Ji's mouth twitched. Luo Feng raised his voice. 9 is the extreme of the number. Xiao is the top of the sky. The 9 heavenly emperors, leading Tian Xian. The 10,000 souls jump for joy. It is worth raising the realm to celebrate for 3 days, to wish that Tian Xian has a co-owner. Su Ji froze. Spinning his mouth, he sketched a faint smile. It's not necessary, is it? If you don't sit in this dragon seat, who will? In the future, no matter what forces are involved, they will all listen to your teachings, and take your words and phrases as the Bible and record them in their education textbooks. Not bad. I won't stay in the Tianxian realm that isn't ruled by the great emperor of the 9 heavens. If that's really the case, I might as well run headlong into the ground to die. The Chen family used to have a bit of an old grudge against Su Ji, but at this moment, when they saw Su Ru shirking his responsibility of not being this Tianxian co-lord, their new clan leader could not wait to headbutt his head and splatter his blood in the air. Chapter 58, 4 months in a row. Peak of Upper Immortal. Yes, Master. Just take a seat. Gao Ran was also full of excitement. Developed. The master teacher who was almost GA suddenly shook his tiger's body, and his mic came to Tian Xian. I've succeeded in looking to my father. Is there anything under the sun more delightful than this? Hey, the hospitality is overwhelming. Su Ji sighed and slowly walked over to the dragon seat and sat down. In that case, let's follow Luo Feng's words and have a big celebration for 3 days. As soon as Su Su's words fell, smoke and fire spread across the sky. Immortal yuan spilled out, and countless scattered cultivators knelt down and kowtowed, thanking the great emperor for his gift. Ash looked on with his doggy head shaking. What a load! It was even more pretentious than some of the immortal emperors it had seen who ruled over billions of frontiers. It knew deep down that Su Ji still had a long way to go, and really wanted to leisurely be this co-owner, fearing that it wouldn't be that easy. And Su Ru himself ran to the immortal realm to go for a walk, and had seen so many applications of the great Tao, which had long ago planted the seed in his heart. He himself wouldn't be willing to just stay in a small place for the rest of his life. It is necessary to go out in less than 100 years. The next step is to eat, drink and be merry. Chu Wanli accompanied, and Su Ji dutifully ate some dragon liver and phoenix marrow. Late at night, Tianlu called Su Ru to the back hall. Smiling, he said, with the matter of the immortal region settled, we'll have plenty of time to live a free life. Su Ru shook his head. Staying in peace? I'm a bit uneasy if I don't pick up Afe back. What's more, Zia was also brought to the immortal realm by Ji Thin. She's gifted, but after all, she's not familiar with the world, and she's sure to miss her parents. I'll bring them back with me when I get a chance. Tianlu nodded and stroked his beard in relief. He liked Su Ru to be as sentimental as he was. This disciple was not taken in vain. At this moment, he felt more and more how right a choice it was to take in the desperate Su Ji 1,000 years ago. People, it is true that you still have to do good things to get good rewards. Dean, the immortal road has been destroyed by Ji Thin. How do we get to the immortal region now? Su Ji suddenly thought of something and asked. Well, have to sense the space avenue. I do have the immortal domain positioned here, but the star vault is vast, and if you don't know the spatial avenue, it's absolutely impossible for you to leap across the sea of stars and arrive at the little diffusion immortal domain. Moreover, even if you reach the little diffusion immortal region, it will be difficult for you to go to the Cloud Dream Immortal Court where Afu is. Su Ru frowned deeply. Cloud Dream Immortal Court. Not in the little diffusion immortal domain? Not in. Tianlu sighed. The immortal court is in the central immortal state. That place? Even I have never been there. How can I go? Su Ru asked. Extradition. Tianlu glanced at him. Every 300,000 years, the central immortal state will extradite a batch of immortals in each of the great immortal realms. What about the conditions? Su Ru raised an eyebrow. Prove your worth. Tianlu laughed. Only young immortals with boundless potential can be looked upon by the immortal state. That age threshold is under 1,000,000 years old. Millions of years. Su Ji froze. Immortal lifespans are endless. He was only 2,000 years old now, but he was already considered a retired elder in the Tianxian realm, and in the immortal world, it can only be considered young. And how do you prove your worth? Su Ru added. Battle. Tianlu counted with his fingers. The next immortal domain battle should be another 300,000 years away. You can make it. The corner of Su Ji's mouth twitched. 300,000 years. Luo Zio and Fu Yueying were probably turned into blood. When was the most recent session? Su Ru glared at him. The most recent session? Tianlu shook his head. Unfortunately, in half a year. Immortal domain battle. In previous years, it was the Xianxian immortal who took the top spot. You still have to practice. Upon hearing this, Suji directly turned around and walked towards the back of the mountain. Wait, Tianlu grabbed Suru. You don't really want to participate, do you? Try it, maybe. Suzaku grinned. Then you remember to compete in my Tai sword sect, and fight for glory for your master. Tenlo suddenly flies rubbed his hands together and, it's not a good idea for master to lose face in the Tai sword sect. You understand. Suja froze. Think of some of the rumors. It was said that Tianlu was in the immortal realm because his daughter-in-law ran away with someone and still showed her love in front of him every day, teasing him like a turtle. The man on the other side of the street is also a thief and a brave man, and he takes pleasure in beating up Tenru every day. In a fit of rage, Tianlu rebelled from the Tai sword sect and fled to the Tianxian realm to live in seclusion, not asking questions about the world. And according to what Xu Wanli and Fu Yueying described to him before, Tianlu often stared at a painting of a woman late at night, with words on his lips and sometimes 2 lines of clear tears. Thinking of this, Su Ji patted Tianlu's shoulder, his eyes gleaming. Dean, I will. Tianlu's nose soured as he recalled the happy days of the Tai sword sect and almost broke his defense. Forcing back the urge to shed tears, Tianlu turned around and exited the great hall. A scroll of paper also appeared in his hand, and he dully walked towards the lotus pond in the backyard. Su Ru shook his head. Ask the world what love is. Hey, women are terrible. The next days, Su resigned to find a strange mountain beauty, the mountain red falling leaves floating. Very beautiful. This was the only place in Tianxian continent that produced the exquisite 8 treasure fish. The flavor is no less than dragon meat. He stayed here and fished, a colorless booklet at his side. Day by day, the system's voice in his head kept ringing. On the 7th day of marriage, 1,000 years of cultivation will be rewarded. On the 8th day of marriage, rewarded with an immortal weapon, the holy armor of battle. On the 9th day of marriage, the reward avenue, the 5 elements avenue. On the 30th day of marriage, the space cannon was broken by you, and at a glance, space was cut into 10,000 parts. Your spatial Tao is promoted to the initiate level, and your strength is raised to the upper immortal realm. On the 60th day of marriage, rewarded with a high-level immortal art, Hand of the Heavens, and at the same time, the realization of the 3,000 paths of the Vault Path. On the 90th day of marriage, the 9 Heavens Emperor's Sword was upgraded in grade and promoted to a high-ranking immortal weapon, which comes with the Sharp Avenue and is indestructible. On the 120th day of marriage, rewarded with an immortal mansion-type immortal artifact, the Coiling Dragon Immortal Boat, high-ranked immortal artifact. If it's not off, it's on. Ding for 4 months. Su resigned. People are stupid. Every day, fishing and teasing the dog here. The cultivation level went up like a rocket. Opened the panel and looked at it. Host, Su resignation. Cultivation, peak upper immortal. The 3,000 paths, the path of space, the path of the vault, the path of destiny, and the path of the 5 elements. Immortal weapon, Imperial Sword of the 9 Heavens, high grade. Coiling Dragon Immortal Boat, high grade. Holy Armor of Battle. Techniques, the 7 books of the martial scriptures, chaos level. The Sun and Moon Spitting Technique, Immortal Technique, and the Space Arcana. Battle Techniques, Hand of Heaven, Heaven and Earth Melting Fist, Star River Sword Technique. Ash was on the sidelines, and the more he watched, the more alarmed he became. How is it that it's only been 4 months, and I haven't seen Suji cultivate, and this body emanates pressure, and it's getting scarier by the day? Chapter 59, Space Branching, Revisiting the Immortal Region. Phew, on this day, Suji caught a bajin fish, grew up, and directly threw the fish into a boiling pot on the side. Little Ash's tail wagged instantly, and his gaze towards Suji was full of pleasing. It smells so good. Suji glanced at it and sneaked a punch through. With this punch, the space didn't fluctuate half a bit, and even Little Ash didn't react before the fist had already chiseled on its head. Woof! Ash took a step back and went on alert, looking left and right. Suji, be careful. There's an assassin, specializing in the space avenue. It feels like a Xian immortal. Suji froze, then laughed out softly. Is that what you're talking about? Bang! Another punch, a solid one, to Ash's head. Ash was instantly confused. Are you enlightened? Suru nodded. How about this punch of mine? Little Ash's eyes showed horror. 4 months, and you've cultivated the spatial Xian Dian to this level? Aha! Suru said with a slight smile. I feel a hair's breadth away from the Xian immortal, yet I can't step out of that step anyhow, and the results are not significant if I use time to grind it down. Ash looked grave. Well, the heavenly Xian realm is farther away from the immortal realm, and the great Tao of perception is actually rather hazy. So if you were in the immortal realm, it would probably be a bit easier to promote Xian immortal. What makes a Xian immortal? Suru asked. If you cultivate the spatial avenue to the small completion realm, then you are a Xian immortal. The space avenue, with its several branches, is like a 10,000-mile avenue with several winding runways. It's subdivided into fusion, cutting, squeezing, and splitting. Well, let's see. You're supposed to be going with the fusion one, where the body merges with space. The mark of this branch crossing over into Xian immortality is instantaneous movement. Instantaneous transmission? Suji's eyes lit up. Right, Ash nodded. Breaking space with a single punch is violent, but it's more likely to alert others. And the consumption of immortal yuan is very high. This is the most coarsely obvious method. And like the punch you just threw at me, it was like a gazelle hanging from the corner. Without a trace, I don't know the spatial avenue, so I can't avoid it, and I can only be passively beaten. The spatial avenue is in existence ranked in the top 10 of the 3,000 avenues you have cultivated to this point. When you go to the immortal realm, don't make a sound. Why? Suji snorted. Do they still want to take me back for research? Of course not, Ash woofed and barked. Those who have sensed the spatial Tao in the upper immortals are few and far between, so perhaps a superpower will come across the domain and capture you back to repair the spatial spell formation. Are you trying to do infrastructure in the fairy world? Su-Ru. Civil engineering? The dogs won't even do it. In the back of the mountain, Tianlu was punching slowly, living a cozy life. Su-Ru walked in, directly breaking his tranquility. What? You're going to participate in this immortal region contest? Tenru almost bit his tongue. Yes, Suja nodded, his breath showing slightly. Tianlu instantly felt the gale force winds hit his face. In a few months' time, you jumped from the great emperor realm to the peak of supreme immortality? Tianlu looked stupefied and stared in place. Su was even higher in cultivation than him. Such a terrifying promotion speed was unheard of for him, at least in the Little Diffusion Immortal domain. Aha, Suja nodded. How do I get to the Little Diffusion Immortal region? It's not too late for me to go now. Tianlu hesitated for a moment. You really want to go? Do you know that with the deaths of Haifeng and Yunduan, you are already wanted by the Chuanqing Immortal sect in the Little Diffusion Immortal region? The moment we show our heads, we may be in for a siege. Suja was silent. On that day, he drank high from Tianshan Sujioxiao, and he didn't change his face, and in Songdome City, there were quite a few people who sought him. As for Ji Thin in the back, with his strength, ordinary cultivators can't see his face, so the grudge was all on Su Ji. 2 Xian immortals, even for the Kuner immortal sect, was considered a great loss. Definitely report it. Woof, it's fine. When you advance to Xian immortal, that Chuanqing immortal sect will have to kneel. Little Gray said disdainfully from the side. A small immortal domain's Taoist system, still pretending to be on. Sooner or later we'll exterminate them. What an arrogant dog. Tianlu flinched, glanced at Little Ash, and said in a deep voice, but now that the immortal road has collapsed, even though I have the star node of the Tai Sword sect, it's too far away from here. Even if you're a space-based Xian immortal, you won't be able to walk to the Little Diffusion Immortal domain in 2 months' time. Is there a solution? Su-Ru asked. Yes, Tenru laughed. Go to the extraterrestrial battlefield. It's left over there from the ancient times. So much space has been interlaced by the fight. Take your chances. Maybe. Extraterrestrial battlefield? Suji's heart moved. Good. By the way, if you really want to go to the immortal region, bring Wan Li with you. With her natural talent, it's enough for her to join the Tai Sword sect. Let her go to the immortal region to have a good hard training. Tenru added. Okay. Su-Ru smiled. That afternoon, Suji finally found a use for Luofeng. This guy had been hiding from his debt for 10 years in the extraterrestrial battlefield, and had met quite a few people, so he definitely had a lot of knowledge about the environment. There are several nodes that unusual people can't get close to. I'll take you there. Luofeng said this and the two of them arrived at the extraterrestrial battlefield. After rolling around a bit, Suji locked onto one of the nodes. The aura emanating from its rear was vaguely similar to the Little Diffusion Immortal domain. Woof, are you sure this is okay? Ash said suspiciously. He was not good at spatial avenues, and at the moment, he had an uneasy look on his face. If this got out to some demonic realm and an emergency call for help was made, the uproar would never be small. It shouldn't be a problem. Su-Ru hesitated for a moment. This was the first time he had used the spatial avenue to sense a damaged node. The heart is not in the right place. Believe you once, a space immortal master close to Xian immortal is a character when placed in a small immortal domain. The little gray dog barked. Afterwards, Little Ash went back and called Chu Wanli over. The 2 men and a dog, riding in Suji's coiling dragon immortal boat, plunged headlong into the node. Luofeng's roar was still faintly heard behind him. Brother Su, remember to bring my daughter back. Spatial turbulence that blurs the concept of time. Suji didn't know how many times he had folded the space, and finally followed the vague spatial node and arrived in a world. Crap, this is so not human. It's exhausting. Su-Q let out a deep gasp. It's like fishing for fish in a fast stream. Although he took a bigger net, but the current was so strong and the fish so small that it was a struggle to get one. And Su-Ju, to fish thousands of them. The physical labor involved is palpable. I should have known to mix to Xian before coming over. Suja flattened his mouth. But there is no time to lose. If he could, he would have blended in until he was an immortal dignitary before coming over. When the time comes, just like Ji Bo, he will be invincible, and no one will be able to stop him. Even immortal Lord Xiaoyan had to bend down to compensate for his smile. And that's when the sense of space gradually became clearer. Su Ji could sense that the coordinates of the Tai Sword sect were in the northwest, and not far from where they landed. There was another city, hidden and mesmerized in the universe. What luck! It's a big city in space. Ash eyed the surprise. Chapter 64 Great Forces. Spatial Turbulence? The Great City of Space. Sunset City. A hint of a smile appeared at the corner of Suja's mouth. He still remembered the densely packed spatial nodes when he was in Songdome City. This kind of large city ran through all the important areas of the Little Diffusion Immortal region. Finding the spatial great city was the same as finding the transportation hub of the Little Diffusion Immortal region. Go on, check it out. It was the first time for Chu Wanli to come to the Immortal region, and she was like a curious baby, her eyes staring like a copper bell, not even blinking. Good, Su Ru answered, and the three of them entered Sunset City. Perhaps it was because the Immortal Domain contest was approaching. The crowd flow in Sunset City was much larger than Songdome City. The sky was densely packed with casual cultivators who were traveling with imperial swords. From time to time a few luxury rides fly by. The ones like Su Ji who barged right in on an immortal weapon dragon boat were all big spenders. Suja put away the dragon boat, and the two men and a dog walked to the center teleportation point. I'm sorry, Immortal. The node to the northwest is temporarily closed to casual cultivators. Watching over the node, the cultivator wearing a moon-colored robe faintly said, "The nostrils don't breathe at all." Suja frowned and was about to break the ban with his power. A woman suddenly came up beside him. The woman had long hair and a haughty face. What he wore, even an earring, all faintly emitted a faint red light, transmitting the fluctuations of immortal weapons. At first glance, it's from an unusual background. Seeing Suji being stopped by the robed cultivator, the woman smiled faintly and looked at Suji. You want to go to the Tai Sword sect and participate in the Immortal Domain contest? Su Ru nodded. To introduce myself, I'm the eldest senior sister of the Kyushu Island, Water Moon Cave. My name is Meng. If you want, you can take our Water Moon Cave Heavens boat. Just 3 pounds of immortal gold is enough. 3 pounds of immortal gold? Su Ru's heart fluttered. During these 4 months, the system had sent him tens of thousands of pounds of immortal gold. Originally he didn't feel anything, but now he realized it was quite valuable. Star Trek are only 3 pounds of fairy gold, or the back door. With a flick of his fingers, a storage ring flew into Meng's hands. Lead the way. Meng froze and carefully sized up Suji. It's really dirt cheap. Usually, she reported 1 caddy of immortal gold with others, and only reported 3 caddy when she saw Suji driving the immortal boat in. I didn't expect Suji to casually dump out 3 pounds without even blinking. And looking at Suji's appearance that he couldn't even enter the spatial teleportation point, it was obvious that he didn't have much of a background. Maybe it's a small person who broke into the Star River and got some ancient chants. It's a big fat goat. However, the Water Moon Cave days to do this scalping business. Not a day or two. Although he coveted the wealth in Suji's hands, it was not enough to tear his face off and snatch it. Go! Meng led Suji several people and flew towards a huge aerial fortress. Entered the fortress to an open square. There were already quite a few loose cultivators in the square, either meditating, practicing martial arts, or enjoying a meal. Just wait here. A few hours to Tai Sword sect. Well, in the middle should still pass through the island of Kyushu. After receiving 3 pounds of immortal gold, Meng's attitude was much better, and she smiled sweetly at Suji. Your name? Su Jiuxiao. Su Jiuxiao said indifferently. He wasn't even trying to hide his identity. When he was in the Tianqian realm, he was forced by the system to marry a deceased friend's daughter, and he still had to have a face, and still had a disguise. But when it comes to the immortal realm, what's the point of him disguising himself? What Gunstar Immortal sect wanted? He doesn't care. Even when Mundane was in the heavenly Xian realm, he was open all the way. His character is very rigid. This was evident from the fact that when he was falsely accused, he preferred to kill the 10 emperors and 100 saints and retreat to the eastern wasteland without explaining half a word. Nowadays, he was half a step short of Xian Immortal. It was just right that the Chuanqing Immortal sect's people had come, just in time to help him break through that tipping point from the battle. And he wasn't even worried about any danger to his life. It's good to activate Ash at critical moments. I don't know what side effects Ash has, but at least with 1 or 2 uses, it shouldn't be a problem. Is your name Su Jiuxiao? Shi Meng nodded, with doubts in her eyes. Why does it feel like I've heard it from somewhere? You think about it? Suja looked at her with a smirk. Eldest miss, the people from the Violet Sky Cave Heaven are here. Shi Meng wanted to chat a few more words when the shouts of other cultivators came from the distance. Excuse me, Shi Meng made a bow and went to the other side. Su Ru nodded and found a place to sit down. What the heck is this purple heavenly cave again? Suji looked at Little Gray. Woof, there's someone selling information over there. Why don't you go buy a copy? The little gray dog barked. Good thing too. Suji walked over and dropped a caddy of immortal gold, making the information-selling boy cry in pain before he inexplicably walked back. Is immortal gold expensive? Suru frowned. A pound. Already the smallest unit of his wealth. Ash bared his teeth and his dog brain was puzzled. It carries half a pound of fairy gold on it alone. In the immortal realm, immortal gold trading units were counted in pennies. A pound of immortal gold can be exchanged for 100 points. Where did Suju get so much money? Expensive or not, it's all introduced in the book. Little Ash pointed to the encyclopedia of the little diffractive immortal domain in Suru's hand. Suji nodded, and his divine soul sank in. Intelligence spread out at once, and Suji slowly familiarized himself with the little diffusion immortal region. There were 4 major powers in the little diffusion immortal region, namely the little diffusion immortal mansion, the Chuanqing immortal sect, the Tai sword sect, and the heavenly demon kingdom. Only these 4 major powers were qualified to participate in the immortal domain contest. All other minor powers have to be titled under its door. As for the scattered cultivators and small sects, almost all of them were concentrated in a wondrous place in the little diffusion immortal region called the Island of the 9 States. There were 7 great caves on the island of Kyushu, and the Water Moon Cave, where Shi Meng was located, was one of them. It was worth mentioning that among the 7 great caves, there was a power named Smoky Xia Cave Heaven, which used to be called Smoky Xia Immortal Mountain, alongside the 4 great powers. However, it has been in decline for a long time, and so far it has been reduced to the end of the cave. Their headmaster, named Hua Qing Shangxian. This can't be the one who wanted to take me as a junior brother in the Eastern Wasteland. Right. Suru had an odd look on his face. If he wasn't short on time, he really wanted to run to the Smoky Cloud Cave Heaven and give this Hua Qing Shangxian a lesson. One must know that when he was in the Eastern Wasteland, he hadn't been bullied by the heavenly Tao. One by one, there's no escaping the reckoning. After flipping through the pages for a while, Suji yawned and got some dragon's liver and phoenix marrow to eat. The point where he is most different from other monks is, he didn't have to practice at all. Su resignation as long as eat, drink and have fun on the line, while Chu Wanlini sensing the heavenly Tao, frowning straight, want to dip some immortal flavor, to consider a lot of things. Half an hour later, the entire flying fortress suddenly shook, swaying left and right, and the immortal chi was disorganized. The crowd instantly rioted. What's wrong? Chu Wanli woke up with a start, bumping into the spatial turbulence. This immortal weapon stopped working. Sushi sensed the spatial Tao in his inside was far beyond the reach of any human being, and he instantly understood what had happened. Chapter 61 Killing for Treasure. Threats. Immortal weaponry stops. Suru frowned, as per his observation. Most likely, this Water Moon Cave Heaven's people drove their immortal weapons into the spatial turbulence themselves. At this moment, as if confirming Su Ji's thoughts, Shi Meng walked in with a group of people. Each had a stern look on his face. What do they want? Chu Wanli was startled, and her body leaned towards Su Ji. Woof, it's just killing people for treasure. Old trick. Ash yawned and watched the show. Suja nodded and sat cross-legged. Judging by the route Shi Meng traveled, their target was probably the few cultivators from the Purple Sun Cave Sky. How can there be more oil and water on a loose cultivator than a caveman? Definitely picking the fat sheep to slaughter. And at that moment, the middle-aged man who led the Violet Sun Cave Heaven also sensed it and droned in a low voice. Shi Meng, what do you want? What do we want? Shimoni smiled. Rumor has it that the Violet Sun Cave Heaven recently obtained a high-grade immortal weapon in the outer regions, along with tens of thousands of pounds of immortal gold. I wonder if this could be true. Yes. So what? The middle-aged man licked his upper lip and the spatial passageway is held by the Shaoyan Immortal Mansion, and you have filed a case in the Immortal Mansion. So if something happens to us, aren't you afraid to take the blame? Having entered the spatial turbulence, it would be too fishy if only the people from the Purple Sun Cave Heaven died out. The responsibility will definitely be on the Smoky Hollow. Shi Meng, as the person in charge, bore the brunt of it and could not escape at all. As long as you kill all of you, the person who takes the blame. I have another choice. Well, Shi Meng smiled wryly. Kill the light? At those words, the faces of the scattered cultivators in the room suddenly changed. Shi Meng, Is your water moon cave heaven crazy? You killed us all? We've paid our immortal gold. Is water moon cave heaven so lacking in resources? To go so far as to offend the little diffusion immortal mansion to do such a thing? Shi Meng, don't seek death. The crowd was loud and boisterous. Shi Meng smiled faintly and didn't explain much, just a slight hook of her hand. A dozen or so cultivators rushed out directly behind her, with the lowest cultivation level being at the beginning of the upper immortal realm. In an instant, the wrestling begins. This was the fight between the caves, and it was tragic. How fast do monks strike? In just half an incense stick of time, the people from the Purple Sun Cave Heaven were killed until only a middle-aged head was left. The dying middle-aged man, covered in blood, was cornered. Shi Meng, a man cannot stand without trust. You will surely die if you do this. The Violet Sun Cave Heaven, in conjunction with the small diffusion immortal mansion, will uproot your water moon cave heaven from the Yellow Springs and the Bijou. Shi Meng cackled, ignoring the middle-aged man, and instead turned her head to Su Ji, who was watching the show with his knees crossed, and said, "There are some things, and it's not like I did them. Don't you think so, Tianxian Su Jiuxiao? Tianxian Su Jiuxiao?" The entire room was shocked, and they all looked at Su Ji with fiery eyes. This name, recently, could be said to be well known in the Little Diffusion Immortal region. The Chuanqing Immortal sect offered a reward of 10 immortal weapons and 20,000 pounds of immortal gold for his head. I'm afraid that such an expensive bounty could arm some Endstream Cave Heaven. Even providing information about Su Jiuxiao, that could be rewarded with 1,000 pounds of immortal gold. During this period of time, I don't know how many cultivators acted spontaneously to search for Su Jiuxiao in the Starsea, but it all came to nothing. I didn't expect that they would run into each other here. The middle-aged man from the Violet Sun Cave Sky was first stunned, then he laughed out loud. Shi Meng, you killed all of us to frame this lower realm junior? Shi Meng nodded slightly. Not bad. Su Ji looked at Shi Meng with a smirk. Know my identity? A trace of appreciation flowed from Shi Meng's eyes, as expected of a character who stirred up such a big power as the Chuanqing Immortal sect to place a bounty. This determination is also very comparable to others. Su Ji smiled and shook his head. Do you know why the Chuanqing Immortal sect wants to offer me a reward? Shimon froze. Why? Su Ru glanced at her. It seemed that the Qun'er Immortal sect hadn't publicized the fall of Cloud Dust and Haifeng. Otherwise, with the unusual deaths of the two Xian immortals, Shi Meng would never have dared to treat himself like this. Su Jiuxiao, Shi Meng couldn't pinpoint it, and looked sideways at Su Ji. You've just ascended to the immortal realm, and you actually have no grudges with my Watermoon Cave Heaven, so I don't want to make things too difficult for you. Truth be told, I'm desperate, but I'm also making an effort for my brother to participate in the Immortal Region contest. How about this? You lend me 30,000 pounds of immortal gold and I'll let you go? 30,000 pounds of immortal gold. The whole room was in an uproar. Suli looked at this Fu D devil. Okay, but well, I borrow money but usury. 9 out of 13 back. Are you willing to borrow? Of course I'm willing. Surprise erupted in Shi Meng's eyes. I didn't expect the Su Ji to be so fat. Dealing with the Chuanqing Immortal sect, where was the saving of taking money directly from Su Ji? At the same time, she had some regrets. Borrow 30,000 centavos. It's too little. The Chuanqing Immortal sect spent 20,000 immortal gold on rewarding an upper immortal, so I'm afraid that the chance on Su Ji was more than 100,000 immortal gold. The more she thought about it, the more fire burned in Shi Meng's eyes. At the same time, her hands weren't slow, commanding those around her and frantically slaughtering the casual cultivators. Su Ru smiled and shook his head. Flexing his fingers, a storage ring flew into Shi Meng's hand. Su Jiuxiao? Chu Wanli was startled. 30,000 pounds of immortal gold. It didn't sound like a small amount. Ash was non-committal, and stretched. With its understanding of Su Ji, he was definitely up to something. It's really 30,000 pounds. Shi Meng's eyes erupted with full of surprise. Her beautiful eyes kept circling around Su Ji. She's thinking, can we squeeze more oil out of Su Ji? Mr. Su, is this also going to the Tai Sword sect, to participate in the Immortal Domain contest? Shi Meng laughed. It's not hard to guess. Suja was now wanted, and the only way to break the situation was to achieve results in the Immortal Domain contest and be sheltered by the Central Immortal State. Yeah, Su Ru smiled and nodded. Then do you want to come and sit in my Water Moon Cave Heaven? When the time comes to go to the Tai Sword sect together, you can also have a companion? Shi Meng threw Su Ji a wink. People can also accompany you. Oh. Su Ru's eyes narrowed. That's not necessary. Shi Meng spread her hands. It's a pity then. It's fine. It's just that in this case, we'll have to ask Mr. Su to help our Water Moon Cave Sky take the blame. Anyway, you're not afraid of ticks, so there's no harm in having one more Violet Sun Cave Heaven as an archenemy. Threats. Suru did not answer. His eyes went cold. Then, as if he remembered something, he laughed. Hey, it's time to pay back what you owe me, right? What do you mean? Shimon froze. I didn't make it clear before. I borrowed money, and within a minute, I'm going to ask for it back, Suja faintly said. Now, it's time for you to pay back. 60,000 pounds, please. 60,000? How come it's doubled again? You want to trick me? Shermang's face sank. Are you not clear about your situation? Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The four upper immortals surrounded Suji. If I didn't have to keep you to take the blame, do you think I would let you go? Shermang snorted. Pinching you to death is as simple as pinching an ant. Chapter 62 Rampant. Beaten into the water moon cave. Crush me? Suru looked sideways at the four upper immortals and smiled slightly. Is that so? As the words fell, Suji's right hand lightly squeezed. Instantly, the Tao rioted and a large transparent hand appeared on the side of the four upper immortals. A slight pinch. Boom! The four upper immortals instantly turned into blood mist and dissipated into perception. You? Shermang took 2 steps back and exclaimed. Uncle Chess! The top of Suji's head suddenly cracked open, and a middle-aged man with a gun killed him. The water dragon was draped around the gun, and this gun was extremely powerful, like a heavenly dragon coming out of the sea. Terrifying, but he had only just stepped out of the spatial turbulence. A giant palm wrapped around him. Boo! A peak upper immortal powerhouse was directly pinched into great Tao particles, transforming heaven and earth in his body. Uncle Ling! Ka dash! The space on the right cracked. An old man's hands turned into a circle, the water boiling, vaguely with the intention of a great circle, directly toward Suji's face. Thumbs down. The Nine Heavens Emperor's sword came out of its sheath and swept through, tossing the great head up. Afterwards, the Emperor's sword stabbed into space. The sword mingled with space, and in the cascading space, it found a few other old men, and the sword sealed their throats. Space cracked open, and a head with round eyes flew out, spinning on the ground and finally rolling in front of Shermang's eyes, staring straight at her. Shermang's eyes were horrified to the extreme. No longer having the appearance of the haughty young lady at the beginning, she sat on her but on the ground. Are you still an upper immortal? Suji lifted his steps. His black hair spread out, and his killing intent was like substance. Never belittle your opponent. Hearing that I came from the lower realms, you take it for granted that I'm weak? Reality will be a slap in the face to pampered, self-righteous sons of nobility like you. Now, pay back. Ah! Shermang flew backwards on all fours in fear. At the same time, there was a flash at her waist. The square shook tremendously. The next moment, the square was transported to the outside world. Shermang took control of the flying fortress and fled in a flying frenzy. Aha! Countless loose cultivators were churned through by the spatial turbulence. Their corpses and bones were nowhere to be found. With a wave of Suja's hand, Chuanli and Little Gray appeared at his side. At the same time, another middle-aged man also appeared beside Suji. It was the leader of that purple sun cave. When he saw Suru, he bowed and saluted. Many thanks to the Supreme Immortal for saving me. Suji nodded. Name? My name is Immortal Pingqing. Immortals can just call me Pingqing. Pingqing said. Good. Suru glanced at him. Lead the way to the water moon cave. Going to the water moon cave? Pingqing was shocked. There can be quite a few Xianxian immortals in the water moon cave heaven. Lead the way. Suru glanced at him. Xianxian? So what? He cultivated the 7 books of the martial scriptures while sensing the space avenue. An ordinary Xian immortal would not necessarily be able to beat him, unless a Xianxian immortal who ranked in the top 100 in terms of sensing the 3000 Great Tao was present. But Water Moon Cave Heaven, not even a top power, obviously didn't have that kind of great power. Pingqing swallowed his saliva and without further persuasion, he flew ahead and headed towards the Water Moon Cave sky. Wait, sit on this. Suji beckoned and the coiled dragon immortal boat appeared. On the way, Pingqing looked at Suji, who was sitting on his knees at the bow of the boat, with a face of fear, and asked Chu Wanli, who was beside him, this 9 heavenly immortals, has always been so crazy huh? Chu Wanli helped him make a reply. Getting used to it. Pingqing wiped his sweat. Although the upper immortal was very strong, it was still much worse than the cave heaven. That was, after all, a second-rate power in the little diffusion immortal region. It's hard for regular people to shake. Ash snorted. This is just where it's at. When this guy goes berserk, he can topple the immortal realm, turn the fairy realm upside down. Pingqing listened in awe. Even if a person is crazy, why is a dog so crazy? 2 days later, a flying fortress stumbled and crashed into the water moon cave. In the main hall, a group of old men were meeting. The old man sitting at the top suddenly made a move with his hand. Shermang's figure appeared in the large hall. Her look of lingering shock was panicked. as if she had been frightened by something. Calm down. With a wave of the old man's sleeve, blue points of light spilled down, and Shi Meng's expression soothed. What's going on? The old man asked. Frowning. Sect Master. Shi Meng's eyes widened as she told the encounter on the road. Are you saying that Su Joshio has no less than 100,000 pounds of immortal gold on him? The Water Moon Sect Master sighed slightly. It's a pity that he was left behind in the spatial turbulence by you. Otherwise this would be a huge fortune. If we can trick him into coming to the Water Moon Cave Sky with a little trick, then we'll be at our mercy, an elder said. Shi Meng is still too young and not mellow enough. Someone regretted. Shi Meng handed over the storage ring that Su Ji had given her, which contained 30,000 immortal gold. Sect Master, all the immortal gold. It's all here. I'm afraid that Su Joshio will come to my door to take revenge on me and ask me to pay back the money. Pay back. The two words that Su Ru brought with him as a divine soul shock had been lingering in her sea of consciousness for a long time. There's no harm in it. An upper immortal. Can he still turn over the sky? The Water Moon Sect Master took the storage ring and smiled disdainfully. If you really have that kind of courage, then you can't blame others for finding death. Not to mention the Chuanqing immortal sect. Even this Water Moon Cave heaven of mine will tell him to have no return. The crowd sniffed and laughed, but the laughter didn't last long. Suddenly, boom! The main door to the Great Hall was slammed open by a corpse. The body was in pieces and blood was splattered all over the place. Su Ji's voice followed. Water Moon Cave. Pay back the money. 300,000 pounds of immortal gold. 300,000 pounds? The Water Moon Sect Master's eyes glared at Shi Meng. Didn't you say it was only 30,000 pounds? Shi Meng's face turned pale. It's 30,000 pounds of immortal gold. Su Joshio is sitting on the ground. He's blackmailing us. Blackmail? The Water Moon Sect Master blew his beard and eyes out. Not to mention 300,000, even 100,000 immortal gold. They couldn't even get it out of Water Moon Cave Heaven. Really think fairy gold is cabbage? Old Buster, go ahead and tackle this ignorant little boy over here. The Water Moon Sect Master looked at the old man sitting on the side, who was filled with righteous indignation, and said in a cruel voice, Good. The oldest eight, named Jia Yong, held a hammer and was sensing the forging weapon avenue, which also belonged to the middle stream among the 3,000 avenues. Although his combat power was not particularly strong, he was still an Xian immortal. It's more than enough to gather an upper immortal. I'll let this kid know what cruelty is. Jia Yong laughed harshly and, I'm going to make him into an artifact soul and imprison him for eternity in a shadowy immortal artifact. Good. Upper Water Moon Immortal was greatly pleased and, even a supreme immortal dares to kill on my Water Moon Cave Sky. Today let the entire Little Diffusion Immortal region understand that my Water Moon Cave Sky is never to be bullied. No problem. Jia Yong grinned and directly kicked through space, walking out of the Water Moon Cave. Chapter 63 Xian Xian. Just this? Outside the Water Moon Cave Sky, Su Ji sat cross-legged. Little Ash, Chu Wanli, and Ping Qing were 100 miles behind him, watching from afar. Little Ash, what do you think Su Joshio he wants? Chu Wanli frowned slightly. In her opinion, when one came to the immortal region, one should keep a low profile and a low profile again. After all, this is a strange world. Little Gray was looking at it, and barked. It's making a statement. Establishing authority? Chu Wanli was slightly surprised. Then she also figured it out. With Su Ru's character, it was impossible for him to be in the immortal domain with his tail between his legs. And now that he was wanted by the ultramarine immortal sect, if he wanted to live a decent life, he was destined to be in constant trouble. Since you're bound to be found, you might as well be proactive. The mighty Water Moon Cave Sky let everyone know. He, Su Joshio, is not something that any cat or dog can come and mess with. In the distance, the entire Water Moon Cave Sky was thrown into chaos after Su Ji kicked a guarding disciple to death. The mountain protection spell formation opened up instantly, and the fluctuation of immortal energy was very violent. At this moment, a man who looked like a protector shouted at Su Ji through the mountain protection spell formation. Su Joshio, we've already notified the Chuanqian immortal sect that the Starman will be arriving immediately, so don't leave there if you're capable. A bunch of cultivators were also clamoring beside them. A wanted criminal. How dare he kill his way up to our Water Moon Cave Sky? He's really tired of living. Not bad. Our Water Moon Cave Sky isn't made of clay either. When the sect master comes out later, you won't be able to escape just the same. Humph. A lower realm cultivator who doesn't know how many pounds or how many tails, who is used to being brutal, really thinks that he can be disrespectful to the great powers. In actuality, it's just asking for death. The cave's mountain protection spell formation could resist the full force of an ordinary Xian immortal strike, so they weren't scared at all. Instead they were a little afraid that Su Ji would run away. They have used agitation methods. That is, They want to keep Su resigned for a period of time. But how could they know that Suji didn't have the heart to escape at all? At this time, Suji's eyes suddenly opened and he slapped his palm. Buzz. The large invisible hand directly passed through the mountain protection spell formation and smashed the protector's head with a slap. The blood spurted up like a fountain. The person beside me, even the breeze did not feel, but also in the unimpeded incomparable excitement Su's resignation. There was a mountain guardian disciple who was cursing with a fluttering brow. Suddenly, his face was sprayed with water. A casual glance. Blood? He was frozen to the spot, as if he were a zombie looking to the side, only to see the majestic protector in the past. At this moment only a headless body, hanging in the air, constantly bubbling with blood. Protect, protect. His body kept trembling, but he hadn't finished speaking. The head was suddenly pierced through by a finger, instantly in pieces. Blood splashed onto the disciple beside him. Panic began to spread. The bristling expression came to an abrupt end. A group of disciples glanced at each other, and before they could react, their heads exploded violently like that firework. To their deaths, they didn't know how Suji had managed to pass through the mountain protector formation and inflicted damage on them. Immortal Pingqing hid at the back, his eyes wide with astonishment. Killing people invisibly. It's actually the Space Avenue? There aren't many Space Immortal Masters approaching Xian immortality in the entire Little Diffusion Immortal region. Ash gave him a look. Shu, it shouldn't be too rare. I see that the dead high foam of the Chuanqing Immortal sect wasn't in Xian Immortal of the spatial system? Pingqing's face stiffened. That should be the only Space Immortal Master in the Little Diffusion Immortal region in plain sight. No, he's dead? Wait. Pingqing suddenly showed fear in his eyes. The Chuanqing Immortal sect is offering such a large-scale bounty to the Nine Heavens Immortal. Could it be that Immortal Master High Foam was killed by the Nine Heavens Immortal? Are you stupid? Little Ash glared at him. All of them are sensing the spatial avenue. How can a Supreme Immortal kill an Xian Immortal? Showtime. Pingqing swallowed. Killing. It doesn't have to be strength. It can be betrayal, intrigue, traps, poison. Say it again. Little Gray bared his teeth. The matter of Su Jiaxiao's enlightenment of the spatial avenue must not be mentioned again, or you will definitely die. Pingqing was stunned. Then his eyes were bewildered. What did I just see? He was decisive, chopping away at the memory. Chu Wanli laughed bitterly. It's useless for you to bully him. Su Jiaxiao isn't low-key at all. It's not just us who saw him using the spatial avenue. There are also people from Water Moon Cave Heaven. It's only a matter of time before it's exposed. Upon hearing this, Little Ash sighed lightly. He'll hold back a little longer, until he can resist Xian Immortals. Then he can make it public. It's still too early. A spatial lineage Xian Immortal. As long as he doesn't run into a pervert like Ji Thin, or find death on his own, there's no danger at all in crisscrossing the Little Diffusion Immortal region. Resisting a Xian Immortal. Chu Wanli pursed her lips, somewhat powerless. She also knew the cultivation system of the immortal world. For an Earth Immortal like her, if she hadn't found the help of an immortal king who had sensed the Tao of time, or if she had found a secret place where the laws of time could be adjusted, cultivating to Xian Immortal would take at least 50,000 years to start. That's still if her talent is going to be pulled full circle. Cultivation should have a background, a backing, a network, and wealth. The immortal world is even more naked than the mortal world. The classes are too solidified. Thinking about this, Chu Wanli sighed lightly. Stop it. I know Su Jiaxiao too well. No one can persuade him. The little gray dog barked. There will be a situation later. You go first. I'm afraid I won't be able to take care of you during the fight. When the time comes, you go to the Tai Sword sect and cultivate well to avenge us. Chu Wanli shook her head and spread a smile. Why should I leave? You're not afraid to die? Ash gave her a look. Not afraid. Chu Wanli quietly looked into the distance. Since I've come up here with him, I'll always follow him and support him all the way from behind, even if he doesn't want me. Ash was silent. Why do you feel that this Chu is more suitable to be a madam than Fu? Should we persuade the young master to take it all? And at that moment, the avenue suddenly boiled over. Pieces of the void in front of Su Ru shattered, and out came a hammer-carrying blacksmith? Which bastard calf is Su Jiaxiao? As soon as Jia Yong came out, his voice was so loud and powerful that the fluctuations of the Great Tao rose up to the sky. The Water Moon Cave Heaven and the other caves belonged to the same island of Kyushu and were very close to each other. As soon as he took a high profile, the gazes of dozens of scouts from the surrounding forces instantly coalesced. It's the 8th Elder Immortal Master Jia Yon who sensed the forging weapon avenue? What is Water Moon Cave doing? Could it be that you want to forge that youth into an implement? Forged into an implement? Is that youth's flesh strong? Wait, did you guys hear the name that Immortal Master Jia Yong said just now? Listen carefully. It seems to be Su Jiaxiao? Tianxian Su Jiaxiao? The scouts were horrified and rushed over to get a closer look. this is big news. A lower realm cultivator who was wanted by the Cunare mortal sect had hit the water moon cave in a high profile. Is this too long to live? Of course, that's what Jaeon thought. This strong man came out with a hammer, not defending himself at all, and looked at Suji with a teasing look in his eyes. You, an upper immortal, dare to block my water moon cave heaven's door. Really don't know how many eyes the Horse King has to you. The words were not finished. Suddenly, with an explosive sound of clang, a pillar of light-like sword chi rose up into the sky. The Nine Heavens Emperor sword was sheathed. Suji had originally plopped down on his knees, but at this time, he leapt forward and took over the hilt of the sword, merging into space with his body. Buzz! A sword swept past Jia Yong's body. On Jia Yong's body, 5-colored divine light bloomed. Gold, wood, water, fire, and earth. The 5 elements materialized, transforming into 5 large characters engraved on top of Jia Yong's limbs and head. Behind Jia Yong, Suji put away his sword and snapped his fingers. The 5 elements are out of balance. With a boom, the colorful divine light erupted, and Jia Yong's body was directly torn apart. Even the divine soul was turned into particles. Suji turned around, and with a wave of his hand, the storage ring inlaid with immortal diamonds flew into his hand. He was slightly dismayed. Xianxian. On this? Chapter 64, even attacking Xianxian immortals must kneel. Jaeon is dead. He hadn't even had time to give his name. He was then chopped into flying dust by Suji using 70% of his power with a single sword, without even a hint of resistance. It wasn't that Xianxian wasn't strong. The main reason was that Suji, an upper immortal, was different from ordinary upper immortals. There were too many things beyond the perception of ordinary people in the arts he cultivated. The 7 books of martial scriptures alone had increased the amount of immortal yuan he could utilize to an unfathomable level. What's more, he had also comprehended the 5 Elements Avenue and the Space Avenue, which were ranked in the top 100, to the peak of the introductory level. Both were one step away from becoming Xian immortals. The Nine Heavens Emperor's sword was another high-grade immortal weapon that cut iron like mud. So, Jaelon didn't lose unfairly. Too strong. In the distance, the scouts were wetting their pants with fear. An immortal killing a Xian immortal? Those who were able to make it this far were none other than the pride of the heavens, and they were all key cultivation prides in the great powers. This was a talent that could participate in the immortal domain contest. For a moment, everyone's expressions were subtle. No wonder the Chuanxing immortal sect spared no expense in offering a reward for this person. If this grows up, even if it goes further and achieves Xianxian, the Gunstar immortal sect is all about to run into big trouble. Unfortunately, he ended up offending someone he shouldn't have. Someone sighed softly. Gunstar immortal sect. This behemoth that had stood in the Shaoyan immortal region for an unknown number of years. The power was large enough to compete with the small diffusion immortal mansion. Offended it? If there is no big background big head, any you again stunning when the world growth is not in vain. There are those who lament. Then of course there are those who are outraged. Inside the water moon cave sky, the water moon sect master smashed the cup with a slap and said angrily, "Sure Meng, why didn't you say he could kill Xian immortals in seconds? Seconds to kill Xianxian immortals. That's not the same track as beating or killing, at all. It represents a crushing of strength." Though there was some element of gullibility on Jaeon's part. However, what he was wearing could be valuable body protection immortal weapons. As a forging immortal master, Jia Yong naturally kept the best for himself. This was all chopped up by Suji's sword. It was conceivable that the youth sitting on his knees outside was actually in charge of how terrifying the attacking system avenue was. Sect Master. What now? Someone asked. Close the door and lock the cave. Don't skimp on the immortal gold. Get the disciples up and set up their formations. Turn on the mountain protection spell formation to the highest level for me. Hold on. As long as time passes and the Cunare mortal sect's powerhouses approach, Su Joshio will naturally retreat. The crowd nodded, but one of them, Scarface, wasn't too convinced. How embarrassing is it that we have to close the cave to avoid fighting when an immortal steps through the mountain gate? In the future, how will the Kyushu Island, and even the entire Little Diffusion immortal region, view our water moon cave heaven? In this matter, I am unwilling. GD. According to you, how will it be handled? The Water Moon Sect Master glanced at Scarface. GD. The Water Moon Cave Heaven's battle power was second only to the Water Moon Sect Master's bruiser. In the past, he'd looked at John with displeasure. A stinking ironworker, bragging all day long about how powerful he is in battle. If he didn't see some value in him, GD would have stabbed Jia Yong to death long ago, and wouldn't have waited for Su Ji to come. He was already short-tempered. At this moment, seeing the Water Moon Sect Master so weak, his heart was even more displeased, so he exclaimed, "Battle! We 6 Xian immortals come out in unison, and our formations are all present. Let the Tsujoshio have 3 heads and 6 arms. Can he still resist our attack? As soon as his words fell, some elders immediately objected. Even if we can win that Tsujoshio, what about the immortal domain contest if we hurt our bones? It's better to follow the sect master's arrangement and focus on stabilization. Put your mother's fart. GD was furious. With such a shrunken head, the heart of the Tao is collapsing. A stinking ironworker gets killed. And look at you all freaking out. Laozi senses the 3000 Great Tao ranked 157. The Sharp Tao, which is to go forward and fight in every battle. If you won't go, then I will. As the words fell, Ji was the first to arrow out. Behind him, there was another elder with dual swords in his hands, his blood boiling at GD's words. Fourth elder, wait for me. I'm willing to accompany you in the battle. The two walk hand in hand. The remaining elders were silent, viciously glaring at Shermang, who was paralyzed at the side. The killing intent in his eyes was self-evident. It's such a big mess. Death is not enough. Shermang almost became incontinent with fear as she listened to a few elders arguing. Never did he expect that one of his ghostly obsessions would provoke such a horrible devil, causing the entire clan to fall apart. Thinking about how I coquettishly smiled with him and threatened him, like you're being held by me. Her body shivered involuntarily. If she could, it would be fine for her to kneel and kowtow to Suji and pray for forgiveness. But there is no medicine for regret in this world. It didn't help that she was on her knees begging for mercy. If you want to blame it, you can only blame it on her bad luck. It happened to run into the hands of Suji, who wanted to make a statement. The two hit it off outside the water moon cave. GD, who carried the hopes of thousands of disciples, walked out with another flower-armored old man. As soon as the two men came out, the battle intent in their eyes was blazing. Giddy opened his mouth to roar. Raise the majesty of my water moon. Rather than fight, better to fight than to yield. Countless disciples roared after them. Kill! The light of the blade in GD's hand flashed, and space was cut straight in half as the blade surged towards Suji. This blade, implying the Great Tao, was indestructible, like the Milky Way falling into the 9 heavens, and was unimaginably sharp. Even Suji was slightly solemn. He estimated. The blade on in front of him was able to cause damage to his Tsongsheng battle body. This has been a remarkable means of attack. The ranking of the 3000 paths was not entirely based on the might of the battle. To talk about offense alone, the Sharp Avenue could at least be ranked in the top 50 of the 3000 avenues. Who dash? The blade sliced straight through, and Suji's figure was as illusory and elusive as electricity. Stigmata. GD's eyes were horrified. What kind of Tao was this that was even faster than his blade light? But before he could ponder over it, Suji appeared above GD's head and stomped down in the air. Kneel. Chapter 65. Apologizing and begging for forgiveness. Scratching his head. Boom. With a shocking sound, Suji's foot stepped on GD's head, and the invisible airwave directly radiated out. GD trembled, but didn't move an inch. Hard top. You, an upper immortal, are worthy of making me kneel? GD's face was hideous, hissing furiously, blood seeping out from between his teeth. It was evident how much effort he had put into confronting Suji. Not kneeling? Su-Ru sneered. The soles of his feet increased their strength, and the acupoints slowly opened. Chaotic chi flowed through his body. The power is starting to increase. Double, triple, instant 5-fold increase. Click, click, click. The sound of a skull cracking came. GD clenched his teeth so tightly that he couldn't even hiss anymore. His body was crumbling. He was actually going to be crushed alive by Suji. It's a man, Suji exclaimed, but the soles of his feet did not slow down at all, lifting up and stomping down with a heavy foot. Bang! GD's head was directly trampled on. His body could no longer support himself and he fell to his knees in death. A corpse covered in blood just knelt in front of Suji. Buzz! GD's greatsword was windless and fiercely burning, running straight at Suji. This sword was born with a spirit, and like his master, it would rather die than give in and fight until the last moment. Su-Ru waved his hand, and the blade instantly sank into another dimension. After 1,000 turns, the battle sword flew out of the space, but only the hilt remained. The blade had burned out. The whole room was silent. Everyone looked at Suji in shock. How could it be imagined that a cultivator from the lower realm, in a short period of time, would be able to cross over and kill the number 2 person in the water moon cave sky? It's still such a simple head-on crush. Escape! The flower-armored old man who followed GD out was scared shitless, turning around and just running wildly to escape, rushing towards the water moon cave sky. Stay, Suji faintly said, and his right hand grabbed in vain. The invisible space steeply distorted and transformed into a transparent giant claw that descended from the sky. In the palm of his hand, there were endless space corridors. The old man fell into it, full of confusion, as if he had plunged into an infinite vacuum. No matter how much you run, you can't get out of the maze. In the next instant, Suji's right hand pinched closed. Billions of living beings howled in the corridor. The old man's eardrums cracked, and his divine soul came to a standstill. Snap! The giant hand closed. The entire space burst into pieces, and the old man's body was directly pinched into nothingness, disappearing into this world forever. High-ranked immortal technique, Hand of the Divine. Suji looked at his right hand. He had a feeling that this immortal law was still in its infancy and could be upgraded again. That pinch just now. The billions of living beings in it didn't look like a fake, as if there was truly a world rotating in it. When practiced to the extreme, could one really crush a realm? Su-Ru was thoughtful. Inside the water moon cave sky, the atmosphere was frozen to the extreme. The water moon sect master didn't say a word and sat at the top, while the other few elders were all silent, their bodies trembling. It's horrible. He's an upper immortal? The water moon sect master asked softly. No one responded. It's extermination. The water moon sect master closed his eyes. Until now, he couldn't believe that the water moon cave heaven was going to be destroyed in his hands. The crisis came too quickly and without warning. The female disciple of the sect went out for a trip, but she came back with a bogeyman. With Su-Su's terrifying strength, it really wasn't that simple for the Kunar immortal sect to take him down. If it doesn't work out, even if they closed the cave and avoided Suji's attack, in the future, as long as Su-Ru was around for one day, they, Water Moon Cave Heaven, would never dare to gain a foothold in the little diffusion immortal region. It's all over. You can't always walk on the shore without getting your shoes wet. Some of the elders had miserable faces. They know about the shit that Shmo did, but they turn a blind eye, because Shmo can really bring back resources. It's just that, when earning resources, they don't realize that there are two sides to everything. Can bring back resources and, the devil, sect master, beg for mercy. An elder said bitterly, it's just a conflict of interest. It's not a life and death feud. There's a chance. There was a silence in the hall. A second-rate major power to beg for forgiveness from a lower realm casualty? How will the Water Moon Cave Heaven gain a foothold on the island of Kyushu in the future? How do other powers see them? It might even be eliminated as a second-rate power, and be directly ranked into the ranks of small sects and clans. But Giddy is dead, and the main warring factions have lost their backbone. Most people responded directly to this elder's suggestion. Yes, 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 surrender, Gate Master. Living is the most important. Even if it's a small sect, you don't have to do it with your tail between your legs. As long as our cave is still around, there will always be a day to come out. Not bad. Maybe in the future, when this Su Joshio gets rich and achieves Immortal King, it will still be a beautiful story if we lose to him. The Water Moon Sect Master heaved a sigh. Good, so be it. As the words fell, he turned his head to look at Shermang, his gaze icy cold as if it was a cold river in the nine heavens. Sect Master, Sect Master. Shermang cloaked his head and frequently backed away. You can't send me out to die. You can't. Auntie, have you forgotten my dead aunt? The Water Moon Sect Master kept his mouth shut. For the sake of the survival of the clan, not to mention sending Shermang away, even if he were to send out his aged mother, he would not have the slightest complaint. He tackled Shermang's neck as if he was tackling a bitch. Then he turned his head to look at the crowd. Immortal Master Su wants 300,000 immortal gold. There aren't enough resources in the gate. Now, pack up your immortal weapons, immortal gold, mounts, all of them. Get it all together. I'll go out and beg for mercy first. The door master himself went out. A tremor ran through the crowd, but didn't say anything. He just silently handed over his storage ring and handed it over to the second elder for unified collection. With a miserable sigh, the Water Moon Sect Master carried Shermang and flashed out in a single step. Arriving outside the Water Moon Cave sky, a respectful bow was made to Suji. Suji glanced at him. You are the Water Moon Sect Master? Just call me Water Moon. All the previous sect masters were called by that name. Suigetsu threw Shermang in the air and smiled curtly. Immortal Master Su, the person you wanted, I have brought out for you. In addition, 300,000 immortal gold. I'm preparing it. Within half an hour, I can definitely hand it over to you. Shermang knelt down on the ground at once, and her body, originally paralyzed with fear, was instantly flexible at this moment by the desire for life. Immortal Master Su, Immortal Master Su. She took 3 steps and crawled across the room. It was Shermu who was wrong. Shermu who was guilty, and should not have counted on you like that. Please, let me live. I will definitely eat fasting and chanting Buddha's name, and set up a tablet for you and make offerings every day. Or, Dream also has some good looks and good spirit root. If you like it, Dream can accompany you every day. At that, she spun around, limbs facing the ground, hips up in a suggestive gesture. Shermang, as the Water Moon Cave Heaven senior sister, naturally had a physique that was different from the norm, completely different from those mundane women. If she offered her body on her own initiative, in conjunction with the dual cultivation technique, some Xian mortals wouldn't be able to refuse. The scouts who saw the scene were more afraid than a little envious. The seemingly infinite scenery of Watermoon Cave Heaven. When it came across Su Ru, it also had to wag its tail and beg for mercy. The power they were in was not much stronger than the Watermoon Cave Heaven. Empathize with this moment. Deadly, he memorized Su Ji's appearance in his mind. You can't mess with anyone but this bogeyman. Chapter 66, Talks Collapse. Water Moon Dao Formation. Su Ji treads the heavens. Put. Chu Wanli glanced at Shi Meng with contempt. I didn't realize that the people of the immortal realm are not much different from those of our Tianxian realm. One look. Little Ash wagged his tail. The people of the immortal realm are also people. There are 7 desires in man, and the desire for life is more human than any other desire. Chu Wanli nodded her head slightly. I thought that immortals are all the kind who have no desires and are high above the world. Ash snorted. That's because he has no involvement with you, no disputes of interest, and doesn't even have you in his sights, so he's too lazy to bother with you. Those who truly have no desires, that are all practicing the way of heaven, practicing and being assimilated by heaven, that kind can't even be called human. Therefore, the way of heaven is a big no-no. Don't bother practicing it. Oh, Chu Wanli thought for a moment and nodded, then looked at Su Ji. Little Ash, do you think Su Ru will spare Water Moon Cave Heaven? Ash shook his head. How would I know? I've just been with him for a few days. You've known him for so long, you should be more familiar with him than me, right? However, if it was Afu here, she would have spared Watermoon Cave, gotten her compensation and left, at most killing another Shi Meng. Do you think Su Ju will? I don't think so. Chu Wanli spread her face and smiled. He's never been soft in the face of his enemies. Shi Meng wanted to trap him, and those 2 Xian mortals came out just now to kill him. Now that you can't beat them, you say you want to surrender. How in the world can it be that simple? Chu Wanli did have an understanding of Su Ji's thoughts. Seeing Shi Meng constantly scratching her head, Su Ji did not have half a ripple in his heart. Although Shi Meng had a good face and an excellent body, he wasn't exactly a first-timer. Even extremely skilled masters, broken, will not be mesmerized by this. Behind Shi Meng, seeing that Su Ji did not move, the Watermoon Sect Master clenched his teeth with force and violently rushed up, slapping his palm on Shi Meng's skull. Auntie, you. Shi Meng eyes wide. No sound. The Watermoon Sect Master murmured. Immortal Master Su, Shi Meng is already guilty of offending you, and at this moment, he is still being frivolous and reckless, and even more so, he deserves to die. Please also ask Immortal Master Su to join me in the Watermoon Cave and reveal this matter. Right? Su Ji glanced at him. The matter of Shi Meng. 300,000 pounds of immortal gold. Can be ended. But you Watermoon Cave Heaven's 2 Xian immortals attacked and killed me. Can you say anything about that? The Watermoon Sect Master's eyes widened. They're all dead already. Su Ru looked at him with a wry smile. They flew out from the Watermoon Cave sky. Can it be false? The Watermoon Sect Master's heart trembled, regretting for not stopping Giddy just now. But still, there's no such thing as a pill for regret. At that time, the Watermoon Sect Master didn't know that Su Ji was so fierce, killing Xian immortals like dogs. Then what compensation does Immortal Master Su want? Let's have another 300,000 pounds of immortal gold. Broken no more. The Watermoon Sect Master was furious. 300,000 pounds of immortal gold had nearly emptied the entire Watermoon Cave sky. 300,000 more. Unless all of them Xian immortals were sold into slavery in the Little Diffusion Immortal Mansion. No. Then war. Su Ru closed his eyes. Do you really think that my Watermoon Cave sky is made of clay? Let me tell you. Su Jiu, you haven't won yet. Stargazers from the Chuanqing Immortal Sect are on their way here. The Watermoon Sect Master's teeth clenched as he turned around and headed back to the Watermoon Cave. Effective immediately, Watermoon Cave Heaven and Su Joshio will not rest in death. Formation. I'd like to see how you, an upper immortal, can break through my mountain protection immortal formation. Watermoon Cave Heaven can be killed but not humiliated. To be killed and not humiliated? Su Ru sneered. Then you will be satisfied. In the distance, the Watermoon Cave sky boiled over as the entire immortal mountain floated into the air. Endless immortal element dazzling. Immortal beasts surrounded them. Immortal trees blossomed, and thousands of sons and daughters lined up in the Watermoon Dao formation, glaring angrily at Su Ji. Watermoon Sect Master sat in the center, white hair and white robe, solemn and dignified. At this moment, the immortal mountain was like a single unit, and its defense power skyrocketed. The Watermoon Sect Master had also finally found his confidence. Su Jiu, in the face of my mountain protector immortal formation, what are you going to do? A great deal. Little Ash was stunned. This immortal mountain. It's a huge immortal artifact. And it's still being forged. No wonder Water Moon Cave Heaven is so poor. Doing some robbing every day. It's no wonder the one with the hammer had such a high status in the beginning. So it's all voted in here. Chu Wanli's beautiful eyes flashed slightly. Can't you call in? It's difficult. Little Ash was silent for a moment. Only a peak-slaying lineage Xian immortal can hope to break through the defenses of this place. Suru is not even close. He didn't sense the sword Dao. Kendo. The 3000 Great Dao ranked in the top 30. And on offense alone, it could be ranked in the top 5. The sword was the king of all armies. Sharp and unparalleled. Although Su Ji had a few sword moves, he had not sensed the way of the sword. So are we pulling out? Chu Wanli looked around, her neck craning. She's just an earth immortal. It is impossible to say that you are not afraid at all. If Su Ji hadn't been here, she would have run away without a trace. Listen to Su Ru. What we say doesn't matter anyway. Ash spat out his tongue. You don't say. It's still an okay feeling. When he followed Fu Yueying, every time he encountered a crisis, he would need it to come up with an idea. It's a headache. It's better to follow Su Ji, to be able to lie down. In the distance, Su Ji looked at the Water Moon Sect Master who had regained his confidence. It looks like he just kicked and slapped himself. Still didn't scare the old man completely. Why? Su Jiuxiao, I advise you to retreat. The Water Moon Sect Master looked at Su Ji, a faint smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Even if it's the Chuanqing Immortal Sect, if they want to break into my Water Moon Cave sky, it won't be that easy. You'd better go and cultivate to Xian Immortal before you come back. By the time Su Xian Yuan Immortal, the Water Moon Cave Heaven would not even know which immortal realm it had opened into. Never again, the Water Moon Sect Master secretly said. Shoo. Without saying a word, Su Ji directly got up, holding the sword in his right hand, and chopped towards the Water Moon Cave sky. The sword was like a river of stars. Star River swordsmanship. Snort. It was like a clay ox entering the sea, without making any waves. That hard? Suru frowned. Ha 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 ha. The Water Moon Sect Master laughed freely. Su Jiuxiao isn't that scary. Just now, stomping GD to death with one foot and slapping old Seven to death with one palm really gave him a frightening daze. Su Jiuxiao, give up. Your 300,000 immortal gold. This sect master will not be able to pay out another cent. You chose yourself and are responsible for your choices. In the distance, the heads of the great cave heavens had already rushed to the field. It was also a slight relief to see it. The lesser diffusion immortal domain did not need a heavenly pride with unlimited battle power and a disregard for the rules in Canthus. Today, Su Jiuxiao can destroy Water Moon Cave Heaven. We might kill them in their lair tomorrow. No one was willing to have, on their heads, another giant in addition to the four great powers. Su Jiuxiao being defeated was what they would like to see. And at that moment, Su Ji suddenly put away his sword and slowly stepped up into the sky, looking down at the Water Moon Cave sky. The skin of his body blossomed into a gray aura. It was an ancient, barbaric, and up to the source aura. Chaos gas? The little greyhound barked. What's he going to do when he unbans so much? Not trying to dunk yourself again? Chapter 67, Fist suppresses water and moon. Furnace refines cave heaven. Seeing Su Ji, who was covered in light gray air currents, the Water Moon Sect Master was also filled with questions. What kind of forbidden art is this trying to perform? You won't die until you reach the Yellow River. An elder shook his head and, after the radiant strike, he will naturally retreat. And after years of constantly reinforcing the cave heaven, even we didn't know that the defense of the cave heaven today is so amazing. Not to mention this Su Jiuxiao. Even that group star immortal formation and little diffusion army formation. If they want to penetrate my Water Moon Dao formation, they'll all have to touch it. Extremely well said. The Water Moon Sect Master laughed out loud. The more he listened, the wider his mouth grinned. The Water Moon Dao formation with all its firepower was completely invincible on this Kyushu island. A lower realm cultivator is just a monk, and he still wants them to compensate 300,000 pounds of immortal gold? Where's the face? With this in mind, the Water Moon Sect Master pointed at Su Ji. Su Jiuxiao, retreat now. From now on well water does not offend river water. 30,000 immortal gold to return you. Can it be good? Su Ji shook his head, and the chaos chi boiled, all of it converging on top of his right hand. Jab. Grayish flames flared up, and the searing aura distorted space. The temperature of the 10,000 miles around increased dramatically. Grayish-white flames? The Water Moon Sect Master was startled. What kind of fire is this? Does the immortal region have this kind of flame? Several elders also looked at each other in confusion. Never seen it at all. Maybe it's some kind of foreign fire generated by heaven and earth? An elder hesitated and said, the heaven and earth exotic flame. Its power isn't too strong. but its efficacy is different. Could it be a flame with a formation-breaking effect? That's why Su Joxiao is emboldened? It's possible, but our water moon Dao formation is not something that can be burned down with a single fire. It feels like an immortal technique. He's mobilizing immortal energy. Some elders were sharp-eyed and sensed that Suji was drawing an immortal yuan as if he were swallowing it like a whale. Coming! Someone shouted. Only Suji's eyes opened, and his eyes were filled with gray and white dancing flames. The right fist chiseled out violently. A heaven and earth furnace emerged. The furnace was as high as 100,000 feet, which was more than enough to hold 3 water moon cave skies. It was 10 times taller than any normal immortal mansion-type immortal artifact. It directly covered the water moon cave. Refined. Suji plopped down on his knees, and a steady stream of chaotic chi was channeled into the cauldron in front of him. Flames rose to the sky, and waves of gray and black air surged and tumbled. Inside, tens of thousands of disciples of water moon cave heaven were bewildered. Heat. The temperature is too high. They are at least earth immortals, and would not even frown if they were to go down to the sea of fire. At this moment, under the shelter of the immortal weapon, one could actually feel the taste of sweat. No, my body is melting. There were disciples with insufficient cultivation whose eyes protruded out. His skin was melting, turning into a gray liquid that blended into this furnace. The flames of the furnace grew brighter and brighter. The water moon sect master was in control of the entire situation, and at this moment, his eyes were glazed over. What kind of technique is this? Such a huge cauldron. Su Joxiao is refining us as pills? This is a demonic feat. The earlier elder directly paralyzed to the ground and human body pill. This is expressly forbidden in the central immortal state. He even dares to refine it. Not afraid of death. Someone please pass on the information here. Go to the immortal court and complain, so that the immortal emperor can deal with this devil. It's useless. The water moon sect master took 2 steps back, his feet feeling as if they were paralyzed. All isolation from the outside world is broken. This is a new world. We have eyes but no pearls. This is at least a high-level immortal art. This Su Joxiao's coming is amazingly big. If I had known, I would have directly handed over the 600,000 pounds of immortal gold. Even if the women in my family were slaves and prostitutes, it would have been better than a great disaster. High-ranking immortal techniques. The crowd was all silent. Their faces all lifeless. High-ranked immortal techniques. They were all at least immortal king-level techniques. Use it against them. It's a big deal. Yes. It wasn't until this moment that Suji began to utilize the true efficacy of the heaven and earth melting fist. Previously, when he was in the Tianqian realm and refined Tang Hung, he hadn't even utilized 1/10,000th of the power of this immortal law. But even then, Tang Hung couldn't block it. Similarly, the water moon sect master and the others couldn't carry it either. Not, Ash said, his eyes rolling. Suji hadn't even inherited the family fortune yet. So how did he have this level of arts? Refining a power layer. This heaven and earth melting furnace. I'm afraid it has the power of a peak Xian immortal. Of course, a peak Xian immortal wouldn't just stand still and beat you up. Suji using this move against water moon cave heaven was also considered a trick, because the water moon cave doesn't resist at all. Like a turtle shell, they stayed put and waited for Suji to cover them. Even Ash was shocked like this. The two of them, Ping Cheng and Chu Wanli, were even more so, standing in place with his brain as if it was down. He looked at the boundless flaming furnace that crossed the sky. The mind could not be calmed for a long time. In the distance, many scouts were frantically composing and spreading the information about this place. The water moon cave is being refined. This was destined to be a great event that would startle the immortal realm. It has to be reported to the highest levels within the force. Tai Sword Sect. Xiahua was chatting with a shell-sized sound transmission stone. On the other end, naturally, was Tenru, senior sister, Suji and Wanli. You have to take good care of them. That's all I've got. 2 favorite disciples. We can't let them fall. Tenru's curt voice came through. Don't worry. Xiahua packed his bags. If they come to the little diffusion immortal region, then they are my Tai Sword Sect's people. I'll take good care of it as if it were my own disciple. Tianlu was touched. Senior sister. You know, I have always treated you as my own sister. Xia he nodded and laughed. I know. Don't say those melodramatic words when you're a handful of years old. Where are they now? They have arrived at the immortal domain for 5 hours. Tianlu felt the beacon placed on Chu Wanli's body. We should be near. Well, Kyushu Island by now. That's pretty close. Xia he got up, gathered his body, and prepared to go pick up the 2 Suji. At that moment, there was a knock on the door. Come in? Shekar frowned. Deacon Xie. Something has happened on the island of Kyushu. A maid ran in, holding a book of bamboo slips with a scribbled script that looked like it came with an expedited summons. Kyushu Island? Xia He's position in the Tai Sword sect was that of an external deacon. Things like Tian Xian's realm heart coming out of the world were usually resolved by her. At this moment, when she heard the name of Kyushu Island, she vaguely felt that something was wrong in her heart. What is it? She asked. A supreme devil appeared on the island of Kyushu, fisted the water moon, and locked the entire water moon cave into a furnace. Some say it's to refine the water moon cave immortals into pills. The maid read the note in her hand with a shudder in one sentence. Put, Xiahua even laughed at that. Refining tens of thousands of cultivators as pills? Those immortal dignitaries in the central immortal region wouldn't dare to do that. The transmission was expedited. It's normal to have misdirection. Wait for the second letter. The little diffusion immortal realm is much larger than the Tianxian realm, so it's normal for the information to be less accurate. Xiahua sipped his water and looked at the maid calmly. Does it say anything else? The maid looked at it and said, oh you. It also says that the person who did the evil is called Tianxian Suzhouxiao. Tianxian Suzhouxiao. What a niche name. I see that the honorary titles of those great powers are all what swinging world Shinxian immortal, crossing immortal king. The first time I hear this kind of PFF. Xiaohe's eyes rounded, and with a puff, he spat out the water he had just drank, looking at the maid dumbfounded. Ha, Deacon, what's wrong with you? The maid looked at Xiaohe strangely. What did you say his name was? Tianxian Suzhouxia. Ah, the maid read it again, and when she looked up again, there was no sign of Xiaohe. Where is everyone? The maid was confused. Chapter 68, Luo Xiao's determination. I'm going to beat Su Ji. Xiahua cursed Tianlu a million times on the way. Where is the sisterly kindness and filial piety of the beginning? What kind of hot potato is Su Zhouxiao? It was only a few hours after arriving at the little diffusion immortal domain, running to the entrance of someone's water moon cave to refine their entire cave? Though there may be exaggerated parts of the rumor, there will be no falsehood in this matter. She was already thinking frantically about how she could wipe her ass clean on this one. Central Immortal State, Cloud Dream Immortal Court. On top of one of the immortal mountains that had stood for endless years, there was a Yao pond that had immortal energy transformed into liquid. At this moment, Luo Zia was swinging on the edge of the pond with her bare white legs, teasing a little phoenix. On the chair beside her, there was also a snow-colored lantern with a green flame burning in it. Luo Zia turned her head, looked at the lantern, and said softly, Master, are you okay? In the lantern, Fu Yueying's voice came out. It's only been a few months. I'm not that fragile. Oh, Luo Zia spat out her tongue and, Elder Master locked me into the secret realm of time, and I've passed a few thousand years, and now I'm dizzy from everything I look at. Well, Fu Yueying mused, being in seclusion all the time isn't good for the Tao. You must not cultivate anymore. Go and wander around the immortal court to sharpen your heart. Good. Luo Xiao's thoughts emptied and she laid down on the chair, a shadow coming to mind for no reason. That night, it's far away, but it's very impressive yet. Master, I also want to sense the Tao of time, so that I can dissipate the impact that time has caused me. Luo Xiao suddenly said. She was afraid that time had worn away her memories. Too late. Fu Yueying's voice came out. You used the time mystery realm early before you could sense time. Time has paralyzed your soul. You won't be able to sense the avenue of time in your lifetime. Woo. Luo Zia was dejected, but in just a moment, she recovered. Time is too vain. Even in the central immortal state, how many people can realize time? For someone like Ji Bo, the fact that even the immortal exalted above couldn't take him down was enough to show the hegemony of the time avenue. Even if Luo Xiao really immersed herself in sensing, I'm afraid there wasn't much hope. And at that moment, a few bubbles suddenly rose in the pond, as if fish and shrimp were playing in it. The next moment, a colorful carp leaped out of the water and spat out a scroll. What is this? Luo Zia was about to receive the scroll to see what was going on when the surrounding time suddenly slowed down. A hand as if it were dead would poked out. Grab the scroll. Yeah. Luo Zia huffed and puffed as she looked at the side of the pond. The bad old man who had shriveled up to 1.5 meters. Senior, can you make it look better? This is ugly. Ji Thin grinned his toothless mouth sardonically. And, when I go on a date with Sister Xian, you'll know exactly how handsome your senior is. Sister Xian? Who is it? Luo Xiao's gossipy heart blazed. Kids don't pry. Ji Thin glanced at her and opened the scroll in his old age. Eyes suddenly widened. What's wrong? Luo Zia was puzzled. Intelligence from the little diffusion immortal domain. Ji Thin said softly. Luo Xiao's expression didn't have much of a reaction, and Fu Yueying even dimmed her green light a bit. Chicken shit and lazy. About your husbands. Boom. The snow-colored lantern steeply bloomed into a shocking flame. Luo Xiao's cheeks were slightly pink. It's Su Ruler? Her emotions were mixed. Thought I was married to a great 18-year-old. I didn't realize it was a 2,000-year-old man. Of course, for her now, age is no longer an issue. What mattered was that the man was an old favorite of her master's. But she's the one who had sex. She was tangled up in her mind in an uncharacteristic way. Fu Yuing and Ji Thin didn't care about this, and the two of them studied the atlas. This is the image mapped out by the avenue, which isn't particularly clear. The painting shows a man on his knees, a cauldron in front of him, and several people bustling around him. It looks like Su Ru is bullying someone else. Ji Thin analyzed. Although I signaled this heaven reflecting immortal pool to pay attention to the little diffusion immortal region, it still won't map up without fluctuations close to Xian immortals. Fu Yuing flabbergasted. Are you saying that Su Ru has already metaphysical immortals? It's only been 4 months, hasn't it? Her voice suddenly increased. When she first ascended to the immortal realm, she was already considered a rare wizard in the ages, and it took her thousands of years to cultivate to Xian immortal. It wasn't like Su Su had an immortal dignitary to escort him, much less an immortal dignitary who specialized in time to teach him attentively. How is it possible to break through to Xian Xian in 4 months? The sky's the limit. Close, right? Ji Thin wasn't too sure. After all, the little diffusion immortal domain was just too far away from here. But I reckon that with his current strength, he should be participating in the immortal domain contest in the little diffusion immortal domain. Immortal domain battle? Fu Yuing's voice came out. What is the reward for this session? Or the avenue flower? 300,000 years of maturity. This session. I look. Crouch. It's Kendo. Kendo. The king of 10,000 soldiers. The top 5 avenues of attack. I'm going. Luo Xiao's eyes shone with starlight. And the little phoenix on her shoulder cried eerily. Are you sure you want to go? Ji Thin glanced at her. Fighting on the same stage as Su Ji. Can you beat it? Who are you underestimating? Luo Xiao bared her little tiger teeth. I'm a Xian immortal. A Xian immortal. Or a Xian immortal who carries the bloodline of the immortal phoenix. I couldn't beat Su Ji before because he was cheating. Okay. When I see him again, I'll definitely beat the crap out of him. Your master can't go. Ji Thin gave her a teasing look. Humph. I'll be fine on my own. Luo Xiao arrogantly crossed her arms and tilted her head to the sky. Fu Yuing came in coldly. Have you thought about the consequences? You didn't fight that night. What happened afterward? Do you want me to help you remember? Luo Xiao froze, then considered her strength. I have Xiao Luo. Xiao Luo is an immortal king. As powerful as Su Zhu is, can he still beat an immortal king? Xiao Luo. The little phoenix on his shoulder purred pleasantly. Little Su likes to play with birds the most. Fu Yuing's voice was very flat, but hearing it in the phoenix's eyes was like thunder. The gray dog. The nightmare of nightmares. Luo Xiao shook her head violently, then took a deep breath and, whatever, I'm sure I can beat him. Big deal. I'll just run. If I can't beat him, I can't run? Fu Yuing said blandly. I'm just persuading. As long as you want to suffer the consequences, then you can go. Luo Xiao.